Chapter 1. My golden finger seems quite irregular. Monster. They're killing. Terror-stricken screams erupted within the cafeteria of Linen University. The students, akin to a flock of startled birds, frantically fled in every direction. Xiao Zhan stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, his eyes wide as he witnessed a radiant young girl being torn apart and devoured by several students transformed into monsters. Alive, she was bitten to death. Her blood pooled on the ground, rendering the scene utterly horrific. It has truly happened. It did not deceive me. Xiao Zhan trembled as he clutched a peculiar black stone in his embrace, murmuring softly. This stone was the sole heirloom left to him by his parents. Initially, he had been skeptical, but at noon today, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, followed by a torrential downpour of black rain. By some strange twist of fate, Xiao Zhan had sought refuge in the school cafeteria just before the rain began to fall. What followed was a scene of sheer horror. All those drenched by the black rain quickly mutated, howling as they transformed into flesh-eating monsters. Once transformed, they began to frantically assault the remaining survivors, and in no time, countless students were captured and bitten to death. The girl just moments ago had been unable to escape, suddenly pounced upon by these monsters. Hulu. As the monsters feasted upon the girl's body, they lifted their heads to gaze at Xiao Zhan at the entrance, their white pupils brimming with predatory malice, seemingly having marked him as their next target. Damn it! Xiao Zhan swallowed hard and hurriedly dashed deeper inside. His movement instantly caught the attention of the monsters, 3 of them abandoning their meal to roar and pursue him. The cafeteria's glass door offered no resistance, shattering with a loud crash. Run! They're coming in. The hundreds of survivors in the cafeteria erupted into screams, frantically scrambling towards the kitchen and back door. In this life-and-death moment, no one bothered with courtesy. They all desperately surged forward, fearful of being left behind. Xiao Zhan, too, fled with the crowd. Get out of the way, don't block me. However, after just a few steps, he was knocked down from behind by a voluptuous woman. The woman shrieked as she trampled over Xiao Zhan, her foot landing squarely on the black stone on his chest. The impact nearly left Xiao Zhan gasping for breath. You damn! At that moment, the black stone around his neck suddenly vibrated, transforming into a streak of light that surged into his consciousness. A grand and profound voice resonated in his mind. Catastrophe initiated. Heavenly Tao system activated. Binding host. Initial fortune is 0. Please complete tasks promptly to acquire fortune. Xiao Zhan, who was in the midst of fleeing, was momentarily taken aback. What is this? My golden finger? He felt a twinge of discomfort. To think my golden finger was triggered by a big woman stepping on it? This is utterly absurd. Are you serious, system? At that moment, Xiao Zhan felt an urge to discard this unreliable system. However, upon seeing the rewards, his heart stirred. A shield, physical strength 1. Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up. It actually enhances physical strength and provides weaponry. Perhaps, it seemed, he could give it a try. Glancing at the woman ahead, Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth. Let's do this. In a flash, relying on his youth and vigor, he swiftly closed the distance behind the woman, wrapping one arm around her shoulder and the other around her leg, lifting her up in a swift motion. Like a princess Carrie, he continued to run forward. The woman was left utterly bewildered. By the time she regained her senses, Xiao Zhan had already carried her a good distance of over 10 meters. What are you doing? Put me down. The woman shrieked in panic. She stared wide-eyed at the handsome young man so close to her, unable to comprehend why he would act so inappropriately at such a time. It was simply madness. Yet Xiao Zhan resolutely ignored her protests. You bastard! What are you doing with my mother? Put her down. A male student behind them stared in disbelief at his mother being carried away by Xiao Zhan, shouting furiously. However, Xiao Zhan ran even faster, surpassing most of the crowd. The onlookers were left stunned by his audacious act. They gaped in disbelief as this young man carried a woman past them, entirely taken aback by this bizarre behavior. Hey, this is a life-and-death situation. Could you take it seriously? 7, 8, 9, 10. Ding. Task completed. Reward. 1 shield. Physical strength 1. Let me go, let me go. The woman continued to pound on Xiao Zhan, desperately struggling. With the task accomplished, Xiao Zhan casually tossed her aside. Ouch. She was thrown several meters, landing heavily on the concrete surface, nearly splitting her backside in two. "You little rascal." She angrily scrambled to her feet, intent on confronting Xiao Zhan, but he had already seized the opportunity to flee into the crowd. Xiao Zhan focused his thoughts. Shield. In an instant, a round shield with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in his hand. The shield's surface gleamed, seemingly forged from some alloy, and it appeared remarkably sturdy. Fortunately, in the chaos of escape, no one noticed the sudden appearance of the item in Xiao Zhan's grasp. Seeing the monsters drawing ever closer behind him, Xiao Zhan promptly braced the shield and pushed through the throngs of panicked individuals, swiftly making his way to the back door of the cafeteria. However, the crowd came to a halt at this point, jostling together. "Why aren't we moving?" At first, Xiao Zhan thought it was due to the black rain, but upon pushing closer, he realized the rain had ceased. The true cause of the crowd standstill was that a monster was blocking the door, glaring menacingly at them. "Oh heavens, it seems we are without a way out." A short, stout chef broke down in despair, collapsing to the ground. Seeing the monster, despair washed over the crowd. With danger ahead and behind, the throng was trapped in between, feeling as though there was no escape. Xiao Zhan fixed his gaze on the monster. He weighed his chances against it, but soon realized that even with a shield, facing these monsters would be perilous. What troubled him most was that these creatures resembled the undead from cinematic horrors. If he were to be bitten and infected, it would spell doom. What to do? Should I take the risk? Xiao Zhan hesitated. Ding. Task. Kill a zombie to unlock the first superpower. At that moment, the system issued another task. Xiao Zhan's eyes brightened. Superpower? There are superpowers too? The previous rewards of a shield and enhanced physical strength had already thrilled him, but he had not anticipated that this bizarre system could also bestow superhuman abilities. Images of formidable powers from movies and anime flashed through his mind, igniting a fervent desire within him. Let's do this. For the superpower. Though he resolved to slay a zombie, he refrained from charging in recklessly. He waited for several seconds. Finally, the zombie could no longer contain its predatory instincts and lunged, toppling the nearest stout cafeteria chef, its jaws poised to deliver a fatal bite. Whoa! The surrounding people screamed and scattered. Yet one individual surged against the tide, bursting forth from the chaos and leaping behind the zombie, delivering a flurry of strikes to its skull. Bang! 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 The shield struck the zombie's nape, producing a dull thud. The material of the shield was indiscernible, but it was incredibly tough within mere strikes. It shattered the zombie's head. Blood and gore splattered everywhere, dousing the chef in a crimson shower. The zombie was slain. For the first time, Xiao Zhan had personally killed a monster. The chef, shaken yet relieved, pushed aside the zombie's corpse, trembling as he expressed his profound gratitude to Xiao Zhan. Task completed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the superpower. Were you looking at? When activated, it can cause enemies to weep uncontrollably. Xiao Zhan's expression instantly froze in disbelief. What the hell? What sort of absurd superpower is what are you looking at? Are you kidding me? As he observed the effects of this so-called superpower, Xiao Zhan turned to the chef, still thanking him. What are you looking at? In an instant, tears streamed down the chef's face. Unstoppable. Thank you so much. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. He tightened his grip on the chef's hand. No need. Why is a grown man crying? The chef, eyes misty with tears, lamented. I can't help it. Woo-woo. I can't control it. Run. The monsters are catching up. Don't block the way. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the rear of the crowd, causing a surge forward. Witnessing the demise of a zombie, those at the front forcefully shoved aside Xiao Zhan and fled in a frenzy. Xiao Zhan cast a glance behind him and saw several zombies from the front gate closing in. Among them, one zombie fixated on him stood out. A flicker of resolve sparked within him. He chose not to flee with the masses, but deliberately lingered at the back. Silently, he activated his superpower against the three approaching zombies. What are you staring at? Instantly, the three lunging zombies were overcome with tears, weeping uncontrollably. Unable to see their path forward, they halted to wipe their eyes. While the crowd fled, the zombies behind were caught up in their sorrow. The scene was utterly bizarre. Whoa! Xiao Zhan was taken aback. This superpower is quite extraordinary. Having validated his ability, he did not linger and swiftly made his way out through the back door. As he traversed the campus, he realized chaos rain zombies were relentlessly pursuing humans, and students were desperately trying to escape. The once serene school had transformed into a slaughterhouse. Help! Someone please! At that moment, Xiao Zhan heard a familiar cry for help. Turning his head, he was met with an unexpected sight. Fan Qingqing, the campus belle of Linen University, possessing a beauty that could topple nations. She was the dream of every boy in the school. Typically aloof, she was an unattainable presence for Xiao Zhan. Yet now, Fan Qingqing's face was a mask of terror as she ran frantically alongside two female classmates, striving to distance themselves from the monstrous creatures behind them. Fan Qingqing's figure was striking, her movements causing a captivating spectacle as she sprinted. Ding mission! Xiao Zhan's mind jolted, and he eagerly exclaimed, I would save her even without your prompting. Mission: rescue Wei Yang within 10 minutes. Reward: 1 stamina point. Xiao Zhan, huh? Chapter 2. Rescuing Campus Belle Fan Qingqing. Wei Yang, my buddy? Xiao Zhan was momentarily stunned, then felt a pang of guilt. Wei Yang was his longtime friend. They had been classmates since middle school and had even enrolled in the same university. Logically, he should have prioritized rescuing him after gaining superpowers, but he had been momentarily distracted by beauty, nearly failing his duty. Sigh, Xiao Zhan, how could you prioritize beauty over friendship? As Wei Yang is a dear friend, it is only right to save him first. After all, women are like clothing, but brothers are like family. Indeed. Wei Yang, hold on. I will don my attire before coming to your aid. With that, he resolutely charged towards Fan Qingqing. Bang! Xiao Zhan thrust a shield, sending one lunging zombie sprawling. He deftly avoided a sneak attack from another behind him, closing the distance to Fan Qingqing to under 10 meters. As he approached, he witnessed a scene that ignited his fury. Initially, Fan Qingqing had been leading the way, but in an effort to assist her injured roommate, Lin Xiaotian, she had fallen to the back. However, as the monsters closed in, Lin Xiaotian, in a desperate bid for survival, shoved the campus belle towards the creatures. She seized the opportunity to escape. The occurrence was too sudden for even Xiao Zhan to anticipate. Lin Xiaotian, you. As Fan Qingqing was thrust towards the monsters, time seemed to freeze. Her exquisite face was painted with shock, disbelief, pain, and fear, ultimately morphing into despair. A cold breeze swept through her hair, dislodging 2 crystalline tears. Swish! In that life-and-death moment, suddenly, a circular shadow zipped past Xiao Zhan and struck the zombie poised to seize Fan Qingqing with lightning speed. With a single blow, the creature was sent tumbling, narrowly missing Fan Qingqing with its claws. Xiao Zhan emitted a short gasp, then saw a lithe figure dash past him, the wind from their movement even tousling his hair. The events transpired so rapidly that Fan Qingqing barely registered them. Only when Xiao Zhan grasped her hand to flee did she realize she had been saved by the boy before her. Her lips parted slightly. You don't speak, just run, Xiao Zhan urged. Though reprimanded, Fan Qingqing felt no anger, rather, she was filled with gratitude. She gazed at Xiao Zhan's determined profile, her heart racing. Due to the delay in saving her, 5 zombies soon closed in on them. Xiao Zhan, shield raised, carved a path through the encroaching horde and bellowed, "What are you staring at?" The 5 zombies immediately burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Fan Qingqing and Xiao Zhan were left in stunned disbelief. They could not fathom why these monsters had suddenly stopped and wept. It was utterly surreal. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and run." Xiao Zhan pulled Fan Qingqing past Xiao Zhan, snapping her from her stupor. Oh, Xiao Zhan urged, and the 2 girls followed him as they escaped the encirclement. Having barely run a few steps, they caught up with Lin Xiaotian, who had just betrayed her friend to save herself. Lin Xiaotian recognized them. A flicker of shame crossed her face as she limped away, attempting to evade them. Still trying to escape? But Xiao Zhan merely scoffed, releasing the campus belle's hand, sprinting a few steps before kicking Lin Xiaotian to the ground. He seized her by the neck, sneering, "Since you enjoy betraying friends so much, why not experience it yourself?" With that, he prepared to toss her to the waiting zombies behind. "Don't!" Lin Xiaotian pleaded in terror. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I realized my mistake. Please don't kill me." Yet Xiao Zhan remained unmoved. Lin Xiaotian's actions constituted murder had he not intervened. Fan Qingqing would already be dead. Thus, Lin Xiaoshan's life held little value. At that moment, however, the campus Belle grasped his arm. Stop! She looked at Xiao Zhan, shaking her head slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Let her go. Xiao Zhan frowned, but he could not resist the tenderness in Fan Qingqing's gaze, swinging his arm to toss Lin Xiaotian aside. Scram. Don't let me see you again. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Lin Xiaotian sobbed as she clambered to her feet, limping away into the distance. We should go too. Xiao Zhan grabbed Fan Qingqing and Xiao Yin, heading towards the boys' dormitory. Yet, just a few meters out, they heard a piercing scream from behind. They turned to see Lin Xiaotian being bitten on the throat by a zombie, blood spraying from her carotid like a fountain. Her face was a portrait of despair as she reached out, as if begging for help from the three. Xiao Yan's expression turned pained. She's beyond saving. Xiao Zhan said grimly, let's move. The trio pressed onward, but the two girls grew silent. After all, witnessing a close friend perish before their eyes was a shock that words could scarcely convey. Hey, where are you taking us? After a moment, Fan Qingqing noticed that Xiao Zhan was still running with them, but not in the direction of leaving the school, and could not help but ask. Xiao Zhan shot her a glance. Silence. Because of your attire, I sacrificed my brotherhood. The campus Belle. What the hell is attire? Your whole family is attire. As Xiao Zhan led the two girls to the boys' dormitory, he found it had already been overrun by zombies. Several torn corpses lay at the entrance, their innards gruesomely exposed. The two girls were understandably apprehensive. Follow me. With the countdown nearly at its end, Xiao Zhan steeled himself, charging in with his shield raised. Fan Qingqing and Xiao Yin had no choice but to follow. Upon entering, they spotted a zombie feasting on a boy's entrails in the left corridor. The boy, still clinging to life, weakly pleaded for help as Xiao Zhan entered. Save me. But Xiao Zhan did not pause, sprinting straight to the third floor. He knew Wei Yang was in room 303, and since he had no classes today, he would undoubtedly be playing games in his dorm. Thus, he headed directly for Wei Yang's room. Wei Yang, if you're alive, make a sound, he shouted as he ascended. The response did not come from Wei Yang, but from a towering, muscular zombie leaping down from the third floor towards him. Damn! Xiao Zhan was startled, raising his shield to strike. However, the expected scene of a zombie being sent flying did not occur instead. He was tackled at the stairway. The brute's strength exceeded his expectations. Xiao Zhan was alarmed. Have zombies evolved? Roar! The zombie, positioned behind a shield, incessantly howled at Xiao Zhan, its putrid saliva cascading onto his face. Xiao Zhan. Behind him, Fan Qingqing, witnessing Xiao Zhan being pinned down by the zombie, let out a piercing scream. Don't come over. Overwhelmed with anger at being seen in such a compromising position by the school beauty, Xiao Zhan bellowed at the zombie. What the hell are you staring at? In an instant, the zombie was brought to tears, weeping silently. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhan scrambled to his feet and unleashed a furious barrage upon its skull. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's brain was reduced to a gruesome mess, splattering red and white across the ground. Spit! Xiao Zhan contemptuously spat at the corpse, wiping the saliva from his face. Am I someone you can just ride? If anyone is to ride, it should be the school beauty. Hearing this, the school beauty blushed, biting her crimson lip. What are you saying? The zombies are coming, run. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the end of the corridor. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted its Wei Yang. He recognized the distinctive, robust voice amidst the chaos. He dashed towards the corridor's end. After just a couple of steps, he spotted a group of students fleeing from several robust zombies. And his friend Wei Yang was lagging behind. Wei Yang, come here, Xiao Zhan exclaimed with joy. However, his smile quickly froze on his face when he saw a tall boy suddenly leap out from the side, delivering a kick to Wei Yang's waist, sending him tumbling towards the pursuing zombies. Die, you fat pig. I've tolerated you for long enough. The boy sneered. No. Caught off guard, Wei Yang could only emit a startled cry before plunging into the horde of zombies. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in fury. Kai Dali, how dare you? He charged forward in a frenzy. Yet this time, he was too far from Wei Yang. He could only watch helplessly as a zombie sank its teeth into Wei Yang's shoulder, the blood spraying from him, piercing Xiao Zhan's heart like a dart. Xiao Zhan trembled with rage. Kai Dali, You're asking for death. Chapter 3. The evil-slaying blade Wei Yang has been bitten by a zombie. When Xiao Zhan realized the gravity of the situation, a chill gripped his heart. It was only then that he comprehended why the system had allotted him a mere 10 minutes. Had he rushed to Wei Yang instead of attending to the school bell, this calamity might have been averted. Damn it! His resentment towards Kai Dali intensified. This fellow had previously clashed with them. And now, with old grievances compounded by new ones, murderous intent surged within Xiao Zhan. Step aside, he bellowed, wielding his shield to push through the panicked crowd. He leaped forward, aiming a fierce blow at Kai Dali's head. Exclaiming die. Yet, Kai Dali merely sneered. You think you can kill me? He, relying on his imposing stature and wielding a baseball bat of unknown origin, managed to deflect Xiao Zhan's shield. However, as he prepared to counterattack, Xiao Zhan's sudden growl caught him off guard. What are you staring at? Huh. Kai Dali was bewildered, utterly perplexed by Xiao Zhan's words at that moment. But soon, tears streamed down his face, obscuring his sight. What on earth? Kai Dali was left dumbfounded. He hastily wiped away his tears. A heavy blow struck his head, sending him crashing to the ground with excruciating pain. Damn it! Tears flowed freely as Kai Dali attempted to rise, only to be met with a kick to his head, rendering him completely incapacitated. Having subdued Kai Dali, Xiao Zhan did not deliver a finishing blow. Instead, he stepped on his head and dashed towards the horde of zombies. At that moment, Wei Yang, having just been bitten, struggled valiantly. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan approach, he exclaimed with relief, Xiao Zai, save me. Xiao Zhan rushed forward, delivering repeated shield strikes to fend off the zombie that had bitten Wei Yang. Run, he urged, grabbing Wei Yang and pivoting to flee. Several zombies, enraged by the sudden disappearance of their prey, roared in fury, desperately trying to block their escape. What are you looking at? Xiao Zhan shouted as he turned to face them. Instantly, a few zombies burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably. Wei Yang was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. He could hardly recognize his friend of 10 years. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Zhan dragged him away. As he turned, Xiao Zhan noticed that the previously downed Kai Dali had vanished without a trace. He scoffed inwardly. So you can run fast. He had intended to keep Kai Dali as a distraction for the pursuing zombies. But that blow had failed to incapacitate him. It must be said that this athletic student was indeed robust. Xiao Zhan, are you all right? At that moment, Fan Qingqing and the others rushed over, concern etched on their faces. In their frantic escape, Fan Qingqing's white dress swayed with each step, accentuating her formed, "Oh, I'm fine." Xiao Zhan cast a quick glance, and then diverted his gaze towards the window, discovering that the main entrance on the first floor was blocked by a horde of zombies. His eye inadvertently fell on the sports field, and suddenly he spotted a white bus in the northern parking lot. His mind sparked with a plan. Let us head to the second floor first. The four of them followed the fleeing crowd, racing downwards. However, upon reaching the second floor, they found their path obstructed by a throng of zombies. A dozen surviving students were howling in terror, scattering in all directions. Yet, the zombies moved too swiftly, and soon, some were knocked down, emitting blood-curdling screams. This is untenable. There are too many. Xiao Zhan discerned at a glance that it would be exceedingly difficult to lead Fan Qingqing and the others through the main entrance. What do we do, Xiao Zhan? We can't go down, Fan Qingqing exclaimed, her face awash with anxiety. Wei Yang, clutching his shoulder in despair, added, It's over. We're trapped, with zombies above and below. We truly can't escape. Stop with the defeatist talk, Xiao Zhan admonished, a surge of warmth coursing through him, granting him an unexpected boost in strength. Feeling this newfound power, he inhaled deeply and addressed the three of them. Listen, I have a plan. You see the bus in the northern part of the sports field? In a moment, I will create a path for you. Wait for the right moment and head straight to the bus. I will cover your retreat. Fan Qingqing asked, What about you? Xiao Zhan replied firmly, Don't worry. I'm not so easy to kill. At that moment, several fleeing students rushed close, shouting, Xiao Zhan, save us. Xiao Zhan, take us with you. Please, Xiao Zhan, I'm still a virgin. If you save me, I'll give you my first time. Please take me with you. These students had witnessed Xiao Zhan's prowess on the third floor and knew of his remarkable capabilities. Seeing his plan for escape, They seized the opportunity. One girl, unabashed, even offered her virginity in desperation. In the face of life and death, dignity had become worthless. Yet, Xiao Zhan was already stretched thin caring for Fan, Qingqing, and Wei Yang. He had no intention of accommodating them. Shaking his head, he replied, "No." Despair settled upon the students' faces. If Xiao Zhan did not take them along, they would truly be left with no hope that moment. The system chimed in. Mission: evacuate 10 classmates from the dormitory building. Reward: evil slaying blade. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. How the hell am I supposed to evacuate 10 people? Am I supposed to carry them on my back? The dormitory building was crawling with zombies, and managing 3 people was already a monumental challenge, let alone 10, which would surely lead to his demise. Yet the allure of the mission's reward made him hesitate. The shield he had previously obtained was exceptionally sturdy, having saved him on several occasions, but it was purely defensive, leaving him frustrated if he were to acquire this blade, which sounded formidable by name alone. It could elevate his combat prowess to new heights. With a steely resolve, he thought, "It's now or never." The students, initially despondent, were taken aback by Xiao Zhan's sudden change of heart. Their expressions shifted from despair to exuberance. More dramatic than a face-changing act in a Sichuan opera. Xiao Zhan continued, "But there's only one chance." Tears welled in Wei Yang's eyes as he exclaimed, "Xiao Zai." Roaring, the zombies ahead had already dispatched the remaining survivors and were now charging toward Xiao Zhan and his friends. Rather than retreat, Xiao Zhan advanced, launching himself into the horde. Kill! With a shield, he knocked several zombies aside, forcing his way into the heart of the throng. Then he unleashed a thunderous shout at the densely packed zombies surrounding him. "What are you looking at?" In an instant, a miracle unfolded. Dozens of zombies halted, breaking down in sobs, tears streaming uncontrollably. This astonishing scene left Wei Yang and the others dumbfounded, frozen in shock. Yet Xiao Zhan suddenly roared, "Why aren't you moving yet?" Casting his ability on so many zombies at once had far exceeded Xiao Zhan's capacity. A piercing pain erupted in his head, as if struck by a hammer. Dizziness washed over him, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. It was then that he realized his powers had their limits, constrained by his mental fortitude. Go. Quickly. Wei Yang was the first to snap out of his stupor. Grasping Fan, Qingqing, and Xie Yunyun, urging them to run forward. They navigated through the zombie horde, glancing at the weeping creatures around them, too frightened to even breathe. Only when they confirmed that the zombies would not attack did they dare to sprint ahead. "Xiao Zhan, you must survive and come find me. I'll be waiting for you," the school belle murmured, biting her red lip as they brushed past the hesitant classmates. She shouted, "You have 10 seconds. If you don't leave now, you'll be waiting here to die." With that, the group scrambled to flee through the horde of zombies. Just as they escaped, Xiao Zhan's power finally waned. The effect dissipated, and the zombies regained their senses, all fixating their gray-white eyes on him, completely encircling him. For reasons unknown, her heart ached fiercely, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face in the midst of a zombie horde. A notification echoed. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 evil slaying blade. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Zhan lifted his bloodied face, extending his right hand as a long blade, over a meter in length and exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Materialized in his palm, as soon as he grasped it, a grand voice resonated in his mind. Evil slaying, evil slaying. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Zhan felt as though he had witnessed countless malevolent creatures being slain by the blade. The overwhelming bloodlust seemed to seep from the blade itself. Sensing the approaching zombie horde, the blade emitted a jubilant hum, almost slipping from his grip. With this divine weapon in hand, Xiao Zhan felt invigorated. He faced the encircling zombies and shouted, "Come! Come and kill me!" Chapter 4. Speak! How do you wish to die? Outside the dormitory building, as Wei Yang and the others escaped from the throng of monsters, they realized that Xiao Zhan had been completely engulfed. "Xiao Zai." Wei Yang choked out, his voice thick with emotion. He loathed his own helplessness, forced to watch his friend fall into peril to save them, while he could do nothing. "Shall we wait for him?" Fan Qingqing asked, tears in her eyes, but Wei Yang glanced around, Noting the scattering zombies nearby, some already noticing their presence, he shook his head. No, we can't linger here. Let us go, quickly. We can't let Xiao Zhan's sacrifice be in vain. He pulled Fan Qingqing and Xie Yuan towards the sports field, while the others had long since fled. Whether it was due to Xiao Zhan attracting too many zombies. Their journey was surprisingly smooth, allowing them to reach the parking lot without incident. Look, the bus! We have arrived, Wei Yang exclaimed joyfully. Yet before he could savor even a moment of happiness, he beheld a group of 7 or 8 individuals clad in garish attire emerging from behind the bus. At the forefront stood a long-haired man with a particularly menacing countenance. A scar traversed his forehead, nearly slicing through his right cheek, amplifying his air of hostility. Wei Yang halted in his tracks. Instinctively on guard, Wei Yang, I found the keys. At that moment, a classmate who had sprinted ahead approached, joyfully brandishing a set of car keys. The long-haired, scar-faced man's eyes lit up, fixating on that classmate. A sense of foreboding gripped Wei Yang. This was not good. He immediately dashed towards the classmate, shouting, "Throw the keys to me." The classmate, puzzled, replied, Although Wei Yang reacted swiftly, he was still a moment too late. As he surged towards the classmate, the scar-faced man was quicker, leaping 2 steps to seize the classmate from behind. With a sinister grin, he declared, "Hand them over." His large hand snatched the keys from the classmate's grasp, sending him sprawling. Wei Yang cried out, "Return the keys to us," and lunged at the scar-faced man. However, the latter merely scoffed, brandishing a utility knife from behind him, its blade aimed at Wei Yang. "Listen here. Kid, know your place. Don't force me to make you bleed." Wei Yang halted just before the knife's tip. "Those keys belong to us. Give them back," he retorted angrily. The scar-faced man sneered. "Do you honestly believe that's possible? Now, while I'm still in a good mood, get lost. This vehicle is mine now." The classmate who had been knocked down scrambled to his feet, indignantly exclaiming, "On what grounds? I found those keys. This bus belongs to our school. You're not even students. How dare you commandeer our school bus?" The scar-faced man chuckled darkly. "On what grounds? I'll tell you, because I have this knife." With that, he pointed the gleaming blade at the classmate, who, taken aback by its glint, fell silent. Sensing his advantage, the scar-faced man tossed the keys behind him, calling out, "Old Four, go start the vehicle." The shifty-eyed man caught the keys, but did not board the bus. Instead, he leered with lustful eyes at the school Belle, particularly ogling her ample bosom, lewdly swallowing. Brother, in this unpredictable world, one might be bitten by a monster at any moment. Why not take this girl along? It'll give the brothers a chance to enjoy themselves before it's too late. The scar-faced man, following Old Four's gaze, became intrigued. Licking his lips, he said, "You're right, but with so many brothers. One girl, simply one tea suffice. Go, bring all 3 of these girls with us. Let us give the brothers a proper taste of university life." The group of ruffians erupted into lewd laughter. Immediately advancing toward the 3 girls, Fan Qingqing and her companions, Wei Yang, filled with rage, demanded, "What do you want?" as he shielded Fan Qingqing and the others, retreating. "Get them!" Old Four whistled, the first to charge at Fan Qingqing. Wei Yang attempted to intervene, but was swiftly pinned to the ground by 2 burly men, leaving him helplessly watching as Old Four seized Fan Qingqing. Fan Qingqing screamed, struggling, "Let go of me." "You scoundrel!" Old Four chuckled. "Beautiful lady, stop struggling. Come with us, and you'll have a chance to live. Sticking with these students will only get you devoured by monsters. Why bother?" Wei Yang, trapped beneath the weight of his assailants, was consumed by fury, shouting at the other boys, "What are you waiting for? Do something." Meanwhile, Xie Yuan and another girl, who had previously expressed her desire to give her first time to Xiao Zhan, were also seized by 2 ruffians and dragged towards the bus. The boys, filled with righteous indignation, shouted for the girls to be released and charged forward. "I dare you to move." Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed, and the scar-faced man leaped in front of the boys, brandishing his knife with a menacing grin. "Anyone who dares take a step forward, I'll kill them first." The blood-stained blade glimmered ominously. The boys, sheltered like delicate flowers, were instantly cowed into submission, halting in their tracks. Old Four erupted into laughter, spitting derisively at them. "Pathetic cowards." Then, right before their eyes, he forcibly dragged Fan Qingqing toward the bus. Fan Qingqing screamed and resisted fiercely, but could not shake off old 4's grip. She looked towards the boys, yet they, intimidated by the scar-faced man's threats, could only lower their heads in shame. Avoiding her gaze, despair washed over Fan Qingqing. Aren't you men? So many of you fear just one of him? Do something. On the other side, Xiao Zhan, also captured, shouted angrily. However, before she could finish, her captor slapped her across the face. Barking, "Shut your mouth, you filthy whore, so eager. Huh. You'll soon find out what a real man is like when you get on that bus." Old Four laughed heartily. "Don't rush, little sister. We have 8 real men here. And soon you'll experience what it means to be with a man. You might even end up loving it." Their lewd remarks only intensified, and the students clenched their fists, teetering on the brink of eruption. The scar-faced man, sensing their agitation, frowned. "Enough. Let us get them on the bus." Old Four and his companions chuckled, dragging the school bell and Xiao Zhan toward the bus. As they neared, the girls were pulled inside. "No, I don't want to go in." In her final moments, Fan Qingqing, eyes brimming with tears, clung desperately to the bus door, crying and struggling, her nails tearing. Beasts, watching this unfold, Wei Yang, pinned to the ground, felt his teeth grind in anger. Cursing, "If you have the guts, come at me. Picking on a girl is no feat." Yet he was ignored. Seeing Fan Qingqing struggle so fiercely, Old Four sneered. "You're coming in." Grabbing her by the hair, he yanked her inside. Fan Qingqing let out a piercing scream. Losing her grip on the door, dragged into the bus. All the boys averted their eyes, unable to bear witnessing what was to come. Old Four, reveling in his triumph, laughed. "Don't worry, little girl. Big brother will take good care of you." As he spoke, unable to suppress his lust any longer, his right hand lunged toward Fan Qingqing's chest, just as she was about to endure indignity. A flash of azure light streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, traversing several meters to pierce Old Four's chest. Bang! The force of the azure light propelled Old Four's entire body, pinning him against the seat behind. His eyes widened in shock as he looked down to find a knife embedded in his heart, its blade penetrating through to the seat behind. He opened his mouth to speak, but only blood poured forth as a sudden wave of agony surged through him, eliciting a wail of torment. "Old Four," the scar-faced man shouted in disbelief. Big brother helped Old Four manage to squeeze out 3 words before his breath faltered, his body convulsing twice before he lay still. Old Four was dead. His demise was so abrupt that everyone struggled to comprehend it. Thud! 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 A figure clad in red approached slowly from the sports field, each heavy step emanating a palpable aura of menace that enveloped everyone. That it felt as if an invisible force paralyzed them in place, helplessly watching the figure draw near. Only then did they realize that the crimson figure was not donned in red clothing, but was drenched in blood. The result of unknown carnage. As the crowd stood frozen, the figure slowly lifted his head. "Speak. How do you wish to die?" Chapter 5. The fear of encountering a psychopath. Xiao Zhan Wei Yang, pinned to the ground, exclaimed in surprise. The other students also displayed expressions of joy, having recognized the newcomer. It was indeed Xiao Zhan, the one who had previously rescued them from the dormitory. Upon witnessing the student's reaction, the scar-faced man realized that the one who had frightened him was merely a student. Damn! He was instantly filled with rage and humiliation, pointing his knife at Xiao Zhan. Bellowing, "You little bastard, how dare you kill my brother? I'll make you pay for it." Yet he did not rush in. Instead, he rallied the remaining 6 ruffians. "Brothers, let us take him down together. This guy is unarmed." "Yes, big brother," the other 6, including the 2 who had restrained Wei Yang, all brandished found weapons, knives and clubs, advancing menacingly toward Xiao Zhan. "Let us avenge Old Four," a yellow-haired thug snarled, brandishing a dagger as he charged first. However, Xiao Zhan was quicker. As the thugs closed in, he moved like a cheetah, swiftly covering the 8 meters, arriving right before the first thug. With a fierce shout, he slammed his right shoulder into the thug's chest like a mountain. The sound of cracking echoed as the thug's chest caved in. Hiss! The other thugs gasped in shock, their steps faltering in fear. "Kill!" But Xiao Zhan showed no hesitation, charging into the fray like a tiger among wolves. After sending the first thug flying, he swiftly produced a shield from behind and barreled toward the second thug like a rampaging bull. Stay away! The second thug screamed in terror, wildly swinging a long stick. Bang! With a tremendous force, Xiao Zhan surged forward, sending the thug and his long staff soaring through the as they ascended. The staff shattered along with the thug's ribcage, producing a sharp crack sound. Arg! The second thug, his face contorted in agony, was propelled 4 to 5 meters before crashing to the ground, rolling helplessly in despair like his yellow-haired companion. In the blink of an eye, 2 burly men were incapacitated, striking terror into the hearts of the remaining thugs. A monster! A corpulent thug stammered, suddenly screaming as he flung away his weapon and turned to flee. This seemed to act as a signal, prompting the others to discard their implements and hastily retreat. Now you choose to run. It's too late, Xiao Zhan remarked impassively, pursuing the 4 men with a shield in hand. His speed was evidently superior to that of the thugs. With each thug he caught, he dealt a swift blow to their heads with the shield. In mere moments, all 4 thugs were curled on the ground, clutching their heads in anguished wails. Xiao Zhan, be careful! At that moment, the campus beauty beside the bus suddenly cried out in alarm. Die! Just as she screamed, a sinister growl emanated from behind Xiao Zhan. A sharp knife, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged toward his spleen. It was the scar-faced man, who had been lurking in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to ambush Xiao Zhan while he pursued the other thugs. The spleen, a vital organ for blood production, would spell certain death if pierced. The scar-faced man had dispatched several foes with this very tactic before, and he envisioned Xiao Zhan writhing in agony beneath his blade. Bang! At this critical juncture, a blood-soaked hand seized the scar-faced man's wrist with unyielding strength. The knife halted just a centimeter from Xiao Zhan's spleen, unable to penetrate any further. The scar-faced man looked up abruptly, meeting Xiao Zhan's chilling gaze, which was accompanied by a sinister grin. Surprised? Unexpected? The smile, illuminated by the crimson hue of blood, appeared particularly menacing, but a chill ran down the scar-faced man's spine. You! As he spoke, he attempted to jab his other hand toward Xiao Zhan's armpit. But the moment he moved, Xiao Zhan's right hand caught him. Now both of his hands were firmly held, rendering him immobile. Terror gripped the scar-faced man as he realized he could not escape Xiao Zhan's grasp, which felt like a vice around his wrists. You bastard, let me go! He shouted in fury, struggling desperately. Yet no amount of effort could free him from Xiao Zhan's control. Xiao Zhan's hands clamped down like 2 iron pincers. Giggling, Xiao Zhan tightened his grip on the scar-faced man's wrist, and despite his futile attempts to resist, the thug could only watch helplessly as the knife drew ever closer to his own body. Every fiber of his being recoiled in fear, and oh no! The scar-faced man trembled, his expression a grotesque mask of horror. However, just as the bloody blade was a mere centimeter from his abdomen, Xiao Zhan suddenly halted. So, how would you like to die? Xiao Zhan's tone was exceedingly serious, as if he were genuinely inquiring about his method of demise. Though the knife did not penetrate, the scar-faced man felt humiliated and retorted. You bastard, I'll fight you to the death. He launched a fierce kick at Xiao Zhan's shin. Bang! Arg! The kick not only failed to connect, but was preempted by Xiao Zhan, who delivered a powerful blow to the thug's ankle. The scar-faced man cried out in agony as he felt his ankle snap. Unable to maintain his footing, he found himself incapacitated. Xiao Zhan squinted, his demeanor grave. Now, may I inquire how you wish to meet your end? You son of a... The scar-faced man cursed vehemently. Just kill me already. Stop toying with me. Fiske, quite the spirited one, Xiao Zhan remarked, exerting pressure on the knife, continuing its advance toward the thug's abdomen. 1 centimeter. 0.5 centimeters. The scar-faced man watched in horror as the blade pierced his skin, a droplet of vivid blood seeping from the tip. The cold steel slicing through his flesh brought forth a distinct and agonizing awareness of impending death. A terror that transcended mere words. In less than 5 seconds, his dignity crumbled. No, please don't kill me. Suddenly, the scar-faced man begged for mercy. A wicked smile crept across Xiao Zhan's lips as he paused the knife's progression. The thug was on the verge of madness. Uncertain why Xiao Zhan repeatedly asked him how he wished to die, he simply did not wish to perish, falling to the ground in despair. He cried out, "Big brother, what do you want? Just grant me a swift end. Please stop playing with me." Witnessing the scar-faced man's impending breakdown, Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of annoyance. He was not deliberately tormenting the thug, but was rather fulfilling a task. To inquire how Wang Di Fu, the scar-faced man, wished to die and obtain the answer. Reward: 1 spirit point. I'm equally at a loss. Who could have anticipated that this absurd system would issue such a ludicrous task? With a firm grip on the scar-faced man's hand, he slowly drove the knife into his chest. In an instant, blood began to flow along the blade. No, please don't kill me. The scar-faced man screamed in terror, pleading, "Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched your woman. Shouldn't have targeted this vehicle. Shouldn't have laid hands on you. It's all my fault. I beg you, spare my life." Despair washed over him as he wept uncontrollably. "But I truly don't want to die." Wah! The other thugs, witnessing their leader's humiliation, could no longer bear to watch. It was one thing to fear a ruthless enemy, but to face a sadistic one was a different matter entirely. Not only did he intend to kill them, but he also forced them to choose their own method of execution, a truly deranged spectacle. Even the less injured thugs scrambled to distance themselves from the maniac, desperate to escape his grasp. Wei Yang and the campus beauty also began to question if Xiao Zhan's actions were excessive. Death was already the ultimate punishment, yet he insisted on allowing the thug to choose his fate. This was undeniably a touch perverse. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the dormitory building. Everyone looked up, only to be met with a shocking sight. On the rooftop of the boys' dormitory stood a colossal zombie, towering over 5 meters, bellowing toward the sky. Its roar echoed throughout the campus. Below, the other zombies seemed to respond to its call, howling in unison. For a brief moment, the entirety of Linen University reverberated with the sounds of the undead. The giant stood atop the building, surveying its territory with a sweeping gaze that seemed to sense the students' attention, locking eyes with them before leaping from the 6th-floor rooftop. "Not good," Wei Yang suddenly exclaimed. "Xiao Zhan, that giant zombie is coming this way." Xiao Zhan cast a glance at the towering undead, his heart sinking. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable creature. Glancing at the kneeling, scar-faced man, he thought to himself, "It seems this task will remain unfulfilled." The scar-faced man, seeing Xiao Zhan's gaze upon him, immediately began to kowtow, pleading, "Big brother, please don't kill me." Xiao Zhan turned to Wei Yang and instructed, "Fatty, go get the car. We need to leave immediately." Wei Yang hurried to retrieve the keys, calling for their classmates to board the vehicle. Once everyone was inside, Xiao Zhan addressed the scar-faced man, "Don't worry. I'll 1T kill you." Just as relief washed over the thug's face, a sudden kick landed squarely on his knee. The force was tremendous, and with a sickening crunch, the thug's knee twisted grotesquely. With that, both of the scar-faced man's legs were rendered useless. "Ark!" he screamed, clutching his legs on the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan leaped into the vehicle, casting a cold glance at the injured thugs before departing with his classmates. "The psycho is leaving," they exclaimed. "Haha, he didn't kill us." Initially, the thugs felt a flicker of joy that Xiao Zhan spared their lives. However, their expressions quickly morphed into horror as they noticed the gigantic zombie accompanied by a horde of others approaching. Their elation was instantly replaced with terror, and they desperately chased after the bus. "No, don't go. Take us with you," they pleaded. "Please, save us." The injured thugs scrambled to catch up with the bus, but in their weakened state, they were no match for even the zombies. Soon, they were overtaken by the surging horde, their screams of despair echoing through the air. The students could only watch in horror as the thugs were engulfed by the undead. Expressions of sympathy crossed their faces. Xiao Zhan, the campus beauty, hesitated. "I sent this a bit too much." But Xiao Zhan merely shook his head. "This is the apocalypse. Sometimes, if I am not ruthless to them, they will be ruthless to you. That we have no other choice." Just as Fan Qingqing was about to say something, she suddenly noticed Xiao Zhan's body tremble as if struck by some unseen force, and he collapsed to the ground. "Xiao Zhan," the campus beauty cried out, rushing to embrace the fallen figure. She gazed at his face, realizing he seemed to be enduring immense pain, his body rigid, unable to utter a word. Panic surged within her. Xiao Zhan, what's wrong? Please don't scare me. The other students were equally alarmed that a crowd swiftly gathered, exclaiming, what's wrong? What happened to Xiao Zhan? Panic ensued among them, after having faced two life-threatening crises. Xiao Zhan had become their pillar of strength. They could overlook others' misfortunes, but Xiao Zhan was of utmost importance. Even Wei Yang, who was driving, was drawn into the commotion. Fan Qingqing, what's wrong with Xiao Zhan? Fan Qingqing replied anxiously, I don't know. He just collapsed all of a sudden. Amid the chaos, Xiao Zhan, lying in Fan Qingqing's gentle embrace, was not as grievously affected as they feared. Just moments ago, the Heavenly Tao system had issued its first penalty for mission failure. Mission failed. Fortune backlash. Spirit-1, a wave of intense pain surged through Xiao Zhan's nerves, rendering him temporarily paralyzed. Although his mind was clear, his body refused to obey. As he endured the waves of agony within, he thought, so this is the punishment for failing a mission. Damn, this wretched system really doesn't treat me like a human. At that moment, he found the opportunity to scrutinize his personal information. Host, Xiao Zhan, Master of the Heavenly Tao, Physical Ability, 9 Spirit, 6 Fortune, 33 Superpower. What are you looking at? The information was deceptively simple, but stirred something within Xiao Zhan. Physical ability encompassed speed, strength, stamina, and other elements. According to the system's data, an average adult's physical ability and spirit were both rated at 5. Only those who had reached the human limits, like champions or psychics, could attain a score of 10. Now, Xiao Zhan's physical ability had reached an astonishing 9. And oh wonder that Scarface man couldn't break free from my control. It turns out my body was nearing its limits, akin to a champion. But what exactly is the purpose of this fortune value? How did I accumulate these 33 points? While he relished the warmth of the school beauty, the bus suddenly screeched to a halt. Everyone was propelled forward uncontrollably. Since he was being embraced by the school beauty, she collapsed entirely onto his face. In an instant, Xiao Zhan found his entire head submerged in her bosom. And the unexpected impact jolted Xiao Zhan's senses, and then he realized he could move again. What just happened? A classmate shouted. Wei Yang, the driver, yelled, someone has blocked the school gate, preventing us from passing. Xie Yuan exclaimed in distress. What should we do? Can we take another route? Wei Yang replied urgently, no, it's swarming with zombies all around. This is our only path that if we don't leave the school quickly, we'll be caught by the zombies behind us. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, someone began violently banging on the bus door. Open the door. Let us in. If you don't open it soon, we'll break it down. Wei Yang cried out, this is bad. They're going to smash the door down. Fan Qingqing, has Xiao Zhan woken up? Sitting in the back, Fan Qingqing's face flushed crimson. Annoyed and embarrassed, she reprimanded Xiao Zhan, who stubbornly refused to get up. You better get up right now. It turned out that when Xiao Zhan regained his ability to move, she had already sensed it. Noticing his continued inaction, even the dullest girl realized his intentions. Feeling exposed, Xiao Zhan awkwardly sat up from Fan Qingqing's embrace and chuckled. Thanks for the face wash. It really did wonders. The school beauty's face instantly turned beet red, mortified to the point of wishing she could disappear. Xiao Zhan, she seethed, gritting her teeth. As Fan Qingqing nearly reached her breaking point, Xiao Zhan slipped to the front of the bus. Peering outside, he discovered that the individuals blocking the door were actually school leaders and teachers. Through the gates, he could also see a few scattered zombies pursuing fleeing crowds, but their numbers were significantly fewer than those inside the school. The banging on the bus door grew more frantic, with several security guards wielding iron rods that a school leader stood at the front of the bus, shouting, hurry up and open the door. Which department are you students from? Don T, you understand the importance of respecting your teachers. Do you believe I can expel you? Xiao Zhan's expression darkened. Fatty, ram the bus through. Wei Yang gasped. Xiao Zhan, that SA school leader, and our department head is in there too. Xiao Zhan sneered. It's the apocalypse. Who cares about leaders anymore? Listen to me. Ram it through. I want to see if they truly value their lives. Wei Yang hesitated, unsure of what to do at that moment. The school beauty, who had just caught up, suddenly pointed outside and exclaimed, Hey, look! ISNT, that teacher Chin from our statistics class. Xiao Zhan squinted and indeed spotted a stunning woman with a round face amidst the crowd. He sighed inwardly. Fine. Let them come aboard. The moment he saw Teacher Chin, he knew he couldn't turn a blind eye. The bus door swung open. Immediately, a security guard rushed in, swinging a black baton towards Wei Yang's head. Damn you! I told you not to open the door! Boom! Before the guard could strike, he was forcefully hurled out of the bus by an immense force. Xiao Zhan stood at the door, shield in one hand and knife in the other. Coldly addressing the crowd below, listen carefully. Letting you on the bus is not an invitation for you to act tyrannically. Whoever dares to cause trouble again, I will kill them. The crowd below was instantly subdued. Xiao Zhan, is that you? A melodious voice rang out from the throng, and a beautiful woman in a blue dress stepped forward. Upon seeing her, Xiao Zhan's expression softened. Teacher Chin, please come aboard. Had I not seen you here, I wouldn't have allowed them to board. Qin Yimo gazed at Xiao Zhan, who stood valiantly, commanding respect from all, and remarked, I didn't expect you to be so courageous. I'm grateful to be associated with you. Thank you. Ding. Mission. Receive 10 heartfelt thanks. Reward. Spirit 1. Qin Yimo's gratitude counted as 1. Xiao Zhan felt a surge of spirit, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the crowd below. Once Qin Yimo boarded, the previously commanding school leader immediately pushed forward, eager to be the next to enter. Wait! Xiao Zhan blocked him. The bald leader's expression shifted, but faced with Xiao Zhan's knife, he quickly forced a smile. Student, I am Teacher Chin's direct superior. You shouldn't stop me. Right, Teacher Chin? Say something? Qin Yimo, somewhat flustered, didn't know what to say. However, Xiao Zhan merely smiled faintly and said, Uncle, my letting you on the bus is a life-saving grace. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? The bald leader was taken aback, then quickly replied, yes, it is indeed appropriate to thank the student for their assistance. Thank you. Thank you. He attempted to board the bus, but was once again halted by Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he stated, Your gratitude lacks sincerity. The bald leader's face twitched, internally raging. How could you possibly know if I am sincere? I strongly suspect you are deliberately making this difficult for me. He composed himself. Student, this is unreasonable. There are monsters all around us. Even if you don't care for yourself, you should consider Teacher Chin and the other students, he added. If we delay any longer, we all in danger. But Xiao Zhan merely smiled indifferently and unceremoniously pushed him aside. Next, you. The bald leader was furious, feeling utterly humiliated, being bullied by a mere student in front of everyone. He was about to explode. Yet, Xiao Zhan merely aimed his bloody knife at him, coldly remarking, What? Do you have objections? The bald leader's eyelids twitched, and he swallowed his indignation that no objections. The next person to approach was a middle-aged male teacher. Seeing Xiao Zhan looking at him expectantly, the teacher wisely stated, Thank you for your assistance, student. Ding. Han Dao's gratitude counted as 1 to Xiao Zhan's face lit up with joy as he nodded. Well done. You are a very honest person. You may board. The male teacher eagerly climbed aboard a stout man, then stepped forward, casually stating, You must be Xiao Zhan, and I hear you're a student from the International Trade Department? You should know who I am, right? This man was Louis Nan, the head of Xiao Zhan's department. However, Xiao Zhan merely replied impassively, I don't recognize you. The department head's eyes widened. You don't even know me? Xiao Zhan, growing impatient, retorted, Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, get lost. You. The department head stuttered in anger. You are disrespectful to your superiors. Xiao Zhan shot him a glance, finding him utterly lacking in sincerity. He pushed him aside without courtesy. Go away. Don't block the way. The department head yelled, You're infuriating. Let me on the bus. I demand to board. He began to shove his way onto the bus. Bang! With a single strike of his shield, Xiao Zhan sent the man crashing to the ground, his immense strength rendering the hefty figure unconscious. He coldly surveyed his surroundings and declared, It's the end of the world. Yet you still dare to flaunt your authority over me? Wake up, everyone. Here, I'm the one in charge. Anyone who disagrees can get lost. The dozen or so teachers and security personnel outside were immediately intimidated. Xiao Zhan waved his hand dismissively. Next, a robust woman approached, her head bowed, forcing a rather unappealing smile. Thank you for taking us with you, student. Xiao Zhan glanced at her, a sense of familiarity washing over him. As he scrutinized her imposing figure, a realization struck him. Wasn't she the cafeteria lady? What a small world this is. Ah, so it's you, Xiao Zhan remarked, surmising that she recognized him too, hence her reluctance to meet his gaze. Hey, a student behind the woman glared at Xiao Zhan. How dare you speak to my mother like that? Watch it, or I'll take you down, you brat. The woman hurriedly shielded the boy. T.S. just a student. My son is young and doesn't he understand? Please, don't take his words to heart that I apologize for what happened earlier. Please don't be angry. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the young are often fearless. Xiao Zhan, stop messing around, suddenly called the school beauty from bus. That giant zombie seems to have reached the classroom building. We need to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan straightened up. All right, I'll let you off this time. Hurry and get on the bus. Everyone heard the horrifying roars and screams emanating from the direction of the classroom building, and panic ensued. They scrambled to board the vehicle, perhaps spurred by the imminent threat of the zombies. Even without Xiao Zhan's insistence, they sincerely expressed their gratitude. Ding! Yianhua thanks 1. Chen Yinsong thanks 1. Wang Xiaoya thanks 1. In no time, Xiao Zhan had completed 10 heartfelt thanks. Ding! 10 thanks completed. Spirit 1, a refreshing vitality surged within his mind, instantly dispelling the weariness that had overtaken him, although it merely restored his previous vigor. It granted Xiao Zhan the opportunity to wield his extraordinary abilities once more. Let us go. With the unconscious department head in tow, Xiao Zhan leaped onto the bus. Xiao Zi, where are we heading? Inquired Wei Yang, the driver. Xiao Zhan carelessly tossed the department head aside and replied, Head north. We're going to the suburbs, given that Linen University is situated near the northern edge of the city. Traveling north would provide the quickest escape route. As long as they could leave the urban area, they could evade the zombies' onslaught. The vehicle cruised along the main road, encountering numerous wandering zombies, all of which were dispatched by the bus. It wasn't until they reached the northern wetlands park that the number of zombies began to dwindle. Suddenly, while driving, Wei Yang coughed up blood and collapsed onto the steering wheel. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Xiao Zhan exclaimed in shock. The bus veered dangerously to the side of the road. Xiao Zhan quickly steadied Wei Yang, glancing at his pallid face and realizing he was in dire condition. His complexion was ghastly pale, veins visibly prominent beneath his skin. He was drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a terminal cancer patient. Xiao Zi, Wei Yang managed a weak smile that I think I can't drive anymore. Ew. Xiao Zhan felt a sticky warmth on his hands, looking down to find them smeared in blood. Glancing at Wei Yang's shoulder, he noticed the blood had turned black. It turned out Wei Yang's shoulder, bitten by a zombie, had already succumbed to infection. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Xiao Zhan scolded himself for his negligence. He hadn't even realized how serious Wei Yang's condition had become. Xiao Zi, am I going to turn into a zombie? Wei Yang asked weakly. Xiao Zhan felt a pang of despair and spoke solemnly. Don't worry, I'll 1T let you become a zombie. He recalled the miraculous system and thought perhaps it could offer a cure for Wei Yang. The others in the bus gathered around, their expressions turning to panic upon seeing Wei Yang's condition. Xie Yuan and the school beauty were already aware of Wei Yang's zombie bite and were deeply worried. He can't turn to one of those things, right? Xie Yuan whispered to Fan Qingqing beside her. Fan Qingqing frowned. Don't say such things. Suddenly, a student shouted, Xiao Zhan, is he going to turn into a zombie? The bus erupted into chaos. What? He asked, turning into a zombie. Is that for real? I remember now. Wei Yang was bitten by a zombie before. He must be infected. Panic-stricken, everyone recoiled, distancing themselves from the front of the bus as if fleeing a plague. A female teacher screamed, Quick! Throw him out! Throw him out! Yes, while he isn't fully mutated yet. We need to toss him out. If he bites us, we'll all become monsters. Hurry, look at him. He is about to change. Xiao Zhan, act fast. We can't let one person endanger the entire bus. In an instant, nearly everyone clamored to have Wei Yang ejected from a vehicle. Shut up, Xiao Zhan bellowed. Silencing the chaos, he glared at the crowd, his voice icy. Anyone who dares to suggest throwing Wei Yang out, I will personally toss you out first. The bus fell into a tense silence. The weakened Wei Yang gazed at the fearful and disgusted faces of the passengers, managing a bitter smile. Xiao Zi, it seems I won't be able to accompany you any longer. He closed his eyes. Just let me out of the bus. I don't want to burden you all. Xiao Zhan retorted angrily. What nonsense are you talking? I will never abandon you. Simultaneously, he shouted in his heart. System, tell me how to cure Wei Yang's virus. The system remained silent, just when Xiao Zhan was on the brink of despair. A task option finally appeared. Task. Make the school beauty develop feelings for you. 10 seconds. Reward. Early access to the fortune exchange function. There truly was a way. Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up. Then he silently turned his gaze toward the school beauty, who resembled a water lily beside him. Chapter 8. Actions speak louder than words. Xiao Zhan. At that moment, the vice principal stepped forward to admonish him. You cannot continue to be so obstinate. It's evident that this student has already been infected by the zombie virus. If he isn't isolated promptly, he may turn on you. He waved his hand emphatically. Even if you're unafraid, this bus isn't yours alone. You cannot disregard everyone's safety. If you truly wish to save him, then you must both get off the bus. Yes, that's right. If you want to save him, you need to get off with him. The department head, Louis Nan, whom Xiao Zhan had rescued, had awoken and joined the opposition against him, wearing a vengeful grin. The boy who had found the bus keys also chimed in. Xiao Zhan, although we appreciate your earlier help, Wei Yang really cannot remain on the bus. Let him go. Exactly, Xiao Zhan, let him go. If you genuinely want to save him, you must get off together. This time, not only the teachers and school leaders urged him, but even the students Xiao Zhan had saved joined in. Within the bus, it seemed only the school beauty, Xie Yuan, and teacher Qin remained silent. Xiao Zhan cast a quiet glance at them. Suddenly, he flung open the bus door. Wei Yang cast a scornful look at his former classmates and teachers, struggling to rise and move toward the exit. However, just as he was about to step down, Xiao Zhan grasped his arm. Xiao Ziyu. Wei Yang looked confused. Xiao Zhan's expression was impassive as he regarded the others in the bus, a chilling smile creeping across his face. How interesting. You've truly opened my eyes. I now understand what it means to be ungrateful and to repay kindness with malice. I spit on you all. How can you call yourselves Wei Yang as classmates? What kind of classmates are you? Xiao Zhan's gaze turned sharp as he directed it toward Louis Nan and the vice principal. And you too, a bunch of worthless creatures. If it weren't for my kindness, you would have been devoured by zombies back at the school. If you're too cowardly to fight the zombies, then just shrink back into your shells like turtles. How dare you point fingers at your savior? What gave you the audacity? Holding the blade of his weapon, he advanced step by step. Since you all wish to get off the bus so badly, I shall grant your wish. The vice principal's face paled as Xiao Zhan approached. What do you think you're doing? Stay calm, student. Louis Nan, sensing the danger, hid behind the vice principal. The vice principal stammered, Xiao Zhan, if you don't want Wei Yang to get off, then let it be. Don't act rashly. We're all in this together. Let us talk this out. That he understood that with his frail physique, should he be forced out of the bus, he wouldn't survive long. Thus, he couldn't afford to leave the vehicle, even if it meant facing Xiao Zhan. Seeing that Xiao Zhan remained unmoved, the vice principal suddenly pulled teacher Qin Yimo toward him, pleading, Teacher Qin, say something. I was only thinking of everyone's safety. You can't just let me be thrown off by him. Teacher Qin was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Zhan interjected, Teacher Qin, step aside. Today I must throw these two scoundrels off the vehicle. With a thunderous roar, suddenly a cacophony of zombie growls erupted from outside, seemingly accompanied by the anguished screams of humans being devoured. The vice principal's legs buckled beneath him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the floor of the carriage, pleading, I'm sorry, I was wronged. I should not have incited everyone to force you off the bus. Please spare me. Do not cast me out. Tears streaming down his face, the vice principal implored, for the sake of my age, allow me this one reprieve that I promise I shall never defy you again. His sudden shift left everyone in the vehicle astounded. After all, he was the highest authority among them, a figure who once towered over others, with department heads like Lu Yinan bowing before him. Yet now, in this apocalypse, he was on his knees, begging for mercy from a mere student. Even Wei Yang found it hard to suppress his emotions at that moment. Xiao Zhan halted beside the school beauty and turned to Fan Qingqing, asking, Do you think I should throw him off the bus? Fan Qingqing was taken aback. Huh, are you asking me? Indeed, Xiao Zhan affirmed, I trust your judgment, that if you say throw him, I shall throw. If you say spare him, I shall spare it. A wave of pressure crashed over Fan Qingqing. She understood that a man of the vice principal's age, if thrown off, would likely not survive. Thus, her decision could very well determine a life or death. All eyes turned to her, waiting for her to make a choice. No, please don't. The vice principal looked at her with tearful eyes, his pleading gaze softening the school beauty's heart. Behind the vice principal, Lu Yinan's eyes shifted, and he too sank to his knees, hands clasped in prayer toward Fan Qingqing. Fan, please talk to Xiao Zhan for me. Let me off this time that I was momentarily blinded by madness. Following the vice principal's lead that I never meant to oppose you. It's all a misunderstanding. He too looked at her with tear-streaked cheeks. His eyes filled with desperation. This only intensified the pressure on Fan Qingqing. The weight of life and death starkly laid bare before her. The authority to determine another's fate left her feeling utterly bewildered. The gazes of everyone bore down on her, making her anxious. She glanced at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan leaned in, listening intently. What do you say? He inched closer to Fan Qingqing. Biting her lip, she whispered, Why are you putting this decision on me? Xiao Zhan, drawing nearer to her alluring lips, proclaimed loudly, What? You said you had to make a decision. All eyes were fixed on them, not daring to miss a single word. The vice principal and Lu Yinan were on edge, their eyes wide with anticipation for the moment of their fate to be revealed. However, Fan Qingqing glared at the increasingly close Xiao Zhan. Hey, when did I say I was going to decide? Don't be ridiculous. MMPH. Her words were abruptly cut short. Fan Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. It took her a full 3 seconds to process that Xiao Zhan had forcefully kissed her. Their lips met, and she could feel the texture and warmth of his mouth. What just happened? Panic surged through her. Why did he kiss me suddenly? What does this mean? The onlookers were equally stunned, all waiting for Fan Qingqing to make that grave decision. The atmosphere was thick with tension when Xiao Zhan abruptly kissed her. It was simply outrageous, unfathomable, scandalous, and utterly insane. Everyone was flabbergasted by Xiao Zhan's sudden action. Where was the promised decision about the vice principal and Lu Yinan's fate? When the world was happening. Qin Yimo, Xie Yuan, vice principal Lu Yinan, everyone. Wei Yang, witnessing the scene up close, was left utterly speechless, his mouth agape as though it could fit an egg. Chapter 9. The Apex Predator in In the 5th second, however, being a girl, how could she push away someone as powerful as Xiao Zhan, who was nearly at the limits of human strength? She could only watch helplessly as he took what he desired. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, taking in the rapturous expression on his face. Fan Qingqing's heart raced, although she had always harbored feelings for Xiao Zhan. This was not the time, nor the way, for such an act, especially with so many eyes upon them. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Wei Yang's astonished expression and his mouth agape in shock. She could only imagine what the others were thinking. Overwhelmed with indignation and embarrassment, she suddenly stomped hard on Xiao Zhan's foot. He barely reacted, but she let out a cry of pain, her foot nearly going numb. However, her gasp inadvertently parted her lips, allowing Xiao Zhan to seize the opportunity. Their lips met again, soft and sweet. In that moment, Fan Qingqing's body froze, her eyes wide, as if her very soul had been struck, and she ceased to struggle. 7, 8, 9, 10. Task accomplished. The luck exchange function activated. At that moment, as Xiao Zhan completed the 10-second kiss with the school beauty, his eyes brightened, and he thought, System, I want to exchange for the medicine to heal Wei Yang. T-virus antidote. 10 luck points. Do you wish to exchange? Exchange. In the next instant, a vial containing a cerulean liquid appeared in his palm. Delighted, Xiao Zhan released the school beauty from his embrace. Xiao Zhan. The school beauty was on the brink of madness, her delicate fists raining down on Xiao Zhan. You rogue. Not only had he forcefully kissed her, but he also had the audacity to say such things in public. How would she face anyone after this? Everyone was at a loss, feeling as though their perspectives had been turned upside down. This rascal Xiao Zhan was truly flaunting his affection in public. Just drink it. Wei Yang paused, glancing at the vial in Xiao Zhan's hand. What is this? Xiao Zhan replied, Don't ask, do you trust me? Wei Yang looked into Xiao Zhan's earnest eyes, then suddenly burst into laughter. Snatching the blue vial and downing its contents in one go, imitating Xiao Zhan's earlier words with mockery as he cast a teasing glance at him. "You little rascal," even with Xiao Zhan's thick skin. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. "How do you feel?" he asked, his eyes full of anticipation. Before Wei Yang could respond, a piercing scream echoed, interrupting them. They both turned to look outside, gasping in horror. The intersection ahead. A horde of hundreds of grayish-white zombies had gathered, rushing toward the bus. Leading the pack was a grotesque two-headed zombie creature, one head hideously large, while the other sported a single eye, though they were hundreds of meters away. Xiao Zhan could distinctly see that the two-headed zombie was fixated on him, as if it had spotted a delectable morsel. Xiao Zhan couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was coming specifically for him. "Not good, Xiao Zhan. There's zombies on the right, too," Wei Yang shouted. Xiao Zhan glanced right and saw yet another swarm of zombies surging toward them. Now, they were surrounded by zombies on all sides. "Wei Yang, can you still drive?" he asked urgently. Wei Yang moved his body, astonished. "It seems I can. I feel so much better, full of energy again." Xiao Zhan thought to himself. Looks like the antidote works wonders. No wonder the system produced it. With danger looming, Xiao Zhan made a quick decision. Fatty Drive, we're heading left. Images of the city map flashed through his mind, and he noted that not far to their left was a vast wetland park. He had visited it with classmates before, filled with egrets and wild ducks, crisscrossed by rivers and dotted with lakes. The dense woods provided ample cover. If they could reach the wetland park, they might just shake off these zombies. He refused to believe that these wretched creatures could swim. "Quickly, let us head to the wetland park," he shouted. Wei Yang leaped into the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator as they sped left, the school beauty. Too anxious to confront Xiao Zhan now, gripped her seat tightly, eyes glued to the encroaching zombies. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! There are zombies behind us, too." Everyone in the vehicle was on edge. Suddenly, the entire bus jolted as though something had landed on the roof. Screech! The metal of the roof emitted a piercing shriek, and in the panicked gazes of the passengers, 3 deep gashes appeared, as though a claw had ripped through. A menacing blood red eye peered through the opening, radiating murderous intent. The crowd screamed in terror, scrambling to the sides. "Damn it! Everyone, get out of the way!" Xiao Zhan pushed through the crowd and swiftly approached the gash eye in his hand. The malevolent blade seemed to detect the scent of its prey. Humming with excitement, "Die!" With a fierce leap, Xiao Zhan lunged towards the crack, delivering a swift thrust. A chilling wail erupted from above. The blade, a divine weapon bestowed by the system, effortlessly pierced through the vehicle's roof and the creature's deadly claws. In an instant, the monster's blood cascaded down through the opening. Bang, bang, bang! Wounded, the creature became even more ferocious, relentlessly assaulting the car's roof. In the blink of an eye, a gaping hole appeared. Cold wind rushed in. Mingled with sporadic raindrops, as the light dimmed, the onlookers finally beheld the monster's visage. Hiss! Upon seeing the creature clearly, terror gripped everyone inside the vehicle. Even Xiao Zhan felt a jolt of fear. This is no earthly species. It was a grotesque amalgamation of a mantis, lizard, and cheetah, boasting 6 blood-red eyes, its body a dark, glistening red, adorned with sharp spines. Its limbs were enveloped in scales, bristling with barbs, and it possessed 3 whip-like tails, each tipped with arrow-like spikes, as if its entire being was forged for slaughter. Roar! The creature loomed in the rain, an apex predator, its terrifying aura enveloping all within the vehicle. A monster! The vice principal, positioned directly beneath the gaping hole, caught a close glimpse of the beast and was instantly paralyzed with fear, scrambling on the ground in a desperate attempt to distance himself from the creature. Yet his scream immediately drew the monster's attention. Whoosh! Like a phantom, 2 of the creature's tails darted through the opening, piercing into the vice principal's back. Thud! 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 The razor-sharp tails effortlessly impaled the vice principal, emerging from his chest, leaving him suspended in midair. But no! Save me! Save me! He cried out, struggling in the air, his face a mask of terror. Meanwhile, the others were too frightened to move, retreating in sheer panic. "Get away!" Just then, a figure suddenly sprang up from behind a nearby seat. Slicing at the 2 tails, Chapter 10. The monster, unlike any earthly creature in a heartbeat, From the moment Xiao Zhan leapt into action to the instant he struck, even the six-eyed, three-tailed beast did not react in time. In the blink of an eye, the blade cleaved through the middle of its tails. Crack! Crack! The sound of the blade slicing through was akin to old leather being severed, and in less than 0.1 seconds, the monster's tails were severed. Howl! But it was utterly enraged now. Its 6 blood-red eyes fixated on Xiao Zhan, and upon recognizing the blade he wielded, the very weapon that had injured its foreclaw, it understood this loathsome creature was the one responsible for its pain. Roar! In a fit of rage, it began to tear apart the car's metal roof. With a series of hissing sounds, the car's exterior was ripped open, creating a massive hole for it to enter. The six-eyed beast let out a deafening roar, preparing to plunge into the vehicle. "Don't let it in," the school beauty screamed. There was barely enough room inside the car. If this terrifying creature, armed with weapons all over its body, were to enter, none would survive except Xiao Zhan. Damn it. Xiao Zhan cursed under his breath. Bracing himself at the front, if he had a choice, he would have preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with this monstrous being. From their brief encounter, he realized its strength and speed far surpassed his own. 1 misstep could lead to becoming its meal. Whoosh! The six-eyed monster lunged at Xiao Zhan with astonishing speed, in a moment of desperation. He seized a corpse from the ground and hurled it at the creature. Simultaneously, using the corpse as a shield, he drove the blade through it, aiming for the monster's head. Thud! The creature's vision was obstructed by the body, rendering it oblivious to Xiao Zhan's actions. Only when the blade pierced through the corpse's chest did it sense the impending danger. However, it was too late. It managed to tilt its head just in time. But the blade still penetrated its cheek, blinding one of its eyes. The strike nearly split its head in two. Howl! The monster shrieked in fury, swiping at the blade with a claw, then wildly slashing its lethal talons toward Xiao Zhan behind the corpse. Alarmed, Xiao Zhan quickly retreated. But the moment he moved, he caught a glimpse of a dark flash speeding towards his abdomen from his left. Not good. Realizing it was the creature's last tail, he was already too late to react. In a moment of crisis, he hastily sidestepped to avoid a fatal blow, yet was still a fraction too slow. The black tail shot through his left leg like lightning. Instantly, pain surged through his thigh, leaving him uncertain if his bone was broken. "You seek death!" Xiao Zhan roared in anger, glaring at the creature before him. "What are you looking at?" The monster. But the next second, it burst into tears. Weeping profusely, the sudden deluge blurred its vision that it could see nothing. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhan swung his blade, severing the creature's final tail. In pain, the monster howled, intent on tearing Xiao Zhan apart. Yet its sight was completely obscured by tears, rendering its attacks wildly inaccurate. Xiao Zhan shouted once more and struck again. Another of the monster's claws fell to the ground, severed by Xiao Zhan's blade. The six-eyed beast roared in anger, but it could not reach Xiao Zhan. "I will dismember you!" Xiao Zhan, gritting his teeth against the barbs on the creature's body, seized one of its claws, preparing to behead it. That moment, the six-eyed monster truly felt the threat of death. Just as Xiao Zhan's blade was about to descend, 3 dark shadows zipped through the air, striking Xiao Zhan from the side. The immense force sent him flying. It was the 3 severed tails of the six-eyed monster. Exploiting the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, caught off guard, Xiao Zhan failed to defend himself. Roar! The monster, having narrowly escaped, let out a roar, casting a venomous glance at Xiao Zhan through its blurred vision, then turned and fled. It leaped through the giant hole in the car roof, disappearing into the rain-drenched night. The entire battle, though intricate in description, lasted no more than 60 seconds as the creature fled from the car's roof. Everyone inside seemed to awaken from a dream, unable to believe the monster had simply escaped. Xiao Zhan. The school beauty was the first to react, rushing to Xiao Zhan's side, tears streaming down her face. "Are you all right? Where are you injured? Let me bandage you." Xiao Zhan struggled to stand, gritting his teeth. "I'm fine." He cast a wary glance at the gaping hole in the roof, a wave of dread washing over him. Had he not reacted quickly, he would have surely perished. This monster was not only powerful and swift, but also cunning. While he had used a corpse to ambush it, it had simultaneously attempted to strike him with its third tail. When its vision was obscured by his supernatural ability, it did not linger in battle, but decisively fled. Its battle instincts were far from those of a mindless creature, had it not been for his overpowering ability. The corpse lying on the ground could very well have been his own. The vice principal was dead. Qin Yimo gazed mournfully at the mangled remains of the vice principal on the ground, a somber expression on her face. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhan had used the vice principal's body as a shield. Xiao Zhan merely glanced at it before looking away. Now was not the time for mourning. They were still in danger. He limped toward the front of the vehicle. "Fatty, have we arrived?" Throughout the battle, Wei Yang, who had been driving, remained unaffected. If the bus were to stop, they would be completely surrounded by the horde of zombies. In that case, even if Xiao Zhan had repelled the apex predator, they would still face certain death. "Almost there, Xiao Zhan. How are you holding up?" Wei Yang inquired anxiously. That monster was terrifying. What has happened to this world? How could such a horrific creature suddenly appear? He had witnessed Xiao Zhan's confrontation and was genuinely frightened by the beast. Xiao Zhan glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing a large group of zombies pursuing the bus not far behind. He furrowed his brow and urged, "Faster, we need to enter the park through the side entrance. Nightfall is approaching. We must shake them off before it gets dark." He gazed at the zombies receding behind them. His mind preoccupied with the six-eyed monster. It was only the first day of the disaster. Why had such a terrifying creature emerged? Could it be that certain animals had mutated? No, even if animals were to mutate, there should be some form of evidence. This creature was clearly not a representation of any earthly life form. Rather than being a mutated animal, it was more fitting to describe it as an extraterrestrial being. Moreover, unlike the zombies, this creature evidently possessed intelligence, akin to a domesticated pet released into the wild to hunt for itself. "Xiao Zhan, the side entrance is locked." Wei Yang's voice interrupted Xiao Zhan's thoughts. He looked up to see that the bus had arrived at the eastern side entrance of the wetland park, but the heavy iron gate was locked and the fence barred their entry. He shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Just ram through." "All right," Wei Yang replied, slamming on the accelerator. The bus roared forward, crashing through the barrier and iron gates with a cacophony of noise, forging ahead, just as the bus exited the gates. A dark silhouette suddenly leaped down from a nearby tree, glaring malevolently at the bus as it sped away. It was the apex predator that Xiao Zhan had wounded, sniffing the ground a few times before emitting a sinister low growl and swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 11, Did I Make You Laugh? Did you hear that? The bus came to a halt at the Swan Lake Peninsula in the wetland park. Throughout the journey, it navigated numerous rivers and forests. And due to the complex terrain, Xiao Zhan intentionally instructed Wei Yang to take the back roads, successfully shaking off the relentless pursuers, those wretched zombies. How wonderful! At last, they had managed to rid themselves of those accursed monsters. "Oh, we survived! Thank the heavens!" The passengers erupted in cheers, the tension they had sustained for over an hour finally dissipating as they relaxed. The dual fatigue of mind and body overwhelmed them, causing them to collapse onto the seats. Nearly succumbing to sleep, that be why this time, darkness enveloped the sky. The surrounding woods were dense, shrouded in eerie tranquility, punctuated only by the distant growls of zombies that could be heard if one listened closely. Xiao Zhan cast a glance around and noted that the bus had conveniently stopped in front of a dark and ominous sanatorium on the peninsula, observing the passengers sprawled in exhaustion. He frowned and commanded, "Get up! Do you even realize where we are? How dare you sleep here?" Lu Yinan protested. "Why should I go? There's so many young lads, and you choose me, an old man nearing the grave. Are you deliberately seeking my demise?" Xiao Zhan scoffed. "Oh, if you don't want to go, then you could spend the night alone on the bus." Grinding his teeth, Lu Yinan relented. "Fine, I'll go." Xiao Zhan shot him a cold glance. "I'll be waiting outside for you." With that, he leapt off the bus, but upon landing, a sharp pain shot through his thigh, nearly causing him to stumble. Damn it, it felt as if he had injured a major artery. Alarmed, Xiao Zhan realized the severity of the situation. A wound to the artery could prove fatal if not treated promptly. "Xiao Zhan." The school beauty rushed out, her face etched with concern as she supported him. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied. Internally, he called out, "System, do you have any miraculous medicine for healing?" "Ding! 10 points of luck can be exchanged for a quick healing potion. Would you like to exchange?" Xiao Zhan glanced at his status panel. Noticing he had only 23 points left, he sensed the significance of these points and knew he could not afford to squander them. Yet he had no choice. Exchange, he commanded. Immediately, a tiny vial, no larger than a thumb, materialized in his palm. The bottle was completely dark, rendering its contents a mystery. He uncapped it and was met with a foul stench that nearly knocked him out. What the hell is this? Needless to say, given the odor, it was clearly not for oral consumption. It reeks. The school beauty pinched her nose, exclaiming, "Did something rot?" Xiao Zhan, exasperated, eyed the vial skeptically. "Is this really medicine?" He mused. "System, are you sure this is the healing potion? It's not expired, is it? System, if you don't believe it, that's your loss." Xiao Zhan was taken aback. This was the first time he sensed such a vivid emotion from the system. As if it were a living entity, he felt compelled to reassess this rather irreverent system. The pain in his thigh intensified. He gritted his teeth and applied the entire foul-smelling ointment to the wound. Sizzle, a wave of excruciating agony surged through him, akin to being doused in acid, causing his very soul to tremble. "Ah!" he cried out, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his thigh. Damn it, he could scarcely articulate his suffering. The school beauty was taken aback. "Xiao Zhan, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Her face drained of color upon witnessing his agony. The other passengers were startled as well, spilling out of the bus to gawk at the writhing figure of Xiao Zhan. Particularly, Lu Yinan couldn't suppress a smirk at Xiao Zhan's misfortune. Yet, Xiao Zhan was beyond caring about his dignity at that moment. The sensation from his wound was a cacophony of sharp pain. Tingling, itching, and soreness, as if he had plunged into a sensory nightmare. Just when he thought he might faint from the torment, an abrupt shift occurred. The pain and all other sensations vanished in an instant. Xiao Zhan sprang to his feet. My injury is healed." He gazed in astonishment at his thigh, where the formerly gruesome wound had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. He touched the smooth skin in awe. "It really is miraculous medicine. Xiao Zhan, are you okay?" Wei Yang approached, concern etched on his face. "That I'm fine." Fury welled within him. "Is this amusing to you?" Lu Yinan's grin faltered, replaced by a sheepish expression. Not funny at all. Ding. Task. Make Lu Yinan laugh 10 times. Reward. 1 point of stamina." Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up. His stamina was currently at 9. Just 1 more point would push him to human limits. He was eager to experience what that felt like, that if he continued to increase it, could he transcend the limits and become a superhuman. He strode purposefully toward Lu Yinan, his expression devoid of emotion. "No, I find it quite amusing. Otherwise, why were you laughing so heartily just now?" Lu Yinan shrank back. "Xiao Zhan, let us discuss this calmly." Xiao Zhan retorted coldly, "If it's so funny, why not share another laugh with everyone?" Lu Yinan, sweating profusely, pleaded, "Xiao Zhan, I was wrong to laugh at you." Bang. Xiao Zhan delivered a swift punch to Lu Yinan's gut. "Did I make you laugh? Did you hear me?" Lu Yinan nearly choked on his last meal. His face contorted in despair. I really want to do it again. Xiao Zhan, spare me. I truly want to make fun of you again." Bang. Xiao Zhan struck again, leaving Lu Yinan struggling to stand upright. He spoke calmly. "I'll make you laugh." Lu Yinan was on the verge of breaking down, cradling his head as he squatted on the ground, wailing, "Stop hitting me. I swear I want to laugh again. I'm begging you. I was wrong. If I laugh again, I'll be a son of a turtle." Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes, gazing at the weeping Lu Yinan, feeling somewhat speechless. This task was proving to be rather challenging. He glanced at the dumbfounded crowd, drawing his blade and shield. As they entered the sanatorium, a profound silence enveloped them. "Wei Yang, was Xiao Zhan always like this?" Fan Qingqing suddenly inquired. Wei Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "It doesn't seem so. Xiao Zhan used to be quite laid back." Fan Qingqing raised an eyebrow. "Ditto?" Chapter 12. Who's knocking at the door in the middle of the night? In the sanatorium, Xiao Zhan led the way with his shield, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight. To his surprise, he found that the seemingly abandoned facility was actually well equipped, as if it were still in use. But where had all the occupants gone? If it were not abandoned, how could there be not a single soul in sight? Even if they had all been slaughtered by zombies, there should be signs of struggle or blood. "Strange. Lu Yinan, you go in front," Xiao Zhan coldly ordered. Louis Nan's face fell. Please, Xiao Zhan, I'm too old to be the vanguard. Let Xiao Hong go first. I'll handle logistics for everyone. Xiao Zhan maintained his impassive demeanor. Look, it's 2-1. Please respect the vote. Damn the voting. Damn the 2-1. Louis Nan trembled with anger, realizing he had no choice but to acquiesce to Xiao Zhan's decision. He tearfully pleaded, if zombies appear, you must save me. Don't worry. Let us go. Xiao Zhan grasped his blade firmly. The trio ventured deeper into the sanatorium. The entire facility was built along the lakeshore, comprising 3 stories with over 100 rooms. If they were to search each room, it would take over an hour. After scouring one floor without finding anyone, Xiao Zhan suddenly pointed at Louis Nan, who was leading the way. You laugh out loud. Louis Nan's plump face quivered. Damn it, is this never-ending? He internally screamed. Externally, he dared not resist, cautiously saying, Xiao Zhan, I senti this a bit unwise. What if we attract zombies? Xiao Zhan's cold gaze fixed on him. That is precisely the point, to draw them out. Otherwise, how long do you think we'll be searching? Louis Nan's face fell further. Please, don't. The blade suddenly rested heavily on his shoulder. Xiao Zhan stated, you can either laugh, or I can draw blood. Either way, they'll be attracted. Louis Nan found himself with no option but to comply. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, and began he task. Make Louis Nan laugh once. The system promptly responded. Xiao Zhan's spirits soared. Louder! Louis Nan's face was drenched in sorrow. Keep going, as Xiao Zhan observed the system's feedback. His excitement grew. Ding. Task. Make Louis Nan laugh 10 times completed. Reward. 1 point of stamina. Cheers erupted that a surge of vibrant vitality surged once more within Xiao Zhan's body, enhancing his strength, speed, physique, and senses to an elevated state. His abundant energy propelled him to the pinnacle of his capabilities, making him feel as though he could effortlessly slay a bull with a single punch. However, this time was different. In the midst of his enhancement, Xiao Zhan vaguely sensed an invisible barrier, which seemed to represent the limits of human genetics. He had an inkling that should he break through this barrier, he could soar to new heights and enter an entirely different realm. Just then, as his senses heightened, Xiao Zhan suddenly perceived a distant and cold gaze, as if he were being watched by some unknown entity. This sensation was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared, leading Xiao Zhan to question whether it had been merely a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, Louis Nan's increasingly hoarse and grating laughter interrupted Xiao Zhan's concentration. Xiao Zhan exclaimed, Stop laughing. It's truly unbearable. Louis Nan retorted, What the hell? Didn't you tell me to laugh? Now you're complaining about how I laugh. Are you even human? Louis Nan dared not voice his frustration. By this time, they had finished searching the 2nd floor. Xiao Zhan glanced to the 3rd floor and abruptly stated, You two go ahead. I will search the 3rd floor alone. Louis Nan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly descended the stairs. Xiao Zhan cast a surprised glance at his slender classmate, then proceeded to the staircase, saying, As you wish. Point one room after another, until Xiao Zhan completed his inspection of the final storage room. He found no trace of zombies or humans, as if these individuals had vanished into thin air. However, the two did discover a considerable amount of canned goods and food in the last storeroom. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within Xiao Zhan. This place did not seem as secure as it appeared. Unable to find any signs of monsters, he felt it unwise to keep everyone exposed to the rain in the dilapidated bus. So he temporarily allowed them to take refuge inside. 10 minutes later, more than 20 individuals gathered on the 1st floor of the sanatorium. As they divided the food, Xiao Zhan spoke with grave seriousness. Listen carefully. Everyone must stay in the rooms on the 1st floor, at least 2 people per room. No fires, no lights, and no loud noises. If you notice anything unusual, report it to me immediately. I will be resting in a security room here in the lobby. Now, after you finish your meals, go rest. Wei Yang approached, cradling a pile of food. Xiaozi, can I stay with you? Xiao Zhan shook his head. No need. I'll be patrolling tonight. Having you here would be inconvenient. You should stay with teacher Han Dao. Wei Yang leaned in closer, whispering, Xiaozi, what was that medicine you gave me? Why did I feel completely better after taking it? It even cured the zombie virus. Where did you get that? Xiao Zhan patted his shoulder. Let us not delve into that. Just know that I've always been your good brother. Wei Yong chuckled. I know. Women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs, right? Don't forget to comfort your clothes later. She seems quite frightened. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched as he playfully kicked him. Get lost! In the deep of night, as everyone else drifted into slumber, Xiao Zhan found himself restless, haunted by the strange disappearance of individuals from the sanatorium and the icy gaze he had sensed. Filling him with unease about their safety, just as he decided to patrol, there came a soft knock at his door. Who is it? Xiao Zhan stood alert, gripping the Zhanxia knife as he approached the door. Xiao Zhan, it's me. A melodious voice rang out. Surprised, Xiao Zhan opened the door to find a graceful figure standing there. None other than the school beauty, Fan Qingqing. She seemed to have just bathed. Resembling a pure and enchanting lotus flower, with damp hair clinging to her cheeks, enhancing her flawless complexion. Dressed in a pink outfit, her long, slender legs were prominently displayed, her delicate feet peeking out adorably from beneath a large bedsheet, as if she had sneaked out. From Xiao Zhan's perspective, he caught a glimpse of a tantalizing curve peeking from the sheet, and he exerted immense willpower to avert his gaze and focus on Fan Qingqing's exquisite face. Why are you still awake at this hour? Fan Qingqing bit her rosy lower lip, shyly replying, I can't sleep. Having always been stunning, she appeared even more radiant post-bath, and her bashful demeanor was irresistibly captivating. In the dead of night, a beautiful woman at his door. Was she implying? Xiao Zhan's heart raced uncontrollably at the sight of her shyness, rendering him momentarily speechless. Then, how about we sleep together? Chapter 13. Outside the door. Luna. Inside, the school beauty, upon hearing Xiao Zhan's blunt proposition, Fan Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed in embarrassment, What are you thinking? Xiao Zhan shrugged, smiling. Then why are you here? In the dead of night. Are you just here to chat? Fan Qingqing would never admit that she was afraid, so she stammered, I just wanted to check on your injury. You were hurt earlier, and if it goes untreated, it might get infected, so I went to the infirmary to get some ointment. Here, take it. Xiao Zhan looked at the pile of ointments Fan Qingqing handed over from beneath the bedsheet, feeling a surge of gratitude. Is this all? Don't you want to say anything else? Fan Qingqing's face flushed as she murmured, What is there to say? Xiao Zhan gently grasped her hand. For instance, words of gratitude for saving your life. Perhaps, with her eyes shimmering like water, Fan Qingqing symbolically tried to withdraw her hand but ultimately allowed Xiao Zhan to hold it. Unable to meet his assertive gaze, in a soft voice, she murmured, You. Let go. Gazing at the enchanting beauty, so close, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of desire. Suddenly, he noticed footsteps approaching. He swiftly pulled Fan Qingqing into the room and embraced her, feeling the softness of her figure against him. Fan Qingqing gasped, her face paling. What are you doing? Xiao Zhan quickly shut the door, placing a finger to his lips. Just as Fan Qingqing was about to struggle, they heard footsteps pause outside the door. Knock, knock. Xiao Zhan's door was gently tapped again. Fan Qingqing froze in his embrace, her body stiffening like a startled deer, her wide eyes darting nervously to the door, filled with anxiety. If anyone found out she was in Xiao Zhan's room, she couldn't imagine how she would face everyone the next day. Xiao Zhan, came a deliberately soft voice from outside. Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow. Who is it? The voice outside seemed cautious, speaking in a hushed tone. It's me, Luna. Although Xiao Zhan recognized Luna's voice, he had little fondness for this boundaryless girl. Glancing down at the obedient school beauty in his arms, he smiled and said, It's quite late. What brings you here? I have something to discuss. Can you let me in for a moment? Luna called from outside. Xiao Zhan felt the girl in his arms tense up suddenly. Looking down, he met Fan Qingqing's pleading gaze that he couldn't help but chuckle, wrapping his arms around the school beauty. Oh, you want to come in? That might not be wise. It wouldn't look good for a man and a woman to be alone together in the dead of night, right? If something were to happen, you would be the one at a disadvantage. Though he spoke to Luna outside, it was evident to Fan Qingqing that Xiao Zhan was addressing her, causing her to blush in annoyance as she playfully punched his chest. Luna paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Xiao Zhan's response, then suddenly purred, Xiao Gu, you're so handsome. Even if something were to happen, I wouldn't be a lost. I've been standing out here for so long. Can you let me in? I'm only wearing a bathrobe and nothing underneath. It's so cold. Please, just let me in. How shameless. Fan Qingqing bit her lip in indignation. She looked up at Xiao Zhan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Don't let her in. Xiao Zhan found the situation amusing and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, if I don't let her in, will you stay here with me? Fan Qingqing's ears turned crimson, and she pinched him hard at his waist. Ouch! Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Zhan exclaimed dramatically. Xiao Ge, what's that noise inside? Is there someone else in your room? Luna asked curiously from outside. Xiao Zhan called out, all right, Luna, if it's not urgent. We can talk tomorrow. I'm quite tired. Silence fell outside for a moment, as if Luna were engaged in an internal debate. Suddenly, she bit her lip and said, Xiao Ge, didn't I say back at school that if you saved me, I would give you my first time? I'm here to, though she had lowered her guard. It was still difficult for her to utter such words. The school beauty let out a huff, but refrained from scolding her further. After all, Luna's choice to offer her dignity in exchange for survival was a desperate one. Fan Qingqing, also under Xiao Zhan's protection, had no right to mock Luna. Xiao Zhan sighed and replied, Luna, you don't need to go to such lengths. I saved you simply out of friendship. You should go now, get some rest. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Luna, however, cried out, no, I won't leave. I am aware that you were already angered when we were to rush Wei Yang today, and I am certain you will abandon us tomorrow. I implore you, take me with you. I would do anything for you. Please do not forsake me. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted, and he fell into silence. He had not anticipated that this unassuming girl would discern his thoughts. Indeed, earlier on the bus, when several classmates and the vice principal conspired to force him and Wei Yang off, he had resolved to part ways with them, that he truly intended to leave with Teacher Qin and the school beauty tomorrow. The school beauty in his arms gazed at the silent Xiao Zhan in astonishment. Are you really going to abandon them? She whispered, her expression complex and inscrutable. Xiao Zhan remained silent. His silence only served to confirm Luna's words. She cried out from the other side of the door. I knew it. You would undoubtedly abandon us. I knew it. Xiao Zhan, I beg you, take me with you. I do not wish to be devoured by monsters. I only wish to survive. Woo! Both Xiao Zhan and Fan Qingqing were rendered speechless. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the distant corridor. Xiao Zi, something has happened. Wei Yang's booming voice echoed, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Upon seeing this, Luna swiftly wiped her tears and dashed away from the other end. By the time Xiao Zhan opened the door, Luna had already departed. What has happened, fatty? Xiao Zhan inquired, looking at the panicked Wei Yang rushing towards him. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. What do you mean, gone? Wei Yang explained, Teacher Han's room is right next to theirs. Just now, I heard 2 screams emanating from their room. When I rushed over, they had already vanished. There are no traces left. Only the window facing the lake was open. As he repeated those 2 names, Xiao Zhan's body jolted. A possibility dawned upon him. Let's go. Take me to see. It was then that Wei Yang noticed the school beauty behind Xiao Zhan and paused momentarily. Fan Qingqing, what are you doing here? Fan Qingqing's face flushed red. Xiao Zhan slapped Wei Yang on the forehead. Stop dawdling. Let's move. Chapter 14. Desperation. A large crowd had already gathered around them, after the harrowing escape they had experienced earlier. None had managed to sleep, and Wei Yang's shout had startled everyone awake. Upon arriving, Xiao Zhan saw Han Dao and Qin Yimo searching the room. Teacher Han, Teacher Qin, have you found anything? Xiao Zhan asked, frowning as he stepped inside. The onlookers parted to make way for him. Qin Yimo shook his head, but Han Dao spoke gravely. They must have encountered foul play. Look at this window. He pointed to the floor-to-ceiling window facing the lake. Xiao Zhan glanced over and noticed what appeared to be scratch marks on the window frame. Resembling claw marks left by nails, it seemed that someone had attempted to grasp the window and struggle, but had been forcibly dragged away. I suspect they were pulled into the lake by something, Han Dao continued, casting a fearful glance at the Swan Lake outside. The crowd gasped and instinctively stepped back from the window, while Xiao Zhan approached the window to scrutinize the dimly lit surface of the lake. Under the night sky, the lake resembled a dark mirror, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. However, after just a few seconds, he suddenly sensed that icy gaze he had briefly encountered before. That gaze slithered over his skin like a venomous serpent. filled with malevolence. It truly is it. At that moment, he was finally convinced that a terrifying monster indeed lurked within this sanatorium. He abruptly turned around and declared sternly, "We cannot stay here. Everyone, gather at the bus in 3 minutes. We are leaving." The crowd had already been frightened. Upon Xiao Zhan's command, they hastily began to gather their belongings. 3 minutes later, they assembled in front of the bus. Even Lu Na, who had previously been hiding, emerged. "Is everyone here?" Xiao Zhan asked. The group exchanged glances when suddenly, the ant who had previously knocked Xiao Zhan down spoke up. "Wang Xiaoya hasn't he arrived yet?" Then someone else added, "Chen Yinsong and Yanhua are also missing." Xiao Zhan frowned. Did no one inform them? The ant hesitated. "Wang Xiaoya is staying with me. She said she needed to go to the restroom a moment ago. She should be out shortly." They waited a little longer, but still no sign of the three. Help. At that moment, a female voice cried out for help from the sanatorium. "Not good. Something has happened." Xiao Zhan's heart tightened. The ant exclaimed, "It's Wang Xiaoya." Xiao Zhan decisively commanded, "You all stay here. I will go take a look." He swiftly entered the sanatorium. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a panicked female teacher sprinting towards the entrance. Hot on her heels were countless red vines, seemingly alive, wildly pursuing her. These once ordinary vines now resembled hunters, striving to ensnare Wang Xiaoya. "Help." Wang Xiaoya spotted Xiao Zhan and, as if seeing a savior, desperately ran towards him. Upon seeing those blood-red vines, Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted, and he finally understood why no one remained in the sanatorium. "Come here," Xiao Zhan shouted, brandishing his blade, ready to charge forward. With swift, decisive strokes, he severed 3 of the blood-red vines that had ensnared Wang Xiaoya. Blood gushed from the severed ends, splattering onto Xiao Zhan's skin, which instantly stung with a sharp pain. The monster's blood was indeed corrosive. "What the hell is this thing?" Xiao Zhan was taken aback. However, that strike seemed to enrage the vine monster. In an instant, the corridor, the floor, and the ceiling erupted with an onslaught of blood-red vines, converging on Xiao Zhan. He braced himself with his shield, fervently wielding his blade as he fought against the overwhelming tide of vines, severing countless tendrils. Fortunately, the blade was unparalleled, allowing him to carve a bloody path through the mass of vines. Finally, as the vines closed in, he burst through the entrance. "Wei Yang, drive, hurry!" he yelled as he emerged. The others, witnessing Xiao Zhan and Wang Xiaoya exiting the sanatorium, were horrified to see dozens of blood-red vines trailing behind them, writhing ominously. The sight sent everyone screaming in terror as they dashed towards the bus. "Virum!" Wei Yang immediately started the bus, urgency in his voice. "Xiao Zi, get in, go!" Xiao Zhan hurled Wang Xiaoya into the bus, tossing her a good distance to ensure her safety. That if he boarded the bus now, at least half of the others would be overtaken and killed by the vines, so he could not escape. "Zhan Xia." Xiao Zhan gripped his blade tightly, sensing the exhilaration emanating from it. Muscles tensed as he moved like a leopard amidst the onslaught of vines. He continued to sever blood-red tendrils, his human limits granting him immense speed and strength, allowing him to hold his ground against the monstrous vines. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became. Truly, with a 10-point physical ability, he was at the pinnacle of human potential that he felt he could match this creature blow for blow with his blade and innate prowess. Roar! Just as he sliced through dozens of vines, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the sanatorium. The monster seemed genuinely enraged by Xiao Zhan. In an instant, the entire sanatorium trembled, collapsing with a deafening rumble. A 3-story building disintegrated into rubble before Xiao Zhan's eyes. From the ruins emerged a colossal creature, countless vines erupting from the ground, thrashing wildly in the air, obscuring the sky. "What the?" Xiao Zhan took a glance, and without hesitation, turned and fled. He leaped onto the bus and shouted, "Faster, faster, let us go!" Without needing to be told, Wei Yang had also witnessed the scene, terror coursing through him as he slammed the accelerator, speeding towards the northern peninsula. Damn, that scared the life out of me. As the vines finally ceased their pursuit, Xiao Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the drafty seat. I could see that moment. Wei Yang trembled, saying Xiaozi. Xiao Zhan retorted impatiently, "What now?" Wei Yang, drenched in sweat, stared ahead. Look ahead. Xiao Zhan frowned and stood up, peering through the windshield. Upon seeing the sight before him, he froze and gritted his teeth. Damn it, turn around, we're going west. Just ahead, an immense horde of zombies completely blocked their path. A dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. There were at least thousands of them, covering the grasslands and wetlands, leaving no gaps for Xiao Zhan and the others to escape through. Wei Yong quickly turned west, but after just a few dozen meters, they discovered another endless horde of zombies blocking their way. A sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Zhan's heart. East, but he couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. Half a minute later, the people in the bus gazed at the massive horde of zombies approaching from the east like a dark cloud, falling silent. The path ahead, to the left, to the right, all were blocked by zombies. A small wetland peninsula had gathered tens of thousands of the undead, leaving them with no escape route except back toward Swan Lake. Yet, it was over. Someone shouted in despair, "We're doomed," above and below. They seemed to have nowhere left to flee. Chapter 15. I might be your long-lost father, damn it. How could this happen? Xiao Zhan was utterly astonished. He could not fathom how these zombies seemed to be aware of their presence. Encircling the peninsula with an organized and purposeful intent, as if some unseen force was directing them, he refused to believe this was mere coincidence. Seeing the encirclement from three sides, they realized that if they did not leave immediately, they would be completely surrounded and perish. Let us retreat to the lakeside, Xiao Zhan promptly declared. Wei Yong turned around, saying, "But the vine monster is right by the lake." "Trust me," Xiao Zhan replied, shaking his head. "I observed that the creature is centered around the nursing home, and it will only attack within 100 meters. As long as we keep our distance from that range, we will remain safe." He spoke in a grave tone. "Our only escape now is to find a boat to cross the lake." Wei Yong hastily slammed on the brakes, turning the vehicle back towards the nursing home at the end of the peninsula. In the distance, the group saw an enormous monster looming amidst the ruins of the former nursing home. Countless vines carpeting the ground, as if draping the area in a verdant shroud. "Roar! Get down." On the vehicle, the school beauty, pale-faced, clutched Xiao Zhan's arm tightly, trembling with fear. With a swift maneuver, Wei Yong deftly drifted the car, speeding towards the lakeside, beyond the reach of the vines. "Quick! Everyone out to find a boat." As soon as the vehicle halted, Xiao Zhan was the first to leap out, racing madly towards the lakeshore, followed closely by the others. That a sense of urgency filled the air as everyone searched frantically. "Nothing over here. Nothing on my end, either. Teacher Han, what about you?" "No, there's nothing at all." A minute later, they regrouped, only to be met with despair. The lakeside was barren, devoid of even a single boat. The group exchanged glances, their spirits plummeting to the depths of hopelessness. Through. The distinctive howl of zombies echoed from behind. "No, I refuse to die. I refuse to be devoured by that monster." One male student, unable to withstand the terror, suddenly screamed and jumped into the lake, desperately swimming towards the opposite shore. However, he had barely entered the water when a horrifying scream erupted from him. The surface of the lake erupted in chaos, as if some creature was tearing at him from below. Blood quickly stained the water crimson. Crack! Crack! The others shone their flashlights into the murky depths, revealing a nightmarish scene. Countless fish had surrounded the boy, their jaws brimming with sharp teeth, voraciously feasting on his flesh. In the blink of an eye, his arms and shoulders were reduced to mere bones. And "Oh, help me! Help me!" The boy was not yet dead. His anguished cries piercing the air. Two fish gnawed at his face, causing his eyes to pop out. But before he could utter another plea, he was dragged beneath the surface by a swarm of piranhas, leaving only a pool of blood on the lake's surface. Witnessing the boy's grim fate, the group fell into a heavy silence. This time, even the last chance of swimming across the lake had been cut off. They truly had no way out. Ha! Teacher Han Dao let out a bitter laugh. "Damn it, what kind of world is this? Is it truly heaven's decree to eradicate humanity?" Wah! The ant with the swollen face collapsed onto the damp ground, wailing, "It's over. We are truly finished." She cursed at Xiao Zhan. "Look at the path you've led us down, with blood-sucking monsters and man-eating fish. You jinx! We never should have followed you here." In her desperation, she no longer feared Xiao Zhan, venting her pent-up frustration. "Mom!" Yet a male student beside her, more resilient than she, urged, "Don't sit there. It's not over until the last moment. We cannot give up." With reddened eyes, he looked at Xiao Zhan and shouted, "Xiao Zhan, aren't you supposed to be strong? Think of a way out." Xiao Zhan gazed at the lake, now stained with blood, and fell into silence. Whether it was the zombies, the vine monster, or the piranhas, they were forces he could not contend with. That if he were alone, perhaps he could rely on the Zhanxia blade to cut his way out. Its sharpness would render these monsters powerless against him. But with others, he glanced at the school beauty, who had been clutching his sleeve, and sighed, unable to muster the resolve to abandon them. Tap, tap, tap. The horde of zombies approached, silent yet resolute. However, when they were about 30 meters away, all of a sudden, the zombies halted, staring at the group in eerie silence, ceasing their roars and movements, as the group marveled at the peculiar behavior of these creatures. The horde suddenly parted, revealing a tall figure cloaked in shadow, a human. The group gasped in surprise, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was not. This cloaked figure stood a towering 3 meters tall, robust like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of coldness. As he stepped forward, all the zombies bowed their heads in submission. The group was left in shock, gazing in bewilderment at this enigmatic figure. The cloaked individual approached, his obscured eyes seemingly scrutinizing them. Anyone who met his gaze felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous serpent, their bodies trembling with dread. After glancing over each individual, his gaze finally settled on Xiao Zhan. "Oh, it seems you are the human who wounded my dear one." A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the cloak. "Ding! You have encountered the leader of the Blue Blood Clan. Night Owl. Luck 100. Minimum threshold reached. Activating luck ability. Surviving a desperate situation. Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, astonished as he appraised the cloaked figure. Night Owl? Leader of the Blue Blood Clan? What is that? The sudden influx of information from the system left him bewildered, revealing the opponent's race and name. Moreover, just by meeting Night Owl, he had gained 100 points of luck. How generous! Ever since the system had introduced the luck value exchange feature, he had been keenly interested in it. Yet he had never quite grasped how to procure it. System, what is this luck ability? System. By consuming luck points, the host can enhance their fortune, enabling them to find a way out of dire circumstances. Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up. This ability was nothing short of miraculous. With luck on his side, would he not have a smooth path ahead, with all his wishes fulfilled? At this moment, trapped in a desperate situation, was it not the perfect time to harness this ability? It was as if a pillow had been provided just as he felt sleepy, or a beautiful schoolmate had appeared just as his hormones surged. Looking up at Night Owl, he felt a cold, benevolent intent in his gaze. "I truly owe you my gratitude. You have presented me with such a splendid gift upon our first meeting." From a day until now, he had speculated about the presence of some unseen controller behind the zombies, and now it seemed that this so-called leader of the Blue Blood Clan was indeed the puppet master orchestrating the undead. However, this was not the time for investigations. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to consume his luck points to utilize the surviving a desperate situation ability, the system chimed again. Ding, task, toy with Night Owl for 3 minutes. Reward, second superpower. Xiao Zhan's eyes brightened as he discreetly observed the mysterious cloaked figure. Across from him, Night Owl noticed Xiao Zhan as prolonged silence and sneered. "Human, it seems you do not value this opportunity to converse. I suppose I will have to send you on your way directly." Xiao Zhan remained silent for a moment before asking, "Who are you?" Night Owl chuckled coldly. "You need not concern yourself with who I am. All you need to do is tell me how you injured my dear one." But before he could finish, Xiao Zhan interjected, "Would you like to know who I am?" Night Owl was taken aback. Instinctively responding, "Who are you?" Xiao Zhan replied earnestly, "I might be your long-lost father." Night Owl's body trembled. Chapter 16. The second superpower. Look, a shooting star. It took Night Owl 2 seconds to process that he had just been teased by Xiao Zhan. His face twitched, and a voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Kid, I see you're tired of living. Don't worry, soon my dear one will savor you slowly, letting you linger a while longer." While Xiao Zhan was timing the encounter, he replied, "Oh, who is your dear one?" Night Owl waved his hand, and a dark figure darted forth from the horde of zombies, swiftly reaching his side and nuzzling against his leg. It was indeed the six-eyed apex predator. Xiao Zhan stated calmly. So, it is your P.E.T.I. In truth, he had long suspected this, pondering how he had come to be targeted by Night Owl since his appearance. After much contemplation, it could only be attributed to this extraordinarily cunning predator. However, what astonished him was that the six-eyed creature, which he had previously injured by severing 3 of its tails and 1 forepaw, now appeared completely unscathed, even the blinded eye restored. Gore! The six-eyed creature growled menacingly upon seeing Xiao Zhan, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against him for his prior injuries, eager to pounce and devour him. Not yet, dear one, Night Owl soothed, stroking the creature's head. In a moment, I shall deliver this human to you for a delightful feast. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he maintained an outward calmness. Would you like to know? Night Owl's eyelids flickered. He sensed that Xiao Zhan was about to say something unfavorable, as expected. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan spoke expressionlessly. Guess what? Yi Xiao felt his blood pressure rising. Fine, fine. Since you refuse to speak, I shall have to uncover the secrets from your corpse. As he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to command the army of zombies to attack. Wait, Xiao Zhan suddenly shouted. Yi Xiao sneered. Only now do you plead for mercy. It's too late. Ant, you shall die. Xiao Zhan bellowed. Yi Xiao, how dare you defy your superior? Yi Xiao's massive frame trembled in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Zhan. His descending hand freezing in place. How do you know my name? Since his emergence, he had always concealed his face beneath a cloak. Not even his visage had been revealed. How could this mere human possibly recognize him? Moreover, he had only been above ground for a single day. This defied logic. With a serious expression, Xiao Zhan sighed heavily. Alas, Yi Xiao, you have made a grave mistake. I had no intention of revealing my identity. For the grand cause of the Blue Blood Clan, for the future of our kin, I have long hidden among humans to plot a significant affair. I never anticipated that today you would force me into the open. Yi Xiao, you have truly committed an unpardonable sin. Yi Xiao was utterly astonished. Why you? If merely naming him had raised a suspicion, then revealing his lineage to the Blue Blood Clan had nearly confirmed that the other party was indeed aware of his identity. Who on earth are you? Yi Xiao swallowed nervously. Xiao Zhan gazed skyward, seemingly lost in memory or perhaps lamenting. How many years has it been? I can scarcely recall how long I've been lurking in the human world. For that grand affair, for the magnificent ambitions of our Blue Blood Clan, I have exhausted my efforts and resources to finally ascend to the upper echelons of humanity. This time, I intended to seize control of the human political landscape amidst the chaos. Who could have imagined that today my identity would be exposed by you? Such calamity! At this moment, not only Xiao but also the surrounding classmates and teachers were left in shock, staring at Xiao Zhan as if they had never known him. Han Dao's mouth gaped open. Xiao Zhan, you are not human? The large woman exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, she screeched, I knew he was a monster. I have long suspected him. He has always been abnormal at school. While others bore no weapons, he did. And when he yelled, it made others weep. Even those zombies could not withstand it. He must not be a normal person. Who would have thought he's a traitor to humanity? A spy? Kill him! Kill this traitor! She began to charge at Xiao Zhan, but was fortunately restrained by her son. Xiao Zhan was left speechless, nearly amused by this foolish woman, were it not for Yi Xiao standing in front. He would have truly wanted to leap up and slap this woman 10 times to bring her to her senses. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao eyed Xiao Zhan with uncertainty, a mix of surprise and skepticism. This esteemed elder, are you truly a member of my Blue Blood Clan? Yet I have never seen you before. Xiao Zhan's expression turned somber. Your ignorance of me only reflects your low status. You are not yet qualified to know such confidential matters. Now that my identity has been exposed, what do you propose we do? Yi Xiao, Commander. He emphasized the title Commander with a heavy bite. Upon hearing his position mentioned, Yi Xiao felt a surge of belief. His eyes darted before he suddenly proposed. Elder, there is no need for concern. The only individuals aware of your identity are those present. If we eliminate them all, who will know your identity? Han Dao and the others gasped in shock, instinctively retreating. Holy cow, this guy is ruthless. Xiao Zhan observed as Yi Xiao's gaze shifted toward the school beauty and others. Realizing that Yi Xiao remained suspicious and intended to use his classmates as pawns to test him. However, he could not afford such a risk. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I will ensure these individuals keep your secret forever. Yi Xiao grinned maliciously, poised to give the order to kill. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan interjected. Wait. Yi Xiao's jaw revealed a meaningful smile as he turned to Xiao Zhan. What is it, esteemed elder? Is there an issue? Xiao Zhan fell silent for a moment, feeling as though he could no longer fabricate a response. Panic surged within him. System, is it not time yet? Ding! Task complete. Reward. Second superpower. Look, a meteor. Upon activation, the enemy will inevitably fall. Xiao Zhan was dumbfounded. What the hell? I knew I should have had no expectations of this wretched system. Indeed, the second superpower was just as unreliable as he noticed Yi Xiao's increasingly suspicious gaze. He mentally shouted, System, consume fortune, activate the ability of miraculous survival. Quickly, take us away from here. Ding, consume 100 fortune points, activating miraculous survival function. Just as the system's prompt concluded, a sound, nothing happened. Xiao Zhan exclaimed, What the hell? Where's the miraculous survival? Where's the chance of life amidst death? Why is there no movement at all? System, weren't you supposed to find me a way out of this dire situation? Where is the path? System, turn and walk straight. Xiao Zhan glanced at the lake behind him. Are you kidding me? The lake is teeming with piranhas, and you call this a way out? System, believe it or not. What the hell? Here we go again. Can we have a proper conversation? Why resort to temper tantrums at the slightest disagreement? Are you the host, or am I? Can't we play nicely? Yi Xiao, seeing Xiao Zhan in silence, smirked more triumphantly. He waved his hand, commanding, kill them. Leave none alive. Chapter 17. This defies logic. Wait. As the zombies were about to spring into action, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to intervene. Why Yi Xiao turned his head, regarding Xiao Zhan with a sardonic smile. What? Does the esteemed elder not wish for their deaths? Or was everything earlier merely a deception, and you are not truly a member of the Blue Blood clan? Xiao Zhan's eyelids twitched violently. Suddenly, he grinned wickedly. No, I simply find killing them too mundane. I have a splendid idea that can silence them and provide ample entertainment. The Yi Xiao, intrigued, replied, Oh, please enlighten me. Xiao Zhan gestured toward the lake behind him, his smile devoid of warmth. This lake is filled with piranhas. Why not feed these ants to the fish? I take great pleasure in witnessing others' struggles in their final moments. The crowd stared at Xiao Zhan in shock, unable to believe he had uttered such words. The large woman was the first to break down. You heartless wretch! How could your heart be so cruel? I knew you were no good, and now your true colors have finally shown. Oh heavens, why do you not strike down this traitor? Impossible! Xiao Zhan is not that kind of person. Teacher Qin stared at Xiao Zhan, as if he were a stranger. Even Wei Yang and the school beauty were taken aback by Xiao Zhan's words. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Xiao Zhan to make such a declaration. He then clapped his hands in delight. Excellent, excellent. I never imagined that the esteemed elder shares my interests. I too delight in hearing the cries of those before death. His expression grew cold as he commanded. In that case, force them into the lake. Under his direction, the surrounding zombies closed in, herding Wei Yang and the others toward the water's edge. The crowd panicked and retreated. But they were already at the lake's edge, and in their haste, they stumbled into the muddy shore. Xiao Zhan, how could you do this to us? Han Dao shouted. You bastard, I curse you to an unworthy demise. A male teacher yelled, No, please, I don't want to be eaten by a monster. Luna cried out, Xiao Zhan, please don't kill me. I am willing to join you, I beg you, spare my life. The crowd screamed and cursed, pushing and shoving as they retreated. The piranhas in the lake, sensing the impending feast, eagerly swarmed toward the shore, awaiting their prey. How amusing! Yi Xiao watched with great interest. System, where's the path? Where's the path? As Wei Yang and the school beauty were forced into the water, Xiao Zhan's heart raced, his expression nearly fracturing. Just then, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the heavens and earth. The howling winds carried an intense chill, freezing the very I in an instant. The entire Swan Lake was engulfed by a bone-chilling low temperature. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. From the lakeshore, thick layers of ice visibly formed on the surface of the water. Within seconds, the entire Swan Lake was frozen solid. Those at the edge of the lake were utterly dumbfounded. Even the surrounding monsters were left in shock. All gazed at this spectacle, rendered speechless. Even Xiao was taken aback by the astonishing transformation. However, while everyone stood frozen in shock, a figure darted behind them like a flash of lightning, kicking the large woman into the icy lake. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Xiao Zhan bellowed. He then swiftly kicked her son into the frozen lake as well. "Wei Yang, what are you dawdling for? Run!" Xiao Zhan shouted, delivering several kicks to those still in shock, propelling them toward the frozen lake. Finally, he seized Teacher Qin and the school beauty, racing forward. This moment, the crowd finally reacted. "Run!" A collective gasp escaped as they frantically dashed toward the lake's surface. Though the reason behind the lake's sudden frost eluded them, the emergence of a possible escape route compelled them to flee without hesitation. He gazed at the retreating figure of Xiao Zhan, his cheeks twitching in response to, "I knew you were not one of my blue-blooded kin." The earlier incident, where he was momentarily intimidated by Xiao Zhan, ignited a wave of embarrassment and fury within him. Observing that the crowd was about to distance themselves, he gritted his teeth and declared, "All of you, forward! Leave not a single one behind, that I shall feed them all to the fish." Under his command, the dark mass of zombies surged forward in pursuit. However, to Yi Zhao's astonishment, the lake, which had only moments ago been encased in thick ice, rapidly transformed back into water as the group traversed it, revealing the inky depths below. The zombies trailing behind were caught off guard, shrieking as they plunged into the water. A cacophony ensued. The moment the zombies fell, the piranhas lurking beneath, drawn by the scent of blood, swarmed in, overwhelming them. In the blink of an eye, over 100 zombies met their demise at the jaws of the ravenous fish. Yi Xiao was utterly astounded. How could the thick ice vanish in an instant? This defied all logic. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked up in alarm. Could this be that fellow's superpower? He noticed Xiao Zhan had already led the group to the opposite shore. Yi Zhao's expression turned grave. No, he must not be allowed to escape. He surely harbors a significant secret. With a swift motion, Yi Zhao's cloak billowed without a breeze, unfurling dramatically. Then, with a powerful push, he propelled himself forward, soaring several meters toward Xiao Zhan, resembling a great bird. Even as the ice melted away, Yi Xiao merely grazed the lake's surface with the tips of his toes, gliding effortlessly while the piranhas could only watch him vanish into the distance. "Human, do not flee." Yi Zhao's voice rang out to that moment. Xiao Zhan had just led the others across the lake, turning to see Xiao, akin to a great bird, rushing toward them. Alarmed, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, "He is coming." Releasing the school beauty and Teacher Qin, he instructed Wei Yang, "Pudgy, take everyone and run north without stopping." Wei Yang protested, "What about you?" Xiao Zhan brandished his blade, the Zhan Xiadao, and firmly grasped his shield, stating, "I will hold them off here. Otherwise, none of us will escape." Knowing he could not assist Xiao Zhan, Wei Yang sighed. "Xiao Zi, be careful." The school beauty, holding Xiao Zhan's hand, teared up. "Xiao Zhan, hurry and go." With that, the group made their escape. Seeing the urgency in Yi Xiao's pursuit, a sudden inspiration struck Xiao Zhan as he recalled the second superpower he had recently acquired. "Hey, Commander Yi Xiao," he shouted. With Yi Zhao's attention diverted, Xiao Zhan feigned astonishment, pointing skyward. "Look, a shooting star." Yi Xiao instinctively glanced upward, yet the dark sky revealed nothing. Realizing he had been deceived, he suddenly slipped, crashing face first into the muddy ground by the lake. "Yi Xiao! What the hell? What is this?" Yi Xiao's mind was filled with disbelief, unable to accept this absurdity. Since ascending to the rank of an extraordinary being, he had long forgotten the meaning of falling. "Ha ha! Yi Xiao, you are quite amusing. Falling at your age. Did your mother never teach you to watch where you step?" Came a mocking laughter from across the way. Why? Yi Xiao looked up to see Xiao Zhan reveling in his misfortune, and fury ignited within him. "You little ant! How dare you mock me? I will slay you!" He sprang from the ground, brimming with murderous intent as he charged toward Xiao Zhan. In that moment, Xiao Zhan surprised him again. "Look, another shooting star." Yi Xiao, incensed, retorted, "Do you think I would fall for your childish tricks again? Prepare to die, ant." With that, a loud scraping sound erupted from the ground, and Yi Xiao spectacularly tumbled once more. Yi Xiao, Xiao Zhan. Chapter 18. There really are shooting stars. The two locked eyes, one standing and the other prone. For 2 seconds, Yi Xiao's face flushed crimson, as if under a spell. Embarrassment. Shame. He felt utterly humiliated. In that moment, he wished for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. Trembling with mortification, but he could hardly believe that as a commanding, extraordinary being, he had fallen twice in front of a mere human. Utterly disgracing himself, it had been ages since he encountered such an embarrassing scenario. Yi Xiao muttered, rising from the mud, just as he was about to speak. "Ha! Oh no, Yi Xiao, you are just too amusing. I've never met anyone this entertaining. Are you a member of the blue-blooded clan sent here to make me laugh?" Xiao Zhan's laughter echoed. Yi Xiao's lips twitched, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. Enough. He glared fiercely at Xiao Zhan, wishing he could slay the detestable figure before him. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan inquired, "What are you staring at?" In the next instant, Yi Xiao burst into tears. His eyes streaming uncontrollably, unable to stem the flow, Yi Xiao was taken aback. "What the hell? Why am I crying?" He wiped at his tears, but the more he wiped, the more they flowed, leaving his face drenched. Xiao Zhan found this hilarious. Goodness, combining these two superpowers is utterly overpowered. It was then that he truly observed Yi Xiao's features. His appearance bore little difference from that of a human, save for his exceptionally pale skin. Nearly translucent, revealing the veins and bones beneath. His eyes were unusually large, the purple irises taking up half of his gaze, reminiscent of a character from a cartoon. The sight of him crying and wiping his face was simply ridiculous. Yi Xiao, still weeping, managed to ask, "What have you done to me?" "You wretched human," he struggled to suppress the urge to cry. It was simply too humiliating that it was as if he had been beaten to tears by Xiao Zhan. Yet the floodgates of his tears would not close. Yi Xiao was on the verge of madness. "Human, I will skin you alive," he roared, charging at Xiao Zhan with wild fury, tears still streaming down his face. He had resolved to eliminate Xiao Zhan at any cost today. Damn it! Xiao Zhan spun on his heel and fled. At this point, Wei Yang and the others had already distanced themselves, and to avoid leading Yi Xiao toward them, he opted for a westerly route. Under the cover of night, 2 figures dashed across the ground, racing through the marshland park. Xiao Zhan's speed was remarkable, reaching the limits of human capability, granting him immense strength and velocity as he maneuvered through various terrains, covering 3 to 4 meters with each stride. Yet Yi Xiao was even swifter. His cloak, a mysterious artifact, enveloped him in an invisible force field, allowing him to glide effortlessly, akin to a bird in flight. In the blink of an eye, he was closing in on Xiao Zhan. Enraged, Yi Xiao shouted, still pursuing. He kept his gaze fixed on the ground, mindful of his footing, when suddenly a sharp pain struck his forehead as a heavy force slammed down upon him, sending him tumbling head over heels into the dirt. A sturdy branch, for reasons unknown, had snapped and struck him on the head, toppling him. Yi Xiao was bewildered. He stared at the branch, then at a caterpillar crawling past his face, questioning the absurdity of the situation. What on earth is happening? He could not comprehend how, despite his utmost caution, he had still fallen. What kind of bizarre superpower did his opponent possess? Why were the effects so inexplicable? Indeed, he now understood that Xiao Zhan had employed 2 superpowers against him. The first, the ability to induce tears, which he had learned from his pet. That was tolerable. Tears were merely tears, at worst. He would have poor vision, but the second was utterly monstrous. Despite his vigilant defenses, he could not avoid stumbling. It was simply incomprehensible. Huff, huff. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan was equally exhausted, seizing the opportunity while Yi Xiao was lost in thought to regain his strength. "I say, Yi Xiao, can we call it a day? After all, you can't catch me," he remarked. He had realized that Yi Xiao's strength far surpassed his own, and had it not been for his overpowered abilities, He would have been dismembered long. Xiao Xiao, with a sullen expression, rose from the ground. Human, what is your name? Now you have earned the right for me to know. Xiao Zhan, quick-witted, replied with a chuckle. Remember this well. My name is Kaidali. Kaidali, Yi Xiao repeated, looking up earnestly. Very well, Kaidali. You have earned the right for me to unleash my full power. With that, his cloak erupted into a blaze of purple flames, enveloping him instantly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from Yi Xiao. Waves of force rippled outward, causing the grasses beneath to bow down as if an invisible power had swept over them, extinguishing all life in the vicinity. What is this? Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Staggering backward, he too felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, as if an invisible force was constricting his body, leaving him feeling oppressed. That moment, Yi Xiao's body began to levitate, rising gracefully into the air like a bird, genuinely flying. What the hell? Xiao Zhan gasped in astonishment at the sight. Without a second thought, he turned and fled in the violet flames. The night owl opened its cold eyes and said icily, Now you wish to leave? It is too late. With that, its figure surged forth like a blaze, swiftly pursuing Xiao Zhan. It was incredulous that it could trip while soaring through the sky. What are you staring at? Sensing the night owl closing in from behind, Xiao Zhan shouted fiercely. Tears cascaded from the night owl's eyes once more, blurring its vision. Damn it! It gritted its teeth, struggling against the haze. Locking on to Xiao Zhan's presence and hurling a ball of purple flame in his direction. Boom! The purple flame struck behind Xiao Zhan like a cannonball, the immense force propelling him several meters away. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly losing consciousness from the blast. Prepare to meet your end, Kaidali. The night owl howled in fury, its body enveloped in swirling purple flames, gathering once more into a colossal mass, 3 times larger than before. Look, a shooting star! Yet the night owl remained unfazed, mocking Kaidali, on the brink of death and still attempting to deceive that I refuse to believe I can fall while soaring in the sky. With that, it locked its thoughts on a Xiao Zhan and launched the massive flame toward him. Whoosh! Just as it released the fireball, a fierce gust of wind surged from above, catching it off guard. The night owl's heart raced as it looked up, only to see a blazing white object hurtling down, crashing directly onto the fireball it had just released. What the hell? The night owl was struck with terror. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted before the night owl, the fireball and the blazing white object detonating violently, engulfing the surrounding ground in a massive inferno. A rolling shockwave rose, forming a small mushroom cloud. Gulp! Xiao Zhan stood several dozen meters away, staring in stunned silence at the explosion, murmuring, Why don't you believe me? There really was a shooting star. Chapter 19. The remnants of doom at that moment. Xiao Zhan's heart was also filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that a tiny meteor would actually fall from the sky. This superpower was merely a skill to make people trip. How could it have summoned a meteor? It defied logic. He wondered if that creature had perished. As the explosion subsided, he cautiously approached. The blast had created a massive crater, melting everything in its vicinity, leaving the ground charred and ablaze. Glancing into the crater, Xiao Zhan found no trace of the night owl's body. Instead, he noticed a 2-meter-wide dark hole at the bottom, leading to an unknown destination. This is bad. A chill ran down his spine. It had not died. His mind raced as he contemplated whether to descend into the hole. Just then, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. Reminiscent of the last time he had extensively used his first superpower, his mind felt foggy, consciousness blurred, and all he desired was to succumb to slumber. He staggered slightly, nearly collapsing. Damn it, I knew this was too good to be true. The after effects of summoning the meteor were manifesting. Superpowers cannot be recklessly employed, that I must leave this place swiftly. Feeling increasingly fatigued, he stumbled northward, not long after Xiao Zhan departed, to the north of Swan Lake. Following the footprints, Xiao Zhan journeyed northward on a nearby road. He stumbled upon a gruesome scene of dismembered corpses, indicating a fierce battle had occurred here. What is this? Xiao Zhan exclaimed, picking up a brass shell from the ground, glancing around to find many discarded bullet casings. These were remnants from a large-scale firefight. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that an army must have passed through here. Xiao Zhan pondered, scanning the surroundings. Finally, on an advertisement wall, he spotted a line of striking red letters. Xiao Zi, we have gone to Dongyang. Come find me. The message trailed off abruptly, seemingly interrupted by force, unmistakably in Wei Yang's handwriting. It appeared they had been rescued by the military. He knew Dongyang, a regular prefecture-level city northwest of Linen City, renowned not for its scenic attractions, but for housing a massive military base. A core of southwestern military strength that, if Wei Yang and the campus beauty had been taken there, it was indeed good news. Help! A sudden cry for help from a nearby charging station interrupted Xiao Zhan's thoughts. He frowned, hesitating to act. His current condition was far from optimal. The night owl's flames had inflicted internal injuries, each step causing him pain. His spirit was nearly exhausted from the repeated use of his superpowers. Let alone rescuing someone. Even maintaining consciousness was a struggle. He was merely pushing himself to keep moving. Just as he contemplated leaving, the glass window of the charging station shattered, and a beautiful woman, clutching a little girl, tumbled out. Xiao Qin, take the child and run. A man's desperate roar emanated from within the station. Not far behind the woman and child, a bloodied man was entangled with a towering 2-meter-tall zombie. Armed with a sharp knife, he desperately stabbed at the zombie, attempting to hold it back. Yet his strength was insufficient. Despite multiple stabs, the zombie only sustained minor injuries. Enraged, the zombie knocked the man down and lunged for him. Ah! The man let out a heart-wrenching scream as blood gushed from his neck. Yet even in that dire moment, he did not forget his wife and child, clinging tightly to the zombie with his last ounce of strength. Shouting to the woman, "Run, Xiao Qin, run, Jianhua!" The woman cried out in despair. The man opened his mouth, but his punctured throat rendered him voiceless. Nevertheless, he gestured for her to flee. Tears streamed down her face as she suddenly clutched the child tightly and dashed toward the road. "Daddy!" the little girl cried out, reaching for her father. The man offered a final smile, his lips forming the word run. Roar! The zombie, seeing its prey escape, let out a furious roar, tearing into the man's neck with savage ferocity, severing blood vessels and vertebrae. The man's body convulsed violently, life extinguished from his eyes, and his grip slackened. In the next moment, however, the zombie abandoned its meal, pursuing the woman and child instead. They were all prey, and none would escape. Whoosh! The zombie's speed was astonishing, bounding on all fours, closing the distance to the woman in mere breaths. "Mommy!" The little girl screamed in terror. "Monster! Monster!" Ah! The woman's pace quickened, her high heels long forgotten as she fled barefoot. Suddenly, she spotted Xiao Zhan standing by the roadside, and it was as if she had seen a savior. "Help! Please, save us!" she cried, desperately rushing toward him as the mother and daughter were about to be overtaken by the zombie. Xiao Zhan sighed, rooted to the spot. "Cough, cough!" He feebly coughed twice, addressing the approaching woman. "You must go. I will hold it off." To his surprise, the woman completely ignored him, rushing past with the child, not uttering a single word. Xiao Zhan. He shook his head helplessly, focusing intently on the pursuing giant zombie. Standing over 2 meters tall, muscular and powerful, it was evidently stronger and faster than ordinary zombies. It appeared to be an evolved zombie. "Let's see who is stronger, a mere human warrior or you." Roar! The massive zombie, thrilled that its prey had not fled, bellowed and swiped a claw in his direction. Previously, it had toppled all who dared resist with this single move. None had been its match. Bang! With a dull thud, Xiao Zhan, wielding a shield, was knocked back several steps. Wow! It truly is formidable. He shook his numbed hand, realizing that even having reached the peak of human physical limits, he was still slightly weaker than this zombie. "Come again." Xiao Zhan, eschewing the use of his blade, engaged the zombie in a close-quarters struggle with his shield, despite the zombie's towering size and strength. It was somewhat clumsy, allowing Xiao Zhan to dance around it effortlessly. After 2 minutes of fierce combat, no improvement in his combat skills was evident. Die. Losing patience, Xiao Zhan capitalized on a lapse in the zombie's defense. Swiftly slicing its head off with his blade, shaking his head, he mused, "It seems I need a more formidable opponent. All right, you can come out now." Sheathing his long knife, he called out casually behind him. Yet, No one responded. Squeak. A sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed in the distance. Suddenly, a white car burst from the parking lot, crashing through the barrier and speeding northward in the blink of an eye. Xiao Zhan could only see the rear of the car, disappearing down the road. However, in that fleeting moment, he had caught sight of the woman behind the wheel. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched in disbelief. What the hell? Chapter 20. How are you still alive? As Xiao Zhan seethed in frustration, a sudden flash of white light illuminated the southern sky, momentarily brightening half the heavens. What could that be? Then, in shock, he witnessed a colossal black and red mushroom cloud slowly rising from the city center, its blinding light and flames shooting skyward, creating a circular void in the clouds above. Boom! After several seconds, a thunderous roar, akin to the earth shaking, emanated from the heart of the city, the vibrations of the explosion palpable even in the outskirts where Xiao Zhan stood, staring vacantly at the mushroom cloud, which towered hundreds of meters high. He swallowed hard. What on earth had happened? How could such a catastrophic explosion occur so suddenly in the city center? A grim realization began to dawn on him. Evidently, the upper echelons of humanity had not yet relinquished their fighting spirit. The calamity that had struck the day before had come too abruptly. Linan's city had been caught unprepared, with 99% of its population lost. At that moment, the urban area was likely overrun with zombies, having succumbed entirely to chaos. The recent explosion further confirmed this grim reality. He gazed at the cloud, silently resolving, I must find the campus beauty and the others swiftly. 6 hours later, Xiao Zhan rode a mountain bike northward towards Danyang City with great urgency. That it was not that he preferred cycling. Rather, he was utterly inept at driving. That it was rather unfortunate. He had failed his driving test thrice, twice in the second segment and once in the third, turning it into a personal nightmare. Despite his audacity in confronting zombies, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him whenever he occupied the driver's seat. This predicament, at its core, was linked to the tragic demise of his parents. It was a mental block. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept past, chilling his face. Looking up, he was astonished to see snow beginning to fall from the sky. It is worth noting that Linan's city, located in the southwestern region of the Divine Land, rarely experienced snowfall. Even in winter, temperatures seldom dipped below freezing. Given that it was still autumn, snowfall was out of the question. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Snowflakes began to drift lazily from the heavens, and the temperature plummeted. No, you beasts, return what you've taken from me. Just as Xiao Zhan contemplated riding the 100+ kilometers to Danyang, a commotion by the roadside piqued his interest. He cast a glance and suddenly halted in surprise. There, he spotted a somewhat familiar white sedan. Following the direction of the argument, he noticed a cluster of tents pitched on the ground, seemingly a group of survivors preparing to spend the night. The quarrel involved 3 men and a woman. Upon seeing the woman, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it was her. This woman, named Xiao Zhan, was furiously glaring at the 3 men, her face flushed with rage. Return it to me. That is my property, she exclaimed. Are you even men, stealing from a woman? Like a mother lion, Xiao Zhan stood her ground against the 3 men, who were bickering over nothing more than a box of bread. One man retorted angrily, What do you mean it's yours? That bread was clearly placed here by me to be baked. You are the thief, and you dare to bite back, another chimed in. I warn you, don't stir up trouble. We don't need a troublemaker in this camp. Yet, Xiao Zhan clung fiercely to the bread. As the men appeared ready to resort to violence, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Heaven above, open your eyes. A group of grown men is ganging up on a single woman. They're even stealing from a child. The onlookers were drawn in by her cries. And she continued, tears streaming down her face. You all need to judge for yourselves. This box of bread clearly belongs to my daughter, Xiao. They're shamelessly claiming it as their own. How can these men be so devoid of decency? Even robbing my daughter's snacks? The men exchanged glances, exasperated by Xiao Zhan's theatrics. Mommy, a timid little girl named Xiao, stood behind Xiao Zhan, her lips quivering with tears as she whispered, Mommy, I'm hungry. The sight of the small girl, looking so pitiful, stirred sympathy in many onlookers. The expressions of the 3 men darkened even further. Suddenly, The bespectacled man relented, tossing the bread at Li Xiuqin's feet. Fine, fine. Take it if you want it. Li Xiuqin's eyes lit up with joy as she hurriedly snatched the box and thrust it into her daughter's arms, whispering, Xiaohua, eat quickly, eat quickly. The little girl, upon seeing the food, immediately felt her stomach rumble and began devouring the bread hungrily. Mommy, it's delicious. You eat too. At that moment, the crowd began to piece together the situation. The bread likely belonged to the bespectacled man, taken by Li Xiuqin while he was distracted, despite her shameless antics. It was all for her daughter's sake. The collective sigh resonated through the crowd. What a dreadful world we live in, as the little girl continued to gorge herself on the bread. A man in his 50s, seemingly the leader, suddenly offered a bottle of water. Let the child drink. We don't want her to choke. Li Xiuqin forced a smile, saying, Thank you. Thank you. She twisted off the cap and handed it to her daughter, urging, Quick, drink some water. However, the leader interjected, Once the child is full, you'll need to leave this place. Li Xiuqin's smile faltered. What did you just say? The leader shook his head. Madam, I understand that you're doing all this for your daughter. However, you have taken Cheng's bread, and now his son will go hungry. Everyone here has struggled to escape and brought little in the way of supplies. This food is nearly lifeline rations. Your commotion makes it difficult for us all. Therefore, once you finish eating, you must depart. Li Xiuqin erupted. You want us to leave? She pointed at the expanse of snow surrounding them on such a cold day. Where do you expect us to go? Nightfall is approaching. You are trying to drive us to our deaths. With that, she sank to the ground in a fit of despair. The leader replied, You have a vehicle. Do you not? Just drive away. Why create such a scene here? Li Xiuqin cried out, Our car is out of battery and fuel. The chassis is broken. We can't go anywhere. And in this desolate wilderness, where do you think we could possibly go? You seem quite aged. How can your heart be so callous, even to a small girl? The leader appeared equally troubled, finding it difficult to deal with such an unrepentant woman. In the crowd, Xiao Zhan watched Li Xiuqin's antics with astonishment, shook his head in disbelief. This woman was truly willing to do anything to survive. Observing the leader's dilemma, Xiao Zhan suddenly interjected. What is so difficult about this? Why not just give her a vehicle in exchange? The crowd turned to him in unison, realizing that an unfamiliar face had joined their midst. Hey, who are you? Upon seeing Xiao Zhan, Li Xiuqin's expression shifted to one of sheer shock, as if she had witnessed a ghost. She shrieked, How are you still alive? Chapter 21. The mother and daughter in the snowstorm Li Xiuqin was taken aback at the sight of Xiao Zhan, feeling as if she had encountered a specter. When she had abandoned Xiao Zhan, viewing him as a sacrificial pawn, she never anticipated he would survive. After all, she had witnessed that zombie effortlessly slaughtering everyone at the charging station, knowing full well that such a creature was beyond human resistance. Hence, she had fled, leaving him behind. Yet here he stood, very much alive. The little girl, spotting Xiao Zhan, pointed at him in surprise, exclaiming, Mommy, it's that big brother. Xiao Zhan bent down, addressing the little one. Hello again, little one. That despite his disdain for Li Xiuqin, the girl was undeniably charming, her large eyes exuding innocence. The leader, intrigued, asked, Young man, do you know them? Indeed, Xiao Zhan replied, casting a significant glance at Li Xiuqin. I certainly do. Li Xiuqin, however, could not meet his gaze, shame washing over her as she lowered her head. I see. The leader glanced at the green backpack slung over Xiao Zhan's shoulder, recognizing it as a set of survival gear. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Since you are acquainted, I entrust their care to you for the night. How does that sound? He did not mention the matter of expelling Li Xiuqin any further. Xiao Zhan looked up at the now darkened sky. The heavy snowfall and sudden drop in temperature had coated the ground in ice. Without warmth, they would surely freeze to death in this wilderness. Thankfully, he had brought ample survival gear from the charging station, including tents and food. Under the weight of everyone's scrutiny, Xiao Zhan shook his head. The leader raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Xiao Zhan chuckled. While I may know this lady, I wouldn't call us friends. Thus, I can only hope she finds her own way. With that, he walked into the camp, seeking a spot to set up his tent. The crowd stared in disbelief as he departed. The leader frowned, pondering Xiao Zhan's peculiar demeanor. in this apocalyptic world. Even the survivors bore heavy expressions. Yet this man managed to smile in the face of such brutality. Clearly no ordinary individual. A chilling wind swept through, stirring the snowflakes, causing everyone to huddle closer together. As the crowd escaped yesterday, they were still clad in autumn attire, leaving them shivering with cold. "Mother, I am so cold." The little girl, with tears welling in her eyes, clutched Li Xiaoqin's air and, Xiaoqin sprang up, grasping the hand of the leading middle-aged man and pleading, "Brother, I implore you, please give us a tent. We do not need food. We only wish to survive. I am willing to pay. I have a gold necklace and a diamond ring. I will give them all to you." As she spoke, she hurriedly began to remove her jewelry. The middle-aged man, however, shook his head. "I am sorry, but we do not have any spare resources. We are barely surviving ourselves. Night is falling. You should take the child back to your car to rest." Li Xiaoqin screamed, "Do not leave. I beg you. My car is broken. It has no heating, and we will freeze to death inside." She stared blankly as they departed, suddenly letting out a wail. "You heartless fiends. Are you trying to drive us to our deaths?" She collapsed onto the snow, weeping bitterly. In a single day, she had lost her mother and witnessed her husband's tragic demise. Faced with such adversity, this once resilient woman finally crumbled. The little girl, seeing her mother's despair, began to cry as well. "Mother, mother, please do not cry." The child, sobbing, tried to wipe her mother's tears, but they seemed endless. Li Xiaoqin embraced her daughter, her mournful cries echoing throughout the camp. Yet, no one emerged to offer a word of comfort. With only 5 tents for their group of over a dozen, it was impossible to share even one with Li Xiaoqin, especially given her previous misdeeds that had engendered their disdain. Moreover, although the car was cold, it was unlikely they would truly perish from the chill. Thus, no one extended a helping hand. The wind howled, and snow swirled around them, as the mother and daughter wept together in the snow, adding a cruel stroke to the canvas of this apocalyptic nightmare. After weeping for a long time, Li Xiaoqin, seeing no assistance forthcoming, fell silent. "Xiaohua, we must go to..." Li Xiaoqin was taken aback. Raising her head, she beheld a young, handsome face, none other than Xiao Zhan. Li Xiaoqin. Yet Xiao Zhan did not gaze at her. Instead, he smiled at the little girl, saying, "Little one, I have a warm fire in my tent and plenty of delicious food. Don't you want to come over?" The little girl's bright eyes sparkled. "Really?" Xiao Zhan chuckled. "Would I jest about such a thing? Look what I have." He produced a bag of snacks from behind him and handed it to her. The little girl's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, it's handsome baby chips." "You're so kind, big brother." Seeing Xiao Zhan's kindness toward her daughter, Li Xiaoqin's eyes glimmered with hope. "Classmate." However, Xiao Zhan merely replied coolly, "Do not get your hopes up that I can allow her to stay in my tent for the night. But you will have to remain in your or..." Li Xiaoqin was momentarily stunned, her face reflecting her inner turmoil. "Mother." Xiaohua was taken aback, feeling that the chips in her hand had suddenly lost their allure. At 7 years old, she was quite perceptive and understood that the decision lay solely with Xiao Zhan. Thus, she gazed at him with pleading eyes. "Big brother, could you let my mother come too? She can take care of us and tell us stories at bedtime. Please?" Xiao Zhan gently patted the little girl's head, replying softly, "Little one, everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Otherwise, no one would dare to be a good person in this world." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Li Xiaoqin quickly grasped Xiao Zhan's arm, resolutely placing her daughter's hand into his. "I entrust my daughter to you." With that, she dared not look back at her little girl and hurried toward the car. "Mother." The little girl watched her mother retreat, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Zhan lifted the child in his arms, saying, "Let us go. Take whatever food you desire. Do not be afraid, I have plenty here." However, the little girl remained sullen, frequently glancing towards the tent. Xiao Zhan sighed. "What is your name, little one?" The girl responded cheerfully, "Big brother, my name is Wang Yuqing, but my mother always calls me Xiaohua." "All right, Xiaohua." Xiao Zhan draped a windbreaker over the girl's shoulders and said, "If you're not tired, could you keep watch for me? I need a rest as I am injured and have been awake for 2 days." He was in dire need of rest after enduring physical and mental fatigue. Xiaohua perked up. "Okay, big brother, you can sleep. I will keep watch." Xiao Zhan lay down fully clothed and soon fell into a deep slumber. While keeping watch, Xiao gazed at the plethora of food within the tent, her face reflecting her internal struggle. Finally, she made a decision. In a hushed voice, she whispered to the sleeping Xiao Zhan, "Big brother, I'm sorry, but I must get some food for my mother, or she will be hungry." The tent flaps opened, and the little girl dashed outside, clutching several boxes of compressed biscuits. Xiao Zhan, still asleep, did not stir, but a smile crept across his lips as he turned over to continue sleeping. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the night, a sound reminiscent of an animal's excited roar, shattering the tranquil stillness. Xiao Zhan jolted awake. "Not good, Xiaowa!" He flung open the tent and rushed outside. Chapter 22. The bloodthirsty beast of revenge as Xiao Zhan burst from the tent. Chaos reigned in the camp. "Monster! Monster!" a woman screamed, emerging from a nearby tent, her face a mask of terror as she sprinted toward Xiao Zhan. Completely naked, her pale flesh a shocking sight. Alarm surged within Xiao Zhan, for that was precisely where Xiaohua's mother had been moments ago. "Xiaohua!" He shouted her name, brandishing his knife and shield as he charged toward the woman. At that moment, a man crawled out of the tent, only to be seized by a red creature that clamped onto his shoulder. The beast, over 2 meters long, resembled a leopard but was drenched in blood, lacking any fur, and appeared exceedingly menacing as it bled profusely. The creature clamped down on the man's shoulder, nearly severing it completely. "Help! Help!" The man shrieked, desperately trying to push the beast away, but every shove only drove the creature's teeth deeper, with a horrifying shriek. The bloodstained monster bit down hard, severing the man's shoulder and arm in one swift motion. Blood erupted like a fountain, and the man fell to the ground with a pained cry. Yet, instead of attacking the fallen man further, the creature turned its cruel gaze toward the fleeing woman. "What is happening?" The other residents of the camp were roused by the commotion, scrambling out of their tents. "Chun Chung, Lu Jing, what is going on?" the leading middle-aged man shouted. The woman, identified as Lu Jing, cried out in terror, "There's a monster! A monster!" At that moment, a gust of wind toppled the tent, revealing a gruesome scene inside. A family of 4 had been residing there, including 2 children. Tragically, both children lay lifeless, their necks gruesomely bitten through. With Xiao Zhan's keen eyesight, he could see the lingering terror in the eyes of the deceased children. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. "Help me!" Lu Jing screamed, as the bloodthirsty beast lunged toward her. Witnessing the brutal demise of her children and husband had driven her to the brink of madness, and she fled frantically, heedless of her state of undress. "What is that thing?" Xiao Zhan assessed the creature without impulsiveness. From its biting strength and speed, he deduced that it possessed considerable power, though was not quite on par with the top-tier predator he had faced before. It resembled the large zombies he had previously dispatched at the charging station, albeit with a far more grotesque appearance. Drenched in blood as though skinned alive, its body a tapestry of wounds. "Save me!" The woman, seeing Xiao Zhan armed with a knife and shield, ran toward him, desperation in her eyes. Just then, the creature emitted another strange, unearthly howl, one that Xiao Zhan had never encountered before, and charged at him, treating him as prey. "You seek death," Xiao Zhan shouted, his body moving like a lithe monkey as he swung his blade at the beast with blinding speed, a strike that was nothing short of lightning. The creature, taken aback, suddenly glowed with a white light, as if an unseen force had pushed it, causing it to evade Xiao Zhan's strike mid-air. In the process, one of its claws raked across Xiao Zhan's arm, leaving deep, bloody gashes. Pain shot through his forearm, and he was momentarily stunned by the creature's swift reaction. With his left hand, he swung his shield, sending the beast flying several meters away, crashing into the snow. The bloodthirsty creature regained its footing, fixing its gaze on Xiao Zhan with palpable hostility, and Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyes in response. The recent incident where the creature deftly evaded the blade in midair left him utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such a fleeting flash of white light before. It resembled some form of energy. This monster appeared to be markedly different from the ones he had previously encountered. Whether it be zombies, vine monsters, or piranhas, none had exhibited such peculiar energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the creature's eyes darted towards the other members of the camp, particularly fixating on the elderly and children within the crowd. "Mom, look, there's a monster!" A tender voice cried out from the left. It was none other than the young girl Xiao and her motherly Xiao Zhan, both drawn by the commotion. "This is bad," upon seeing them. Xiao Zhan's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Xiao, come here quickly." With a surge of determination, he propelled himself toward her. However, the creature was swifter, bounding on all fours directly towards Xiao. Xiao Zhan and Xiao were paralyzed with fear. "Beast, you seek death!" Xiao Zhan roared furiously, unleashing the Zhanxia blade with lightning speed, aiming it at the grotesque creature. Chirp! The flesh and blood monstrosity let out a shriek, and the white light flickered again, striking the Zhanxia blade mid-air, astonishingly deflecting it away. Witnessing this, Xiao Zhan was once more taken aback, increasingly convinced of the creature's otherworldly power. The bloodied beast cast a glance at Xiao Zhan, a cruel smile flickering in its eyes, before opening its maw wide and lunging toward Xiao, who was shielded by Li Xiaoqin. It had discerned that the little girl was of particular significance to the man who had just wounded it, and it relished the thought of inflicting pain upon him. "Mom!" Xiao screamed in terror, and even as Li Xiaoqin attempted to pull her daughter back, it was too late. "Damn it!" As Xiao faced imminent danger, Xiao Zhan, despite his mental exhaustion, summoned his supernatural abilities once more. Look, a shooting star. The flesh and blood creature, merely 3 meters away from Xiao, suddenly lost its footing and tumbled to the ground in a comical manner. The beast was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Die. Seizing the moment of opportunity, Xiao Zhan raised a shield and brought it crashing down upon the creature's head. Yet the white light flickered again, and the creature miraculously shifted 2 meters to evade the lethal blow. Chirp. Enraged, the creature opened its massive jaws to bite at Xiao Zhan. "What are you staring at?" Xiao Zhan retaliated by unleashing his powers once more. The creature immediately burst into tears, its vision obscured. That moment, Xiao Zhan struck it squarely on the forehead with his shield, had it not been for the protective white light that enveloped the creature. This blow would have surely been fatal. The creature was sent flying several meters, utterly dazed. What just happened? It couldn't fathom its misfortune. Die. At this juncture, Xiao Zhan retrieved the Zhanxia blade and charged at the creature once more. The beast, suffering from severe concussion, felt a splitting headache and saw stars, its vision further impaired by tears. As Xiao Zhan approached, the creature let out an enraged screech before turning to flee. Chapter 23. The family's extinction cannot escape. Seeing it attempt to flee, Xiao Zhan wasted no time in pursuit. His curiosity about this creature was insatiable. Not only was it endowed with formidable strength and speed, but it also possessed supernatural abilities that Xiao Zhan had never encountered before. If not for the repeated appearances of the white light, the creature would have already perished. Thus, he was determined to uncover the secrets of this beast. The camp's occupants watched in stunned silence as Xiao Zhan pursued the creature. "Mom, that big brother is amazing," Xiao exclaimed, gripping Li Xiaoqin's hand and bouncing with excitement. Indeed, Li Xiaoqin remarked, equally astonished. She had not anticipated that Xiao Zhan could single-handedly contend with such a formidable creature. Having missed the previous incident at the power station, she now witnessed his prowess firsthand. It turned out he was incredibly strong. She murmured regretfully to herself, wishing she had known of his capabilities earlier. Had she done so, she would not have fled in fear. Now, not only had she lost a powerful ally, but she had also incurred Xiao Zhan's disdain. Li Xiaoqin lamented her choices. Meanwhile, the leading middle-aged man and others were equally bewildered. They had never before seen a human engage a monster so directly, let alone overpower it. Who exactly was he? Chun Chung, wake up! A desperate wail interrupted their thoughts. The group turned to see Lu Jing kneeling before her husband, who was missing half a shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. The middle-aged leader approached for a glance and found Chun Chung pale, his eyes closed, teetering on the brink of death. "Old Wu, please save Chun Chung," Lu Jing pleaded with the middle-aged man, who was known as Wu Zhang, a seasoned wilderness guide and survival expert, the very man who had led them to safety during the catastrophe. "It's impossible." Wu Zhang shook his head. "Chun Cheng's injuries are too severe. He needs to be taken to a hospital in this remote wilderness." We lack even basic medical supplies that I'm afraid. Lu Jing's despair consumed her as she wept, collapsing onto Chun Cheng's body, her tears flowing freely. As night deepened, Chan Sheng ultimately succumbed to his wounds, bleeding out too much too quickly. The camp, once bustling with life, now bore the weight of 3 deaths, casting a pall of sorrow over everyone, rendering sleep impossible. Suddenly, Xiaohua's joyful voice pierced the somber silence. The onlookers raised their heads to see a white figure emerging from the nearby woods, making its way towards the camp through the wind and snow. It was none other than Xiao Zhan, returning from his pursuit of the creature. Xiaohua ran towards him. "Big brother, are you all right? What happened to the monster?" As she looked at what he held, Xiao Zhan ruffled her hair, replying with a hint of resignation. "I let it escape. That creature is exceedingly cunning. It used a fox to distract me while it slipped away." Curious, Xiaohua asked, "Was that creature also a fox? But it looks nothing like one." Xiao Zhan paused thoughtfully before responding. That creature was likely skinned by someone, which is why it appears as it does. He had pursued the bloodied fox for several miles, ultimately confirming that it indeed was a fox, albeit one that had been skinned for reasons unknown, yet had survived. It had instead become a supernatural beast. Xiao Zhan speculated that it had been skinned just before encountering the poisonous rain, which had catalyzed its evolution and allowed it to survive. In truth, Xiao Zhan's conjecture was accurate. The bloodied fox had indeed been skinned on the day of the toxic rain and had fortuitously awakened its powers during that fateful downpour. Becoming an extraordinary being, the first thing it did upon survival was to annihilate all surrounding humans, mercilessly tearing apart even those who had turned into zombies. Its hatred for humanity ran deep, desiring to eradicate every human it encountered, which explained its attack on the camp. Little did it expect to encounter an anomaly like Xiao Zhan, he lamented. "Had it not been for you, we would all have perished here." That creature was truly terrifying. Indeed. "Thank you, young man," came the collective gratitude from the group. "Classmate, I still have some jerky here. Let this little girl have some." One person offered, "I also have a hand warmer. Allow me to gift it to you." The crowd showered Xiao Zhan with thanks, presenting him with a variety of food and warm items. However, Xiao Zhan politely declined. "There's no need for such formality. Since we are camping here, it is my duty to confront danger. Now, it is getting late. You all should rest early. I suspect that creature may return, and we must depart swiftly come morning." The group exchanged worried glances, apprehension evident in their expressions. As they watched Xiao Zhan disappear into the tent, they slowly dispersed. "Big brother, may my mother come in and rest too?" Xiaohua timidly asked, gripping Xiao Zhan's hand tightly, her fingers turning white from the pressure. Li Xiuqin stood outside, feeling somewhat lost, having not anticipated her daughter's sudden request. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow and glanced at Li Xiuqin, about to refuse. Suddenly, a notification chimed at his mind. Task: provide shelter for Li Xiuqin and her daughter for the night. Spirit 1. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched. Though he yearned to punish this woman, he had no desire to experience the penalties for failing a system task. "Very well. Let your mother come in." He relented. Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully. "Yay, I knew Big Brother was the best. Thank you, Big Brother." She rushed to tug at Li Xiuqin, urging Mom, "Come in. Big Brother's tent is so warm, and there is so much delicious food. Let us sleep with Big Brother tonight." Li Xiuqin's face flushed crimson. "Child, what are you saying?" The camp's occupants, hearing the little girl's words, turned to look, several women particularly casting amused glances at Li Xiuqin. Her face reddened further, and she dared not meet Xiao Zhan's gaze as her daughter pulled her into the tent. Upon entering, Xiao Zhan noticed Li Xiuqin stealing glances at him with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Truth be told, she was quite attractive, with a heart-shaped face, alluring eyes, and a voluptuous figure, embodying the quintessential charm of a woman in her prime of 30, a ripe peach, if you will. Seeing Li Xiuqin gaze at him so intently, Xiao Zhan remarked with a hint of irritation, "Enough of the pretense. I won't harm you." He gestured to the sleeping bag on the floor. "You two can use this. I'll take the blanket." Xiaohua's eyes widened. "Big brother, aren't you sleeping with us? Daddy often held us while we slept." Li Xiuqin hastily covered her mouth. "You should say less." Xiao Zhan chuckled, just as he was about to respond, when suddenly a girl outside shouted in alarm. "Oh no! Sister Lu Jing has committed suicide." Xiao Zhan was taken aback, gradually rising to his feet. Chapter 24. The Top Star in Distress. The next day, at the break of dawn, the camp's inhabitants began to gather their belongings and load them onto vehicles for departure. Beside the road, a large grave had recently emerged. Where Chun Cheng, Lu Jing, and their family lay in a neat arrangement, the grave having been dug by Xiao Zhan himself. "Let us go." After a moment of silent tribute before the grave, Wu Zhang sighed. Perhaps, for Lu Jing, death is also a form of liberation. The others remained silent. Lu Jing's suicide weighed heavily upon everyone's hearts, like a stone pressing down, making it difficult to breathe as the vehicles rolled onto the highway. Wu Zhang called out to Xiao Zhan, "Brother Xiao, I know the way to Danyang. Allow me to take the lead, and you can follow in our wake." Xiao Zhan, perched in the passenger seat, leaned out and replied, "Let me clear the path. I fear that should we encounter monsters, you would be the first to perish." The vehicle he occupied was, in fact, the one belonging to Chun Cheng and Lu Jing's family. Now rendered vacant. Wu Zhang. Is that polite? However, considering Xiao Zhan's formidable combat prowess, he had no choice but to acquiesce. The convoy set off. The first off-road vehicle was driven by Li Xiuqin, while Xiao Zhan occupied the passenger seat. Assessing his status, host, Xiao Zhan, master of the heavenly path, physical ability, 10 mental fortitude, 8 luck, 44 superpower. What are you staring at? And look, a shooting star. Xiao Zhan mused to himself. Not bad. My mental strength has increased a bit, allowing me to wield my superpowers with greater ease. I wonder when I will break through the limits of the human body and become extraordinary. He felt a twinge of frustration at the thought of the extraordinary fox that had escaped from his grasp. From the night owl, he had glimpsed a system of evolution starkly different from that of zombies. And the fox had confirmed this notion. Yet here he was, the victor who had bested both, still an ordinary person. Who could he voice his grievances to? Suddenly, the off-road vehicle came to a sudden halt, nearly tossing Xiao Zhan out of his seat. "What are you doing?" He glared at the driver, Li Xiuqin. With a face full of panic, she exclaimed, "Xiao Zhan, look ahead." Xiao Zhan raised his head, only to be taken aback. Before him lay a white road blanketed in snow, littered with an endless sea of corpses. Countless bodies, human, zombie, and beast alike, stretched across the ground, staining it crimson. It was unclear what battle had transpired here. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan stop, Wu Zhang and the others were astonished and disembarked, equally horrified by the sight. "Brother Xiao, what should we do?" Wu Zhang anxiously inquired. Xiao Zhan contemplated for a moment before responding gravely. "We must proceed," he elaborated. "The sheer number of slain monsters indicates that military personnel must be involved. It is likely that this is the work of the team from Danyang, which confirms we are on the right path." The others nodded in agreement. The convoy continued its journey, albeit with heightened caution. After traversing approximately 10 miles, they reached a winding mountain road. Suddenly, the distant sound of gunfire erupted, intermingled with the roars of monsters. "Stop!" Xiao Zhan shouted. Leaping from a vehicle to the others, he instructed, "Stay here. I will scout ahead." With that, he slung the Zhan Xie sword over his shoulder and sprinted forward. Wu Zhang furrowed his brow as he watched him go, then declared, "I will join you." However, Xiao Zhan's speed was remarkable, and after a brief pursuit, Wu Zhang lost sight of him. Xiao Zhan raced through the snow, his peak physical condition allowing him to maintain an impressive pace even on the treacherous terrain. Soon, he rounded a bend and arrived at the source of the gunfire. Bang! Just as he peeked out, a stray bullet whizzed by, startling him. From his vantage point on the hillside, he gasped at the scene below. On the mountain road, thousands of zombies and hundreds of various beastly zombies were launching a frenzied assault on a convoy. Surrounding the convoy lay hundreds of fallen bodies, yet they continued their relentless attack. The convoy comprised several vehicles, primarily trucks and buses designed for transporting supplies and people, with only 3 armored vehicles equipped with machine guns and cannons. At that moment, the armored vehicles unleashed torrents of fire, ruthlessly gunning down the encroaching zombies and ferocious beasts. Numerous soldiers were also engaged in the firefight. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, with many giant zombies among them, and soldiers were frequently bitten or dragged away. "Damn it, these reckless beasts!" The communication officer's face was tense at no response. "We can't get through." Bang! A military officer pounded on the vehicle's frame that if this continues, we will all perish here. The officer, Xiao Zhan, was a second lieutenant stationed at the Danyang base. After the disaster struck, it took a day for the Danyang base to eliminate the soldiers who had turned into zombies. The following day, they swiftly organized several teams to rescue fleeing survivors. Xiao Zhan was part of the team heading to Linen City. Initially, everything went smoothly. They encountered numerous survivors and even fortuitously met several renowned biology professors. To his astonishment, alongside the human zombies attacking the convoy were numerous beastly zombies, dogs, cats, pigs, sheep, and various wild animals from the mountains. All had transformed into bloodthirsty zombie monsters, relentlessly assaulting the convoy. Squad leader, we can't hold on much longer. A bloodied soldier cried out, continuously firing his machine gun at the monsters without a moment's pause. Xiao Zhan shouted in anger, we must hold on no matter what. He drew his sidearm and kept firing outward. We cannot allow these monsters to win. Even if we die, we must ensure they do not have it easy. Squad leader, take care of my brother, a voice shouted from a distance. Moments later, an explosion erupted, sending several zombies soaring into the air as a soldier who had been dragged away pulled the pin on a grenade, taking the monsters with him. Xiao Zhan, Xiao Zhan called out the name of the fallen soldier. Anguish etched across his face. I could see that moment. Death loomed over the convoy, not only for the soldiers, but also for the many vulnerable survivors who faced imminent demise. Compared to the remaining soldiers, they resembled helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Help! Someone save me! At that moment, a beautiful woman dressed in a white skirt leaped from one of the buses, terror etched across her features as she fled. Behind her, a pack of hyena-like zombie dogs had breached the bus, savagely tearing into the occupants. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams and cries. The bus had transformed into a scene of carnage. Just then, a zombie cat set its sights on the fleeing woman, emitting an excited growl as it pursued her. Lieutenant Liu, save me! The beautiful woman cried out. Xiao Zhan, within the armored vehicle, glanced over but remained unmoved. He recognized the woman as the current top star, Song Yuer, who had been enjoying immense popularity due to a hit drama airing before the disaster struck. Yet, what good was that? In times of catastrophe, it was scholars and professors from various fields that were of utmost importance. Like the 3 biology professors he was safeguarding in the armored vehicle. Seeing Xiao Zhan's lack of response, Song Yuer's face fell into despair. Bastards, they would drool over me in normal times, but now they treat me like trash. So cold-blooded, so heartless. Howling, the zombie cat leaped, effortlessly covering 3 to 4 meters, and pounced on Song Yuer, once merely half a meter long. The house cat had now morphed into a nearly 2-meter-long monster, rivaling some leopards that no. Song Yuer screamed in terror. Her once pure and lovely visage contorted in panic as her will to survive surged to its peak. She struggled wildly, attempting to fend off the zombie cat, but her efforts only excited the creature further. With a ferocious growl, the zombie cat lunged for her neck. This scene was too much for even Xiao Zhan to bear. Just as the beloved star was on the brink of demise, a sudden flash of black light surged from the distance, striking the zombie cat's head with a resounding thud. Oh! The zombie cat howled in agony. Sent flying, Chapter 25. Mission. Ask Song Yuer if I am handsome. Song Yuer, who had been on the verge of despair, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her upon hearing the zombie cat's wail. She raised her head, just in time to see a figure soaring past her, wielding a long knife with the force of thunder, cleaving the monstrous zombie cat in two. The head of the zombie cat rolled to a stop before Song Yuer. Its eyes still darting about. Startled, Song Yuer shrieked and scrambled to the side. Only after confirming that the zombie cat was truly dead did she think to look for her savior. Where did he go? The one who had rescued her was nowhere to be found. She scanned her surroundings and finally spotted the back of the figure beside a truck, seemingly searching for someone within the convoy. Not even the zombies could impede his progress as he systematically dispatched the mindless creatures. Observing him take down the monsters with ease, Song Yuer was astonished. She had never witnessed a human wielding cold weapons with such effortless grace against these fiends, as if slaughtering chickens or dogs. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? I've never seen him before. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Song Yuer had caught sight of Xiao Zhan, and Lu Zhan in the armored vehicle also took note of this remarkable individual. "This person is incredibly powerful," Lu Zhan remarked in astonishment, knowing better than anyone the strength required to dispatch these zombie monsters with such ease that on the day the catastrophe struck, military bases were nearly obliterated by the monstrous entities. These abominations possessed a speed that far surpassed that of humans and remained unfazed by gunfire unless a vital point was struck. Otherwise, they were exceedingly difficult to kill. Yet this individual wielded a long knife and slaughtered these creatures with reckless abandon. It was utterly absurd, as Lu Zhan watched that figure maneuver effortlessly amidst the throng of monsters. A sudden breakthrough plan flashed through his mind. Over here, Song Yuer, Xiao Zhan appraised the nearly perfect woman before him, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Once upon a time, she had been the screensaver on his computer, infiltrating his dreams during the late hours to partake in unspeakable acts. Who would have thought they would meet under such dire circumstances today? It must be said, Song Yuer was indeed stunning. Under the aura of stardom, she exuded an additional charm, rivaling even the campus beauty. I am. Song Yuer scrutinized the young man, realizing he seemed to be a student. "Thank you for saving me," she said with sincerity. Xiao Zhan nodded. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you think I am handsome?" Song Yuer was taken aback. Xiao Zhan reiterated, expressionless. "Do you think I'm handsome?" Song Yuer parted her lips in disbelief, wondering if she had misheard. Why would he lead with such an absurd question? Yet, seeing his earnest expression left her somewhat bewildered. "Are you out of your mind? Just look at the situation. There are over 1,000 undead creatures around us. And you still want to flirt with me? Have you lost your sanity?" In any other circumstance, she would have told him to get lost. However, now she could only force a smile. "Yes, you are handsome." Xiao Zhan, feeling helpless under Song Yuer's incredulous gaze, found himself in a predicament. Just as he had approached the campus beauty Wei Yang, the system had mischievously issued a new task. Inquire if Song Yuer finds me handsome and receive her heartfelt affirmation. Reward: 1 mental point. This task was exceedingly humiliating. Upon receiving it, Xiao Zhan was left speechless, nearly in tears. Did he not realize how foolish it would make him appear? However, he was left with no choice. Xiao Zhan felt a headache coming on, harboring a deep resentment towards the system. Suddenly, 2 zombie dogs lunged from behind a bus, ambushing Xiao Zhan and Song Yuer. Song Yuer, frightened, quickly hid behind Xiao Zhan. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he sneered and charged forward, his blade flashing like lightning. With 2 swift strokes, the zombie dogs were cleaved in half before they could even howl in despair. Even their skulls could not withstand the sharpness of the Zhanxia knife. The blade's lethality was terrifying indeed. Watching this scene unfold from behind him, Song Yuer was left speechless. However, the 2 zombie dogs were merely the beginning, as more and more creatures surged toward them. Having breached the convoy, holding a shield in one hand and a knife in the other, Xiao Zhan dispatched every zombie that crossed his path with ease. "Monster, I shall face you head on." Nearby, a soldier who had been bitten suddenly detonated a grenade. Leaping into a group of 4 or 5 monsters, boom, a violent explosion erupted, obliterating the area where the soldier stood, sending chunks of shredded zombie flesh flying in all directions. Down. Xiao Zhan reacted swiftly, pulling Song Yuer down and shielding her with his own body. Pitter-patter. A shower of grotesque flesh rained down upon them, nearly engulfing the 2. Before Xiao Zhan could rise, 2 more explosions resounded nearby, as 2 soldiers detonated themselves in a final act of defiance, taking down several monsters with them. The explosions occurred in quick succession around Xiao Zhan. Soon, the fierce resistance drew the attention of the zombie leader. With a furious roar, countless zombies began to converge on Xiao Zhan's location. Not good. Xiao Zhan grabbed Song Yuer and fled, dispatching every creature in their path with remarkable speed. However, he began to feel that the situation was worsening. The number of zombies seemed to multiply with each kill he made, as if they were being drawn to him. Looking around, he saw an overwhelming horde, stretching endlessly. Boom! Suddenly, a cannon fired from the north. As the convoy's armored vehicles finally began to retaliate, a series of explosions rang out along the mountain path, inflicting heavy casualties on the zombies. The route to escape was quickly established. Xiao Zhan peered northward, his brow furrowed. They were making a break for IT that moment. The entire convoy had been breached by zombies, with soldiers suffering severe losses and firepower insufficient to eradicate the undead. A breakout was their only option. Yet, as he surveyed the layered hordes of zombies surrounding them, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He sensed that at least half of the zombies had been lured here, while other areas offered a glimmer of hope for escape. Why did it feel as though he was being set up? His thoughts drifted to the soldiers who had detonated themselves nearby, and a heavy weight settled in his heart. He hoped his fears were unfounded. Otherwise, the officer orchestrating this trap would be extraordinarily cold-blooded, sacrificing soldiers' lives to ensnare him. As the zombies continued to close in, Xiao Zhan took a deep breath. They could not linger here. They had to leave immediately. He had ventured to the convoy in search of the campus beauties, and after failing to find them, he had contemplated leaving this moment. He certainly would not stay to confront over 1,000 undead. Song Yue, terrified at the sight of hundreds of zombies surrounding them, felt her heart sink, seeing Xiao Zhan prepare to flee. She feared he would abandon her and grasped at his sleeve, pleading, "Handsome, please take me with you. I beg you, ding." Task completed, reward. 1 mental point. That was it. Xiao Zhan glanced at the starlet in disbelief. You truly are a woman of the world. Chapter 26. The choice boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed along the mountain path as countless monsters roared, entangling with the convoy. Wu Zhang, who had just arrived, felt a surge of fear. He had not expected to encounter a convoy of hundreds, nor the multitude of monsters besieging it. Looking at the dense mass of zombies below, he nervously swallowed. Wait, where is Xiao brother? Only then did he remember that Xiao Zhan had come here before him. Where could he be? At that moment, he spotted several armored vehicles from the convoy attempting to break northward, the sounds of cannon fire and machine gun fire mingling in a symphony of destruction. They forged a bloody path through the monsters. However, Wu Zhang observed that despite the armored vehicle's strength, they were still no match for the undead. Relentless hordes of fearless zombies obstructed their escape, clawing and battering against them. In the end, only one armored vehicle made it out. The others were destroyed amidst the chaos. In addition to the northern battle, Wu Zhang's attention was drawn to a skirmish in the south. At least half of the zombies had been attracted there, where it seemed someone was fiercely resisting, killing numerous zombies and inciting the zombie leader's wrath. Wu Zhang squinted, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock. He recognized a familiar figure among the throng of monsters, shield and long knife in hand. It was none other than Xiao Zhan. Xiao brother? Wu Zhang exclaimed. How did he end up in there? He couldn't fathom it. Xiao Zhan had come to scout the situation, not to get trapped amidst the monsters. As he watched Xiao Zhan besieged, panic surged within him. What should he do? If anything happened to Xiao brother, their journey to Danyang would become infinitely more difficult. Yet he dared not venture down to rescue him. Even if there were only 2 or 3 zombies, he wouldn't dare to go to He felt like an ant on a hot pan. A sudden roar echoed from below, and he heard Xiao Zhan shout something before. Astonishingly, the hundreds of zombies surrounding him fell to the ground in unison. It was as if a tempest had swept through, knocking down every monster in its path. With Xiao Zhan at the center, a fan-shaped area of monsters collapsed, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Wu Zhang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, rendered speechless by the spectacle. What on earth just happened? In the midst of his astonishment, he saw Xiao Zhan sprinting out of the horde, dragging a beautiful woman behind him, racing towards Wu Zhang. Several seconds later, the monsters finally reacted, roaring as they scrambled to pursue them. They're coming. Wu Zhang's hands trembled with anxiety as he watched Xiao Zhan ascend the mountain path, unable to contain his urgency. Xiao brother, hurry, hurry! He began throwing stones at the zombies behind, trying to impede their pursuit. Yet his efforts were in vain. His feeble strength barely made an impact, and he nearly hit Xiao Zhan in the process. Upon seeing Wu Zhang, Xiao Zhan felt exasperated. Stop throwing and just run. His speed was astonishing as he pulled Song Yue along like a rag doll, nearly dragging her up the slope towards the off-road vehicle below. No, I can't go on. Song Yue, a pampered star, had never experienced such a frantic escape and quickly exhausted her energy. Gasping for breath, she collapsed in exhaustion. Useless, Xiao Zhan reached down, effortlessly scooping her up, and, amidst her startled cries, continued to run with her in his arms. With his human limits, carrying a girl weighing less than 100 pounds was a trivial feat. He scrambled up the slope like a madman, racing toward the off-road vehicle, seeing the monsters in pursuit. Wu Zhang dared not linger any longer and followed suit, fleeing for their lives. The leader of the horde of zombies, witnessing his prey escape, roared in fury, commanding a throng of undead to pursue Xiao Zhan and his companions. They surged up the hillside, creating a scene of formidable grandeur. Meanwhile, one among them was cradled in Xiao Zhan's arms. As they drew closer, the onlookers were rendered speechless upon realizing that the one he held was a strikingly beautiful woman. What on earth is happening? A young man pondered, confusion etched across his face. Humph, little lecher, Li Xiaoqin remarked softly, discomfort evident as she gazed at the woman in Xiao Zhan's embrace. Get in the car. Xiao Zhan shouted from a distance. The group was bewildered, yet clarity soon dawned upon them. As they crested a small hill, a swift-moving zombie horde began to ascend towards them, closing in rapidly. Holy crap! The young man exclaimed, startled. It's zombies! Hurry, get in the car! Panic-stricken, everyone scrambled to board the vehicle and start the engine. The family of the young man, in their urgency, did not wait for Xiao Zhan and the others. Hastily fleeing, don't run. The older brothers haven't arrived yet, Xiao Hua cried out. However, aside from Wu Zhang's family, another was already speeding away, unconcerned about waiting for Wu Zhang and Xiao Zhan to die in the face of impending danger. Who could afford to wait for others? This is infuriating, Xiao Hua huffed. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Zhang and Xiao Zhan had arrived. Xiao Zhan swiftly tossed Song Yuer into the car, leaped in, and shouted, quickly, let us take Route 107. Li Xiaoqin, poised to turn the car around, paused in surprise. With a firm press of the accelerator, she replied, all right. The off-road vehicle sped down a fork in the road, racing towards a narrow path as they passed Wu Zhang's car. Xiao Zhan called out, Old Wu, believe me and follow my lead. That Wu Zhang had intended to turn back, but upon seeing the direction Xiao Zhan was heading, he hesitated. A seasoned bodyguard, he was intimately familiar with the roads within the province. It quickly dawned on him that Xiao Zhan was still intending to head towards Danyang. However, he understood well that the provincial road would lead them through hilly terrain, where they might encounter the very horde they were fleeing from. Old Wu, what should we do? That direction is too close to the zombies. Shouldn't we turn back? His wife inquired anxiously. Wu Zhang, beads of sweat forming on his brow, found himself at a crossroads. One wrong decision at this juncture could seal their fate. Suddenly, he recalled the miraculous moment when Xiao Zhan had broken through the monster horde, and with a resolute tone, he declared, no, we will also take Route 107. I trust Brother Xiao. He will lead us to safety. Chapter 27. Do you wish to offer yourself? On Route 107, Li Xiaoqin, drenched in sweat, sped recklessly along the mountain road, casting nervous glances at the rearview mirror. The jostling had left Xiao Zhan feeling dizzy in the passenger seat. After navigating a winding path, Xiao Zhan could no longer bear it. Enough, slow down, or I might be sick. He had previously unleashed a group taunt to facilitate Song Yuer's escape, employing both of his superpowers, and now he was left in a state of exhaustion, feeling utterly drained. Have we shaken off those monsters? Li Xiaoqin asked. Rest assured they're no longer in sight, Xiao Zhan replied. Though his expression betrayed his unease, Li Xiaoqin relaxed. She noticed Xiao Zhan's pale complexion. What is wrong with you? Why do you look so unwell? She exclaimed. Xiao Zhan waved dismissively. It's nothing. Meanwhile, Song Yuer, still haunted by the recent events, kept glancing back from the rear seat until she could no longer see any trace of the zombies. Fortunately, we encountered Lu Zhen while leaving the city, who escorted us towards Danyang. I heard that a survivor barrier has been established here to fend off the zombie attacks. I never expected to be ambushed by zombies on the mountain road. She sighed. I wonder if Sister Zhao managed to escape. Xiao Zhan stroked a chin thoughtfully. Lu Zhen? Yes, the squad leader who was escorting us. That guy is utterly despicable. He clearly saw me being pursued by zombies back at the camp, but chose to turn a blind I doubt if it weren't for your timely intervention, I would have been dead, Song Yuer expressed with bitterness. Xiao Zhan pondered. It seems that the one who broke through to the north was Lu Zhan, that he was beginning to suspect that he had unwittingly become Lu Zhan's scapegoat. The thought of that person's actions sent a chill through him. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan inquired, have you asked if other areas are also experiencing this catastrophe? Following the Black Rain incident, all communications had collapsed, leaving everyone isolated. Now, Xiao Zhan was left groping in the dark regarding the external world. Song Yuer fidgeted with her fingers. I heard from a professor I was traveling with that this Black Rain incident is likely global in nature. We are not an isolated case. At least the entire Southwest has been engulfed by the Black Rain, with no safe haven in sight. Xiao Zhan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Is that so? He had harbored a glimmer of hope that the disaster was confined to Linen City, only to discover that reality was far more brutal than he had imagined. The entire planet was shrouded in this toxic rain. What immense force could orchestrate such devastation? Had humanity truly reached its end? Xiao Zhan, look ahead. The road is blocked. Xiao Qin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Zhan looked up to see that ahead, a mass of rubble had completely obstructed their path. Numerous vehicles, presumably belonging to other fleeing individuals, were also halted amid the debris. He stepped out to survey the situation. Shaking his head, the vehicles can't get through. Wu Zhang from the second vehicle approached. Frowning, this is a mudslide. Without heavy machinery, it cannot be cleared. Old Wu, how far is it to Danyang from here? Xiao Zhan inquired. Wu Zhang replied, it's actually not far. We just need to cross this Yulon mountain, and we will reach Danyang. The military base we aim for is only about 30 miles away. Xiao Zhan calculated their speed and commanded, everyone get out. We'll walk from here. The group exchanged glances. Their spirits dampened as they began to gather their belongings. Walking in heavy snow was far from ideal. 5 minutes later, the 8 of them set off once more, each burdened with a large pack containing tents and supplies along with a scant amount of food. As they navigated around the pile of rubble, Xiao Zhan suddenly felt a malevolent gaze fixated upon him. Startled, he scanned the surroundings but found nothing. The wind howled, snowflakes danced in the air, and all that surrounded them was a vast expanse of white. What's wrong? Wu Zhang asked, noticing his sudden halt. Xiao Zhan suppressed his unease. It's nothing. After a moment's thought, he said, Old Wu, you lead the way. I'll bring up the rear. Wu Zhang, puzzled but compliant. Agreed. All right. As Xiao Zhan fell to the back, Song Yuer stealthily approached, her stunning visage adorned with gratitude. You're Xiao Zhan, right? I haven't thanked you for saving me yet. Xiao Zhan nodded absent-mindedly, his attention scanning the area, every fiber of his being alert. The earlier sense of hostility was no mere figment of his imagination. He suspected they were being watched. Song Yuer edged closer, her tone laced with curiosity. Hey, can you tell me how you did that? During the breakout, why did all those monsters fall at your shout? Do you have some kind of superpower? Her curiosity was piqued from the moment Xiao Zhan wielded the slaying evil blade to slay the zombie cat and rescue her. To the subsequent forceful escape, he had exhibited combat prowess far beyond that of an ordinary human, resembling a superhuman hero from a film, compelling her to ponder further. Seizing the opportunity, she could not resist asking. Xiao Zhan scrutinized Song Yuer's enchanting face, recalling the various roles she had portrayed. What did you just say? He prompted. I asked if you possess any superpower, she replied. The previous line, he reiterated. Song Yuer paused, then answered, I haven't thanked you for saving me yet. Xiao Zhan nodded. Very well. How would you like to express your gratitude? Song Yuer opened her lips, yet words caught in her throat. Why aren't you following the script? I was just saying that casually. I didn't truly mean to thank you. Besides, who asked for a reward like that? Is your mind not right? Song Yuer was left speechless. Xiao Zhan regarded her earnestly. Look, in the dramas you star in, they often say, a life-saving grace cannot be repaid. A young woman can only offer herself in gratitude. Why not do just that? Song Yuer stammered. You. Just then, a light laugh broke the tension. Xiao Qin had approached unbeknownst to them and burst into laughter at the exchange. Originally observing the budding closeness between Song Yuer and Xiao Zhan with a mix of emotions, she now found amusement in the situation. Xiao Hua innocently chimed in, Mom, what does it mean to offer oneself? Xiao Qin whispered, It means sleeping with your big brother. Although Li Xiuqin spoke softly, the proximity allowed Song Yuer to hear every word clearly. Her face flushed instantly, and, embarrassed, she stomped her foot. You pervert. With that, she dared not meet anyone's gaze and dashed ahead in the group. Witnessing Song Yuer's hasty retreat, Li Xiuqin wore a victorious smile, just as she was about to engage Xiao Zhan in conversation. However, she found him staring intently at her. What? Do you wish to offer yourself as well? Li Xiuqin, flustered, retorted. You. How could you say that in front of children? Let us go. Let us go. Dragging Xiao Hua away while covering her face. Xiao Zhan finally found peace to sense his surroundings after driving away those women. Just then, the familiar notification from the system appeared. Ding! Task. Eliminate the extraordinary fox. Reward. One spirit. A jolt of energy surged through Xiao Zhan. It had finally arrived. Chapter 28. The Human Limit. The extraordinary path suddenly, as the task materialized, a piercing beast roar echoed from the mountaintop. Xiao Zhan abruptly looked up to see a ferocious beast, adorned in red and white, perched atop a low hill, gazing down at him. Despite the distance of over 100 meters, he could clearly feel the animosity and resentment emanating from its eyes. It was none other than the skinning fox that had attacked the camp the previous night. You finally came. The thought of the task's reward, which would elevate his spirit value to the human limit, spurred him to rush forward and slay the fox. However, before he could make a move, he witnessed countless foxes suddenly emerge behind it, surging down the mountainside like a tidal wave. Their varied fur seemed to blanket the snow. At a glance, there must have been hundreds. Damn! Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically as he shouted at the 7 people in front. Run! This is insane. How could there be so many? This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. He was ill-prepared to face hundreds of fox monsters. The prey had suddenly transformed into hunters, a reality he found hard to accept. Monsters. Monsters are coming. Wu Zhang and the others also spotted the hundreds of foxes pouring down from the mountain and began to scream in panic. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan shout, they hurriedly fled forward. Damn, these foxes are too fast. At this rate, they will soon catch up to us. Just one glance was enough for Xiao Zhan to ascertain that these foxes far surpassed Song Yuer and the others in speed. If they had a vehicle, it would be different, but now they were on foot, which couldn't compete with these beasts. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhan drew the Zhan Xie Dao and positioned it before the oncoming foxes. Come on, come kill me. He looked up at the bloodied fox atop the mountain, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Don't you hate me? Come. I am right here. Come kill me. Devour me. Yet the bloodied fox merely regarded Xiao Zhan coldly, indifferent to his taunts. Finally, the horde of hundreds of foxes reached the base of the mountain point. 2 gray-furred foxes emitted a shrill cry and lunged at Xiao Zhan. Kill! Xiao Zhan sidestepped, the Zhan Xie Dao slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. The 2 gray-furred foxes let out pitiful howls as they were cleaved apart, their blood and entrails splattering across the snow, staining the earth crimson. However, having slain 2, 5 more foxes pounced in unison. Come again! Xiao Zhan surged with spirit, engaging in a brutal melee with the fox monsters. With the sharpness of the Zhan Xie Dao and the resilience of a shield, he held his ground even against hundreds of foxes. But his stamina was slowly waning. He knew all too well what the bloodied fox desired. This very exhaustion, 1,000 meters away. Having fled far, Song Yuer and the others noticed that the foxes did not pursue them and paused to catch their breath. They did not follow. Xiao Zhan stayed behind to cover them. There were too many foxes. They had encircled him. The group exchanged worried words, their gazes fixed on the mass of foxes shrieking and howling in the hollow below. They knew Xiao Zhan was in there. What should we do? Wu Zhang's wife asked, still flushed from their earlier flight. Wu Zhang frowned, remaining silent. We cannot save him, Wu Zhang's daughter remarked. Li Xiuqin glared at her. Are we just going to watch him die? Xiao Hua, with tearful eyes, pleaded, Mommy, sister, can we just wait here for Big Brother to be okay? No, we must leave here, Wu Zhang suddenly declared. He scanned the faces of the women beside him and spoke solemnly. The reason he stayed behind is to secure a glimmer of hope for us. If we do not leave, it would be the greatest desecration of his sacrifice. Moreover, I believe Brother Xiao will survive. He has always been a miraculous individual. Song Yue added. That's right, he is strong. I believe in him. Hurry, the fox atop the mountain is coming this way. Wu Zhang suddenly shouted, pointing at the slope, that it's the monster that killed the Chun family. Li Xiaoqin cried. Run! The crowd erupted into panic. Hastily fleeing northward, the bloodied fox sprang to life. Instead of surrounding Xiao Zhan, it seized the opportunity to pursue Li Xiaoqin and the others while Xiao Zhan was besieged by its minions. It intended for Xiao Zhan to witness his companions meeting a grim fate. Perhaps it would even allow the human to watch as his comrades were skinned, just as humanity had done to its kind. Indeed, upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Zhan let out an enraged roar, charging toward the fox with reckless abandon, expending his energy to slay the surrounding zombie foxes that a triumphant smirk flickered in the bloodied fox's eyes. Yes, just like that. Kill. Kill a little more. When your strength is exhausted, that will be your end. T did not hasten to pursue Song Yue and the others, but instead toyed with Xiao Zhan. Like a kite on a string. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of over 100 foxes. Xiao Zhan, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, found his movements slowing considerably. Suddenly, a white fox swooped in from behind, slashing a wound across Xiao Zhan's back, blood gushing forth. This was the first time he had been breached. The sight of blood sent the horde of foxes into a frenzy, and under the bloodied fox's command, they charged at him relentlessly, heedless of their own lives, quickly inflicting over a dozen wounds upon him. In mere moments, Xiao Zhan was transformed into a figure drenched in blood. Bang! A fox collided with Xiao Zhan, sending him sprawling to his knees on the ground, pale and trembling, his hands unable to grip the blade any longer, appearing on the brink of collapse. Just then, the bloodied fox finally commanded its horde to cease their assault. Light-footed, it approached Xiao Zhan, its gaze cruel and triumphant. At last, have you exhausted your strength? What a terrifying human indeed. To achieve the goal of depleting Xiao Zhan. A third of its minions had perished. It licked its crimson tongue, preparing to savor this grand feast. It sensed that by consuming this human, it might even evolve. Boom! Suddenly, the seemingly defeated Xiao Zhan surged up from the ground, the Zhan Xie Dao radiating a formidable killing intent, its blade gleaming like lightning as it lunged toward the fox's forehead. The bloodied fox's expression shifted in fear, a layer of white light enveloping its body as it retreated rapidly. But at that moment, the man in front of it suddenly shouted, "Look, a shooting star!" The bloodied fox stumbled, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. In the face of life and death, it let out a furious howl, its white light flaring like an incandescent bulb, blinding Xiao Zhan and causing tears to stream from his eyes. Slash! Yet Xiao Zhan merely shut his eyes, relying on the Zhan Xie Dao's intuition to deliver the most powerful strike since the battle began. With a piercing sound, the blade sliced into flesh, as if cutting through tough leather, laboriously rending the creature apart. The bloodied fox emitted a heart-wrenching wail, desperately retreating. As the white light faded, Xiao Zhan saw the bloodied fox, now missing a hind leg, fleeing in panic, still wished to escape. Xiao Zhan, having sustained serious injuries to lure the cunning fox closer, would not let it slip away. He sprinted after it. Though the fox was injured, the white light swirling around it allowed it to flee at a remarkable pace. Chirp! It shrieked frantically, commanding the surrounding foxes to block Xiao Zhan. What the hell are you staring at? At that moment, Xiao Zhan went all out, unleashing his supernatural abilities without restraint, causing dozens of nearby foxes to burst into tears, immobilized. Look, a shooting star! He bellowed, and the fleeing, bloodied fox collapsed to the ground as it attempted to rise. Xiao Zhan's blade shot forth, piercing its heart and pinning it to the snow. The bloodied fox howled, still struggling. Die! Xiao Zhan leaped, bringing his shield crashing down upon the fox's forehead. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. And the bloodied fox finally lay still. Ding! Task completed. Reward. One spirit. A familiar vitality surged within his mind, soothing the throbbing pain in his head like a clear spring. He felt his spirit power elevate once more. Moreover, akin to the limits of physical strength, he vaguely sensed a barrier looming ahead, that if he could break through that barrier, he would enter a new realm, before Xiao Zhan could revel in his triumph. A grand voice from the system resounded. Attention! Physical and spiritual limits have reached the pinnacle of humanity, initiating the extraordinary path. Task: break the limits and achieve the extraordinary. Reward: main quest initiated. Officially becoming the sovereign of the heavenly path. Chapter 29. The extraordinary being coveting the school bell. Upon reading this subsequent message, Xiao Zhan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. So, I have never truly become the master of this system. How infuriating it he felt, as though the system had played him for a fool. System: how do I break the limits? How do I become extraordinary? Xiao Zhan. Poof! In a fit of anger, he struck the corpse of the bloodied fox with his blade. Since he could not obtain answers from the system, he would have to seek them from the carcass of this extraordinary fox. At this moment, after Xiao Zhan had slain the Fox King, the remaining foxes seemed to awaken from the oppressive aura of their fallen leader. Upon witnessing the multitude of carcasses littering the ground, they emitted a series of terror-stricken shrieks and scattered in a frenzy. Xiao Zhan swiftly proceeded to dissect the bloodied carcass of the fox, ultimately discovering a diamond-shaped crystal nucleus, no larger than a pinky finger. Nestled within its heart, as he held in his palm, he could distinctly sense the pure energy emanating from the nucleus. That moment, the system automatically displayed a message. Extraordinary crystal nucleus. Level 1 win. Effects: energy concentration, body refinement, acceleration. Xiao Zhan wasn't surprised by the information regarding the crystal. Rather, he was astonished that the system had taken the initiative to provide him with this insight. Such a thing had never occurred before. It seemed that reaching the limits of human capability had triggered some threshold, prompting this faulty system to finally regard him with seriousness. Hiss! Just then, waves of intense pain surged through his body. Xiao Zhan hastily called out. System quickly exchanged for healing medicine. Dongyang base. Dismissed. With the sound of military whistle, the female soldiers training in the square collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Ha ha! I can't go on. Xie Yuan lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, glancing at the equally perspiring Fan Qingqing beside her, stating, I'm exhausted. Qingqing, this instructor is utterly ruthless. We are girls, after all. Does he not have the slightest regard for us? He treats us like men in training. That's simply unbearable. Fan Qingqing gazed at the seemingly eternal purple-black clouds overhead and calmly replied, in a world on the brink of destruction, why should we differentiate between genders? Surviving is all that matters. Xie Yuan observed Fan Qingqing's flawless profile and inquired, Are you still thinking about him? Fan Qingqing cast her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Xie Yuan pouted and remarked, Sigh. Indeed, if I had a boyfriend like that, I would be yearning too. You're just asking for trouble. Fan Qingqing playfully bit her lip and punched her lightly. You have no sense of modesty at all. Xie Yuan chuckled, rising from the ground. All right, let us go. Stop worrying about that man. With his strength, he will surely survive. Didn't Wei Yang leave a message for him? He will definitely find his way here. The two stood up and walked toward the cafeteria. Fan Qingqing, what a coincidence we meet again here. The man smiled. Upon seeing him, Fan Qingqing's expression changed, and she tugged at Xie Yuan. Let's go. However, the crew-cut man swiftly moved, intercepting the two with a speed surpassing that of an ordinary human. Why are you leaving so soon after just meeting Fan Qingqing? After all, I did save you back then. Can't you at least muster a simple thank you? The two men behind him chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Miss Fan, that's rather ungracious of you. Our big brother has been sincere towards you. Others would beg for such attention. If you become our big brother's woman, not only will you be exempt from training, but you'll also enjoy the finest delicacies in the safety zone at the heart of the base. What could be better than that? Before Fan Qingqing could respond, Xie Yuan retorted, You big men have the audacity. It was Major Lu Fan who saved us, not you. A blonde man interjected. Hey, little sister, that's not how it works. If we hadn't held back those zombies, you'd probably be dead by now. Your words are quite disheartening. Sigh. The crew-cut man waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance. Don't argue with the girl. He gazed at Fan Qingqing, whose figure appeared increasingly alluring due to her sweat from training, and he longed to press her beneath him. Eagerly, he said, Fan Qingqing, we found a considerable amount of seafood during our outing. Why not join us for dinner tonight? We VE reserved a table at the small cafeteria. Fan Qingqing's expression remained calm. Huang Dongyue, I truly appreciate your earlier assistance, but I already have a boyfriend. Therefore, I must graciously decline your kind offer. The man named Huang Dongyue's demeanor darkened. When did you get a boyfriend? I inquired with your classmates, and they said you've been single all along. Fan Qingqing replied coolly. That is my concern, and it is none of your business. The blond man behind Huang Dongyue shouted. Woman, you'd best not refuse the drink we offer. My big brother is an extraordinary individual. A notable figure in the base. Even generally must show him some respect. You would do well to be sensible. Indeed, if you submit to our big brother, everything will be smooth sailing. Otherwise, haha. The two men leered at Fan Qingqing, issuing veiled threats, while Huang Dongyue made no attempt to intervene. Fan Qingqing's face turned pale with anger. You are shameless. Huang Dongyue, unable to suppress his vile thoughts any longer, seized her arm. Haha. Fan Qingqing, come with me. As a frail girl, Fan Qingqing could hardly evade the extraordinary man's grasp and was swiftly caught, just as he was about to forcibly drag her away. A resounding shout echoed from afar. Halt! Xiao Zhan, spotting the figure, exclaimed, Major Lu Fan. Huang Dongyue's eyes flickered with apprehension as he quietly released Fan Qingqing's hand. Lu Fan, a soldier with thick brows and large eyes, exuded an air of seriousness and scanned the scene, stating coolly, What transpired here? Huang Dongyue chuckled. Nothing much. I merely ran into an acquaintance and was catching up. Well, the conversation is over. We just finished a mission and need to report back. Farewell, Major Lu. With that, he turned and departed with his two companions. Wait, Major Lu. Xiao Zhan, unable to contain her indignation, attempted to report the situation, but was immediately restrained by Fan Qingqing. It wasn't until Huang Dongyue had distanced himself that she released Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, agitated, questioned, Qingqing, why didn't you let me speak? Fan Qingqing replied, Let us not trouble Major Lu. She had already discerned that Huang Dongyue, relying on his extraordinary abilities, disregarded even his superior, Lu Fan. Even if they reported him, it would only complicate matters for Lu Fan. Lu Fan observed the red marks on Fan Qingqing's wrist, where she had been grasped, and sighed. If you face any issues, you can find me at the equipment department, room 302 on the 3rd floor. However, it would be best if you avoided him. He is quite significant at the moment, and we cannot afford to provoke him. Fan Qingqing acknowledged. I understand, and I still thank Major Lu. Lu Fan nodded. Very well, take care of yourselves. I must be on my way. With that, he walked toward the armored vehicle behind him, where another man, bearing a striking resemblance to him, awaited. If Xiao Zhan and Song Yue were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Lu Zhan, the one who had lured the enemy fire onto them while making his own escape down the mountain path. Brother, was that the extraordinary individual who just appeared? Lu Zhan inquired, his gaze fixed on Huang Dongyue's retreating figure. Lu Fan nodded. Yes, Lu Zhan, intrigued, asked, Is it true, as reported, that he can withstand bullets? Lu Fan lamented. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. Had it not been for a powerful artillery shell hitting them, they could have fought while enduring gunfire. Lu Zhan, this world has changed. Perhaps it will soon belong to those individuals. Lu Zhan pondered, his mind drifting to the knife-wielding man he had encountered on the mountain path. Chapter 30. Night Whispers Midnight. As Xiao Zhan finally reunited with Song Yue and the others after traversing Lanjun Mountain to reach Danyang, the clock had already passed the midnight hour. The arduous trek of several dozen miles had left everyone, except Xiao Zhan, utterly exhausted. Yet upon finally catching sight of the Danyang base's gates, their spirits lifted. Ha! We've finally arrived at long last. Hurry, I'm utterly spent. I hope I can sleep well soon. Although it was the middle of the night, the area surrounding the base was ablaze with light, powerful searchlights illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Numerous engineers were busily constructing defensive fortifications. Xiao Zhan even observed a series of concrete structures resembling city walls. In their efforts to fend off the zombies, the higher-ups had resorted to building ancient defensive works such as these. Xiao Zhan, don't dawdle. Let us hurry inside. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Having walked for the better part of the night, everyone was desperate for a place to rest. Halt! As they approached the outer perimeter of the base, a group of soldiers pointed their weapons at them. Stay calm, stay calm. Everyone raised their hands. Wu Zhang called out. Hey there, brothers, we are survivors who fled from Linen City. We are not zombies. Please take a good look. Do not fire. A leading soldier responded. No need for further explanation. We will ascertain whether or not you are zombies after an inspection. He regarded the group warily and added, if any of you have been bitten by a zombie, please declare it immediately. Otherwise, if we discover it later, we will have to take coercive measures. Wu Zhang hurriedly replied. No, sir. None of us have been bitten by zombies. The leading soldier instructed. You go in first. The rest of you wait here. A soldier escorted Wu Zhang into a nearby white tent. After a brief interval, Wu Zhang emerged, smiling and waving at the others. Next, the leading soldier maintained a stoic expression. He had performed this task countless times over the past 2 days. The reason for such scrutiny was due to a tragic incident that had occurred the previous day when a survivor who had been bitten by a zombie entered the base and immediately went berserk, biting others. By the time the troops were dispatched to neutralize the threat, over a dozen lives had already been lost. This caused a wave of tension among everyone. Subsequently, anyone entering the base was subjected to thorough body inspections, with any injuries resulting in isolation. One by one, individuals proceeded inside, and Xiao Zhan was the last to enter. However, when it was his turn, all the soldiers suddenly tensed up, aiming their weapons at him in unison. Halt! Raise your hands! Xiao Zhan, rendered speechless, complied and raised his hands. The commanding soldier observed Xiao Zhan, whose body was covered in crimson stains, and swallowed hard. Previously, they had not seen clearly as he stood behind the crowd. But now they noticed that his body was adorned with dried purple scabs. His clothing, torn and tattered from his battle with the fox, revealed patches of skin beneath. He appeared quite disheveled. Yet the primary concern was the sheer volume of blood on him, enough to leave the soldiers dumbfounded. Without a doubt, this individual had encountered a monster, likely having been bitten by a zombie. You remove your shirt, the lead soldier bellowed, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Zhan, fearful that he might transform at any moment. Xiao Zhan felt a sense of helplessness. He was aware that the blood on him had aroused the soldier's suspicions, glancing at the circle of gun muzzles. He felt a headache coming on. Wu Zhang and the others also grew anxious, casting worried glances at Xiao Zhan. They had witnessed Xiao Zhan's injury firsthand, and although they did not understand why he had not turned into a zombie, they were concerned he might not pass this scrutiny. Crack! The lead soldier's expression grew increasingly stern. If you do not remove it soon, we will resort to coercive measures. Xiao Zhan hesitated, almost certain that the other party had been bitten by a zombie. Sigh. Xiao Zhan sighed, reluctantly shedding his shirt to reveal a well-built physique beneath, his 8-pack abs sharply defined under the light, the lines nearly perfect. Several women present were captivated. However, to the soldier's surprise, there were no visible injuries on him. The lead soldier was momentarily taken aback, but quickly pointed downward. Take off your pants too? No way. Xiao Zhan replied coldly, his eyes turning dangerous. The lead soldier felt as though he had been targeted by a ferocious beast, his hairs standing on end. After a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea of forcing compliance and waved to one of the soldiers. You accompany him inside for a thorough check. Xiao Zhan expressionlessly entered the white tent with the soldier. Moments later, they emerged together. The soldier reported, Report, sir, there are no wounds. Xiao Zhan approached Song Yuer and Li Xiuqin, who were stifling laughter. Rolling his eyes, he said, What are you laughing at? Let's go. After everyone passed the checkpoint, they registered their personal information once more before being escorted into the base by a staff member. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently in a special period with scarce resources, so you will only be able to temporarily reside in a communal dormitory. Here is your identification tag. Keep it safe. Whether in the dormitory or mess hall, you will need this to access services. Xiao Zhan interjected, Wait a moment, that I would like to inquire about some individuals. I'm a student from Linen University. Have you encountered any of my classmates or teachers? The staff member waved dismissively, impatiently responding, With so many people entering today, how could I possibly remember? You'll have to check with the dormitory administration yourself. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, the staff member added, However, you will undergo new recruit training tomorrow. If they are indeed here, you will encounter them. Xiao Zhan watched the departing staff with confusion. New recruit training? Where'll we stay tonight? Xiao Zhan looked at the identification tag in her hand and realized that among the 8 of them, only 2 dormitories had been assigned. Upon opening the dormitory door, they found only 4 beds inside. What is this? Wu Zhang remarked. It seems I will have to share a room with Brother Xiao. You all will have to endure for one night. No, Lil Hua exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Xiao Zhan's. I want to stay with Big Brother. Xiao Zhan smacked her daughter's head. Stop being silly. Your big brother has had a long day and needs rest. Don't disturb him. Xiao Zhan gently patted Little Hua's head, saying, Old Wu, you take charge for now. I'll check with the administration. Having made the arduous journey to Danyang Base, he was determined to locate the school beauty and the others for peace of mind. 2 days had passed, and he had no idea whether they had arrived safely. Late into the night, the dormitory area was eerily quiet, with only a few stragglers wandering through the halls, following the directional signs to the administration office. Xiao Zhan found it dark. He frowned, just as he was about to knock on the door, when suddenly a strange sound of gasping emanated from within. Tisa, I didn't expect you'd fall into my hands one day. You used to be quite arrogant, saying I was just a toad, dreaming of eating swan meat. How does it feel now, being beneath me? A smug male voice came from inside. Xiao Zhan, feeling awkward, halted his knocking. Forget it. I'll come back tomorrow. Just as he was about to leave, a flustered female voice stopped him in his tracks. You bastard, aren't you afraid my husband will seek revenge on you? How dare you treat me like this? Xiao Zhan's expression grew peculiar. That voice is, a thought crossed his mind, and he smirked mischievously, suddenly knocking hard on the window twice. The sound resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. The occupants inside immediately froze. Who is it? Xiao Zhan remained silent, retreating into the shadows. Moments later, the administration office door swung open, revealing a chubby middle-aged man storming out, looking around furiously. Seeing no one, he cursed. Which son of a gun is knocking? I swear I'll catch you. With that, he adjusted his pants and attempted to return to his business. However, he was promptly shoved aside by a disheveled woman, who dared not look around and whispered, I'm leaving. The hefty man, panicking, exclaimed, Wait, we haven't finished yet. He hurriedly reached for her, but the woman slapped him across the face and retorted, Let go, seizing the moment of his surprise. She hurriedly fled, leaving the man alone in a state of frenzy. Concealed in the shadows, Xiao Zhan smiled at the sight of the woman. So it's really her. Chapter 31. Fury. The crisp sound of high heels echoed through the dim corridor as a woman hurriedly rushed past. Her hair disheveled. She appeared anxious, fearful of being seen, her eyes darting with unease and vigilance. Just as she turned a corner and spotted her room, a figure suddenly blocked her path. The woman gasped and stepped back. Who are you? Huang Ying. We meet again, a man's deep voice replied. The woman scrutinized the man before her, exclaiming in surprise, It's you, Xiao Zhan, that you're still alive? Xiao Zhan smiled faintly, finding amusement in the sight of this woman. Now in her 40s, yet still possessing charm. He had not expected this mother of a college student to be so sought after, lingering in the thoughts of a base administrator. Indeed, this woman was the mother of the pair he had saved. Though not young, she still held considerable allure. Upon recognizing Xiao Zhan, Huang Ying's expression shifted to one of alarm, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Why are you here? What do you want? Xiao Zhan nodded, speaking plainly. Don't be alarmed. I just have a few questions. Since you're at the base, you should know the whereabouts of Fan Qingqing and Wei Yang. Take me to them, and I will keep your affairs confidential. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying's face paled, her gaze evasive. I don't know. Xiao Zhan sensed something amiss in her demeanor and darkened his expression. What has happened? Huang Ying grew more flustered. Nothing, but I'm sorry. But after we arrived, we got separated, so I don't know where they are. You could look for them yourself tomorrow. I have to go. Xiao Zhan seized her by the neck, effortlessly lifting her 100-plus pound frame off the ground. What has happened to them? Huang Ying struggled for breath, her plump face turning crimson as she desperately struck at Xiao Zhan's arm. Let me down. Yet Xiao Zhan merely regarded her coldly, as Huang Ying's breathing grew increasingly labored. Nearing unconsciousness, Xiao Zhan finally released her. Speak. Tears and mucus streamed down Huang Ying's face as she coughed loudly on the ground, before clinging to Xiao Zhan's leg, pleading, I'm sorry, but I had no choice. They threatened me. If I didn't comply, They would kill my son. Xiao Zhan's heart sank. Continue. Huang Ying explained, it's Huang Dongyueta. He approached me at night and instructed me to lure Fan Qingqing out. He threatened me with my son's life if I didn't comply. I was forced. Xiao Zhan hoisted her up again. Who is Huang Dongyue? Where did you arrange to meet Fan Qingqing? A transcendent, bulletproof, and not afraid of bullets? Xiao Zhan felt a jolt of shock, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated the emergence of transcendent beings among humans, and that one would have designs on Fan Qingqing. But regardless, what did it matter? Xiao Zhan's murderous intent surged. Take me there. With no other option, Huang Ying led the way. Xiao Zhan, discontent with her pace, grasped her collar and pulled her along as he sprinted forward. Even while carrying her, he moved with incredible speed, quickly exiting the dormitory area. Hey, what are you two doing? As they exited the dormitory, the guards outside were alerted, seeing Xiao Zhan disregard them and speed away. They raised their weapons. Halt. If you do not stop, we will open fire. Yesterday, a terrifying incident occurred at the base where individuals succumbed to zombification and began attacking others indiscriminately, prompting the guards to remain exceptionally vigilant. In such a tense atmosphere, the sight of someone running about would naturally evoke alarm. However, just as they raised their weapons, an overwhelming wave of tears suddenly streamed down their faces, obscuring their vision completely. In that moment, Xiao Zhan sprinted through the base, carrying Huang Ying. Where is the supplies building? He inquired urgently. Huang Ying, feeling breathless as the cold wind whipped past her ears, gasped. To the right, the building with the rice ear symbol on the rooftop is the one. Xiao Zhan pivoted swiftly, dashing to the right. Yet from a distance, he spotted 4 guards stationed at the entrance of that very building. As the soldiers saw Xiao Zhan barreling towards them, their expressions shifted to shock, and they raised their guns in unison, demanding, "Who goes there? Halt! Do not approach. This is a restricted area." But Xiao Zhan was too fast. Within moments, he was merely 10 meters away. The soldiers shouted in panic. Fire! Yet, just then, all 4 of them stumbled simultaneously in the snow, collapsing into the white drifts. Momentarily dazed, Xiao Zhan effortlessly bypassed the fallen guards and charged inside. That a mere 2 seconds later, one soldier scrambled to his feet. Shouting, "Quickly, Lin, call for backup. Intruders have forcefully entered the supplies building. Ahua, Jean, follow me inside to apprehend them." Upon entering the building without needing to ask, Huang Ying began directing him. 5th floor, room 510. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhan surged towards the stairs like a cheetah, ascending 4 floors in mere seconds. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he was greeted by the sound of triumphant laughter echoing from the depths of the corridor. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened as he dropped Huang Ying and rushed forward. Room 510. Cousin, this tranquilizer truly works wonders. This little girl is completely passed out. I even undressed her without her reacting. She seems to be unconscious. Her figure is quite impressive. Her chest rivals that of my wife. One of the 2 young men remarked. Cousin, I can't hold back any longer. Let me take my turn first. Get lost. A resounding explosion echoed, abruptly interrupting their conversation, startling them into silence. Who? They exclaimed, rising in shock to glance towards the entrance. Suddenly, a figure filled with murderous intent strode. Yes, Xiao Zhan entered. He spotted 2 youths in the room, a blonde and a green-haired one. On the sofa beside them lay a young girl, stripped bare. The sight of her radiant, pale body ignited a blaze of fury within Xiao Zhan. You seek death, the blonde youth shouted, pointing at Xiao Zhan. Who are you? Do you know who we are? Daring to kick down her door. The green-haired one chimed in. Cousin, don't waste time talking. Let us teach him a lesson before we question him. With that, the 3 clashed without further ado. Yet, the outcome was swift. Both of the youths were sent flying by Xiao Zhan's powerful punches, howling in pain as they tumbled like rolling gourds. With his extraordinary physical prowess, Xiao Zhan overwhelmed the 2 with ease. Ignoring their cries, he seized a nearby blanket and draped it over the unconscious girl. However, as he pushed aside her hair, he realized that this girl was not Fan Qingqing. Xie Yuan, he recognized, realizing she was Fan Qingqing's close friend. But why was Xie Yuan here? Where was Fan Qingqing? With a stern expression, he approached the blonde youth and demanded, "Where is Fan Qingqing?" The blonde youth, clutching his chest, looked at Xiao Zhan with a hint of mockery. So you're the classmate they mentioned. How unfortunate you arrived too late. Our older brother is already enjoying that beauty. Fury surged through Xiao Zhan as he stomped down on the youth's ankle, declaring, "Where is she?" With a sickening crack, the blonde youth's ankle shattered. "Da!" He cried out in agony, his face contorting in pain. Despite the excruciating hurt, he stubbornly laughed and said, "It's useless. It's too late. And no matter how strong you are, you'll only get the leftovers from our brother." "Ha!" In a fit of rage, Xiao Zhan summoned his Zhan knife and swiftly beheaded the blonde youth. His head rolled away, landing before the green-haired youth, who screamed in terror, "Don't kill me, please." Xiao Zhan pressed the bloodied knife to the green-haired youth's neck, demanding, "Speak. Where is she?" The green-haired youth, face contorted in despair, replied, "Brother Huang isn't here. He went upstairs." "Upstairs?" Xiao Zhan looked up, just then sensing a powerful aura erupting from above, as though something had exploded. With a deafening roar, the ceiling was blasted open, and a burly figure leaped down through the hole. Chapter 32. The Battle of the Extraordinary. As the figure landed, Xiao Zhan felt an overwhelming surge of violent energy, as if being swept away by a stormy sea, struggling to maintain his footing. "Oh, strong. Is this what it means to be extraordinary?" he thought, recognizing the familiar energy he had sensed from the flesh and blood fox. Though this presence was far superior. "Huang Dongyue," Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice. The figure slowly lifted his head, revealing a cold, sharp face. Huang Dongyue possessed a square jaw, narrow eyes, and a prominent nose, exuding a rugged yet intricate demeanor that made him seem formidable. Indeed, he was not to be trifled with. Gazing at the lifeless head of the blonde youth on the floor, Huang Dongyue expressed no sorrow. Merely stating, "You killed my brother." Xiao Zhan met his gaze calmly, responding, "Yes, he sought death, and I merely facilitated it." Huang Dongyue's eyes turned icy. The green-haired youth, seeing Huang Dongyue arrive, rushed over, pleading, "Brother, you must take charge. This bastard came in and killed our cousin. His death was too brutal. You must avenge him." Huang Dongyue kicked him away. "Get lost." The green-haired youth was sent sprawling into a corner, like a tea the same time. Xiao Zhan pushed the sofa, along with the unconscious Xie Yuan, into the corner, clearing a space in the next moment. Both men lunged at each other simultaneously. "Die. You will pay for my brother's life." Neither exchanged unnecessary words. They both understood that reconciliation was impossible. Boom! As Huang Dongyue charged forward, golden light surged around him, enveloping his body in a protective energy membrane. He threw a punch at Xiao Zhan with immense force. Xiao Zhan raised his shield with one hand while swinging the Zhan knife with the other. Does that even matter? Huang Dongyue, coldly smiling, did not attempt to block Xiao Zhan's attack, allowing the knife to strike his head. However, his right fist, surrounded by a golden glow, smashed into Xiao Zhan's shield. With a loud thud, the force of the punch sent Xiao Zhan flying, the impact greater than that of an ordinary human. Meanwhile, the Zhan knife struck Huang Dongyue's head, but it was halted just an inch away by the golden energy layer enveloping him, barely failing to breach the protective barrier. Even so, Huang Dongyue was taken aback. How is this possible? Since awakening his extraordinary abilities, his protective aura had never been breached, not even by zombies or bullets. Yet now, this individual nearly shattered his formidable golden shield. "Who are you?" A cold sweat trickled down Huang Dongyue's back. Remembering how he had arrogantly charged at Xiao Zhan, he felt a rush of fear. This is odd. He isn't an extraordinary being, yet he can break my protective aura. As he scrutinized Xiao Zhan, he noted that the latter had not awakened an energy core, clearly indicating he was not extraordinary. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ancient long knife in Xiao Zhan's hand. This knife, his eyes lit up, sensing a sharp energy emanating from it, as if mysterious forces were flowing through it. In his careful observation, he could even hear the thunderous roars of battle. This knife is the problem. Since awakening, Huang Dongyue had lacked a suitable weapon, and seeing this knife, he felt a surge of desire. "Give me that knife," he bellowed, resembling a furious dragon as he charged again. Xiao Zhan, however, remained calm, watching Huang Dongyue approach. As he closed the distance to 3 meters, he suddenly shouted, "What are you staring at?" Huang Dongyue, confused, wondered why he was hearing such nonsense at a crucial moment in battle. But as Xiao Zhan's words echoed, he felt his tear ducts burst, and tears streamed down uncontrollably, blurring his vision. What the hell? Huang Dongyue was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to attack Xiao Zhan as he hurriedly tried to wipe his tears. Boom! Just as he stopped, a heavy blow struck his forehead, disorienting him and sending him flying backward. Damn it! Why am I crying? Huang Dongyue thought, perplexed, as he struggled to comprehend the sudden outpouring of tears. At that moment, Xiao Zhan closed the gap, forcing Huang Dongyue to continue fighting through his tears. Boom! With a decisive strike, the balance of the battle shifted. Huang Dongyue's vision was obstructed, leaving him at Xiao Zhan's mercy. You bastard, what have you done to me? He shouted, his face drenched in tears. However, Xiao Zhan remained undeterred, furiously wielding the Zhanxie blade with reckless abandon. What are you staring at? What the hell are you looking at? He shouted, aren't you supposed to be so formidable? Aren't you an extraordinary being? Open your eyes and behold me, a dignified, extraordinary being, reduced to tears by my hand. How utterly laughable! Huang Dongyue was on the verge of madness. Feeling as though his dignity had been trampled upon, rage surged within him, and he could no longer endure such humiliation. Get lost, he suddenly bellowed, a surge of yellow energy erupting from his chest, sending Xiao Zhan flying several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Dongyue wiped his tears and declared fiercely, Kid, you brought this upon yourself. With that, he produced a green crystal from his bosom. Upon seeing the crystal, a flicker of pain crossed Huang Dongyue's face, but he swallowed it whole. Instantly, the protective divine light surrounding him erupted with energy twice as ferocious as before. A violent, unstable energy field enveloped Huang Dongyue, as if cloaking him in a mysterious aura. Die! Huang Dongyue shot toward Xiao Zhan like a cannonball, his speed now doubled. What are you looking at? Xiao Zhan activated his superpower. Yet Huang Dongyue closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to lock onto Xiao Zhan, advancing like a thunderstorm, furious and relentless. Stop! At that moment, a group of soldiers rushed in through the door, led by Major Lu Fan. Shocked by the devastation wreaked by the two, he shouted, Huang Dongyue, stop this at once. But Huang Dongyue paid no heed, accelerating even further. Xiao Zhan felt as if he were ensnared by an overwhelming force, unable to flee. In this dire moment, Xiao Zhan shouted coldly, Look, a shooting star! Suddenly, the rapidly approaching Huang Dongyue stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud, tumbling like a rolling gourd. The sheer momentum left him utterly bewildered. He couldn't comprehend why he had fallen at such a crucial moment. It felt like the universe had played a cruel joke on him. Major Lu Fan and the others were equally astonished, unable to fathom why Huang Dongyue had collapsed for no apparent reason. Before they could voice their confusion, Xiao Zhan raised the Zhanxie blade and lunged at the fallen Huang Dongyue. Seizing the moment, Xiao Zhan would not grant him the luxury of time to react. Yet, in this life-or-death instant, Huang Dongyue's heightened perception led to a critical response. The blade was upon him, and under the protection of his divine light, his body shifted 3 inches to the side. A mere 3 inches that spared him from death. The blade intended for his forehead instead pierced his shoulder, producing a sickening sound as it penetrated both his protective aura and flesh. Die! Xiao Zhan twisted the blade, and Huang Dongyue let out a pained howl. You shall perish. Yet in this moment, Huang Dongyue, rather than retreating, surged forward, seizing the opportunity to grab Xiao Zhan's legs with his arms, which now bore the monstrous shadow of giant limbs. You insufferable brat! I will tear you apart. Huang Dongyue roared, yanking fiercely. The giant arms tugged in opposite directions, intent on splitting Xiao Zhan in two. Chapter 33. Ascending to the Extraordinary. Dominance? No. Major Lu Fan shouted in alarm, his voice laced with fury. All the soldiers stared in shock at Huang Dongyue's actions, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Thud! Thud! In the face of impending doom, Xiao Zhan's heart thundered, adrenaline surged, and his mind raced, as if everything around him had slowed down, feeling the excruciating pain in his legs. His eyes turned crimson with an unprecedented battle fervor. No, I cannot die here. Fan Qingqing is still waiting for me, and Xiaohua is waiting too. Ah, extraordinary barrier, explode for me. In this desperate moment, anger and battle spirit ignited his deepest ambitions. A conflagration of rage that erupted from the very core of Xiao Zhan. Crack! A sharp sound echoed from the depths of his soul as the barrier obstructing his path shattered. Boom! An unprecedented wave of energy exploded from Xiao Zhan, akin to a torrential downpour or a raging flood, surging from his limbs and cells, converging towards his chest. What? Huang Dongyue, who had been tearing at Xiao Zhan's legs, was the first to sense the anomaly. As he beheld the torrent of energy emanating from Xiao Zhan, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? As an extraordinary being, he understood this scene all too well. It was the hallmark of energy core formation. He himself had condensed his energy core in a similar life or death moment. Little did he expect Xiao Zhan to awaken and ascend to the extraordinary amidst battle. Damn it! Even if you become an extraordinary being, I will still tear you apart. Huang Dongyue seethed, his muscles bulging, veins protruding from his forehead as he unleashed his full strength, his arms swelling significantly as he pulled at Xiao Zhan's legs with all his might. Boom! Xiao Zhan's chest pulsed, and a round crystal coalesced out of thin air, unleashing a torrent of energy that blasted Huang Dongyue's arms away. The violent shockwave sent everyone around them tumbling, as debris flew and dust swirled in the chaos. In the center of this tumult, a piercing howl erupted, shattering the stillness like a hammer striking stone, piercing through the long night. Everyone simultaneously sensed a resounding heartbeat. Thump! Thump! Like the thunderous beat of a drum. The vibrations coursed through their bodies, instilling a profound sense of dread as if some fearsome creature were being born before them, exerting immense psychological pressure. Huang Dongyue, prepare to meet your end, with a thunderous roar. Xiao Zhan's figure materialized, surrounded by a white energy aura, propelling Huang Dongyue violently against the wall. With a resounding crash, they burst through the wall, tumbling into the next room. You wish for my demise? Not so easily. Huang Dongyue glared furiously at the newly ascended Xiao Zhan, refusing to yield. Oh, what if you've awakened? You're still no match for me. Boom! Boom! Both combatants, now encased in energy shields, engaged in brutal close-quarters combat. Each strike delivering terrifying force. The surrounding walls and furniture crumbled before the onslaught of their battle, shattering into fragments. Kill! Xiao Zhan, invigorated by the torrent of energy surging from his core, became increasingly exhilarated. This sensation of power coursing through him was intoxicating. Huang Dongyue, take this punch. Mimicking his opponent, Xiao Zhan concentrated energy in his fist, unleashing an unprecedentedly fierce strike. Boom! Huang Dongyue across his arms, a mass of earthy shadows coalescing like a small mountain before him. Bracing for the impact of the punch. Thud! The force of the blow sent Huang Dongyue staggering back several steps, his face a mask of shock. Impossible. Why is your strength so overwhelming? Xiao Zhan, filled with murderous intent, retorted, less talk, let's fight. Energy surged once more in his hands as he launched a relentless assault on Huang Dongyue. Bang! Bang! The two figures darted through the building, engaged in a frenetic clash. Walls crumbled like paper under their might. Collapsing in chaos, they resembled two humanoid behemoths, wreaking havoc within the supply building. The entire base erupted with alarms, rousing many from their slumber, all eyes drawn to the chaos in the supply building. Damn it, both of you, cease this at once. Major Lu Fan shouted as he rushed over, his body trembling with rage. Yet, witnessing the rapid exchange between the two, he felt utterly helpless. The awakened extraordinary beings no longer feared bullets. Even if he ordered them to fire, it would be futile to ask for heavy weapons. They could not be unleashed within the confines of the base. Thus, he was truly at a loss, seeing the intensity of their battle escalate. Lu Fan shouted, Quick, notify General Li. If we don't stop these two rascals, they will demolish the base. Boom! Another powerful punch sent Huang Dongyue flying, crashing through the outer wall and plummeting towards the ground. As he observed Huang Dongyue's descent, Xiao Zhan leaped down, landing on Huang Dongyue's back and delivering a fierce kick. Thud! Huang Dongyue smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Huang Dongyue, the warm-up is over. You can die now, Xiao Zhan declared coldly, gracefully descending to the ground. Having gauged Huang Dongyue's abilities in their recent skirmish, he discerned that Huang Dongyue's extraordinary powers leaned towards defense, with dense energy and immense strength. However, his speed was lacking, and his movements were rigid. He was no match for Xiao Zhan. In contrast, Xiao Zhan possessed superior strength and speed, moving with the grace of the wind. Even when leaping from the 5th floor, it felt as if he bore no weight at all. Ha! Huang Dongyue spat blood as he emerged from the crater, fixing a furious gaze on Xiao Zhan. Oh, you think you've got me cornered? Xiao Zhan's expression shifted that moment. Huang Dongyue suddenly raised his right hand, grinning wickedly. Kid, you are too foolish. You were wary of me when we fought above. But now, this is my territory, with a fierce grip of his right hand. He declared cage. With a flick of his wrist, the earth beneath Xiao Zhan's feet suddenly surged upward in a frenzied motion, transforming into ropes that ensnared his legs, continuing to climb higher in an attempt to bury him completely. Startled, Xiao Zhan was taken aback, yet fear did not grip him. With a swift motion, he summoned the Zhanxia blade into his grasp. In a flash, he severed the earth with 2 swift strikes, freeing himself from its clutches and leaping several meters away. Curiously observing the writhing soil below, "Is this your superpower?" he inquired on the opposite side. Huang Dongyue gasped in surprise. "Where did you get that blade?" He had battled Xiao Zhan for quite some time without witnessing any weaponry. And now he was astonished to see his opponent conjure a blade out of thin air. Xiao Zhan assessed the soil with a shake of his head. "Unfortunately, your superpower activates far too slowly. If this is all you can muster, then you might as well perish." With that, he vanished in a flash, wielding the Zhanxia blade as he descended upon Huang Dongyue, pressing his palms to the ground. Huang Dongyue bellowed, "Earth spike!" The ground around him suddenly convulsed, forming numerous 1-meter-long yellow spikes that shot towards the airborne Xiao Zhan. Simultaneously, a soil dragon erupted from the earth, coiling towards Xiao Zhan above. "Petty tricks!" Xiao Zhan scoffed coldly as the Zhanxia blade glimmered in the air, severing all the earth spikes. "Prepare to meet your end." Propelled by the power of the wind spirit, his speed surged, and he leaped above Huang Dongyue's head. "Damn you!" Huang Dongyue roared, raising his arms to create a yellow energy shield while simultaneously commanding the soil dragon to lunge at Xiao Zhan. Slash! At that moment, a surge of white energy erupted within Xiao Zhan, merging with the Zhanxia blade. Instantly, the blade emitted a joyful hum, radiating brilliant white light. Unleashing an unmatched sharpness, it seemed as if the very heavens had heard the blade CRY.I in less than 0.1 seconds. The head of Huang Dongyue's soil dragon was cleaved off. Following that, the blade ruthlessly sliced through Huang Dongyue's protective aura, aiming directly for his head. Impossible! Huang Dongyue's face contorted in fear as he beheld the descending blade. Paralyzed by dread, "Spare me." At this critical moment, a commanding voice suddenly boomed from the air. Chapter 34. The awakening of the campus flower. Xiao Zhan naturally heard the shout. However, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Disregarding the identity of the newcomer, as he aimed to cleave Huang Dongyue in two with the Zhanxia blade. Suddenly, a searing force erupted from the side, igniting with blazing flames, exploding violently beside Xiao Zhan and Huang Dongyue. The thunderous blast struck Xiao Zhan like a heavy truck, sending him hurtling away uncontrollably. Had it not been for the energy shield protecting him, he would have sustained severe injuries. Yet in midair, he forcibly summoned the wind spirit power to stabilize himself, roaring as he swung at Huang Dongyue, who had also been blown back by the explosion. Huang Dongyue let out a pained scream as the Zhanxia blade severed his left hand. The two then rolled backward in the blast's aftermath, finally coming to a stop after tumbling several meters. With a cough, Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of warm blood, swiftly rising to his feet. Immediately aware of the internal injuries he had sustained, he raised his gaze, solemnly regarding the newcomer, a middle-aged man, gaunt with sharp eyebrows and large ears, exuded an air of sternness, dressed in military garb. He was evidently a high-ranking official of the base. Standing atop a tank, he glared at the two, a flicker of flames still smoldering in his palm, but a fire-type extraordinary being. Xiao Zhan pondered. System. Analyze the individual. A stream of information materialized. L. I Chun. Level 2 extraordinary being. Physical ability. 25. Mental ability. 25. Power. Flame. Xiao Zhan inhaled sharply. He had only recently advanced to level 1. And now he discovered his opponent was a formidable level 2, wielding the most destructive fire powers. And what of Huang Dongyue? Huang Dongyue. Level 1 extraordinary being. Physical ability. 13. Mental ability. 11. Power. Earth. Nodding, Xiao Zhan grasped the disparity between them. My hand. My hand. Huang Dongyue howled in agony, frantically clutching his severed limb. You wretched dog, I will kill you. Silence, Huang Dongyue. The middle-aged man glared at Huang Dongyue's severed arm, his expression darkening. He then turned to Xiao Zhan. Look at the havoc you two have wreaked. The base is on the verge of destruction. At a time like this, you dare engage in self-destructive violence. As survivors, don't you feel any shame? General Li. Huang Dongyue gritted his teeth. You must take my side. This brat suddenly barged into my resting room with the intent to kill me. I was forced to retaliate. Moreover, he murdered my brother and severed his head. He cried out hoarsely, General Li, my brother met a tragic end. You must punish this murderer severely and avenge my brother. Xiao Zhan merely regarded him coldly, inwardly contemplating. System. If I confront General Li, what are my chances of victory? System. It is inadvisable for the host to engage in violent confrontation. The opponent is one of the highest-ranking commanders of this base, possessing official authority. Violent confrontation may yield unpredictable consequences. Upon hearing Huang Dongyue's words, General Li refrained from striking. Instead, he scrutinized Xiao Zhan with a stoic expression. You are the one who just awakened? He inquired. Why did you resort to violence? Xiao Zhan glanced at Huang Dongyue, replying indifferently, he deserved to die. Huang Dongyue immediately leapt up. Look, General Li, this brat is far too arrogant. He shows no respect for you whatsoever. If we do not seize him and punish him severely, how can our base maintain any authority over the survivors? He must be executed to uphold the law. General, at that moment, Lu Fan and others descended from the supply building, panting heavily. General, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, these two would have truly dismantled the base. General Li frowned. Lu Fan, what on earth transpired? As Lu Fan began to speak, Xiao Zhan interjected, wait, you can inquire here, but I must go find someone. General Li frowned. Find someone? Who are you looking for? Xiao Zhan turned to Huang Dongyue, his killing intent palpable. Naturally, I am searching for my girlfriend, who was captured by Huang Dongyue. General Li regarded Huang Dongyue with an impassive expression, while Huang Dongyue sneered, I know nothing of your girlfriend. All I know is that a woman offered herself to me tonight, wishing to share my Yes, you know, since my awakening, women have been flocking to me, and I have little resistance against beauty, so I accepted. Xiao Zhan's fury surged within him. However, aware of General Li's presence, he could not slay Huang Dongyue. Thus he abruptly turned and made his way toward the supply building. Wait. Major Lu Fan positioned himself in front of him. Xiao Zhan replied calmly, Are you going to stop me? Lu Fan shook his head. You are Xiao Zhan, right? I have heard of you from Fan Qingqing and the others that do not rush. Fan Qingqing is on the 6th floor, and I have already located her. Xiao Zhan's expression tightened. You found her? How is she? Is she all right? His heart raced, gripped by fear of hearing undesirable news from Lu Fan. Lu Fan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Rest assured, she is fine. She merely fainted. However, her condition is a bit unusual. I cannot say for certain. Noticing Lu Fan's odd demeanor, Xiao Zhan's heart sank, dread settling into, I must go see her. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before addressing General Li. General, there seems to be some misunderstanding here. Why don't I take Xiao Zhan to find his girlfriend first, and we can discuss the rest later? General Li scrutinized Huang Dongyue and Xiao Zhan, then nodded. Very well. With that, he directed Huang Dongyue. Come with me. I will find someone to treat your wounds. Huang Dongyue shot Xiao Zhan a venomous glare. You little bastard, I will kill you one day. Xiao Zhan dismissed Huang Dongyue's threats entirely. In his eyes, Huang Dongyue was already a dead man, and the loss of a hand today was merely an interest payment. They exchanged glances, both perceiving the intense animosity within each other's eyes. As they parted ways, the fierce battle came to an end. Yet, all were aware that this conflict was far from over. A decisive confrontation between Huang Dongyue and Xiao Zhan was inevitable. The closer he drew to the sixth floor, the heavier his steps became that he feared witnessing the scene he dreaded, terrified that Fan Qingqing had indeed fallen prey to Huang Dongyue, as the yellow-haired man had claimed 1 step. 2 steps. The weight of his footsteps made it difficult to breathe. And even the surrounding soldiers sensed Xiao Zhan's tension. At last, they arrived. Lu Fan brought him to the door of room 610. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, slowly pushing the door open. Creaking, the wooden door emitted a jarring sound, akin to the anguished cry of a dying bird. His hand trembled as he peered inside with anxious eyes. A familiar silhouette appeared before him. The breathtaking Fan Qingqing lay quietly on a pink grand bed, resembling a slumbering beauty, her eyes tightly shut and her brow furrowed. However, to Xiao Zhan's relief, Fan Qingqing's attire remained intact, neatly donned upon her. "Hurry inside." Lu Fan chuckled from behind. "Rest assured, she is truly unharmed." "You will see for yourself." Xiao Zhan hastened into the room. Approaching the bedside of Fan Qingqing, it was then he noticed a faint green energy membrane enveloping her, safeguarding her entirely within. The school beauty, protected by this luminous barrier, appeared merely to be in a deep slumber, her brow and eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. Curious, he reached out to touch the membrane, discovering its remarkable resilience, akin to a cocoon encasing Fan Qingqing. He exerted a bit of pressure, yet the membrane remained unmoved, instead pushing back against his fingers. What is this? A delightful hypothesis blossomed in his mind. Could it be that Qingqing has awakened as well? Chapter 35. The 10-day limit. Xiao Zhan's heart raced as he thought. System, conduct a scan. Fan Qingqing. Level 1 transcended. Physical strength, 10. Mental strength, 18. Ability, mind's light. Note: this transcendent has inadvertently ingested a flawed evolution serum and will succumb to organ failure in 10 days. The host is urged to seek an antidote promptly. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. What? System, what is the evolution serum? Why would it lead to organ failure? Realizing the school beauty had only 10 days left to live, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of urgency. System. The evolution serum is a transcendent agent designed to break the genetic locks of humanity. Consumption awakens superpowers and promotes transcendence. However, this is a flawed version, possessing significant defects. Consumption inflicts severe harm on the body. Those with weakened physiques will be unable to endure the consumption required for the breakthrough, leading to gradual organ failure. Xiao Zhan was engulfed in despair. "Qingqing, Qingqing," he called out repeatedly, attempting to rouse Fan Qingqing, but there were no signs of her awakening. He turned abruptly, his eyes reddened as he looked at Lu Fan. "What is this evolution serum? Is there an antidote?" Lu Fan hesitated, glancing at Fan Qingqing on the BEDSO. She awakened after consuming the evolution serum. This is troubling. Xiao Zhan seized Lu Fan's collar tightly. "Speak quickly. What is the evolution serum? How can we detoxify?" With his strength, he lifted Lu Fan effortlessly. The soldiers behind them, witnessing their superior being held, all aimed their weapons at Xiao Zhan. "Release our commander." Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Lower your weapons," he then addressed Xiao Zhan. "Let me down first, and I will tell you." Xiao Zhan released him. "Speak." Lu Fan instructed the soldiers behind him. "You all may leave for now." Once the personal guards had exited, he continued. The evolution serum was originally a strategic resource awarded to Huang Dongyue. When consumed by a transcendent, it can significantly amplify their innate powers and fully develop their abilities. However, if taken by an ordinary person, it becomes highly toxic. 99% of individuals will suffer agonizing deaths during the process. Fan Qingqing did not perish, but rather awakened her superpowers, which is indeed fortunate. However, her physique is too frail. She likely cannot withstand the consumption required for the breakthrough, hence she will soon succumb to organ failure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan solemnly inquired, "Is there an antidote for this?" Lu Fan offered a wry smile that I fear there isn't. Damn it. Xiao Zhan slammed his fist against the wall, leaving an imprint from the impact. Huang Dongyue. Hatred surged within him that it was clear that the school beauty had taken the risk of consuming the evolution serum to avoid humiliation from Huang Dongyue. Although she had awakened her powers, she had also plunged herself into despair. He suddenly stood up, intent on confronting Huang Dongyue. Wait. Lu Fan abruptly blocked his path. I just remembered there might be a place where an antidote exists. Where? Xiao Zhan pressed. Lu Fan replied, the monster's nest in the center of Linen City. Xiao Zhan frowned. The monster's nest in the city center? Yes, Lu Fan confirmed. To heal Fan Xingqing's organ failure, we require a substantial and pure source of life energy. I believe the monster's nest in the city center must possess such resources. Xiao Zhan murmured. Pure life energy? Suddenly, the image of the vine monster he had seen at Swan Lake flashed through his mind. Perhaps that creature harbored what they needed. Knock, knock. Soldiers entered, standing at attention. Major, General Li wishes to see you. Let us go, Lu Fan said, rising to, I will take you to meet General Li. It is essential we resolve tonight's matters. He added reassuringly, do not worry. General Li is a man of discernment. The truth will prevail, and as long as you act with integrity, there is no need to fear being targeted. Xiao Zhan stood, observing the hundreds of heavily armed soldiers outside, prepared for battle. I do not fear being targeted. If I wish to leave, no one can detain me. Lu Fan paused, sensing the formidable confidence emanating from him. It was the confidence of a true warrior. Let us proceed. Outside, they found themselves encircled by numerous soldiers, with checkpoints every few steps, extending from the supply building to the command tower. But he understood this was Lu Fan's warning not to act recklessly. As Xiao Zhan surveyed the surroundings, he called upon the system. System, check my current personal information. Host, Xiao Zhan, master of the heavenly path. Level 1 transcendent. Wind. Physical strength, 15. Mental strength, 18. Fortune, 333. Superpowers, what are you looking at? Look, a shooting star. Equipment, bright light shield, evil slaying blade. Interesting, Xiao Zhan was astonished by his fortune value, which had surged from dozens to hundreds upon reaching the transcendent level. Why has my fortune value increased so dramatically? He pondered. System. The fortune value is determined by the influence of the host's actions. Xiao Zhan contemplated. So, this fortune is a result of the recent conflict. A sardonic smile crossed his face. Ding! Congratulations, host has advanced to transcendent status and unlocked the main quest. Quest. Reach a fortune of 1,000 to obtain the title of hero. Roi Ohadred. Before Xiao Zhan could thoroughly examine the quest details, Lu Fan's voice interrupted. We have arrived. Lu Fan announced as they halted before the grand hall on the top floor of the command building. Xiao Zhan, please wait outside for a moment. He then knocked and entered. Moments later, Lu Fan returned. You may enter now. I have discussed your situation with the general. Xiao Zhan stepped into the hall, where General Li stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the tempestuous night, his silhouette austere and solitary. Xiao Zhan chose silence, and the two men shared a quiet moment, observing the snowfall outside. Xiao Zhan, do you know how many humans remain on Earth? General Li suddenly inquired. Xiao Zhan hesitated, shaking his head. I do not know. General Li replied, conservatively estimated, less than 1 billion. Xiao Zhan's heart sank at this revelation. Even with prior suspicions, the weight of the truth bore down upon him. Before the catastrophe, the Earth population had nearly reached 10 billion. This meant, in the span of merely 3 days, a staggering 90 billion people had perished in this disaster. It was a chilling and horrifying figure. General Li continued, according to my estimates, several 100 million more will die in the following month. The enemy is exceedingly cunning. They severed our signal transmissions immediately, rendering us deaf and blind, and all advanced weaponry has become ineffective. If we do not swiftly organize our combat capabilities, humanity may face extinction. Xiao Zhan sensed the deep concern in General Li's words. Who is the enemy? He rasped. General Li replied, I do not know. You do not know? Xiao Zhan was taken aback that even the highest commander of the base was unaware. General Li elaborated, all I know is they seem to have emerged from underground, without any prior warning. Thus, we we still possess a slim chance for survival. Xiao Zhan recalled the night owl, envisioning the solitary figure surrounded by countless zombies. Indeed, there was only one person, along with a dog. Xiao Zhan. General Li turned to him. I have heard about your girlfriend's situation. Lu Fan was correct. The essence of life needed to save her can only be found at the enemy's nest in Linen City. Therefore, he offered a slight smile. We can strike a deal that I will ensure your girlfriend's safety while she remains unconscious and provide you with the location of the life essence that I, in return, you'll complete a task for me. How does that sound? Chapter 36. School Beauty. Shall we date? An hour later, Xiao Zhan emerged from the command hall, his mind swirling with thoughts. Ultimately, he agreed to General Li's proposition. This was not solely about rescuing the school beauty. It was also due to the system issuing a quest, as General Li proposed the deal. Quest: investigate the enemy nest in Linen City. Reward: 500 luck points. Indeed, General Li's mission is to infiltrate the enemy's lair and execute the enemy chief. It is a perilous endeavor, and Xiao Zhan is acutely aware of the enemy's terrifying capabilities. However, Xiao Zhan has no choice but to proceed. As he steps out, Xiao Zhan encounters a malevolent figure emerging from a room at the end of the corridor. It is Huang Dongyue. The scoundrel spots Xiao Zhan and sneers coldly, making a gesture across his neck, audaciously turning to descend the stairs. Yet what astounds Xiao Zhan is that the hand Huang Dongyue uses for the gesture is his left hand, which Xiao Zhan had previously severed. How could this be? Moreover, he appears to move as if nothing had happened. Xiao Zhan. Let us go that I will take you to your quarters. Lu Fan approaches and states. Lu Fan has also noticed Huang Dongyue, and after a moment's hesitation, he adds, there's a healer among the extraordinary beings at the base. Reattaching severed limbs is quite manageable. Xiao Zhan falls silent for a moment before replying. Let us go as they walk. Lu Fan continues. The base has designated a specific area for you extraordinary beings that I have already sent Fan Qingqing and Xie Yuan there that if you wish, any of the women accompanying you can be arranged to stay here. The general has stated that each extraordinary being may protect 5 individuals. This is a privilege of the extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan nods, saying, thank you, while reflecting that in this apocalyptic catastrophe, strength is indeed the most crucial asset. Were he an ordinary person, he would likely still be crammed into a collective dormitory with 7 or 8 others. Yet he understands General Li's approach. Extraordinary beings, those humanoid behemoths unperturbed by conventional weaponry, surpass even the elite soldiers of the past by 100-fold. Had it been before the catastrophe, he alone could have pierced through an entire army in smaller nations. He could potentially topple regimes single-handedly. In this apocalypse, where high-precision weaponry has become obsolete, extraordinary beings have transformed into strategic assets. We have arrived at this moment. Lu Fan leads him to a row of neatly arranged villas, which are evidently the residences of the leadership. Now, they have been allocated to the extraordinary beings, illustrating the base's emphasis on them. That villa is designated for you. Lu Fan points to the third one to be why now. Dawn has fully broken. Xiao Zhan gazes over and sees a small building cloaked in white flowers climbing its walls. In the morning light, the delicate blossoms sway gently in the brisk wind, exuding an ethereal tranquility. Get out. This is our house, that if you don't leave, I will inform the patrol. Just then, a commotion erupts from the small building. As if a quarrel is underway, it's Xie Yuan's voice. Startled, he hastens towards the source, fearing something has gone awry. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovers that Xie Yuan is arguing with none other than the popular star. Song Yuerer. There stands Song Yuerer, attempting to push her way inside the small building, while Xie Yuan staunchly blocks the entrance, the two of them locked in a stalemate. What is she doing here? Xiao Zhan is taken aback. Xiao Zhan, you must intervene with this crazy woman. I've told her I'm your friend, yet she refuses to let me in. She's merely your classmate. Why should she reside here? If you ask me, I should be the rightful hostess. As she speaks, she provocatively rubs her chest against Xiao Zhan's arm, her gaze defiantly fixed on Xie Yuan, clad in a semi-transparent black chiffon dress. Her long, fair legs peek through the fabric, exuding an alluring charm. It appears she has intentionally applied light makeup before arriving, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. rendering her utterly captivating to any in comparison. Xiao Zhan seems like a mere immature girl beside her. Xiao Zhan withdraws his arm, frowning. How did you know I was here? It was Major Lu who informed me, Song Yue replies. He said you have become an extraordinary being and that the base has allocated you a villa. As your relative, I can move in here and even be exempt from military service. After saying this, she loops her arm around Xiao Zhan's again, leaning her face close to his. Xiao Zhan, you were so kind to me. I knew you wouldn't forget me when good fortune came your way. As she speaks, she continues to provoke Xiao Yuan with her gaze. Xiao Yuan's eyes blaze with fury, but as she's not Xiao Zhan's girlfriend, she feels unqualified to voice her objections, her eyes brimming with tears, barely holding back her emotions. Now, Xiao Zhan finds himself in a predicament. He understands that this is a misunderstanding. He anticipated Major Lu's efficiency. He had just arranged for accommodations and immediately notified Song Yue. Perhaps, in Lu Fan's eyes, he and Huang Dongyue are of the same ilk, both lecherous. However, by heaven's grace, he truly did not intend for Song Yue to come here. Let go, he says coldly, unwilling for the campus Belle to witness this scene. Otherwise, he would find it hard to explain. Xiao Zhan, I'm just worried about you. I heard the base is abuzz with rumors that you fought a powerful foe last night and were gravely injured. I rushed over the moment I heard. Xiao Zhan glances at her meticulously applied makeup and attire. Oh, you rushed over the moment you heard? He knows women take at least an hour to prepare when they dress up. Song Yue nods vigorously. Yes, look how worried I am for you. Please let me stay here. Xiao Zhan pries her hand away. No, to be honest, the feeling of a popular star humbling herself before him is quite pleasant. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Zhan is not in the mood for playful banter. The campus Belle has only 10 days left to live, hanging over him like a sword of Damocles, constantly reminding him not to squander time. Major Lu, please take her away. I need to rest, Xiao Zhan tells a somewhat embarrassed Lu Fan. Lu Fan nods. This was my oversight. I'll make the necessary arrangements. He waves his hand. Take Miss Song away. Two soldiers following behind immediately seize Song Yue's arms and escort her away along with Lu Fan. No. Xiao Zhan, you can't treat me this way. Song Yue cries out in frustration as she is led away. Xiao Zhan watches her being taken away by Lu Fan, shaking his head as he enters the villa. However, as he steps inside, he spots a graceful figure leaning against the door, gazing at him with a bemused smile. It is none other than Fan Qingqing. Xiao Zhan exclaims with delight, Qingqing, you're awake? Fan Qingqing appears somewhat pale, yet this only adds to her allure as a delicate beauty. She smirks, my dear Xiao. You've become quite impressive. In just a few days, even a celebrity is throwing herself at you. How come I never noticed your charm with women before? Xiao Zhan feels a wave of embarrassment. Ahem, you saw everything. Fan Qingqing pouts playfully. How could I pretend not to see when she is practically at your doorstep? Xiao Zhan insists, it's not what you think. Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. Fan Qingqing interrupts, turning to walk inside. If she likes you that much, why not go after her? Xiao Zhan firmly grasps the campus Belle's hand. With her startled gasp, he pulls her into a tight embrace. Lowering his gaze to her exquisite visage, he states with unwavering conviction, Qingqing, let us be in a relationship, one that lasts until death. Chapter 37. The eccentric members of the extraordinary squad knock at noon. Xiao Zhan is jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. He glances at the campus Belle, who is peacefully asleep on his chest, and chuckles softly. Carefully, he pushes her aside and makes his way to the door. Upon opening it, he finds a stranger in military attire standing before him. Hello, my name is Lu Zhan, and I am the squad leader for this assassination mission. You must be Xiao Zhan, correct? Lu Zhan? Xiao Zhan feels a sense of familiarity with the name, but cannot place it at the moment. Sensing the man before him is not an extraordinary being, he inwardly muses, General Li seems to be treating this matter too lightly. How can an ordinary person lead extraordinary beings on a mission? He afraid we might dispose of him at will. I am indeed he. You are here to notify me of our departure. Correct? Please wait a moment while I freshen up. Returning to his room, he finds the campus Belle already awake. She embraces his waist with a worried expression, resting her face against his chest. Are you leaving? Yes, Xiao Zhan replies, savoring the fleeting warmth she offers. You know I must seek the essence of life. The sooner, the better. He tenderly stroked her hair, adding, your health appears to be deteriorating, and I worry you may not hold on until I find the essence. Tears well and fanned Ching-Ching's eyes. But the city is far too dangerous. I'm scared. Xiao Zhan reassures her with a smile. Do not fear. Trust your man. Nothing can impede his stride. He cups her face and plants a deep kiss on her lips. Besides, I haven't had the chance to ride you yet. How could I bear to die? The campus Belle bites her lip. Even at a time like this, you're still so shameless. The two individuals lingered in a tender moment. At last, amidst the reluctant farewell of the campus Belle, Xiao Zhan stepped out of the villa. Xie Yuan, take good care of Ching-Ching. Let us go, he instructed the officer named Liu Zhan. After walking a short distance, Liu Zhan suddenly halted in front of a small building adorned with blooming rhododendrons. Xiao Zhan turned to look at him. Liu Zhan explained, there is also an extraordinary team member here. And no sooner had he spoken than a short, bald young man emerged from the building. The bald young man, with a grin that barely concealed his disdain, remarked, Oh, I senti this the cold-blooded Lieutenant Liu Zhan. I didn't expect you to be leading this time. What a narrow path for sworn enemies. Let me make myself clear. If you dare to let me lag behind again, I shall be the one to end you. Liu Zhan cast a calm glance at him and replied, Zheng Chao, you need not go. The bald young man, Zheng Chao, scratched his head and chuckled. Not go? Generally would have my head for that. Ha! We enjoy certain privileges at the base. How can we not pay a price? At that moment, a beautiful woman in her late 20s emerged from the door behind Zheng Chao, calling out to him. She wore nothing but a lace nightgown, the hem barely covering her backside, leaving her fair and slender legs entirely exposed. A dazzling sight. Disgusting, spat the woman named Leah as she shut the door behind her. The two stood in stark contrast, one short and unattractive, the other tall and exquisite. It was hard to fathom how Zheng Chao had won her affection. Stop staring, Zheng Chao barked. She is my woman. Until my last breath, no one is to lay a hand on her. With that, he brushed past the two men, laughing heartily. Come on, let us set off. I'm curious to see how perilous this mission truly is. The trio continued forward, soon arriving at the base's entrance. General Li awaited them there, accompanied by a man with a burned face and a spirited young woman in her 20s. Upon spotting them, Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed in surprise. Both were extraordinary beings. From the girl, he sensed a vibrant energy, clearly indicating she was the one who had healed Huang Dongyue's left hand. Through General Li's introduction, Xiao Zhan learned their names. The burn-scarred man was Wang Shun, and the girl was Chen Shui. Ha! General, I hope I'm not late. Huang Dongyue bellowed as he entered, casting a challenging glance at Xiao Zhan. I encountered a few lovely ladies on the way who insisted on getting close. How could I refuse such beauty? I just got delayed for a moment. These women are truly relentless, lacking any modesty that I prefer those who are harder to win over. Xiao Zhan recognized the provocation for what it was. He had no intention of stooping to engage with a man on the brink of death. Huang Dongyue's eyelids twitched as he let out a cold chuckle, ceasing further taunts. All right, General Li interjected solemnly. Everyone, your weapons and vehicles are prepared. This mission is of utmost importance that I entrust you all with this task. He bowed deeply to the group. Rest assured, General, we will accomplish the mission. Liu Zhan, Wang Shun, and the healing extraordinary being stood at attention, saluting in unison. In contrast, Huang Dongyue and Zheng Chao, including Xiao Zhan, appeared rather relaxed. While distributing vehicles, Zheng Chao jovially draped an arm over Xiao Zhan's shoulder. Hey, Xiao bro, shall we share a vehicle? Xiao Zhan shrugged off Zheng Chao's arm and replied coolly. No need. I prefer solitude. Unfazed, Zheng Chao continued cheerfully. Don't be so aloof. We're on the same team. He then lowered his voice. Xiao bro, let us team up. I may need your assistance when trouble arises. Xiao Zhan glanced at the others and nodded silently. The two climbed into an off-road vehicle, with Zheng Chao taking the driver's seat. Xiao bro, I heard you had a spat with Huang Scorpion last night. You even severed his left hand. You're impressive. Xiao Zhan remained silent and replied, What do you need to discuss? Zheng Chao cast a glance behind them, ensuring no one was listening, and whispered, Xiao bro, what is your take on this mission? Xiao Zhan shot him a sidelong glance, a near-death experience. Zheng Chao's eyes lit up. Haha, I didn't expect you to think the same. Truly, great minds think alike. Sigh, General Li is too ruthless, sending us across half the city to assassinate the enemy leader. Isn't that akin to sending us to our doom? Xiao Zhan shook his head. Zheng Chao paused. Confused. What do you mean? It's not me who faces near certain death. It's you. Zheng Chao's expression froze, rendered speechless as he looked at Xiao Zhan, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, he had thick skin and quickly added, Xiao bro, the danger of this mission is immense that I hope we can form an alliance privately. So if we encounter peril, we can assist each other and face it together. Xiao Zhan remained non-committal. Oh, why not seek others? Zheng Chao scoffed. Wang Shun and Chen Shui are the general subordinates. They were soldiers even before awakening, wholly focused on completing the mission. They might even sacrifice their lives for it. And I dare not ally with them. As for Huang Dongyue, he is selfish and untrustworthy. He might sell me out when the chips are down. Thus, teaming up with you is my only option. Xiao Zhan shook his head. If you're aware of the danger, why go? Zheng Chao chuckled bitterly. Do you think I wanna? Don't let General Li's amiable demeanor fool you. He is quite cold-blooded. If I refuse to go, my Leah and sister would be expelled from the base. In this frigid weather, I can't bear the thought of my loved ones facing those monsters outside. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently swept across the convoy, and he suddenly spotted a familiar figure carrying a rocket launcher as he strode past the vehicle. Xiao Zhan's body jolted, and he exclaimed, Wei Yang. At first, Xiao Zhan thought he had misseen, but upon noticing Wei Yang's distinctive large head and the tuft of hair atop it, he confirmed that the soldier in military attire, shouldering a rocket launcher, was indeed his good friend Wei Yang. Fatty, Xiao Zhan immediately leaped from the vehicle to chase after him. The soldier, hearing the call, turned around with equal delight. Xiao Zi, is that you? What are you doing here? Xiao Zhan retorted, I should be asking you the same thing. Wei Yang chuckled. I've been selected by the Special Forces, following the captain on a mission. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes. You, a clueless rookie who can't even shoot, are going to your doom. He seriously suspected that Wei Yang's presence in the squad was General Li's way of keeping him in check. A silent warning against mischief during this mission. Let us move out. Let us move out. With Lu Zhen's commanding shout, the convoy began to advance. Xiao Zi, I can't chat longer. I need to regroup. If I'm late, the captain will scold me, Wei Yang said as he hurried off with the ammunition. Damn it. Xiao Zhan felt a surge of annoyance, with the situation now set in motion. He could only ensure Wei Yang's safety during the impending mission. Zheng Chao, curious, inquired, Do you know that big-headed soldier? Xiao Zhan nodded. Zheng Chao shook his head. That is unfortunate. This mission means ordinary folks are just cannon fodder. With little chance of survival, that he looked down on the soldiers. It was simply that the location they were headed to was fraught with peril, a veritable den of monsters. Even they could not guarantee their safe return, and the survival rate for ordinary individuals, with their limited stamina and endurance, would be even lower. Hey, Zheng Chao wiggled his eyebrows, extending a pocket watch he had been toying with before Xiao Zhan's eyes. Xiao bro, look, this is a protective charm given to me by Leah. She says it's been blessed and will keep me safe. Isn't it lovely? Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow that a pocket watch can be blessed. Zheng Chao replied, Leah practices Western faith. It's blessed by a priest quite different from our customs. She has mixed blood. Isn't she? Zheng Chao beamed. Oh, you noticed? You have a keen eye. Let me tell you. She has a quarter Norwegian blood, a quarter Rusky blood, and a quarter South Sea blood. It's a splendid blend. Why else would I have chosen her? Just look at those long legs and that figure. TSK. As he spoke, he gestured dramatically with his hands, as if illustrating proportions, adding with significant emphasis, Xiao bro, you're still young. You don't understand the allure of a mature woman. Xiao Zhan twitched his lips. He glanced back. Whereas Huang Dongyue? He asked, frowning. Zheng Chao replied, Don't worry. He is in the first vehicle, responsible for today's reconnaissance task. Tomorrow, it'll be my turn. What? Are you planning to take action against him? It was highly likely that the squad Wei Yang was and would also be tasked with leading the way ahead. This left him feeling uneasy. Huang Dongyue and Wei Yang were ahead. and he had an incessant feeling that something dreadful was about to transpire. The convoy departed from the base, heading southward. The unrelenting snowfall over the past 2 days had not only obscured the roads, but also concealed the corpses strewn across the ground. As the convoy moved further away from Donyang, they began to encounter scattered survivors. Those driving fared somewhat better. However, for those on foot, it was a dire situation. The plummeting temperatures made traversing through the blizzard exceedingly arduous, compounded by exhaustion and hunger, leading many to collapse along the way. When the survivors saw Xiao Zhan's convoy, they called out joyfully for help. Yet, Lu Zhan showed no intention of stopping, promptly ordering the convoy to depart swiftly, perfectly embodying his cold-blooded nature. "See, that's just how he is," Zheng Chao sneered. "Oh, you know how I awakened." He continued, "I was a shop owner nearby when a catastrophe struck and happened to run an illusions team. But this guy used us as bait and escaped with others, leaving my friends to perish completely. If I hadn't awakened at the brink of death, I would have met the same fate." Xiao Zhan asked, "Did you not seek revenge against him?" Zheng Chao scoffed. "How could I? Lu Zhan and Lu Fan are General Li's direct subordinates. The entire base is under their control, with General Li around. I am powerless to act." Xiao Zhan recalled the image of General Li in action and nodded in agreement. Indeed, a second-tier General Li held overwhelming dominance over other extraordinary beings, not to mention his command over the military of the entire base, rendering ordinary people incapable of resisting. As they approached Linan City, a piercing warning siren suddenly blared ahead. Zheng Chao jolted upright. Something's amiss. He could see that moment. The vehicle's radio crackled to life with Huang Dongyue's voice. "Captain Liu, the road ahead is obstructed by a horde of monsters, roughly 300 in number. I could see some are fighting them over there." After a brief pause, the radio transmitted Lu Zhan's calm voice. "Machine gunners, clear a path. Proceed directly without delay. Yes, you are the boss. Your word is final." Soon, the sounds of intense gunfire erupted ahead. Heavy firepower was unleashed. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. In front of the convoy, a dozen soldiers stood atop armored vehicles, unleashing a barrage of heavy machine guns and automatic rifles upon the horde of zombies. Wei Yang followed, a 2-meter-tall muscular man, also firing his rifle. However, having trained for only a few days, his marksmanship was atrocious, missing several shots and nearly hitting his comrade beside him. "Wei Yang, aim properly. You almost shot me just now," a soldier with a dark complexion shouted angrily. The muscular man said, "Wei Yang, your shooting skills are lacking. Switch to the machine gun." Reluctantly, Wei Yang replied, "Fine, Captain." He moved to the machine gun position, adjusted himself, and began firing forward. Since the machine gun position was fixed and prioritized firepower over precision, even an ordinary person with minimal training could operate it. Hundreds of bullets rained down like a torrent, causing the zombies ahead to fall like wheat being cut down. "Wonderful! It's the military. Help has arrived." A group of survivors besieged by zombies near the rocky outcrop cheered upon seeing Wei Yang and the others approach. Several young individuals waved their arms in front of the convoy, shouting, "Hurry, kill these monsters. We can barely hold on." At that moment, Huang Dongyue leaped atop the vehicle and coldly commanded, "Get out of the way. We are on a military mission and have no time to linger here." The survivors froze in shock. The 20-year-old student shouted in anger, "You can't do this. You're soldiers. How can you turn a blind eye to death? Are you even human?" Huang Dongyue sneered, "I'll count to 3. If you don't clear the way, we will open fire." 1. The student waved his fist. "You are so cold-blooded. We won't let you pass. You can't just leave us like this." 2. Huang Dongyue's expression grew increasingly severe. The survivors became more agitated, shouting, "We won't step aside. Let's see if you really dare to shoot." 3. Huang Dongyue let out a cruel laugh. "This is of your own making." He gestured, "Open fire." However, the soldiers tasked with clearing the path remained motionless. Though they were soldiers who followed orders, they still adhered to their own moral standards in such chaotic commands. Huang Dongyue, seeing no one move, bellowed in fury, "What are you doing? Didn't you hear me say to fire?" He leapt onto the first armored vehicle, gripping Wei Yang tightly at the machine gun position, and growled, "I told you to shoot. Do you hear me?" Wei Yang struggled. "No, they're just ordinary people. I can't do this." Huang Dongyue sneered, "If you don't kill them, I will kill you. He gripped Wei Yang's neck, causing his face to turn red from suffocation. That you're seeking death. A furious voice erupted from the back of the line, and a figure swiftly rushed forward, striking towards Huang Dongyue's shoulder. Chapter 39. Mission. Gain Tree Granny's Forgiveness. Huang Dongyue was startled, releasing Wei Yang and turning the counterattack against the incoming assailant, with a thunderous impact. The two palms collided, unleashing a shockwave of extraordinary energy that sent everyone around them sprawling. Thud, thud, thud. Huang Dongyue staggered back a dozen meters before regaining his footing. He glared at the individual opposite him. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Zhan, it's you again. Indeed, the attacker was none other than Xiao Zhan. He glanced at Wei Yang, noticing he had merely stumbled and was unhurt, which eased his concern. Xiao Zhan feigned ignorance of Wei Yang's identity and coldly addressed Huang Dongyue. Who gave you the authority to open fire on ordinary people? Huang Dongyue fixed a steely gaze on Xiao Zhan, scoffing. Xiao Zhan, are you looking for trouble? I'm responsible for clearing the path today. I can kill whomever I please. What? Do you wish to stand up for these refugees? You're overstepping your bounds, Xiao Zhan retorted with a cold laugh. Huang Dongyue, you truly are a shameless and cold-hearted individual. His inner fury surged, contemplating seizing this opportunity to strike Huang Dongyue, even at the risk of injury. Huang Dongyue seemed to sense Xiao Zhan's murderous intent, his own aura flaring up as he clenched his fists. A confrontation between extraordinary beings was on the brink of erupting. Stop! A commanding shout rang out from behind, followed by Lu Zhan, Wang Shun, and Chen Shui arriving at the front of the convoy, with the lethargic Xing Chao trailing behind. Lu Zhan's face was filled with anger. What are you trying to do? Huang Dongyue shrugged. Captain Lu, this isn't me instigating trouble. I was clearing the path when he suddenly came from behind to ambush me. Captain Lu, such ambushes against comrades should be punished. Lu Zhan frowned, looking at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, why did you attack Huang Dongyue? Xiao Zhan replied nonchalantly. No particular reason. I simply found it intolerable. He glanced over Wang Shun and Chen Shui, sensing the fluctuations of extraordinary power emanating from them. Clearly, if he dared to strike, they would surely come to Huang Dongyue's aid. Moreover, perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt Lu Zhan might also be concealing his true strength. Not as weak as he appeared. Coupled with the fully armed soldiers around them, a fight was unlikely to ensue. Xing Chao chuckled heartily. That's splendid. Since Xiao brother enjoys listening, I shall elaborate further. Regarding that mixed blood girl. TSK. Lu Zhan's expression darkened considerably. Observing this, Huang Dongyue incited. Ha! Captain Lu, did you see? He doesn't regard you at all. Such a person who disregards military orders should be taught a lesson. If Captain Lu doesn't want to act personally, I'm more than willing to take on the task. However, Lu Zhan shot him a sideways glance. Huang Dongyue, do not forget your promise to the general. During the mission, set aside your grievances. The task comes first. Huang Dongyue forced a smile. Yes, whatever Captain Lu says goes. Lu Zhan surveyed the survivors by the rocky outcrop and assigned a small team. Wei Yun, stay behind to clear the remaining zombies and leave some weapons for these survivors. The rest continue onward. Understood, Captain Lu, a special forces team leader acknowledged, leading 7 or 8 soldiers and an armored vehicle to confront the remaining zombies. That a minute later, the convoy resumed its journey. This time, they encountered no further obstacles, and the group finally arrived in Linan City before nightfall. To Xiao Zhan's surprise, the convoy halted at Wetland Park. Lu Zhan shouted, "Tonight we will rest at Swan Lake Wetland Park. Wang Shun, take the Special Forces team to clear the zombies in the wetland. Remember, do not use heavy weapons. We must avoid disturbing the zombie horde outside. Leave it to me, Captain Lu," the capable Wang Shun replied as he departed with his team. Inside the third vehicle, Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a smile. He had intended to come to the wetland park to seek the vine monster, hoping to find the essence of life needed to heal the school beauty. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhan's chosen campsite was perfectly situated here, saving him the trouble of sneaking away. Observing the familiar scenery outside, he felt a wave of emotion welling up within him. The mere recollection of that night, when he was cornered by the night owl and the tree granny, nearly annihilated at the lake's edge, sent shivers down his spine. To be candid, that day was fraught with peril. He wonders if that tree granny at the sanatorium still lurks there. He can only hope that the monster contains some essence of life. Otherwise, he would indeed have to venture into the enemy's lair as twilight deepens. He addresses Xiao Yang. Stay vigilant here while I take a stroll. With that, Xiao Zhan dismounts and stealthily makes his way toward the sanatorium. Xiao Yang shakes his head, muttering to himself about Xiao Zhan's penchant for reckless wandering. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhan, a pair of sinister eyes has been fixated upon him. And as he departs the camp, the figure stealthily follows suit. The chilling wind, laden with moisture, lashes against his face, biting sharply. Xiao Zhan proceeds cautiously, swiftly arriving at the peninsula beside Swan Lake. However, when he casts his gaze upon the sanatorium, his eyes widen in disbelief. He can scarcely comprehend the reality before him. It is impossible. Just 100 meters away, the sanatorium, which should have been a mere ruin, stands intact, showing no signs of collapse. He can hardly trust his own sight, for he distinctly remembers witnessing that terrifying beast emerge from the depths of the sanatorium, reducing it to rubble. How can it be unscathed now? This is madness. Even more unsettling is the fact that lights flicker within the sanatorium and shadows flit about, resembling phantoms. Gulp. Xiao Zhan swallows hard, feeling a chill creep from his spine to the crown of his head, causing his hair to stand on end that he nearly turns to flee. But at that moment, someone on the third floor waves out of the window. It appears they have spotted Xiao Zhan and are beckoning him. Upon recognizing the figure, his heart leaps into his throat. Louis Nan. He can hardly contain his exclamation. The person waving from the window is none other than Louis Nan, one of the two who went missing that night. Now smiling and gesturing kindly, his plump face radiating goodwill. Yet to Xiao Zhan, it is utterly terrifying. Louis Nan's expression seems frozen, akin to a marionette, his movements stiff and unnatural. Witnessing this, Xiao Zhan truly wants to turn and run. Xiao Zhan, Xiao Zhan. A haunting voice emanates from the sanatorium, achingly familiar. Louis Nan continues to beckon him, wearing a bizarre and eerie smile, his gestures accompanied by a ghostly call, as if summoning his very soul. Damn it! Xiao Zhan curses under his breath, feeling the hairs on his body bristle. Were it not for his desire to obtain the essence of life, he would have no inclination to remain here. Just as he hesitates, contemplating whether to enter, a sudden chime resonates. Task. Gain the tree granny's forgiveness. Reward. Invisibility cloak. Chapter 40. Huang Dongyue seeks mutual destruction 20 meters away. Concealed within a thicket, Huang Dongyue glares with malevolence at the silhouette before the sanatorium. Akin to a serpent poised to strike, that he has been lurking there for several minutes. Yet the target remains indecisive at the entrance, leaving him perplexed. How odd. Why does he not enter? Huang Dongyue's curiosity piques. Fearing to alert Xiao Zhan, he dares not approach too closely, only managing to discern that someone within the sanatorium is waving at Xiao Zhan, seemingly familiar with him. Damn it, just go inside already. He mutters in frustration to eliminate Xiao Zhan. He must find the perfect moment in a secluded spot, and this sanatorium presents an ideal opportunity for an ambush. As he anxiously awaits, Xiao Zhan finally makes a move, circling around the front of the sanatorium and heading toward the lakeside before disappearing around the corner. What is he doing? Huang Dongyue furrows his brow, springing from the thicket to pursue quickly. As he rounds a corner, he catches a glimpse of a corner of Xiao Zhan's clothing vanishing through a side window. What is this lunatic doing? Opting for a window instead of the front door. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhan's decision to enter fills him with excitement. Humph, Xiao Zhan, today shall be your demise. He eagerly leaps through the window. With a pop, it is as if he has shattered a bubble. Darkness engulfs him, and everything around him transforms. What was once a warmly lit corridor adorned with a yellow carpet has morphed into a pitch-black abyss, the walls and ceiling marred by festering black stains. The air is thick and rancid, a filthy sight. What the hell? Huang Dongyue gasps in shock, initially suspecting a sneak attack from Xiao Zhan, and instinctively retreats. However, after just 2 steps, he finds himself against a wall. A wall? Panic seizes Huang Dongyue. How could this be? He had leaped through the window. How is there suddenly a wall behind him? Instead, he is confronted by a ghastly, blood-red wall. Now, Huang Dongyue is in complete disarray. He steps back, gritting his teeth. Xiao Zhan, come out. Enough of your tricks. Do you think I fear you? It seems that uttering Xiao Zhan's name has triggered something. At the end of the corridor, a corpulent figure materializes, floating ominously toward Huang Dongyue. Huang Dongyue's eyes narrow. Instantly, a yellow protective aura envelopes him, and he demands, "Who are you? Where's Xiao Zhan?" Yet, the rotund apparition offers no reply, only quickening its pace. Suddenly, it clasps its hands together, and two massive, yellowish arms materialize behind it, lunging toward Huang Dongyue. "Let us perish together." The colossal arms surge forward, generating a tremendous gust. Yet this powerful strike meets with empty air as the figure appears to transcend the fabric of reality, evading Huang Dongyue's grasp entirely. What? Huang Dongyue is alarmed. The apparition continues to advance, closing the distance to a mere 5 meters, a barrier. Huang Dongyue panics, quickly channeling his extraordinary heart to summon earth-based powers, forming a semicircular barrier for protection. However, the horrifying sight that follows leaves him in terror. The entity passes effortlessly through his earth wall, approaching him directly. "I'm hungry. I'm hungry." The apparition emits a chilling laugh, its blood-red eyes fixed on Huang Dongyue as it opens its mouth wide. What was once a mere few centimeters in size suddenly stretches to over a meter, revealing rows of sharp, menacing teeth like the gaping maw of a monster. No, Huang Dongyue is gripped by terror. Unleashing a surge of yellow energy, he crashes backward. With a resounding thud, he breaks through the wall behind him, narrowly escaping the entity's voracious lunge. Yet to his dismay, the wall he has just breached does not lead outside the sanatorium, but into another corridor. Huang Dongyue curses under his breath, but now is not the time for contemplation. The ghostly being is once again in pursuit. "I'm hungry, I'm hungry." The rotund specter continues to approach, its face twisted into a sinister grin. With no options left, Huang Dongyue sprints away. He curses Xiao Zhan's family as he runs, suddenly spotting a staircase leading upward, shrouded in darkness, but with the specter hot on his heels. He hastily ascends the stairs. Delicious, delicious. Just as he descends, he encounters a gaunt figure drifting toward him, its mouth opening and closing in a ghostly grin. "Damn it, perish already." Huang Dongyue, thoroughly enraged, channels his earth powers into a punch, aiming to obliterate the gaunt specter blocking his path. However, to his horror, the punch strikes only air. The gaunt specter, unharmed, seizes the opportunity to close in, sinking its teeth into his arm. Hiss! A searing pain erupts in Huang Dongyue's mind, as if a piece of his very soul is being torn away, leaving him in a state of excruciating agony, both corporeal and spiritual. No, what in the world is this abomination? He stumbles backward, frantically seeking escape, but the corridor resembles a labyrinth. No matter how he runs, he cannot find his way out. Time and again, the two specters catch up to him, biting him twice more. The pain, emanating from his very soul, drives Huang Dongyue to madness. He begins to unleash his extraordinary powers, barreling through walls in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, to his despair, no matter how far he runs, even after breaking through dozens of barriers, he remains trapped in this maze. No. I, Huang Dongyue, cannot perish here. Xiao Zhan, you bastard, come out. He is acutely aware that his pursuit of Xiao Zhan has led him to this predicament. He feels an overwhelming hatred towards Xiao Zhan. Gasping heavily, he struggles to continue fleeing. However, after being bitten twice, his consciousness begins to fade, as if the specter's attacks target his very essence. "You think it will be easy to kill me, Huang De?" While his consciousness remained clear, Huang Dongyue retrieved a fist-sized red crystal core from his bosom. He cast an angry glance around. "Xiao Zhan, I know you are here. Let me go, or I shall detonate this device, and none of us shall survive." He raised the red crystal core in his hand and thrust it forward with extraordinary force. With a thud, the crystal pulsated, emitting a surge of scorching energy. Within it, an immensely unstable energy seemed to churn, yearning to break free from its crystalline confines. Gurgle, hungry, delicious. The two specters advanced ominously. Huang Dongyue, beads of sweat on his forehead, implored, "Xiao Zhan, think carefully." If you don't let me go, we shall both perish here. This weapon was entrusted to me by General Li to deal with the enemy leader. It is more than sufficient to obliterate this sanatorium. Just then, a flash of light, like a blade, cut through the darkness. Racing towards Huang Dongyue, seal, he bellowed, summoning a 3-layered protective shield around himself. Puffed. However, the blade was exceptionally sharp, slicing through all 3 barriers and heading straight for Huang Dongyue's eyes. Get lost, he roared, pushing his extraordinary heart to its limits. Concentrating energy into a nearly tangible fist, which crashed against the blade. With a whoosh, the blade's tip grazed Huang Dongyue's nose and flew past him, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Bang! Yet before he could revel in his narrow escape, the sound of a gunshot echoed behind him. Huang Dongyue pondered whether Xiao Zhan had lost his mind. Bullets were utterly ineffective against him. Even without his extraordinary powers, his formidable physical prowess could withstand them. To his astonishment, however, the bullet did not aim for his vital points, but instead pierced through the hole created by the blade, striking the red crystal core in his grasp. Huang Dongyue's expression shifted dramatically, and he screamed in terror, "No!" Boom! The moment the bullet breached the red crystal wall, the core erupted. Chapter 41. Oh, what a tumultuous night it is! Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded across Swan Lake Peninsula. The entire wetland part trembled. Flames erupted within the sanatorium, followed by a massive explosion, sending plumes of thick smoke into the air, reducing the sanatorium to rubble in an instant. A pained roar emanated from beneath the ruins. Countless vines erupted from the ground, thrashing about wildly in a frenzy of desperation. Debris flew around like shrapnel from a machine gun. The nearby lake and surrounding trees were left utterly ravaged. Gulp! Xiao Zhan swallowed hard. Emerging from behind a tree by the lake, he gazed at the terrifying might of the tree, Granny, and murmured, "Thank goodness, I didn't go. It was he who had deceived Huang Dongyue into entering the sanatorium, making him a scapegoat. Moreover, after Huang Dongyue revealed the red crystal core, he had decisively detonated it. He had not anticipated such immense power, which obliterated the entire sanatorium in an instant." Witnessing the vine monster thrashing about in the night, Xiao Zhan inquired, "System, what exactly is this creature?" Ding! Mutated blood-sucking vine. Tier 3 extraordinary. Physical, 35 mental. 35 super ability. Illusion, blood-sucking. Xiao Zhan inhaled sharply as he read the tree granny's information. Even General Li was only Tier 2. How could this monstrous creature possess Tier 3 capabilities? Its physical and mental attributes were double his own, and it had 2 extraordinary skills. Absurd. Just a few days post-catastrophe, a Tier 3 extraordinary monster had emerged. He surmised that with the strength of this blood-sucking vine, even the blue-blooded leader might not be a match. Fortuitously, Huang Dongyue, the fool, had blazed a trail for him. He relished the irony. That moment, he suddenly spotted a round, earthy yellow glow amidst the ruins, as if something inside was struggling to emerge but was hindered by the encroaching vines. Not dead yet. Xiao Zhan was astonished. The earthy yellow glow was unmistakably the manifestation of Huang Dongyue's extraordinary power. "Xiao Zhan, it is you!" A venomous roar emanated from the circular glow. Brimming with unquenchable hatred, it was indeed Huang Dongyue. Yet his condition was dire. His body was charred and one eye was blind. He was desperately exerting the last vestiges of his extraordinary energy to fend off the wrath of the mutated blood-sucking vine. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan, the instigator of his plight, how could he not seethe with fury? "I will kill you!" Xiao Zhan, his frenzied wails fueled by boundless rage, illuminated his protective golden aura. Xiao Zhan clicked his tongue in fascination. "Huang Dongyue, you truly have a remarkable life. You are still alive. But I must thank you. If it weren't for your foolishness in exploring for me, I would likely be the one trapped down there now. Old Huang, you are indeed a good man." Huang Dongyue was on the brink of madness, glaring at the gloating Xiao Zhan, wishing he could leap from the ruins and bite him. "Xiao Zhan, may you meet a wretched end." As Huang Dongyue recognized Xiao Zhan, the blood-sucking vine likewise took notice. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan, its former adversary, a blaze of rage ignited within it. "Roar!" It let out an enraged howl, sending countless vines lashing toward Xiao Zhan's position. However, Xiao Zhan stood just at the edge of the vine's reach. As the tendrils approached, he remained motionless, observing the blood-sucking vine flail and gnash its teeth a mere 2 meters away, unable to touch him. The vine, now infuriated, hissed, "You cursed human! You have wounded. Once again, I shall devour you." A peculiar psychic transmission suddenly resonated within Xiao Zhan's mind, reminiscent of a toddler struggling to articulate its words, fragmented and difficult to comprehend. Damn, even plants can speak now. Xiao Zhan chuckled bitterly. This task is impossible. Having injured the blood-sucking vine twice and demolished its painstakingly rebuilt abode, he had forged a formidable enmity. How could he seek forgiveness? By trampling upon it. While Xiao Zhan pondered how to resolve the task, a commotion of footsteps approached from behind. The explosion had alarmed the camp, and everyone rushed over. When Lu Zhan and his team arrived, they halted in shock at the sight of the towering, mutated, blood-sucking vine. Its myriad of tendrils extending outwards. What in the world is that? Has the vegetation become sentient? They gawked, their perspective shattered once more, for this was their first encounter with a mutated plant monster. As the onlookers marveled at the terrifying form of the mutated, blood-sucking vine, a cry for help pierced through the air. "Help! Lu! Wang Shun! Save me! I'm underneath, please!" Startled, they finally spotted the yellow glow beneath the layers of vines. "It's Huang Dongyue!" Wang Shun exclaimed. Lu Zhan's expression darkened. "Damn it! How did you end up here? What have you done to provoke this creature?" Huang Dongyue, gritting his teeth, replied, "It's that scoundrel Xiao Zhan. He deliberately lured me here, intending to use this monster to eliminate me." With a light chuckle, Xiao Zhan strolled nonchalantly into view. "Old Huang, honesty is paramount in life. Why not tell the truth? You were merely afraid of my predicament. So you volunteered to explore inside. Furthermore, you detonated your trump card to delay this monster for my safety. Old Huang, you're truly a good man." Huang Dongyue was nearly driven to madness, hearing Xiao Zhan's gleeful taunts. He longed to leap from the ruins and sink his teeth into him. "Xiao Zhan, I will kill you one day, Old Huang. You're truly magnificent, sacrificing yourself to protect me." Xiao Zhan sighed. "Rest assured, once you are gone, I will collect your remains. I will also take good care of your women." Huang Dongyue bellowed, "Ah, I will kill you." The crowd stared in disbelief. "Can you not act like a human being?" Wang Shun, his face burned and disfigured, asked Lu Zhan, "What should we do?" Lu Zhan, furious, stamped his foot. "What can we do? Attack and save him." At his command, over 30 Special Forces soldiers swiftly entered combat mode and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the blood-sucking vine. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy artillery fired first, unleashing a deluge of bullets that rained down upon the hundreds of vine tendrils, resembling a torrential downpour. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The tendrils shimmered with a crimson hue. The bullets struck but merely dislodged a few leaves, failing to impact the branches themselves. The attacked, blood-sucking vine grew even more furious, utilizing its tendrils to hurl debris from the ruins of the sanatorium toward the soldiers. Whoosh! Under its immense strength, the fragments flew like cannonballs, delivering devastating force. "Watch out!" Lu Zhan shouted, urging the group to retreat. Yet within mere seconds, 3 or 4 soldiers were caught off guard, struck by the high-speed concrete shards. They erupted into a mist of blood, leaving no remains. "Fall back! Fall back! Use the armored vehicles to withstand the assault." Wang Shun, quickly, bring the high-explosive bombs. "We need to level this creature," Lu Zhan exclaimed loudly. Following the onset of battle, Xiao Zhan swiftly retreated. Though the blood-sucking vine was formidable, its sole flaw lay in its immobility. As long as the firepower was sufficient, it could indeed be vanquished at that moment. An opportunity to win the enemy's understanding would present itself, he chuckled. "Ah, tree grandmother, perhaps death is a form of understanding as well. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 42. The Cloak of Invisibility acquired. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions erupted on the lakeside peninsula, as rockets and heavy artillery rained down, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. The blood-sucking vine emitted a deafening roar, engaging the special forces in a fierce confrontation. Occasionally, shells and explosives were struck by debris it hurled into the air, resulting in explosive detonations. Damned Huang Dongyue! Lu Zhan sat within the armored vehicle, his face ashen. The ammunition, originally intended for enemy nests, was now being used to rescue the worthless Huang Dongyue, inciting Lu Zhan's fury. Captain Lu, this is untenable. Moments later, Wang Shen reported, our rocket launchers and howitzers are unable to inflict fatal damage on the creature. If this continues, we may soon run out of ammunition. Lu Zhan's fist clenched tightly as he solemnly inquired, what is Huang Dongyue's status? Wang Shen replied, he can probably hold on for a while longer, but not for much longer. He looked at Lu Zhan and asked, shall we abandon him? Lu Zhan's expression fluctuated. Suddenly, he declared, use that. Wang Shen was taken aback. Are we using it now? Lu Zhan affirmed, Huang Dongyue is more important than the weapons. Wang Shen responded, understood, I will see to it immediately. 1 minute later, a red laser illuminated the blood-sucking vine, seemingly directing something towards it. Soon, a fireball sliced through the night, hurtling towards the blood-sucking vine that a cylindrical object could be faintly seen soaring through the air. Roar! The blood-sucking vine sensed the impending danger, and a crimson halo barrier surged around it, shielding its form. Yet at that moment, all soldiers simultaneously intensified their firepower. Countless bullets, shells, and rockets rained down, forcefully breaching the barrier. The fireball shot past, erupting violently above the blood-sucking vine. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, illuminating the night with a brilliant white light. Instantly, half the sky transformed into daylight, the blinding rays dispelling the darkness and bathing the entire wetland in bright illumination. The blood-sucking vine, located at the center of the explosion, was severely wounded in an instant. Hundreds of its tendrils evaporated under the terrifying blast, leaving it no time to roar in agony. Its towering form, over 10 meters tall, seemed to be erased from existence, vanishing amidst the wreckage. It was not until 3 seconds later that a violent shockwave expanded outward, sweeping through the ground for hundreds of meters, lifting countless snowflakes into the air in a mesmerizing display. Charged before the aftershock of the explosion dissipated, Wang Shen bellowed as he rushed forward. He aimed to save Huang Dongyue amidst the vine's final counterattack. Although the previous explosion appeared powerful, it had been detonated in midair to avoid harming Huang Dongyue underground. In such an explosion, it was unlikely to kill the blood-sucking vine, which was protected by extraordinary powers. How? Indeed, as Wang Shen lunged forward, the ground stirred, and the underground portion of the blood-sucking vine re-emerged. However, compared to the previous spectacle of hundreds of writhing tendrils, the scene now was pitifully sparse. Only 7 or 8 blood-colored tendrils writhed feebly, reaching towards Wang Shen. It was still severely injured. Huang Dongyue. Hang in there, Wang Shen exclaimed as a layer of water rippled across Wang Shen's body, transforming into a water vortex that repelled the surrounding tendrils, landing on the debris. I am. A weak voice emerged from beneath a concrete fragment, belonging to Huang Dongyue. Wang Shen's heart surged with joy, and he quickly summoned the water vortex to excavate the debris and bring Huang Dongyue to the surface. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure darting past him like lightning, charging directly at him. It was Xiao Zhan. What are you doing? Wang Shen gasped, fearing that Xiao Zhan intended to harm Huang Dongyue. He shouted, Xiao Zhan, don't be reckless. Huang Dongyue was startled as well, scrambling behind Wang Shen, though he harbored deep resentment toward Xiao Zhan. When faced with him, he lost all courage to resist. However, to their surprise, Xiao Zhan did not attack Huang Dongyue. In fact, he didn't even spare him a glance, instead darting straight past him towards the crater created by the explosion. Wang Shen's eyes narrowed. No, he's aiming to kill that vine monster. Just as he realized this, Xiao Zhan seized the moment when the blood-sucking vine's attention was diverted. He leaped atop the vine's massive form, summoning the Zhan Xie Dao to his hand. Infused with surging extraordinary power, a sharp blade aura shimmered at the tip of the sword. Slash! Xiao Zhan shouted, thrusting the Zhan Xie Dao downward. Howl! The blood-sucking vine let out a pained howl as a large hole was pierced through its roots. Blood immediately gushed forth. Zheng Chao! At that moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly called out, Ha! Watch this! Another figure emerged swiftly from behind Xiao Zhan, crackling with lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the exposed, blood-colored root below. The torrential electricity surged through the gap created by Xiao Zhan's strike, causing the blood-sucking vine's cries of pain to grow more desperate. Severely injured from the previous explosion, it now faced 2 consecutive blows, finally sensing the threat of death. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 2 exceptionally thick tendrils erupted from the ground, sending Xiao Zhan and Zheng Chao flying. It then frantically churned the earth, attempting to burrow back underground. Wang Shun, don't hesitate, Xiao Zhan bellowed as he halted his backward momentum, secretly activating his extraordinary ability. Look, shooting star. The concealed blood-sucking vines suddenly flipped, as if entangled by an unseen force. Xiao Zhan's seemingly overpowered ability could even ensnare underground beings. Remarkable! You go first, Wang Shun exclaimed, hurling Huang Donyue from the debris, before lunging towards the blood-sucking vine. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the water vortex transformed into ropes that delved into the pit, ensnaring the 2 massive tendril appendages, forcibly pulling the blood-sucking vine back out. Zheng Chao hurled a bolt of lightning from a distance, stunning the blood-sucking vine momentarily. Xiao Zhan, act quickly. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, pushing his extraordinary power to the limit. The Zhanxie Dao hummed with excitement, seemingly unlocking part of its potential. The blade suddenly elongated, transforming from a 1-meter length into a 3-meter giant, its blade glimmering as if stalking its prey. I send you to the afterlife, with the colossal Zhanxie Dao in hand. Xiao Zhan delivered a decisive slash. Thunk. The root structure of the blood-sucking vine was cleaved in 2, and this time it could no longer withstand the assault. Howl! It emitted a heart-rending wail as, amidst its cries, a green crystal the size of a fist appeared before Xiao Zhan, emanating an enchanting glow. Tier 3 Extraordinary Crystal. Xiao Zhan flicked the tip of his blade, catching the crystal in his grasp. Instantly, he felt a surge of vibrant energy coursing into his body, invigorating both his physique and spirit, as if cleansing him entirely. Finally in my grasp, the essence of life. Xiao Zhan then raised his blade once more, hacking at the blood-sucking vine's root structure several times, reducing it to a mangled mass, rendering its original form unrecognizable. He did not intend to desecrate the corpse, but rather, he had not received a system notification indicating the blood-sucking vine had been completely defeated. Howl! Indeed, after delivering a few more strikes, the corpse of the blood-sucking vine emitted a soul-piercing wail. Its crimson form swiftly lost vitality, turning into a gray wooden mass. This time, it had truly perished. Ding! Task. Acquire the tree grandmother's understanding completed. Invisibility cloak distributed. Xiao Zhan rejoiced, eager to examine his newly acquired equipment. Just then, a panicked shout from Zheng Chao rang out above. Xiao Zhan, trouble, a large horde of zombies is closing in. We need to get out of here quickly. Chapter 43. The second form of the Zhanxie Dao, Xiao Zhan was taken aback, ready to leap from the pit, but as he took his first step, he caught a glimpse of a green light flashing beneath his feet. He glanced down and discovered a thumb-sized seed amidst the remains of the blood-sucking vine, glowing brightly. What is this? He picked up the seed, and the system promptly displayed a message. Blood-sucking vine seed. Mutant can be affixed to weapons or armored. Ability, blood-sucking, symbiosis, can absorb the life force of enemies to restore the host's health and stamina. Xiao Zhan was astonished. He had not anticipated that the blood-sucking vine would leave behind such a remarkable item upon its demise. If he affixed this seed to the Zhanxie Dao, he could become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Excitedly, he inquired, System, how do I affix it? System, consume 100 luck points to activate the affixation. Xiao Zhan's expression soured. So expensive? He now fully understood the preciousness of luck points, which could be exchanged for healing potions and antidotes, and most critically, could be expended to seek a glimmer of hope in life or death situations. This was undoubtedly his most powerful ability, his safeguard for survival. Yet considering the seed's miraculous nature, Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Affix it. Buzz. The seeds in his hand were suddenly drawn to the hilt of the blade of exorcism, as if they had been devoured by the blade itself. ultimately forming a decorative piece resembling green crystal upon the hilt. Yet, as Xiao Zhan gripped the blade of exorcism, he immediately sensed a refreshing vitality surging from the blade into his body, filling him with immense strength. Xiao Zhan, hurry up! What are you dawdling for? If you don't leave now, the monsters will be upon us, urged Zhang Chao, noticing his hesitation. Xiao Zhan chuckled heartily. They're coming. With that, he leaped from the pit. Upon exiting the ruins, he beheld the peninsula besieged by thousands of zombies, their numbers obscured in the night as they surged toward him. Xiao, let us go, Zhang Chao exclaimed, seizing his arm and racing toward their armored vehicle. Everyone regroup! Regroup! Shouted team leader Lu Zhan, his voice ringing out. Group A, set up defenses to repel the monsters. Group B, gather supplies and gear. Quickly, we must break southward. Everyone sprang into action to AT that moment. The special forces stationed on the perimeter engaged the zombies, the sound of gunfire erupting fiercely. However, the sheer volume of zombies was overwhelming. Despite their fierce firepower, there were inevitable gaps in their defense. Soon, several zombies broke through the barrage and infiltrated their position. That I'll hold them off, Wang Shun shouted, charging forward with a submachine gun. Xiao Zhan, Zhang Chao, you head south and clear a path for the team. Lu Zhan bellowed, eager to test the power of the newly acquired mutated seeds. Xiao Zhan nodded and dashed southward without further ado. Xiao, let us see who can slay more. Zhang Chao laughed, blue-white lightning crackling around him, making him appear as a thunder god. With a single step, he plunged into the horde of zombies. Crackling, the booming electric light radiated outward, instantly causing 7 or 8 zombies to convulse and collapse, smoke billowing from their charred bodies. The power of the extraordinary was on full display. Xiao Zhan smiled faintly, but refrained from unleashing a grand move like Zhang Chao. Instead, he harnessed the agile energy of the extraordinary, gracefully descending into the throng of zombies, the blade of exorcism slicing through all. Whoosh! In that instant, 4 or 5 zombies were cleaved in half by a strike. These zombies screamed in agony and fell. Xiao Zhan felt a torrent of life force surging from the blade, nourishing his body and spirit, akin to consuming a potent elixir. His body and mind remained in a heightened state of exhilaration. Truly extraordinary. Xiao Zhan's eyes brightened as he channeled the wind elemental power within him to continue the slaughter. With each kill, the blade of exorcism seemed to awaken from its seal, becoming increasingly animated. The blazing white blade aura extending from its tip, doubling in size and enhancing the efficiency of Xiao Zhan's kills. Slash! Xiao Zhan howled, unleashing a significant portion of his extraordinary power into the blade of exorcism, his right hand sweeping forward with great force. Instantly, a crescent-shaped blade aura erupted from the weapon, shooting forth. Swish! In the blink of an eye, every zombie within the arc in front of Xiao Zhan was sliced in two. Thud! 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 Over 100 zombies collapsed simultaneously, emitting deafening wails. In an instant, the zombies to the south had been entirely cleared by Xiao Zhan's strike. Wow. Zhang Chao stared, dumbfounded at the spectacle. Xiao, you're absolutely incredible. He had barely managed to slay over 30 through sheer effort, while Xiao Zhan had dispatched hundreds with a single move. It was simply outrageous. Even Lu Zhan and the others took note of the situation, their expressions reflecting shock. So powerful, exclaimed the healing extraordinary Chen Shui, her eyes wide with astonishment. In contrast, Huang Dongyue, whom she was treating, turned pale, a deep sense of dread flashing in his eyes. Xiao Zhan had grown too quickly. During their previous battle, he had not been so formidable that in just 2 short days, his combat prowess had become unfathomable. It was terrifying. The thought of being adversaries with someone like this left Huang Dongyue restless. Lu Zhan, witnessing this scene, immediately commanded, quickly, everyone heed my orders and break southward. Wang Shun, you cover the rear. He began to grasp why generally would go to such lengths to recruit Xiao Zhan into the decapitation squad. This individual could not be measured by conventional standards. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, having expended a significant portion of his extraordinary power with that one strike, took a few deep breaths, feeling an immense life force flooding into his body from the blade. Not only did it instantly replenish his previous depletion, but a substantial portion also flowed back into the blade of exorcism. Ding! Unlock conditions met. Second form of the blade of exorcism unlocked. The system prompted in his mind. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. The second form of the blade of exorcism. This was the first time he had learned that the blade possessed a second form. However, he soon felt the blade undergoing a transformation. The originally meter-long blade of exorcism suddenly emanated a dense black mist, forming a 3-meter barrier around him. Echoes of grand voices silently chanted, "Exorcism! Exorcism!" Grasping the hilt, Xiao Zhan instantly understood the true meaning of this second form. Blade domain, the domain of the blade. Its defense can intimidate all beings, rendering them unable to approach. When activated, it enables rapid pursuit, with nothing able to obstruct it. Xiao Zhan gasped in awe at the capabilities of this second form. He glanced ahead at the ceaseless tide of zombies surging toward him and internally commanded, "Blade domain, activate." Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Zhan felt an overwhelming force bestowing itself upon him, causing his speed to multiply several times over. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the zombie defenses, vanishing into the night. Quickly, too fast. After the activation of the blade domain, Xiao Zhan found it nearly impossible to control the super high-speed movement, effortlessly cutting through the horde of zombies and emerging hundreds of meters away. All the zombies blocking his path were torn apart by the blade aura, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. This intense movement made Xiao Zhan feel as though his body were being torn apart. Evidently, his physical form was not yet capable of sustaining such a rapid charge. Fortunately, the blood-sucking vine seeds continuously supplied him with vital life force to mend his body, allowing him to barely endure. Stop! After charging over 1,000 meters, having completely broken free from the encirclement of zombies, he finally halted. Looking around, he realized he had exited the wetland park. He gazed down at the blade of exorcism in his hand, which was thrumming with energy, as if he were meeting this blade for the first time. He chuckled, "Ha ha!" He laughed louder and louder, his joy swelling until tears nearly streamed down his face. Ever since the great calamity, his spirit had remained taut. Though he appeared calm on the surface, inside, he had been quite anxious. The two extraordinary abilities granted by the system were formidable, but they did not directly enhance his combat strength. He had advanced to the extraordinary level, but his abilities remained quite ordinary. He was merely a bit more agile. If relying solely on his innate combat prowess, he might not even be able to defeat Huang Dongyue. Therefore, with the acquisition of the blood-sucking vine seeds unlocking the second form of the blade of exorcism, he finally possessed the true capability to fight, that he had the confidence to stand his ground. Whether facing General Li or Night Owl, he now had the right to say no. Huang Dongyue, it is time to resolve the grudge between us. Chapter 44. Pursuing Huang Dongyue. Boom. Just as Zheng Chao had just struck down a zombie with his lightning power, he witnessed a figure wreathed in black mist cutting through the horde of zombies at high speed, exuding unmatched authority as it approached him. Countless zombies were obliterated in its wake, and the number of zombies to the south drastically diminished. Zheng Chao opened his mouth, chuckling wryly. "Xiao, when did you become this formidable?" He felt that even General Li could not compare to the current Xiao Zhan. Staring at the blood-soaked path carved behind Xiao Zhan, he internally marveled at the absurdity of it all. Zheng Chao's expression turned serious. "Are you going to kill him?" Xiao Zhan nodded. After contemplating, Zheng Chao remarked, "Well, since you possess such combat prowess, you are more than capable of turning the tables." He grinned. "I've long regarded Huang Dongyue with disdain. Since you wish to go after him, let us do it." He is in the 5th armored vehicle marked A, currently being treated by Chen Shui. Xiao Zhan nodded, activating the blade domain and transforming into a swirling black mist as he departed T. That moment, the convoy was still embroiled in battle with the horde of zombies, but they had stabilized their formation and were making their way southwards. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Zhan traversed half the convoy, arriving before the 5th armored vehicle marked A. Bang. He collided with the armored vehicle using the blade domain, bringing it to an abrupt halt. Inside, Chen Shui was startled. Upon realizing who it was, she exclaimed, "Xiao Zhan, what are you doing?" Xiao Zhan glanced inside the vehicle, discovering that Huang Dongyue was not present. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Chen Shui, where is Huang Dongyue?" "Please, don't act impulsively, Xiao Zhan. We are here on a mission." not to settle internal disputes. Chen Shui urged that a cold smile played on Xiao Zhan's lips. That be why killing Huang Dongyue. I can focus more on fulfilling the mission. With that, he flickered, resembling a supersonic jet as he roared toward Huang Dongyue's armored vehicle. Huang Dongyue, get out here, as Xiao Zhan closed the distance to the armored vehicle. He activated the defensive capabilities of the blade domain. Boom! The vehicle was forcefully shoved backward several meters before coming to a stop. The front caved in with a human-shaped indentation. Inside, gasps of astonishment erupted. But what puzzled Xiao Zhan was the absence of Huang Dongyue's voice. Xiao Zhan, what on earth do you intend to do? A thunderous roar, laden with rage and astonishment, erupted from behind as Lu Zhan, having witnessed Xiao Zhan's actions, was incensed. He had rushed over alongside Wang Shun. Xiao Zhan, however, paid him no heed, frowning as he surveyed the armored vehicle before him. He had already discerned that Huang Dongyue was not inside. Turning his gaze across the convoy, he realized that none of the 10 armored vehicles bore the presence of Huang Dongyue. The scoundrel had vanished. Lu Zhan bellowed, Xiao Zhan, are you even listening to me? Do you comprehend what you are doing right now? Such an act of attacking a comrade in wartime is punishable by execution. You have no respect for discipline. At last, Xiao Zhan regarded him with a mocking smile, saying, oh, execute me. How terrifying, he continued. If that is the case, what are you hesitating for? Come, execute me, and let us see who meets their end first. Lu Zhan inhaled deeply and replied in a grave tone. Xiao Zhan, what exactly do you intend to do? Xiao Zhan stated, you know what I want. Hand Huang Dongyue over to me, and we can discuss everything. I will continue with the mission. Impossible, Lu Zhan declared resolutely. I will not make such a decision, nor would the general permit it. He urged, Xiao Zhan, do not be so obstinately foolish. This assassination operation is of paramount importance. Every extraordinary individual is a precious asset, and we cannot afford to squander them in internal strife. That I hope you prioritize the greater good. Xiao Zhan let out a cold laugh. Observing Lu Zhan's self-righteous demeanor, he silently raised his Zhanxia knife. Declaring no, I am the greater good, Wang Shun sensed Xiao Zhan's murderous intent and swiftly positioned himself in front of Lu Zhan, his expression grave as he cautioned, Xiao Zhan, do not act rashly. That a torrent of ominous black blade energy surged from Xiao Zhan. Resembling a demonic deity, in a chilling voice, he demanded, speak, where has Huang Dongyue gone? Wang Shun felt an overwhelming pressure. Under the tempest of blade energy, every hair on his body stood on end. Every cell seemed to scream a warning. He understood that he could not withstand the strike. Xiao Zhan was no longer the Xiao Zhan from the base. He had acquired the strength to crush a first-tier extraordinary. Wait! Just as the knife descended, Wang Shun shouted urgently. He went north. In the next instant, Xiao Zhan's figure transformed into a shadowy mist, racing northward. The horde of zombies in the northern vicinity was instantly cleaved a bloody path through. Any zombie that obstructed his way, regardless of size or strength, was reduced to mere pulp. Gulping, Wang Shun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, filled with trepidation. How infuriating! These undisciplined miscreants were utterly unreliable. Behind him, Lu Zhan roared, leaping onto the armored vehicle. Wang Shun glanced in the direction Xiao Zhan had departed, only to let out a wry laugh. Perhaps Xiao Zhan no longer cared about any of this. With his newfound power, he could easily protect a few ordinary people and ensure their survival in this apocalypse. From above, Xiao Zhan appeared like a high-speed racing car, barreling through the wetland park. Relentlessly heading north, every obstacle encountered along the way was pulverized beneath his terrifying blade energy. Whether zombies or trees, nothing could impede Xiao Zhan's advance. Yet, after pursuing for several miles, as he approached the park's exit, he still had not caught sight of Huang Dongyue. The absence of his target only fueled Xiao Zhan's irritation. It must be said, Huang Dongyue's instincts were remarkably acute. The moment he sensed Xiao Zhan's amplified strength, shattering the existing balance, he promptly chose to flee. Such decisiveness was not something just anyone could possess. System, is there a way to track Huang Dongyue? In times of uncertainty, he turned to the system. System, consuming 50 luck points can lock onto a designated individual within 100 kilometers. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Oh, it truly can. This wretched system was indeed powerful, though its insatiable greed for currency was a painful thought. After the previous detachment, his luck points had dwindled to just over 200. He feared that further expenditure would leave him without the chance to use desperate survival. However, the mere thought of Huang Dongyue's actions toward the campus Belle provoked his ire. Do it. System. Search for Huang Dongyue. Ding. Consumed 50 luck points. Position of Huang Dongyue locked. In an instant, a map materialized before Xiao Zhan, displaying a red dot in motion. However, to his astonishment, the red dot was moving southwest, not northward. How cunning. If it weren't for the system's assistance, I might have been outwitted by Huang Dongyue. Swiftly, he turned and sped towards the direction indicated on the map. Half a minute later, before a towering building in the southwest of Wetland Park, he spotted Huang Dongyue's furtive figure. The scoundrel was evading the zombie horde, stealthily advancing. Huang Dongyue, prepare to meet your end. Recognizing his target, Xiao Zhan bellowed, charging forward with a torrent of blade energy. Upon reaching the entrance, he could not wait to open the door and instead crashed through it. With a crash, shards of glass filled the air as Huang Dongyue dashed for the stairs, vanishing into the darkness of the corridor. Trying to escape, are we? Xiao Zhan sneered, bypassing the front door and leaping up the outer wall, scaling it effortlessly. With the map guiding him, he had no fear of Huang Dongyue evading capture. Like a wall-climbing tiger, Xiao Zhan swiftly followed Huang Dongyue's footsteps upward, reaching the 18th floor in no time. There, Huang Dongyue suddenly halted, stopping in a room. Xiao Zhan smashed through a window on the 18th floor and leaped inside. A girl's terrified scream echoed from the room. Filled with shock, Xiao Zhan was taken aback. He had not expected to find someone there. To glance around revealed a sight that left him momentarily dazed by the sheer whiteness of flesh. Two words echoed in his mind. So large, so white. Chapter 45. Girl group member Jean Shuyan. Xiao Zhan cast another glance. Indeed quite fair and ample. Who are you? The girl exclaimed in panic. Hurriedly covering herself with her clothing, it seemed she had been changing, her entire body exposed before Xiao Zhan, radiating temptation. Though he had only glimpsed her twice, Xiao Zhan assessed that the girl's figure was undeniably perfect. Every curve was accentuated beautifully, smooth as jade, and exquisitely rounded. As he scrutinized her features, he felt a sense of familiarity. The girl appeared to be around 20 years old, exceptionally beautiful, with a round face and willow-like eyebrows. Skin as fair as jade, shallow dimples, and sparkling eyes. There was an indescribable aura about her, one he had only observed in Songnuer. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This woman was likely a highly popular member of a foreign girl group. What was her name again? He cursed himself for not remembering, too distracted by her long legs. Stay back, the girl said, her tone stiff, her Mandarin accented awkwardly. Xiao Zhan mused. It seems it is indeed her, the long-legged member known as Naiyan. However, this was not the time for admiration. He had business to attend to. Stay still, he commanded, stepping forward and bypassing the girl to reach the door. Yet, to his dismay, a heap of tables and cabinets blocked the entrance, rendering the door invisible. With a single stroke, he slashed, and the sharp blade light cleaved through everything blocking the door, including the door itself. A panicked cry erupted from Naiyan behind him. But Xiao Zhan had already surged through the opening, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A chorus of zombie roars erupted outside, causing Naiyan's face to pale instantly. She stood frozen for several seconds before letting out a shriek, grabbing a few pieces of clothing and rushing out. Whoosh! Xiao Zhan moved with astonishing speed, darting through the corridor, obliterating every zombie he encountered into fragments. Found you! As he rounded a corner, he finally spotted Huang Dongyue's location, just ahead in a presidential suite. However, as he approached the door, he suddenly halted, a mocking smile forming on his face. He heard suppressed breath from behind the door, as if the person inside was preparing to ambush whoever dared to enter. How persistent, Xiao Zhan chuckled. He then quietly stepped away from the door, positioning himself against a wall. Closing his eyes, he seemed to be sensing something. 2 seconds later, the Zhanxia knife erupted with ferocious blade energy. And with a swift motion of his right arm, a crescent-shaped blade aura crashed against the wall. With a thunderous sound, a massive hole was blasted through the wall. Ah! A scream rang out from within as a figure was struck by the blade energy, sent flying amidst the flying debris. Through the cloud of dust, Xiao Zhan stepped inside. Huang Dongyue, today marks your demise. On the opposite side, Huang Dongyue, pale and battered, struggled to rise from the ground, staring at Xiao Zhan in disbelief. Impossible! How did you know I was here? How did you know I was here? His body was riddled with injuries. The wound from the blood-sucking vine were far from healed, and he had also endured a heavy blow from Xiao Zhan. At this moment, he was akin to a stray dog. His expression was a mixture of fear, helplessness, bitterness, and ultimately despair. Ding! The system suddenly issued a task, and what left Xiao Zhan in bewilderment was the 4 words in red font at the bottom of the taskbar. Mandatory task. Xiao Zhan. Damn it, system. Can you not stir up trouble? I'm in the midst of seeking revenge. Moreover, what does a mandatory task mean, system? Due to the host's prior failure in a similar task. This task has been elevated to a mandatory level. Failure will result in increased penalties. Xiao Zhan immediately recalled the task he had failed to complete involving that scar-faced thug back in school. Glancing at the penalty of -5 to his stamina, his cheek twitched. Fine, you are formidable. As he hesitated to take action, Huang Dongyue suddenly leaped up, crashing through the wall behind him with a resounding boom as he fled for his life. Domain of the Blade. Xiao Zhan promptly activated the domain of the blade, propelling himself forward like a supersonic jet. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Huang Dongyue, and with tremendous momentum, struck the hilt of his blade against Huang Dongyue's back. Bang, bang, bang! Huang Dongyue shrieked in agony as he shattered through 3 walls in succession before spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. Xiao Zhan approached him, but Huang Dongyue let out a desperate roar. Xiao Zhan, don't force me. If you do, I'll take you down with me. Xiao Zhan halted in his tracks. It was at that moment he noticed Huang Dongyue was carrying a half-meter-tall package. Huang Dongyue opened the package, revealing a round metallic object. Xiao Zhan's expression changed as he realized it was a missile warhead. Xiao Zhan, Huang Dongyue frantically shouted. Let me go, or else I'll detonate this thing. None of us will survive. Xiao Zhan's expression grew grave that a missile, even of low yield, could easily obliterate this building. He was overly concerned for himself. The defense and speed of the domain of the blade would allow him to escape the danger zone at the first sign of an explosion. However, the people inside the building would not be so fortunate. For instance, that beautiful girl from the girl group, Nayan, will be turned to ashes in an instant. Seeing Xiao Zhan hesitate, Huang Dongyue assumed that he was frightened. Clutching the warhead, he raved. This warhead was originally prepared by General Li to destroy the enemy's lair. Now it's a gift for you. If you want to kill me, you better be ready to die together. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes. With a flick of his blade, he replied, Huang Dongyue, tell me, how do you wish to die? Huang Dongyue's expression changed. You still want to kill me? Xiao Zhan replied, No. I'm merely asking how you want to die. I will fulfill your wish. Huang Dongyue fumed. Are you toying with me? Xiao Zhan felt a headache coming on. The difficulty of this task lay in this aspect. Even if he deceived the other party into believing he could spare him, asking such a question would only mock him. Anyone would be enraged. Xiao Zhan felt somewhat helpless, yet to avoid the terrifying penalty of -5. He had to press on. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps interrupted their dialogue. It was Nayan, the girl from the group, who had followed the noise. Upon seeing the two in a standoff, she gasped and halted in her tracks. Her appearance did not distract either of them. Xiao Zhan hesitated for a moment before continuing. Huang Dongyue believed Xiao Zhan was mocking him, relishing the opportunity to torment him before his demise. And he did not believe for a second that Xiao Zhan would spare him. Enraged, he shouted, Bastard, you will not humiliate me. I won't let you succeed, even in death. He became increasingly frantic. Fine. Fine, you won't let me go. Then let us die together. As he spoke, he furiously channeled his extraordinary power towards the warhead. Ding! The other party chose to die together. Task completed, stamina -1. Xiao Zhan. This can actually work? But at that moment, he had no time to check the rewards. With Huang Dongyue's actions, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from the warhead, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Not good, he is really going to detonate the warhead. In this critical moment, Xiao Zhan activated the domain of the blade, grabbing the dazed Nayan and bolting outside. He did not head for the corridor, but instead smashed through a window, leaping from the 18th floor. Boom! Just as he and Nayan exited the building, a thunderous explosion resounded behind them. The entire hotel collapsed in the violent blast. Fiery flames surged skyward, accompanied by thick smoke, while countless debris rained down around them like a tempest. The blinding white light of the explosion illuminated half the night sky. Bang! 2 seconds later, Xiao Zhan crashed onto the rooftop of a 7-story building, carrying the girl. The immense force shattered a solar water heater on the roof into fragments. And Xiao Zhan rolled twice before finally coming to a stop. As a transcendent being, he emerged unscathed. However, the girl in his arms suffered the brunt of the impact and fell unconscious. Xiao Zhan gently laid her down. Gazing solemnly at the towering fire cloud, witnessing the rapid collapse of the building, he truly had not anticipated that Huang Dongyue possessed the resolve to perish alongside him. Wait, given Huang Dongyue's cunning nature, how could he so easily commit suicide? Something is amiss. Xiao Zhan swiftly summoned the system's positioning map, discovering a red, swiftly moving southward. He couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Huang Dongyue. I underestimated you after all. Chapter 46. A scene like a miracle. Huff. Huang Dongyue gasped for breath. Each inhale pulling at the wound on his chest, he ran while nervously glancing back, his expression one of panic. Yes, he was still alive. When detonating the warhead, he had deliberately left a few seconds for himself to escape. He knew that Xiao Zhan would never die alongside him, as long as he had those few extra seconds. He could elude his pursuer and slip away unnoticed. However, Xiao Zhan was too clever. He was unsure whether his ploy would deceive Xiao Zhan, and he was terrified of the latter reappearing before him, asking him how he wished to die. Because this time, he truly had no bargaining chips left. Run. Head south. Only in the densely populated central area of the city, filled with monsters, could he find a glimmer of hope. As one of the core members of this assassination squad, he had reviewed some base documents that it seemed the enemy had established a lair in the city center, surrounded by a multitude of evolved zombies. To shake off the elusive Xiao Zhan, that was his only option. Damn it, why has this guy advanced so quickly? The more he ran, the more furious he became. Back at the base, Xiao Zhan had just awakened his powers. In the mere span of a day, his opponent had actually leveled up once more. This was utterly absurd. Even General Li couldn't possibly be this strong. As far as he knew, General Li had already been a transcendent being before the catastrophe. And Xiao Zhan? Just 2 days ago, he and even been a transcendent being. Ascend in strength like a rocket within 2 days was akin to the protagonist in a fantasy novel. Encountering fortuitous encounters with every meal, he believed Xiao Zhan must possess some grand secret. Damn you, Xiao Zhan. Just wait. Once I, Huang Dongyue, break through again, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Just as he ground his teeth, plotting his future revenge against Xiao Zhan, a sudden flurry of gunfire erupted ahead. Huang Dongyue was startled, but then an idea struck him. He abruptly changed direction, running westward toward the source of the gunfire. Moments later, he arrived at the scene in a riverside community. People were engaged in battle with a horde of zombies. To Huang Dongyue's astonishment, the survivors were actually fighting back against the zombies. Hundreds of them surrounded the community. Yet they could not break through. A glint of cunning flashed in Huang Dongyue's eyes. He suddenly reached down and grabbed some dirt from the grass beside him, smearing it across his face. Then he shouted, "Help!" as he ran toward the community. His appearance quickly caught the attention of the survivors, with someone shouting, "Don't come over! There's zombies here! Hurry and leave!" Huang Dongyue feigned panic. "Save me! There's zombies behind me too. Let me in." The community's entrance was barricaded with barbed wire and fences, where dozens of survivors took cover, shooting at the zombies outside. It appeared they were providing cover for someone. As he got closer, Huang Dongyue realized a group of survivors laden with supplies was making a frantic dash toward the entrance. Clearly, they were scavengers returning from a supply run. Huang Dongyue's face lit up with delight as he shouted, "Let me in! Let me in!" Behind the barbed wire, a bearded man frowned and remarked, "Where did this fool come from, shouting so loudly?" He'll be surrounded by zombies before he even reaches us, sure enough. As soon as he spoke, several zombies, attracted by Huang Dongyue's cries, began pursuing him. Should we save him, boss? A tan girl with an air of confidence asked, wielding a homemade crossbow as she shot at the zombies outside. At that moment, the scavenger team had all made it inside, and the guard were about to close the door. Seeing this, Huang Dongyue cried out desperately. Help! Please, I beg you, help me. The bearded man sighed. Fine. Let's give him a hand. With that, gunfire erupted, and the zombies pursuing Huang Dongyue were driven back. Huang Dongyue finally managed to enter through the grand gates as the horde of zombies closed in. Bang! The gates slammed shut. However, before Huang Dongyue could bask in his moment of relief, a gun was suddenly pointed at his forehead. Halt! The gatekeeper bellowed, raising his hands. Huang Dongyue blinked, obediently lifting his arms in surrender. A man with a scruffy beard leapt down from a wooden crate and approached. Ollie, take him for a thorough inspection. That'd be meticulous. We cannot afford another bite from those zombies. Understood, Wang-Gu, replied the gatekeeper, tilting his head at Huang Dongyue. Let's go. Huang Dongyue, in a humble bow, exclaimed, Thank you, you're all good people. As the gatekeeper, named Ollie, led him to the security room for inspection. The bearded man moved toward the search team, his face brimming with anticipation. Chunqing, how did it go? Did you manage to secure anything? A bespectacled man shook his head. Wang-Gu, I regret to inform you that the pharmacy we intended to visit was swarmed with monsters. We dared not approach. Hearing this, the bearded man showed a hint of disappointment. Sighing, it seems I shall have to go myself next time. The bespectacled man urged, Wang-Gu, you must not go. If you leave the community, there will be no one to lead us. What if we encounter those wall-climbing monsters like last time? The others would not be able to withstand it. The bearded man forced a smile. But Xiaoling is on the brink of collapse. Without antibiotics, she won't be able to keep her leg. The bespectacled man sighed again, choosing not to respond further. Wang-Gu, Chunqing, look, it seems someone is approaching. A shout interrupted. The crowd turned to see a figure plummeting from the dimly lit street, landing squarely in the plaza outside the community. The arrival was so abrupt that the surrounding zombies appeared momentarily bewildered. Is it a survivor? The bearded man inquired, as the manner of a newcomer was utterly peculiar. They had never witnessed anyone falling from the sky. A lookout among the survivors remarked, It seems so. And, astonishingly, he is carrying a girl. The searchlight was directed toward the figure, illuminating him. Indeed, he bore a girl in his arms, and at his waist hung a sleek black blade as he navigated through the horde of zombies. Making his way toward the community. Is he mad? Su Chunqing muttered, watching the man stroll through hundreds of zombies with an air of nonchalance. Just as he spoke, the zombies finally registered the intrusion of a human, unleashing a collective roar of excitement as they lunged towards him. This is bad. The onlookers could scarcely bear to witness the impending brutality. Yet, what unfolded next left everyone agape. The man merely swung his blade with a gentle flourish, and crescent-shaped arcs of deadly light emerged, effortlessly cleaving through hundreds of zombies in half. Countless dismembered corpses and sprays of blood painted the plaza crimson, resembling a grotesque canvas from a dark cult ritual when viewed from above. All stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the reality before them. The figure continued to carry the girl, walking serenely amidst the chaos. With each step he took, dozens of zombies fell victim to his blade, creating a macabre crimson carpet of blood and body parts in his wake. The surrounding lights seemed to shroud him in a divine aura, lending him an air of mystique. The crowd remained frozen, captivated by the surreal spectacle, rendered breathless by the shock. Finally, as the young man stepped over the sea of corpses to reach the gates, the remaining zombies, unable to withstand the terror of death, released a collective wail and scattered in disarray. This was the first time the bearded man and his companions witnessed zombies experiencing fear. Under the searchlight, the newcomer's visage was revealed, a strikingly youthful man, appearing no older than 20, yet possessing an alluring charm marked by a perpetual, enigmatic smile. The ancient dagger at his waist and the girl draped over his shoulder only added to his air of mystery. "Oh, who are you?" the bearded man stammered, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. The man outside scanned the interior before smiling, May I ask if you have encountered someone named Huang Dongyue? Chapter 47. The death of Huang Dongyue. The individuals within the gates exchange bewildered glances. Their expressions a mixture of confusion. Huang Dongyue? Who is that? None had heard of him. The newcomer, Xiao Zhan, noted their reactions and nodded. I see that it appears he has evaded you all and has gone into hiding. Wang Wu, the bearded man, inquired from behind the gates, Young brother, what do you seek from this Huang Dongyue? Is he a family member? Xiao Zhan smiled. No, he is my adversary. Wang Wu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Zhan then gestured toward the girl he was carrying. Wang Wu responded with enthusiasm. Of course, we are all survivors here. It is only right that we assist one another. Eyeing, do hurry and open the door for this young brother. Okay. Eyeing a girl of wheatish complexion, momentarily stunned, finally reacted, still in shock from Xiao Zhan's formidable display. The community's gates were secured with 3 layers of iron, making access rather cumbersome, just as she was about to unlock the door. Xiao Zhan interjected with a smile. No need for trouble. With that, he leapt effortlessly over the 10-meter-high gates, landing gracefully within the community. The crowd gasped, despite having just witnessed Xiao Zhan's prowess in dispatching hundreds of zombies. His sudden, close proximity sent everyone recoiling in alarm. Wang Wu swallowed hard, suppressing his fear as he approached cautiously. I am Wang. Very well, Mr. Wang, Xiao Zhan acknowledged. This lady injured. Would you like us to provide medical assistance? We have doctors available. Not worry. She merely fainted, Xiao Zhan replied, handing the unconscious girl to Eyeing. Thank you. Eyeing's face flushed as she flustered. No need to thank me. Xiao Zhan turned to Wang Wu. Could you show me around? Wang Wu, sensing Xiao Zhan's intent to search for Huang Dongyue within the community, felt a tightening in his chest. If Xiao Zhan was already this powerful, how formidable must his enemy be? Would a confrontation within the community endanger the innocent? For a moment, he was uncertain whether to wish for the other to find the man or not. Yet, he maintained a warm demeanor, of course. It would be our honor to show you around our community. Please follow me. As he led Xiao Zhan onward, he exchanged glances with the others, signaling Su Chunqing, who promptly began dispersing the crowd. Mr. Xiao, if I may ask, where do you hail from? Wang Wu inquired cautiously. I came from Danyang, Xiao Zhan replied. Surely you are aware of the base located there. It has not fallen since the catastrophe and is currently recruiting survivors. If possible, you may find a safer place to reside. Wang Wu's face lit up with joy. Really? He exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank heavens at last, some good news. I knew humanity could not simply perish. He exclaimed, God bless. However, his expression soon turned troubled as he realized that with the limited strength of his survivors, traversing through the densely populated zombie-infested city would be nearly impossible. They would likely be torn apart before even exiting the city. Xiao Zhan, noticing the change in his demeanor, understood his thoughts. Wang Wu, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, Is that truly the case? Thank you so much, Mr. Xiao. Having witnessed Xiao Zhan's effortless slaughter of zombies, he recognized the man before him as an extraordinary master. With his protection, could not they easily reach Danyang with their hundreds of people? Xiao Zhan offered a slight smile. No need to thank me. However, he turned to the property management office within the community, stating if you truly wish to express your gratitude, it would be best to keep everyone away from here. Wang Wu was taken aback. What? Boom! In the next instant, the previously affable Xiao Zhan erupted with overwhelming force. A dark mist enveloping him as he charged toward the property management office with tremendous speed. With a resounding crash, the office's doors were obliterated, shards flying and even grazing Wang Wu's cheek. He stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Just as he was reeling from Xiao Zhan's sudden aggression, a terrifying force erupted from within the property management center, clashing violently against Xiao Zhan's assault. Bang! A shadow was sent crashing through the opposite wall, tumbling into the community's central pond. Wang Wu caught a glimpse of the figure that had emerged, exclaiming in astonishment, Isn't that the survivor who just entered? He recognized the individual as the disheveled man who had cried for help earlier. Yet, as soon as he hit the water, the man sprang back up, leaping several meters in a single bound. Fleeing for his life, the speed was astonishing, far beyond human capability. Wang Wu's heart raced with realization. This man must be the adversary Xiao Zhan sought. Humph, Huang Dongyue, do you still wish to flee? A chilling snort emanated from the property management center, followed by a figure who thundered forth, hurtling past with a velocity twice that of the person ahead. With a resounding crash, he collided into the back of the individual in front. Gushing blood erupted from the wounded man, who subsequently slammed into a load-bearing wall of a towering building, the immense force embedding him deeply within the thick structure. His expression wilted instantly, devoid of any strength to escape. Xiao Zhan. The man let out a desperate scream. Why? Why pursue my annihilation? Even if I had once kidnapped your girlfriend, I did not succeed. I lost a brother because of it. If anyone has suffered losses, it is I who bears the heaviest burden. Why must you relentlessly hunt me down? Xiao Zhan regarded Huang Dongyue, who lay grievously injured from a strike, and approached slowly, speaking with an air of indifference. Your assault on Fan Qingqing constitutes a capital offense. To spare you would leave my intentions unfulfilled. Ha! Huang Dongyue laughed bitterly. Xiao Zhan, at the end of the day, you merely rely on your own strength. Talk of crime and justice is but a jest. Lu Zhen is correct. In truth, you're the most unstable element within the base. Xiao Zhan unsheathed his Zhanxia Dao, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the cunning scoundrel, now cornered. Huang Dongyue, are you prepared to deliver your final words? Huang Dongyue chuckled. Xiao Zhan, are you not curious why I was able to depart with that missile? Do you believe such a critical item would be left unguarded by Wang Shun and the others? Xiao Zhan fell silent. Huang Dongyue sneered. Ah, you've surmised correctly. Haven to you? Indeed, they intentionally allowed me to take it. Their aim was for us to perish together. Those damn scoundrels have never trusted us. We were merely cannon fodder to them. Xiao Zhan spoke with a detached tone. Are you finished? As he raised a Zhanxia Dao, the violent aura enveloped the blade, crackling like thunder and lightning. Huang Dongyue shouted. Wait, he implored urgently. Xiao Zhan, spare my life, and I can divulge a great secret. A secret concerning the extraordinary beings. Xiao Zhan channeled the extraordinary power within him into the Zhanxia Dao. The blade surged, swelling to an immense 3 meters in length, the terrifying aura slicing through the air even from several meters away. Huang Dongyue's complexion changed drastically. No, do not kill me. Listen to me. I know that the base has already developed a gene serum for mass-producing extraordinary beings. That is why they are so indifferent to our fates, fully aware that this mission is fraught with peril. Yet still dispatching us, their valuable combatants, to face death. They have long been capable of producing extraordinary beings in bulk. Furthermore, I know where their production facility lies. If you spare me, I will lead you there. Puff! A flash of the blade sliced through the air, severing Huang Dongyue's words at the throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain as his head rolled away. Until his last breath, Huang Dongyue clung to the hope of survival. Xiao Zhan, gazing at the lifeless head of Huang Dongyue, remarked coldly, You spoke too much. Chapter 48, Flesh and Blood Furnace. The sorrow of humanity as dawn broke gently. A convoy was making its way south along Ronghua Avenue. Wang Shun, do you believe Huang Dongyue will succeed? Lu Zhen casually inquired from within the second armored vehicle. Wang Shun, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. Lu, I genuinely hope they do not encounter misfortune, as it would hinder our mission. Lu Zhen scoffed. These two individuals, one deceitful and selfish, the other arrogant and overconfident, none are willing to follow orders. The general should not have sent them. Humph, if Huang Dongyue succeeds, that would be for the best. If not, at least that young man will learn a lesson. Wang Shun sighed deeply, troubled by the actions of both Huang Dongyue and Xiao Zhan. Wild extraordinary beings possess the flaw of becoming proud and unruly once they gain power. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable. However, during a mission, it poses significant challenges. Initially, with himself and Chen Shui, they could maintain a balance between the two, but now that Xiao Zhan's strength has surged, the team has lost the ability to rein him in. Wang Shun had anticipated Xiao Zhan's sudden outburst. Wang Shun, Lu Zhen suddenly asked, Do you think Xiao Zhan has truly broken through again? Wang Shun pondered for a moment, shaking his head. I cannot say for certain. I did not sense a breakthrough in the extraordinary crystal core from him. nor did his aura become as powerful as the general's. Nonetheless, it is evident that his strength has increased, which I believe is linked to that blade he wields. Lu Zhan smirked. This individual harbors many secrets. You may not be aware, but he previously led a group of classmates and teachers to escape a horde of zombies, even encountering a nest leader at Swan Lake. Yes, in that place with the plant monster. Wang Shun was taken aback. Such a thing occurred? Lu Zhan continued. Their Esmord IT seems he discovered the identity of the nest leader and nearly deceived him into believing he was one of his kin. Had the enemy not been exceedingly cunning, he might have succeeded. This person possesses knowledge of many secrets even we are unaware of. Quite extraordinary. Wang Shun's eyes flickered. Might the general's insistence on sending him here be indicative of such considerations? Lu Zhan nodded, explaining, the general not only aims to explore the enemy's nest, but also seeks to uncover the secrets surrounding Xiao Zhan during this mission. Wang Shun urged, but you allowed Huang Dongyue to depart with that warhead. What if something happens to Xiao Zhan? Wouldn't we lose the opportunity to gain insight into the enemy's nest? Lu Zhan chuckled coldly. Fear not, that warhead will not kill him. Beep, beep, Captain, we have detected a large number of zombies blocking the road ahead. Roughly estimated to exceed 2,000, and there are also 3 evolved ones. Shall we proceed? Please advise. Suddenly, a reconnaissance soldier's voice crackled through the earpiece. Lu Zhan immediately ordered, halt the convoy. Reconnaissance units, scout to the sides and report any findings immediately. Then he and Wang Shun leapt onto the vehicle's roof, using binoculars to survey the area ahead. Since the Cataclysm, all forms of long-distance communication, including satellites, radios, and radar, have become ineffective. Thus, they were left to rely on more primitive methods for exploration and communication. After a brief observation, Lu Zhan remarked, it appears we are nearing the edge of the enemy's nest. Wang Shun asked, should I go ahead for a closer look? Lu Zhan replied, no need. Zheng Chao is leading the way. He is sufficient. All paths ahead were blocked by hordes of zombies, as if the enemy had deliberately set a bloody barrier of monsters to guard something. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed, and Zheng Chao's figure descended from the sky, landing atop the armored vehicle. Lu, I've made a significant discovery, he exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Lu Zhan inquired, what have you found? Zheng Chao took a deep breath. I just climbed to the top of a nearby skyscraper and saw a peculiar structure at Global Plaza several kilometers away. It appears to have been constructed recently, resembling a steel furnace, as if something is being forged there. However, surrounding are over 100,000 zombies acting as its guardians. It's terrifying. 100,000. Lu Zhan was equally stunned. Think that a crowd of 10,000 is already overwhelming. He could scarcely imagine the scene of 100,000 gathered in such a small plaza. Lu Zhan keenly sensed something amiss within that moment. A reconnaissance soldier reported, Lu, it's bad. Those creatures seem to have discovered us and are rapidly closing in. Lu Zhan shouted. Quickly, everyone veered towards the left side of the bank building. The convoy immediately turned, racing toward the adjacent bank structure, quickly entering the parking garage beneath, temporarily evading the zombies' pursuit. Wang Shun leapt from the vehicle before it had fully stopped and sprinted towards the stairs. Wang Shun, Zheng Chao, follow me to the rooftop. I must see what those creatures are up to. The 3 raced towards the rooftop. As they ran, Lu Zhan displayed a speed that was not inferior to Wang Shun or Zheng Chao, leaving Zheng Chao astonished. Soon, they reached the summit of the towering 50-story building, which offered a panoramic view of the surrounding cityscape for miles. Look, over there! Zheng Chao pointed to the south. Lu Zhan and Wang Shun followed his gesture, and what they beheld was shocking. At Global Plaza, a throng of countless zombies swarmed, filling the square like ants. Yet, at the center of the plaza, an enormous cavern with a diameter nearing 100 meters had inexplicably appeared. The abyss was bottomless, dark, and ominous, resembling a gaping maw ready to consume anyone who fell within. Beside the cavern stood a towering, blood-red, oval furnace. Tens of thousands of zombies crawled around it, seemingly tossing something into the furnace. What a vast cavern! When did such a massive pit appear in the city center? Wang Shun exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhan raised the binoculars and observed for a moment, then suddenly shouted in rage. Beasts! They dare to treat us humans this way. I shall slay them. Wang Shun snatched the binoculars and looked through them, as he discerned what those zombies were hurling. A chill gripped his body, causing him to tremble with fury. Through the high-powered binoculars, he saw clearly. One by one, humans were seized and flung into that immense, blood-red furnace. Subsequently, they were ground to a pulp by the rotating blades within, flowing down the grooves into the vast cavern below. Wang Shun also witnessed many of those captured still alive as they were thrown, only to be mercilessly ground to death inside the furnace, transforming into a gruesome paste that flowed into the abyss. TOC beings once considered the pinnacle of creation treated like mere livestock, tossed into a meat grinder. This horrifying scene was more terrifying than hell itself. Despicable, despicable, despicable. Wang Shun seethed with rage, on the verge of losing his sanity. Those accursed monsters. I will kill them. I will kill them all. Any human witnessing such a horrific sight would feel an icy dread, fear that emanated from the very depths of their genes. At that moment, Zheng Chao also comprehended the purpose of that furnace, his hands and feet growing cold with anger as he growled. What do they intend to do? What do they intend to do? Lu Zhan suddenly gritted his teeth and declared, Zheng Chao, Wang Shun, we must go. We have to destroy that blood-red furnace. The dignity of humanity cannot be trampled upon like this. Zheng Chao's face was filled with despair. But how do we get there? There are too many monsters around. We simply cannot make it with our numbers. Lu Zhan replied with a composed expression, Do not worry. We have a powerful weapon. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a round object rolled before the three of them. They looked down, only to find it was a bloodied human head. The eyes of the head were wide open, seemingly unable to believe that it had met its demise. Huang Scorpion, Zheng Chao gasped. Lu Zhan and Wang Shun also recognized the owner of the head. It was Huang Dongyue, who had gone missing not long ago. The three looked up to see a figure shrouded in a menacing aura approaching them. It seems I have not arrived too late, he said. Chapter 49. Lu Zhan's true trump card Xiao Zhan. Lu Zhan observed the young man walking slowly towards them and spoke in a grave tone. You truly killed Huang Dongyue. Xiao Zhan chuckled lightly as he approached. Wasn't this what you all had anticipated? With a bemused expression on his face, Lu Zhan replied, I cannot comprehend what you were saying, Xiao Zhan smiled. If you do not understand, so be it. After all, Huang Dongyue is already dead. Zheng Chao bent down to lift Huang Dongyue's head, gazing into his unblinking eyes, and laughed. Huang Scorpion, look at you now. Did you ever think this day would come, that you would meet your end before me? You dare to covet my Leah, and now. Do you still have the audacity? He extended his thumb. Xiao, my brother, you did well. I owe you a favor. Xiao Zhan nodded and, standing beside them, gazed toward the blood-red furnace in Global Square, falling into silence. This was the apocalypse. Humanity was no longer the apex of creation, but had been reduced to mere prey and sustenance for monsters. The cruel reality of the end times was laid bare at this moment, leaving Xiao Zhan feeling as though his heart were suffocating. Ding! Exploration of enemy nest task completed. Luck value 500. Main task. Destroy the blood-red furnace. Luck value 300.at. That instant, the system's notification rang out, announcing not only the completion of the exploration task, but also the issuance of a new task. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere glance at the enemy nest would suffice to complete the exploration task. How simple. He then checked his status panel, which had changed. Host, Xiao Zhan, Master of the Heavenly Path. Level 1 Transcendent. Wind. Physical Strength, 16. Mental Strength. Luck, 666. Super Abilities. What are you looking at? Look, a shooting star. Equipment, Bright Shield, Evil Slaying Blade, Invisibility Cloak. Main task. Reach a luck value of 1,000 to obtain the title of Hero. Reward. Aura, Intimidation. Main task. Destroy the blood-red furnace. Luck value, 300. Xiao Zhan glanced at his luck value, noting he was still over 300 away from 1,000. Such auspicious numbers. Xiao Zhan. Lu Zhan's voice interrupted his introspection. His expression was graver than ever. You have seen what lies below. We must destroy that thing that I can overlook your killing of Huang Dongyue, but in exchange, you must follow my orders for the upcoming operation. Yes, Xiao Zhan. Cease your reckless behavior. Our strength as humanity is already too feeble. We cannot afford infighting, Wang Shun, with his burn-scarred visage, added. Xiao Zhan replied calmly, You need not worry. I will destroy that thing regardless. He turned to Lu Zhan. However, whether I heed your commands will depend on their correctness. You. Lu Zhan glared at the unyielding Xiao Zhan, his face a stormy hue. Suddenly, a bird's cry interrupted their discourse. The group looked up to see a flock of black, monstrous birds soaring from the rooftop of Global Square. Each of these creatures was over 2 meters long, with a massive, hairless form, resembling some mutated avian species. It appeared they had spotted the group on the rooftop, emitting a cacophony of shrill cries as they sped towards them. This is not good. We have been discovered, Lu Zhan exclaimed. We must leave this place and descend. With that, he rushed toward the staircase. Just as they entered, a soldier's voice came from below. Commander, trouble! Numerous evolved zombies have appeared outside the building. They're assaulting our position, Lu Zhan cursed. Damn it, we must have been locked onto by the enemy. According to his intelligence, the strength of the evolved zombies was comparable to that of a first-level transcendent. Unlike ordinary zombies, they possessed basic intelligence and could command large groups of common zombies in their attacks, proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Indeed, upon reaching the first floor, the Special Operations Team was barely holding their ground. Among the attacking horde of zombies were 5 enormous mutated specimens, each capable of delivering tremendous force with their movements and impervious to bullets. Zheng Chao, Wang Shun, Xiao Zhan, you must clear a path. We need to break through and escape, Lu Zhan shouted. What about Xiao? Xiao Zhan, he bellowed in frustration. Wang Shun urged Lu, let him be. Zheng Chao and I will clear the way first. We must leave this place. With that, their transcendent powers surged forth as they charged ahead. Zheng Chao unleashed arcs of white lightning, laughing heartily as he surged forward. The two, true to their transcendent nature, swiftly slaughtered dozens of zombies, alleviating the Special Operations Team's encirclement. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived as a ferocious roar erupted. The 5 evolved zombies lunged at them in unison. Do not let them surround you, Lu Zhan shouted, directing the squad to provide fire support. The machine gunners unleashed a torrent of bullets, while grenades, artillery shells, and shoulder-mounted rockets rained down upon the zombie horde, inflicting considerable casualties. Yet, the 5 evolved zombies withstood the onslaught, pushing forward until they confronted the 2. Getaway. Wang Shun summoned a torrent of water, sending a green-haired evolved zombie flying before it could approach. However, he himself was ambushed by a 2-headed evolved zombie, which struck him in the back, sending him flying over 10 meters. Roar! A 3-meter-long mutated ferret darted swiftly towards Wang Shun, and as he was knocked back by the 2-headed zombie, it leaped beside him and lunged at his neck. In a moment of panic, Wang Shun activated his water spirit power to evade. He narrowly escaped a bite to the neck, but was still caught on his left arm. With a sickening crunch, his arm was bitten clean off. The ferret's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as it chewed, devouring Wang Shun's severed handhole. Wang Shun was grievously injured, and Zheng Chao was no better off, besieged by 2 3-meter-tall, lizard-like evolved zombies. Their skin was covered in spines, seemingly possessing the ability to negate electricity. Zheng Chao's attacks were rendered ineffective against them, while each of their strikes caused him great distress. This cannot go on. They will not hold out much longer, Lu Zhan thought anxiously as the situation grew increasingly dire. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. There's no other choice. It seems I must use it now. He reached into his pocket and produced a red vial. After a brief moment of hesitation, he downed the liquid in one gulp. Boom! In the next instant, Lu Zhan's body ignited like a furnace, engulfed in scorching red waves of energy, his skin and hair cracking and withering. Ah! Lu Zhan roared in agony, curling into a fetal position on the ground, convulsing. Chen Shui, who had been aiding injured soldiers, was taken aback at this sight. Commander, what has happened to you? She rushed over to investigate, but was thrown to the ground by a shockwave as she approached Lu Zhan. The searing waves of heat radiated outward from Lu Zhan, enveloping all within dozens of meters, both humans and zombies alike, who fell to the ground in disarray, like a terrifying aura emanated from Lu Zhan at the center, akin to a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. Coughing violently, Lu Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood, suddenly rising to his feet. Yet the blood he coughed up burned a hole into the concrete beneath him, revealing the intense heat it contained. Was this the power of a second-tier extraordinary being? Lu Zhan gazed down at his hands, feeling a strength that had multiplied several times over. In truth, he had long concealed his abilities. Upon leaving the base, he had successfully awakened and become an extraordinary individual. However, being merely a first-tier extraordinary being was far from sufficient to confront the current situation. Thus, he had taken the risk of consuming a vial of experimental evolution liquid. Fortunately, it had proven successful. Team Lu. Chen Shui stared in astonishment at the formidable Lu Zhan, her spirit shaken as she spoke. A crimson flame erupted around her, and with a swift motion, she vanished from sight. In the next moment, bearing an aura of terrifying heat, she suddenly appeared above the green-haired evolved creature attacking Wang Shun, delivering a powerful strike downward. Die. The green-haired creature looked up in shock, but it was too late to evade. It could only swipe its clawed paws, covered in green fur, in a futile attempt to defend against the imminent attack. With a resounding thud, their strikes collided, unleashing a wave of horrifying heat between them. The green-haired claws seemed to be struck by a searing iron, igniting instantly. Lu Zhan's overwhelming extraordinary power crushed and broke through, sending the arm splintering downwards, turning it into a mass of shredded flesh and bone. Before Lu Zhan's hand came crashing down on the creature's skull, roar! The green-haired zombie let out a wretched howl, its massive frame forced to the ground by Lu Zhan's strike, unable to rise again. The might of that single blow was indeed terrifying. Chapter 50. Haha. How embarrassing. Team Lu. Wang Shun, trapped in a dire predicament, was elated to see Lu Zhan descending like a divine warrior. Lu Zhan commanded sternly. Wang Shun, assist Chen Shui in healing. With that, he struck downwards, obliterating the head of the severely injured green-haired zombie, ending its suffering. Roar. The remaining two evolved creatures, witnessing their companion's demise, were filled with dread, swiftly abandoning the wounded Wang Shun to launch an assault on Lu Zhan. The left side raccoon zombie unleashed a blade of azure wind, while the right side two-headed zombie roared, its body encased in a layer of yellow armor, charging at him like a heavy truck. Come on. Lu Zhan, instead of being startled, felt exhilarated. With a loud howl, his searing flames surged dramatically, transforming him into a blazing inferno as he charged towards the two-headed zombie. Along the way, he unleashed a punch that shattered the raccoon-evolved creature's windblade. Boom! Lu Zhan collided solidly with the two-headed zombie, releasing a burst of extraordinary energy in hues of yellow and red. Surprisingly, the result of this confrontation saw the two-headed zombie sent flying. Lu Zhan, standing at less than 1.8 meters, had managed to repel a creature over 2 meters tall. Flame slash, he bellowed, a 3-meter-long fiery blade extending from his arm, cleaving down upon the airborne two-headed zombie. In an instant, one of its heads was severed. Roar! The raccoon zombie attempted a sneak attack from behind, its claw raking across Lu Zhan's back. Yet Lu Zhan's protective aura was immensely robust. The claw struck but failed to penetrate his energy shield. Seeking death, I'll tear you apart. With a surge of strength, he ripped out the raccoon zombie's heart. Roar! The raccoon zombie emitted a deathly wail, its eyes flashing with fury as the extraordinary energy within it surged violently, glowing with a green hue. Planning to self-destruct? Lu Zhan quickly deduced its intentions. With a cold sneer, he swiftly reached in and extracted a green crystal core from within the raccoon, uprooting its very extraordinary heart. The creature's self-detonation dissipated into nothingness, deprived of its heart and extraordinary core. The raccoon zombie promptly succumbed to death. Humph! Lu Zhan casually tossed the raccoon zombie's corpse aside and charged towards the two-headed zombie. Roar! The remaining head of the two-headed zombie screamed in terror, turning to flee. Trying to escape? Lu Zhan chuckled coldly, ready to pursue the two-headed zombie, when suddenly, a purple flame soared across the distance, crashing into the fleeing creature's head. With a resounding explosion, the last remaining head of the zombie burst apart, scattering red and white matter everywhere, with some droplets even landing on Lu Zhan. Who is that? Lu Zhan was taken aback. Halting his advance, he turned to the direction from which the purple flames had come, only to notice a towering figure standing atop a security booth across the street. The figure stood a full 3 meters tall, draped in a black cloak, shrouded in darkness. Upon a mere glance, Lu Zhan sensed a tremendous threat emanating from this individual. Truly worthless, the cloaked figure spoke, disdain evident in their voice. After all this time, you can't even handle a single human squad. Perhaps it would be better for you to perish. It had been this figure who had just slain the fleeing two-headed zombie. Lu Zhan felt a sense of urgency. Who are you? The cloaked figure surveyed Lu Zhan, a hint of surprise in their gaze. Oh, the scent of evolution liquid. It appears you humans have not been entirely idle. At the very least, you've developed a serum capable of breaking the genetic locks. However, it's unfortunate that the serum you created has significant flaws, rendering you unable to advance further after its use. Lu Zhan scrutinized the figure before him. Suddenly, information about the enemy's leader flashed through his mind. You are the leader of these creatures? He inquired, his heart racing. He had not anticipated encountering the target of his mission even before entering the enemy's lair. A surge of intense motivation welled within him, compelling him to capture this cloaked figure and extract information about their origins and organization. Just as he was on the verge of acting on his impulse, the cloaked figure spoke again. I ask you, have you seen a human named Kaidali? Kaidali? Lu Zhan frowned in silence. After mentally reviewing the name, he realized he had no information associated with it. Perhaps this individual was not from the base. Though he was unaware of the figure's interest in this person, it was clear that someone held in such regard by the leader of the enemy faction was not an ordinary individual. Seeing Lu Zhan's prolonged silence, the cloaked figure arrogantly remarked, If you tell me his whereabouts, I may allow you to leave. Lu Zhan scoffed, No need, we came here today to kill you. Kill me? The cloaked figure laughed heartily. How naive. You think that after drinking a bit of evolution liquid, you can threaten me? Ridiculous. With a sweeping gesture, the cloaked figure commanded, Since you are unaware of that person's whereabouts, then perish here. As he gestured, over 100 towering figures suddenly emerged behind him, each cloaked in a gray extraordinary aura. All of them evolved zombies. Lu Zhan's eyelids twitched. Crap. He abruptly turned to flee, shouting, Open fire! Open fire! The cloaked figure sneered, issuing the command, Leave none alive. Boom! Just as the words left his mouth, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from behind, sending a massive shockwave through the air and shattering the glass of the security booth beneath him. A scorching wave of heat washed over the cloaked figure, nearly lifting him off his perch. Then, in the distance above the global plaza, a crimson mushroom cloud began to rise, the astonishing aftershocks of the explosion transforming into smoke that spread outward. Not! The cloaked figure exclaimed in fury, realizing that the epicenter of the explosion was the very blood furnace he had been constructing. The thought of his painstakingly built formation being destroyed made his heart bleed. Damn it, who did this? Who? He roared enraged. A pair of purple wings unfurled from his cloak. He soared swiftly toward his lair, the evolved zombies trailing behind him in a hasty retreat. In the blink of an eye, the enemy had all vanished. What on earth just happened? Lu Zhan gazed at the mushroom cloud in the sky, equally astonished. The explosion resembled that of a cloud bomb. Wang Shun looked up at the mushroom cloud and then turned to Lu Zhan, asking, What do we do now? Lu Zhan furrowed his brow, pondering for several seconds before declaring, Let us go. We should head over there. At the center of Global Plaza, a significant portion of the area was strewn with dismembered corpses and blood, resembling a hellish landscape. Even the formation connecting to the cavern below lay in ruins. Utterly devastated, his painstaking efforts had been obliterated. No. The cloaked figure howled in fury, spiraling into a frenzy upon the plaza. Who did this? Who? His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the surroundings, yet he could not locate the culprit. You cannot escape. You cannot escape. Suddenly, the cloaked figure produced a crystal ball from within his robe. After a moment of anguish, he hurled it to the ground. With a resonating hum, the crystal exploded, releasing a dense purple mist that rapidly spread for thousands of meters, enveloping the entire plaza. The composition of the purple mist was unknown, thick and unyielding, causing everything within the plaza to manifest and become visible, presented before them. The cloaked figure surveyed the surroundings and suddenly spotted a nearly transparent silhouette attempting to stealthily escape from the eastern side of the square. "Got you!" he bellowed through clenched teeth. With a fierce grip of his right hand, the purple mist on the eastern side abruptly contracted, enveloping the transparent figure entirely. In an instant, the silhouette was forced into visibility. Upon recognizing the person's face, the cloaked figure's eyes widened in disbelief and rage. "Kaidali, is that you? Did you do this?" The individual, now visible, awkwardly removed the invisibility cloak and, ruffling his hair, chuckled, "Haha, this is quite embarrassing. Is that you, Night Owl Commander? It's been ages." The cloaked figure trembled with fury. "Kaidali," he spat through gritted teeth, his hatred palpable. Chapter 51. System, are you compelling me to create chaos? I donned the invisibility cloak and still got discovered. I'm embarrassed too. You know that we had an agreement. Once the matter was resolved, I'd vanish into obscurity. But here I am, caught red-handed. It's truly disheartening. Faced with Night Owl's wrath, Xiao Zhan resignedly confessed. "All right, since you've uncovered me. I admit it. It's me." Kaidali T pointed to himself, declaring, Kaidali, blew up your flesh furnace. What do you want, a one-on-one or a group fight? I'm ready for either." Night Owl, infuriated yet amused, replied, "Very well, Kaidali, if I don't kill you today, I shall not be worthy of being a blue blood. All evolvers, heed my command." A chorus of excited howls erupted from the tens of thousands of remaining zombies in the square as over 100 first-stage evolvers stepped forward from behind him. "Kill him, no matter the distance. Neither life nor death shall cease." Night Owl snarled through clenched teeth. In the next moment, a tidal wave of zombies surged toward Xiao Zhan. Confronted by the overwhelming horde, Xiao Zhan roared, activating both the wind spirit power and the sword domain. Emanating an overwhelming aura, he raised his blade high, resembling a knight poised for battle. Then he turned and fled. 90,000 zombies and over 100 first-stage evolvers. Whoever wishes to engage can do so. I shall not partake. Night Owl sneered. "Run, Kaidali. Enjoy the last moments of your life." The purple mist he had just released tracked Xiao Zhan's presence, leaving him unconcerned about the latter's escape. Even if Xiao Zhan fled to the ends of the earth, he could easily locate him. However, his expression soon froze. With a whoosh, Xiao Zhan darted away like a supersonic aircraft, covering over 1,000 meters in mere breaths. Leaving the pursuing zombies far behind, in the blink of an eye, he had created a gap of several hundred meters. What the hell? Night Owl's mind raced with expletives that he had never anticipated. Xiao Zhan's speed would be so formidable, outpacing even the first-stage zombies. Realizing that if he did not pursue, Xiao Zhan would vanish entirely, Night Owl roared, transforming his cloak into a pair of purple wings, launching himself in a frenzied chase. In an instant, the once crowded Universal Square became desolate. At the northern end of the square, Lu Zhen and the others had witnessed the dramatic scene unfold, left dumbfounded. Did I just hear correctly? That monster leader kept calling Xiao Zhan Kaidali? Wang Shun scratched his head in confusion. Lu Zhen replied with a blank expression. "You heard right. I heard it too." Lu Zhen thought to himself, "I want to know as well." Clearly, that monster leader was searching for Xiao Zhan. It was unknown what grievances Xiao Zhan had inflicted upon him, yet he seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge. Xiao Zhan was truly an enigma. Wow. Xiao Lao Di is incredible. He single-handedly blew up that furnace. So impressive. Chang was flushed with excitement, exclaiming. He grabbed Wang Shun's shoulder and added, "Did you see that? Xiao Lao Di could even turn invisible. What ability is that?" Ha ha ha. With him around, we have nothing to worry about. It's simply too easy. Wang Shun felt dizzy from the shaking. Chen Shui chimed in curiously. "Yes, how did he manage that?" "It's astonishing." Lu Zhen replied with a stern expression. "It's not that remarkable." During our escape, he swiped a cloud bomb from the truck to destroy the furnace. "Captain, what should we do now?" Chen Shui inquired. Lu Zhen squinted at the enormous pit in the center of the square. After a brief pause, he declared, "Regardless of how Xiao Zhan accomplished it, it has created an opportunity for us. There must be secrets hidden in that central pit. We should investigate." Chen Shui expressed concern. "But what about Xiao Zhan? He can't possibly handle those zombies alone. Could he be in danger?" Lu Zhen shot her a glare. "Are you still worried about him? He might survive even if we perish. 10 miles away, Xiao Zhan abruptly halted. Ding mission. Destroy the flesh furnace successful. Reward. 300 luck points. Finally, it's here. Checking his personal information, he noticed his luck points had increased from 666 to 966, that's just 30 points shy of 1,000. At which point, he could acquire the intimidation skill, the strongest group attack skill. However, he turned around to face Night Owl and the approaching horde of zombies, stating, "The remaining 30 points will have to come from you." Boom! Night Owl descended with immense momentum, akin to a meteor striking the earth, shouting, "Kai Dali die." At that moment, Night Owl's pressure overwhelmed Xiao Zhan, revealing the latter's realization. This foe was third stage. Until now, he had been unaware of Night Owl's true power. Only recognizing him as formidable, Night Owl lunged forward. Xiao Zhan smirked. I'll be dodging." Suddenly, a veil of invisibility enveloped him, causing his figure to vanish from sight. Boom! Night Owl's descending palm strike created a deep crater in the ground. But Xiao Zhan was no longer present. "Kai Dali, you cannot escape." Night Owl roared in fury, tracing purple runes in the air. Soon, a plume of purple mist surged skyward several dozen meters away, where Xiao Zhan was hastily donning his invisibility cloak once more. "This is utterly unreasonable." Xiao Zhan reluctantly removed the invisibility cloak. Realizing this tactic was no longer effective, he turned to face Night Owl. "All right, dear son, since you won't let your father leave, let us spar for a while." Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Zhan transformed into the sword domain, charging into the sea of zombies. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, he pierced through over 30 meters, slashing through countless zombies along the way, reducing them to mere pulp. Slash! Xiao Zhan roared amidst the horde, spinning in a circular motion, and a radiant blade of light swept around him like a full moon. In that moment, over 100 zombies surrounding him were severed in half. A chorus of agonized wails erupted from the bisected zombies as they struggled and collapsed to the ground. From above, it resembled a field of wheat being harvested, eerily orderly. Luck points 111. Xiao Zhan felt his luck points surging upward. Ding! A melodious system notification rang out. Xiao Zhan's heart leaped, thinking he had finally amassed 1,000 luck points. But mission, toy with Night Owl for half an hour. Reward, universal mask. Xiao Zhan's joy was halved. Glancing at the mission panel, he rolled his eyes. Here we go again. I've had enough of toying with Night Owl for 3 minutes, and now it's doubled, tenfold at that. System, do you think I'm a mere plaything? But what is this universal mask? I sense the allure of deception. System, are you urging me to create chaos? He silently turned to face the relentless Night Owl. Dear son, I can only make do with you. Kai Dali, face your doom. Night Owl disregarded everything, casually launching dozens of purple fireballs toward Xiao Zhan. This was his signature move, which had nearly obliterated Xiao Zhan last time. Had it not been for Xiao Zhan summoning a meteor with his superpowers, he would have been finished. Xiao Zhan stood motionless, feigning surprise as he gazed at the sky. "Oh, look, a meteor!" Night Owl sneered. "You think you can use the same trick on me twice?" Thud! The airborne Night Owl was suddenly caught in a whirlwind from nowhere, tumbling down from the sky. What the hell? Night Owl hastily channeled his inner energy to stabilize himself. Just as he regained his footing, a black blade of light swiftly approached, striking his chest with a resounding boom. This time, he truly lost his balance, rolling onto the ground. Smack! His face hit the ground with an exaggerated thud. A voice nearby exclaimed, "Oh dear, dear son, why such a grand gesture? It's not even the new year yet." No need for such theatrics. As the Night Owl lifted his gaze, he beheld Xiao Zhan standing not far in front of him, bending slightly at the waist, a smirk dancing upon his lips. His expression rife with mockery. Night Owl's face flushed crimson as he thought, "I shall kill you." Chapter 52. Oh dear, he*s getting anxious. Night Owl was on the brink of madness, harboring an unprecedented loathing for someone he deemed a pitiful human. As a noble of blue blood, he found himself repeatedly toyed with and ridiculed by this insignificant human, suffering the humiliation of being slapped in the face time and again. It felt like a disgrace to his noble lineage. At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Night Owl's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Xiao Zhan, bellowing, I will kill you. What are you staring at? In response, Xiao Zhan chuckled merrily. Woe is me. Tears streamed down Night Owl's face uncontrollably. Xiao Zhan sighed, lamenting, alas, this poor child, look at you, crying so pitifully. Did you hurt yourself while walking? How could you be so careless at your age? Despicable human. Night Owl roared in a frenzy, his aura surging like a tidal wave, his rage nearly materializing into columns of smoke, a testament to his profound fury. Die. He was engulfed in purple flames that blazed fiercely, spreading outward. In an instant, the surrounding horde of zombies within 100 meters was incinerated, vaporized in the inferno. Witnessing this display of power, Xiao Zhan was taken aback, but why the heavens? He has truly lost his temper. The winds are fierce. This time, Night Owl uttered not a word, consumed by rage, his gaze fixated on Xiao Zhan, intent solely on murder. Whoosh, Xiao Zhan, unfazed, traversed through the throng of zombies, obliterating any that were not evolved beings. The blade domain of Zhan Xiadao harbored an incomparably sharp blade aura. Anything struck down was doomed to be shredded. Yet his speed was unmatched, and Night Owl, driven by fury, unleashed his full potential. His velocity reaching a level comparable to Xiao Zhan under the enhancement of the purple clouds, relentlessly pursuing him. Die, die, die. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, Oh dear, you're really worked up? I merely spoke a few words to you. Why such haste? Can't you take a joke? Woe is me. Night Owl's tears flowed even more profusely. He felt as if he might lose his mind, though tears did not hinder his combat prowess. They severely dampened his morale. Pointing to the sky, he declared, Look. Night Owl immediately adopted a defensive posture, as if facing a great threat, lowering himself to prevent a fall. However, Xiao Zhan merely smiled at him and said, Look, you're paying your respects to your father again. Why must you do this? You're a grown man now. I can't possibly give you New Year's money anymore. Night Owl retorted. What the hell? He was on the verge of insanity. Keep chasing. What are you staring at? Woe is me. See, today as sunshine. No sun to go die. What are you looking at? Woe is me. Look, oh, no shooting stars. Never mind, damned ant. The two engaged in a relentless chase through the sea of zombies, oblivious to the countless undead that fell to the blade domain of Xiao Zhan and the purple flames of Night Owl. Yet, Night Owl could not close the gap. Each time he neared, Xiao Zhan would alternate his abilities to impede his speed, leaving him perpetually just a hair's breadth away. Xiao Zhan cheerfully suggested, Night Commander, perhaps it's time to call it a day. You can't catch up to me anyway, so why don't we sit down and chat? You see, anger can be detrimental to one's health. Only by maintaining a calm demeanor can one live long. Look at me. I'm 80 years old but still look 21, fit as a fiddle and enjoying life. I tee us all thanks to a broad heart. Now, repeat after me. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be alarmed even when the sky falls. Boom! Suddenly, Night Owl yanked off the cloak draped over him and hurled it at Xiao Zhan with great force. The cloak billowed in the wind, expanding tenfold in an instant, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun and enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Whoa! Xiao Zhan was startled and hastily activated his blade domain to flee. Yet, the black cloak seemed to possess a mind of its own, trailing him relentlessly from above, descending with alarming speed. What on earth is this? For the first time, Xiao Zhan felt genuine panic behind him. Night Owl, stripped of his cloak, emitted a pained howl, his nearly transparent skin suffused with blue blood. As if scorched, beginning to ooze blood, he grasped his face, struggling against an invisible corrosion with his inner energy. Howling in agony while commanding the colossal cloak above to persist in its pursuit of Xiao Zhan, illustrating the depth of his hatred. Upon witnessing Night Owl's wretched state, Xiao Zhan suddenly understood. No wonder this fellow refused to shed the cloak. Without it, he faced such dire consequences. Alas, I too am in a predicament. I played with fire, and this guy would rather be eroded than not kill me. Ding! Luck value reached 1,000. Title, hero unlocked. Skill intimidation acquired. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. In the next moment, Xiao Zhan felt an enigmatic energy surge within him, forming a whirlpool at his brow. As the whirlpool materialized, a terrifying aura enveloped him, akin to a mighty dragon, exuding the majesty of a higher life form. This was not merely a metaphysical presence. It was a palpable force capable of impacting the psyche of others. Boom! Intimidation instills a primal dread in enemies, causing them to recoil and submit. An invisible force field radiated from Xiao Zhan, expanding outward. All zombies within 100 meters simultaneously sensed a terrifying pressure. As if under the gaze of a natural enemy, their hearts quaked, and they shrieked, collapsing in submission, bowing their heads in the blink of an eye. Only Xiao Zhan remained standing within that radius. The might of intimidation was such that it could lead to death. Xiao Zhan was elated at that moment. The 100-meter cloak descended upon him. Laughing heartily, he activated his intimidation ability, aiming at the sky. Buzz like a gentle spring breeze, his intimidation glided over the massive cloak, failing to halt its descent. Oh no! Xiao Zhan smacked his forehead, realizing he had become overly complacent, forgetting that intimidation could only be used against living beings. This delay allowed the cloak to finally cover him entirely, trapping him within. Ha ha! Behind him, Night Owl was elated, laughing and crying simultaneously. The wretched ant has finally been caught. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhan's use of intimidation had genuinely startled him, but he never anticipated that Xiao Zhan would apply this ability to his own cloak, causing him to burst into laughter. Thankfully, this ant had ultimately made a blunder. Otherwise, capturing him would have been no easy feat. Night Owl waved his hand, causing the 100-meter cloak to shrink abruptly, transforming into a 3-meter cloth bag that he grasped in his hand. He punched the bag, declaring, "Ant, rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift death. I intend to repay the humiliation I suffered at your hands 100-fold. Just then, a blue light suddenly erupted from the direction of Global Square. Night Owl's expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed, "Oh no, the Stargate has been activated. Damn it, how could these ants possibly discover the location of the Stargate? And they could even trigger the teleportation array." Suddenly, a face appeared on the bag, inquiring curiously, "What is a Stargate?" "A teleportation array." Night Owl was taken aback, and upon recognizing Xiao Zhan's visage, he fumed, "You damned ant, you can still talk." With that, he unleashed a punch upon the visage. Ouch! The face cried out in pain. "Why can't I speak? I'm your father. You unfilial child, have you forgotten your own father?" Night Owl seethed with rage. "How dare you take advantage of me?" He began pummeling the bag with fists and kicks. Ouch! 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 A series of pained grunts erupted. However, the more Night Owl struck, the more he sensed something was amiss. The sound seemed to emanate from outside the bag rather than from within. "Child, this is not right. How can a son strike his father? This is a distortion of humanity and a degradation of morality." A kind voice offered consolation from behind. Night Owl spun around abruptly, only to find Xiao Zhan standing a few meters away. Grinning at him, he was utterly bewildered, glancing back and forth between the figure in the bag and the one outside. Both were left speechless. Chapter 53. "Oh no, the big boss has appeared." "You," Night Owl glared at Xiao Zhan outside. "What do you mean by you? Unfilial child, have you forgotten your own father?" Xiao Zhan replied, visibly displeased. "You scoundrel!" Night Owl roared in fury, conjuring a purple fire blade in his right hand, slashing fiercely at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's blade domain enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. As he retreated, he shouted, "Oh dear, my son has struck his father. This is outrageous. Is there no one to intervene?" Night Owl, incensed, watched Xiao Zhan flee. He suddenly opened the bag beside him, only to find it utterly empty, devoid of Xiao Zhan's presence. Damn it! He realized he had been outsmarted by this human once again. Night Owl shook the black bag, channeling his energy, causing it to transform back into a cloak, which he draped over himself. Whoosh! However, as he unfurled the cloth bag, he was suddenly struck by the sensation of something shooting out from within. Though invisible to the naked eye, it was undeniable that something had indeed escaped. The Night Owl was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that the human had previously employed an object that rendered him invisible, that it seemed that what his cloak had just ensnared was precisely that item. In an instant, the Night Owl was overwhelmed with regret, lamenting the fact that he had let such a treasure slip away. Damn those insignificant ants, those despicable wretches. I, the Night Owl, vow to pursue you to the ends of the earth. Having been toyed with time and again, the night owl was now utterly unhinged. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhan making a dash towards the global plaza, he immediately set off in frenzied pursuit. Whoosh! The formidable shadow that the night owl had cast was merely a ruse, as he had used the invisible cloak to effect an escape. This cloak was truly remarkable. Even from hundreds of meters away, it could be manipulated from afar, akin to an extension of his mental prowess. He sensed that this treasure possessed many untapped capabilities, much like the cloak in Doctor Strange, endowed with extraordinary powers. Onward, he summoned the domain of his blade, ruthlessly carving a path through the throng of zombies. Charging straight towards the enemy stronghold at the global plaza, his curiosity was piqued by the mention of the star gate by the night owl. As he drew nearer, he discerned the ethereal blue radiance in the sky, which materialized into a phantom gate. It appeared to emerge from the vast cavern below, its outline traced by shimmering light. Countless peculiar runes danced upon the door, seemingly brewing some form of energy. Rather than a technological construct, it resembled a magical artifact. What is this? System. Conduct an analysis. System. Atlantis Stargate. Constructed using vitality as sustenance and spirit as the forge, is a portal for teleportation. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened. In other words, that flesh and blood furnace was designed to supply nutrients to this Stargate system. Affirmative. Taking a deep breath, a surge of fury welled up within him. The reason he had risked destroying the flesh and blood furnace was due to his abhorrence of the night owl's brutal act of grinding humans into meat paste as if they were mere livestock. Yet, he had not anticipated that the purpose of the furnace was this. Ding! The task of tormenting the night owl for half an hour was complete. Reward. Universal mask, with the task of deceiving the night owl finally accomplished. A rusted bronze mask appeared in the palm of his hand, still stained with blood. Upon grasping the mask, a strange whisper filled his ears, as if thousands were speaking in unison, flooding his mind. Xiao Zhan was momentarily dazed, nearly losing his footing. Buzz! At that moment, the blade he wielded emitted a clear chime, a powerful intent dispelling the eerie murmurs in his mind. Upon regaining his senses, he nearly flung the mask away. What in the world is this? He sensed a palpable malice emanating from the mask, as though it imprisoned an evil deity within. System. Universal mask. Infused with the blood of the wicked Godamon. It possesses the ability to disguise oneself as any living being. Defect. The mask will infect the user, drastically altering their disposition. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Is there truly such a thing as an evil deity? He glanced at the bronze mask in his hand, feeling a sense of trepidation about using it. Kai Dali, prepare to meet your demise. At that moment, the night owl caught up, casting his cloak once more, transforming it into a vast canopy that loomed over Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, swiftly extricating himself and arriving at the cavern's entrance in the center of the plaza that he peered down. Discovering that the cavern's floor was not particularly deep, revealing a massive hexagonal array, 0.6 blue gemstones were embedded at its corners, channeling energy towards a central blue door. What is this? Upon seeing the 6 blue gemstones, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, the essence of life. Indeed, those 6 gemstones radiated an immense vitality, precisely the essence of life he required to save the school beauty. Although Xiao Zhan had already obtained the crystal core from the tree granny, acquiring more would only be beneficial. Xiao Zhan, come lend us your strength. At that moment, Lu Zhan's voice boomed from below. Only then did Xiao Zhan notice that Lu Zhan and others were relentlessly pounding on the blue door. With the night owl hot on their heels, Xiao Zhan leaped into the chasm. Just as he descended, the colossal cloak overhead perfectly enveloped the vast cavern, the 100-meter curtain fitting seamlessly over the 100-meter deep cavern, as if it had been precisely calculated. Step aside. Just as Xiao Zhan jumped down, he lunged for one of the essence of life gemstones. Buzz! However, as he drew near, a tremendous surge of energy flung him backward. Xiao Zhan, do not waste your strength. It cannot be breached. Only by destroying the door can we obtain those essences of life, Lu Zhan advised from behind. Xiao Zhan sensed that the hexagonal array and the gemstones were intertwined, shielded by a layer of energy. Even with his strength, he found it impossible to break through that he swiftly approached the star gate, frowning. How do we breach this star gate? Lu Zhan replied. Strike it with extraordinary force. We have already extinguished 3 runes on the base. Following his gaze, Xiao Zhan observed 6 blue runes on the base beneath the Stargate, 3 of which had already been snuffed out. The 4th flickered uncertainly, on the verge of destruction. Boom! He immediately unleashed a wave of blade energy. The 4th rune flickered twice before finally extinguishing. Lu Zhan sighed in relief. Quickly, if we destroy all the runes on the base, this formation will collapse, Xiao Zhan inquired. What lies beyond this Stargate? Lu Zhan responded solemnly. It houses the enemy's army. We just sensed an incredibly terrifying presence on the other side. They must not be allowed to emerge, otherwise our entire southwest will fall. Roar. At that moment, a roar emanated from within the Stargate. Though separated by a door, Xiao Zhan could distinctly feel a terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of the 3rd-tier night owl. Lu Zhan was correct. An ominous entity undoubtedly awaited beyond the Stargate. Quickly, continue attacking. Xiao Zhan joined the fray, targeting the runes. You foolish ants, how naive you are. Suddenly, the night owl's triumphant laughter echoed from above. There are paths to heaven you refuse to take, yet you insist on barging into hell. If you were outside, I would have no way to deal with you. But now you are trapped like fish in a barrel. Taste the terror of my purple flames from hell. With a long howl, a cascade of purple flames descended from the vast canopy above. The flames illuminated the cavern like lanterns. Zheng Chao was inadvertently struck by the flames. Igniting his left arm in an instant, he screamed in agony. Damn it! He flailed his arm in an attempt to shake off the purple flames. But their peculiar properties caused them to cling to his flesh, refusing to be dislodged. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Chao's left arm was scorched to the bone. Ah! Zheng Chao howled in torment, channeling the lightning power within him to frantically assault the purple flames, finally extinguishing the fire just as it reached his shoulder. However, his left arm was now reduced to a mere stump. Damn it, get away! This fire is strange, Lu Zhan shouted, promptly leaping away from the Stargate to evade the purple flames. Wang Shun and Qin Shui also retreated in panic, fearing they would be consumed by the flames. Only Xiao Zhan stood his ground. Boom! He braved the onslaught of the purple flames with the defenses of his blade domain and invisible cloak, repeatedly striking down with the evil-slaying blade, eliminating yet another rune. Just one more to go, he exclaimed. Once the final rune was destroyed, the Stargate would be rendered completely inoperable. Not on my watch. At that moment, the night owls sensed their intentions as well. The massive canopy above quaked, and a gigantic purple flame bird lunged toward Xiao Zhan. Too late. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, channeling the power of the wind within him, combining it with the fierce blade energy created by the domain of his blade, and struck the last rune with tremendous force. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, but rather than the last rune shattering, a fissure appeared in the door of the Stargate. Roar! A cataclysmic roar erupted from the breach. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, and Xiao Zhan was the first to be swept away. Crack, crack, crack! A series of sharp sounds followed as the Stargate was forcibly breached from the other side. Insect, a grand and commanding voice resounded from within the Stargate, and an enormous blue hand, measuring over 10 meters in length, reached out from within, aiming to grasp the retreating Xiao Zhan. This is bad. The big boss has appeared. Chapter 54. What the hell is this terrifying story? Xiao Zhan, act like a human. No need for Xiao Zhan to say anything. The others had already seen the terrifying presence that was about to emerge from the other side of the Stargate. Just the pressure seeping through the crack in the door left everyone gasping for breath. It was undeniably in existence beyond their capacity to confront. As the blue hand reached out, Xiao Zhan, who was hurtling backward, lowered his voice, enveloped himself in the invisible cloak, and vanished from sight. The blue hand clearly did not anticipate this turn of events, its grasping motion frozen mid-air, appearing somewhat bewildered. Run! At that moment, the others no longer cared about destroying the Stargate. Survival was their utmost priority. Lu Zhan hastily led Wang Shun and the others, scrambling up the cavern walls, with its target lost. The blue hand redirected its fury toward Lu Zhan and the others. The palm of the blue hand suddenly radiated a transparent ripple, sweeping across the entire cavern in an instant. Lu Zhan and the others, who were climbing were abruptly struck by a wave of dizziness, as though their minds had been pierced by a steel rod. With a simultaneous wail of despair, blood trickled from the corners of Lu Zhan's eyes. As a second-tier extraordinary being, he barely managed to withstand the mental assault. However, Wang Shun and his companions were not so fortunate. They plummeted directly from the cavern wall. The massive blue hand clenched fiercely. Before Chen Shui could even touch the ground, she was crushed into a pulp. No. The death of Chen Shui caused Wang Shun's eyes to bulge with rage. Emitting a mournful cry, he had harbored feelings for Chen Shui for a long time. Yet her burned left cheek had always held him back from confessing. But now, the woman he cherished was brutally slain before his eyes. That a furious blaze consumed his mind as he roared, "I will fight you." His extraordinary power surged violently, transforming into a blue-white ice spear that shot towards the blue hand. Humph, such arrogance. The blue hand merely swatted it away, as easily as one would swat a fly. Obliterating Wang Shun's full-force strike, It then pressed Wang Shun against the cavern wall. Crack! A ring of flesh and blood splattered against the wall. In less than a second, Wang Shun was reduced to a mere heap of gore. Witnessing the tragic demise of Wang Shun and Chen Shui, Zheng Chao, now only with one hand, was enveloped in terror. He realized that if he did not flee immediately, he would be the next victim. Yet, the speed at which the blue hand dispatched Wang Shun and Chen Shui left him in despair. He had barely climbed the wall when both had met their end, plunging him into utter hopelessness. Silence! Suddenly, a voice came from behind, followed by someone covering his mouth and nose. Zheng Chao was taken aback. Recognizing it to be Xiao Zhan's voice, and thus refrained from resisting, he then felt something enveloping him. As if isolating him from the world, that moment, the blue hand had just crushed Wang Shun and turned its gaze towards Zheng Chao. Where are you? The blue hand questioned with suspicion. Waves of transparent energy emanated from its palm, seemingly searching for Zheng Chao's presence. But after a thorough sweep, it found nothing. The blue hand became increasingly irate. "Ant, come out!" It swept through the cavern, sending countless stones and dirt flying in a grand display. Boom! A thunderous noise suddenly erupted from above the cavern. It turned out that Lu Zhan had encountered Yi Xiao at the summit, and it was unclear what powerful bomb Lu Zhan had unleashed. But it had blown a hole through the massive screen covering the cavern. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhan dashed through the opening. "You can't escape." Yi Xiao's voice thundered from above. The massive screen quickly retracted, transforming into a pair of wings that enveloped Yi Xiao, who rapidly pursued Lu Zhan. The blue hand, unable to locate its quarry, grew increasingly furious, its palm continuously unleashing mental assaults in an attempt to obliterate the souls of the two mice. Just then, a crisp crack echoed from behind it. The blue hand spun around sharply, discovering a human sneaking about, stealthily extracting a gem from one corner of the formation. The crisp sound was the noise of that individual prying out the gem. However, the gem thief clearly had not anticipated that the disturbance from extracting the gem would reveal his position, leaving him awkwardly exposed as he locked eyes with the blue hand. How embarrassing. The gem thief was none other than Xiao Zhan. Seizing the moment when the Stargate was torn apart by the blue hand, he had taken a chance to snatch a life essence gem, only to be caught off guard by the revelation of his form. "Ant die." The blue hand roared in fury, lunging towards Xiao Zhan. It had sensed that with the extraction of a life gem, the Stargate was indeed beginning to close. Its true form could no longer arrive, and thus it was genuinely enraged. "Run." Xiao Zhan activated his blade domain, enveloping Zheng Chao as they soared upward. "Fleeing outwards, you can't escape." The blue hand bellowed, its waves of transparent energy coiling toward Xiao Zhan. However, upon touching him, the energy was unexpectedly repelled by the invisible cloak he wore, allowing both to narrowly evade the attack. Swish, swish, swish! Xiao Zhan leaped several times against the cavern wall, swiftly bringing Zheng Chao to the ground. Below, the blue hand seemed to have reached its limit, finally unable to extend its grasp into the cavern. "Xiao Zhan, thank you for saving me," Zheng Chao exclaimed with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Had it not been for Xiao Zhan's daring rescue, he too would have been reduced to a puddle of flesh. Crack! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from below. "Ant, I told you that you can't escape." The severed blue hand was not finished. It soared up from the cavern, attacking the two. What the hell? Is this even possible? Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Zhang Qiao, tears in his eyes, shouted, "As long as I live, I will protect Wei Yang's safety." The blue hand, seeing the two split up, decisively chose to pursue Xiao Zhan, deeming him far more detestable than Zhang Qiao. I knew it. Xiao Zhan felt a sense of helplessness at the blue hand's choice. As he saw Zhang Qiao flee, he cloaked himself in invisibility and quickly headed east. Boom! The enormous blue palm descended heavily behind Xiao Zhan, creating a deep crater in the earth. The shockwave sent Xiao Zhan soaring into the air, nearly colliding with a building. That hurts. Xiao Zhan felt as though something had stabbed him in the backside. However, there was no time to assess the injury. He desperately activated his extraordinary power, combining it with the forces of his blade domain and invisibility cloak, fleeing for his life like a tea that moment. He spotted the figures of Yi Xiao and Lu Zhen ahead. "Oh, it's them." Xiao Zhan's spirit surged as he accelerated to catch up. "Kai Dali, it's you." Yi Xiao, seeing Xiao Zhan, abandoned Lu Zhen, enveloped in violet flames, and charged forward. "Ha! My dear son, we meet again." Xiao Zhan easily dodged and rushed to Lu Zhen's side. "Lieutenant Lu, let's go together." "Xiao Zhan, you're still alive?" Lu Zhen was initially startled, but when he noticed the pursuing blue hand behind Xiao Zhan, his face turned pale, and he frantically urged, "What are you doing here? Hurry, run." If it were only Yi Xiao he faced, he might have had a chance to escape. Yet with the blue hand in pursuit, there was truly no escaping it. Xiao Zhan chuckled. "Captain Lu, why the formality? We're on the same team. It is only right to help each other, and no need for thanks." Lu Zhen exclaimed, "Thank you. You're here to get me killed." He glanced at the relentless blue hand and Yi Xiao chasing behind, exclaiming, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't, then I will." With that, he swiftly turned in another direction. However, after just 2 steps, he realized that Xiao Zhan was following him like a stubborn adhesive. "Xiao Zhan, what do you want?" Lu Zhen cried out anxiously. Xiao Zhan replied cheerfully, "Captain, have you ever heard a horror story?" Lu Zhen glared at Xiao Zhan, thinking the boy must be insane to tell horror stories at such a time. "Are you out of your mind?" Then he heard Xiao Zhan smilingly say, "Once upon a time, 2 men encountered a bear in the forest. They ran for their lives, and one said, 'No matter how fast you run, you can't outrun a bear.'" Lu Zhen immediately understood Xiao Zhan's intent, leaving him utterly flustered. "What the hell, Xiao Zhan? This is not the time for a horror story." In that moment, Lu Zhen felt a strong urge to smack Xiao Zhan. This guy was truly despicable, intending to make him a scapegoat. How wicked! "Ants shall perish." At that moment, the blue hand in the sky came crashing down upon the two, unleashing a powerful mental attack that disrupted their consciousness. Lu Zhen bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain conscious through the pain, but ultimately he was a moment too slow. The blue hand grazed his backside, sending him tumbling out. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan found it far easier. The blue hand's mental assault was largely neutralized by the fierce blade aura of his Zhan Xiedao, leaving his actions unaffected. Captain Lu, I'll take the lead." Seizing the opportunity while Lu Zhen fell, Xiao Zhan dashed ahead. "You bastard!" Lu Zhen watched helplessly as Xiao Zhan sped past him, filled with fury. Yet, just as despair began to wash over him, he suddenly realized that the blue hand and Yi Xiao had completely disregarded him, not even glancing in his direction as they flew past, pursuing Xiao Zhan instead. Lu Zhen's expression of rage froze, momentarily bewildered. What was happening? What did they mean? When he finally grasped that he had been overlooked by these 2 monstrous leaders, he felt a mix of anger and joy. That he was furious that as a dignified second-tier extraordinary being, he had been ignored by his enemies, but elated that he was spared from death. Xiao Zhan, you truly brought this upon yourself. Even if I run slowly, it matters not, for the wrath of these 2 beasts is directed solely at you. Lu Zhen laughed heartily, tears streaming from his eyes. The dramatic swings of emotion in this life-and-death crisis had completely unraveled him. Ahead, Xiao Zhan was also taken aback. He had never imagined that Yi Xiao and the blue hand would bypass Lu Zhen to chase him. This was not the script he had written. Why aren't you following the script? Xiao Zhan felt aggrieved. Kaidali, you can't escape. Behind him, Yishao flung off his cloak, transforming into a towering shadow that loomed over Xiao Zhan once more. The blue giant hand also took action, activating the spiritual eye in the palm to unleash a mental disturbance as the hand descended from the sky toward Xiao Zhan, given their respective strengths. Xiao Zhan was unwilling to endure any of their strikes. Ha ha, Xiao Zhan. Take your time playing with these two leaders. I shall take my leave first. Lu Zhen laughed maliciously from a distance before turning and fleeing northward. However, after just a few steps, he heard a thunderous sound of footsteps behind him. Lu Zhen turned around to find that Xiao Zhan had summoned the blade domain and was now pursuing him. You, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic. Don't come any closer. Lu Zhen hurriedly ran forward, constantly changing direction. Yet every time he turned, Xiao Zhan mirrored his movements. With Xiao Zhan's superior speed, the distance between them closed a mere dozens of meters in just a few breaths. Lu Zhen growled in frustration. Xiao Zhan, you bastard, don't go too far. Xiao Zhan feigned innocence. Captain Lu, how could you say such a thing? We are on the same team. And as the captain, how could you abandon your subordinate in distress? Damn it. As Lu Zhen noticed the night owl and the blue giant hand closing in behind him, he glared at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, I warn you, don't follow me any further, or I want to hold back. Ding! Task. Promote Lu Zhen's reputation. Reward. Stamina 1. Xiao Zhan's eyes gleamed with interest. With a disbelieving expression, he said, Captain Lu, please don't say that. We are teammates. How could you turn against a comrade? I believe you are not that kind of person. As he spoke, his footsteps quickened. Lu Zhen gritted his teeth. You're forcing my hand. Boom! 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 As he threw grenades, they detonated simultaneously, creating a burst of flames between the two. Although extraordinary beings were largely unafraid of such light weaponry, the shockwave generated by the explosions was inescapable. An ordinary person would be sent flying by such a blast, and even an extraordinary being could not remain immune, being pushed back by the force. However, Lu Zhen evidently underestimated Xiao Zhan's blade domain defense. As the explosions echoed, Xiao Zhan charged through the searing shockwaves of 5 grenades without pausing. Captain Lu, I am profoundly disappointed in you. How could you act against your comrade? Are you even human? Xiao Zhan exclaimed with a face full of anguish as he closed in on Lu Zhen, suddenly slashing down at his legs. Yet Lu Zhen seemed to have anticipated this move. As the blade approached, a layer of crimson spiritual energy intercepted it. Lu Zhen let out a furious laugh. Xiao Zhan, since you are so intent on dragging me down with you, don't blame me. A surge of extraordinary power erupted from within him, enveloping his body in a layer of searing flames. Clenching his right fist, he struck fiercely towards Xiao Zhan. In that instant, Xiao Zhan sensed a formidable force locking onto him. Truly, he was a second-tier extraordinary being. Yet Xiao Zhan was no mere plaything. With the blade domain activated and wind spiritual energy coursing through his legs, he nimbly evaded to the side. Lu Zhen roared, and the flames on his right fist surged dramatically, manifesting into a 5-meter-long crimson fire dragon that lunged at the retreating Xiao Zhan, resulting in a violent explosion that, in an instant, the area within several meters was engulfed in smoke. The figures of both men quickly vanished within the haze in the sky. The blue giant hand and Night Owl were elated to see these two humans turning against each other. Night Owl, activate the purple night cloak and seal this area. The blue giant hand commanded suddenly. Yes, my lord, Night Owl replied. Looking down, with swift movements of his right hand in the air, the enormous cloak above ignited in purple flames. And fiery phantom birds descended from the massive fabric, creating a flame barrier within a 100-meter radius. Even their final moments, they engage in infighting. Truly, they are a lowly species, the blue giant hand sneered. Night Owl concurred. Indeed, my lord's words ring true. This is the inherent flaw of inferior beings. Perhaps there is no need for you to intervene. They may very well annihilate each other. Enough, the blue giant hand scoffed. Stop the chatter and force them out. Night Owl nodded repeatedly, hastily urging the surrounding firebirds to incinerate the smoke below. Soon, the smoke was completely consumed by the purple firebirds. However, upon seeing the two humans below, they were left speechless in shock. There were indeed two humans on the ground, But the one they most despised, Xiao Zhan, was nowhere to be found. Instead, there were two identical Lu Zhuns standing on the ground. Yes, two indistinguishable Lu Zhuns stood there, while Xiao Zhan had vanished. The blue giant hand, equally bewildered, stared down at the two identical figures, momentarily dumbfounded at that moment. One of the Lu Zhuns looked in horror at the other self. Stepping back repeatedly, who are you? To his surprise, the other Lu Zhun, equally horrified, pointed at him. How come you look exactly like me? The first Lu Zhun seemed to come to a realization, exclaiming, Xiao Zhan, it's you. Isn't it? You've transformed into my likeness. How did you manage that? Yet the other Lu Zhun retorted angrily, you are shameless for impersonating me. I, Lu Zhun, will not tolerate you. The left Lu Zhun growled, hey, you two up there. He asked the one you're looking for. You should act quickly. The right Lu Zhun exclaimed, don't believe him. He is deceiving you. The blue giant hand and night owl exchanged glances between the left and right Lu Zhun, both becoming increasingly confused. What on earth? Have humans become so clever? Chapter 56. The enemy is about to be outplayed. My lord, what should we do? Night Owl asked, somewhat dazed. The blue giant hand trembled his fingers twice, seemingly caught in confusion. But he soon growled fiercely, forget about them. It doesn't matter who is who, we simply need to eliminate them all. Night Owl nodded. My lord is right. He pointed to the countless firebirds surrounding the ground. Go! Thousands of firebirds converged from all directions, forming a colossal flame barrier. The firebirds rapidly advanced toward the center, incinerating everything within. The two men inside the barrier immediately felt the terrifying heat. Night Owl intended to roast them alive. Look at the mess you've made. Now we're trapped here, the left Lu Zhun fumed. What good does it do to say that now? Let us work together to break free, the right Lu Zhun replied. With that, both of them simultaneously attacked the fiery barrier. The left Lu Zhun conjured a fire dragon and unleashed it against the barrier. Upon contact with the firebirds, it exploded, creating a fissure in the barrier. While attacking, he scoffed, Xiao Zhan, you can disguise my appearance, but can you mimic my extraordinary power? Why don't you use my techniques? However, his eyes nearly bulged out in shock. The right Lu Zhun had also used a fiery attack. Although it was not a fire dragon, it was a long spear engulfed in roaring flames. The spear struck the barrier, piercing through it. The right Lu Zhun looked at his counterpart in astonishment. You can even imitate my extraordinary power. How on earth did you do that? The left Lu Zhun was driven to the brink of insanity. Damn it, are you stealing my lines too? Gazing at the bewildered expression on his other self. He began to doubt his own identity as Lu Zhun. He felt like crying. Xiao Zhan, I beg you, be a person, stop playing with me. The right Lu Zhun was, of course, Xiao Zhan in disguise, watching the other Lu Zhun, who was questioning his own existence. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He truly never expected that the universal mask could even simulate the opponent's extraordinary power. How utterly absurd. Indeed, he was currently using the newly acquired item, the universal mask. Upon donning the mask, he felt as though he had wrapped himself in a false identity. Every aspect of his appearance, attire, voice, and demeanor had completely transformed into another person. What astonished him further was that, as long as he wished, he could mimic any type of extraordinary power from the other person. The universal mask was simply outrageous. Boom! He immediately coughed up blood, rolling over in a sorry state. The left Lu Zhun lamented, you've got the wrong target. He asked the one you want. The blue giant hand declared, you're mistaken. None of you will escape. Just as he finished speaking, he turned to Night Owl and noticed something was amiss. Lu Zhun and Xiao Zhan had seamlessly chosen to break through in opposite directions, forcing the blue giant hand and Night Owl to split up to block them. Night Owl was tasked with intercepting the right side. However, as Xiao Zhan's flaming spear broke through the barrier, Night Owl intervened, conjuring a long blade of purple fire to strike against the spear. To his shock, his blade failed to stop Xiao Zhan's flaming spear. When the two spears collided, Night Owl's blade disintegrated, while Xiao Zhan's strike completely shattered the barrier, allowing him to break free. Night Owl exclaimed, how is this possible? He was a third-tier extraordinary being. Even if the opponent was the real Lu Zhun, he was merely a second tier. Yet Xiao Zhan laughed heartily. Now you understand the might of Lu Zhun, don't you? In truth, I have been concealing my strength all along. This is merely a small demonstration. Prepare yourself for something even greater. Night Owl's body trembled. "No, you are not Lu Zhan," he shouted. "You are that detestable rat." Xiao Zhan, standing opposite him, replied solemnly, "You are mistaken. That guy is merely a first-tier extraordinary being that I believe you can see for yourselves that he is merely relying on a few powerful pieces of equipment to act recklessly. However, I, Lu Zhan, am a proud and formidable second-tier extraordinary, having attained my status through sheer perseverance. Now, I seek to slay you to validate my path and ascend to the third tier, becoming a true master." The night owl, now devoid of its earlier bravado, retorted with fury, "How bold! Whether you are the true Lu Zhan or an impostor, today marks your demise. Attack!" The two adversaries simultaneously launched their strikes, astonishing the blue hand on the other side, for both wielded the power of flames. A purple fire cloud and a crimson blaze clashed rapidly beyond the barrier, each blow resonating like cannon fire. The ground shattered beneath their feet, walls crumbled, and the true Lu Zhan stood in stunned disbelief. He never anticipated that Xiao Zhan could contend evenly with the third-tier night owl, a revelation that utterly redefined his worldview. How could this be? Just days prior, he had only attained the rank of first-tier extraordinary. How had he progressed to such a level in so short a time? It defied logic. Boom! The battle between Night Owl and Xiao Zhan intensified. Their bodies enveloped in searing flames and overwhelming extraordinary power, creating a cataclysmic spectacle of destruction. Xiao Zhan reveled in the fray. Though he was a first tier, upon activating the second form of the evil slaying blade, his combat prowess ranked among the elite of the second tier. Now he merged the domains of the evil slaying blade, the mutated abilities of the blood-sucking vine, the defensive prowess of the invisibility cloak, and the mimetic powers of the universal mask. The amalgamation of these four forces propelled his strength to the threshold of the third tier, allowing him to match the night owl without the purple night cloak. Bang! Another heavy blow sent Xiao Zhan flying several meters, and they fought their way off the main road and into a construction site, where dust and debris obscured the sky. The true Lu Zhan gazed in astonishment. When did this young man become so formidable? Boom! As Lu Zhan stood in a daze, the blue giant hand suddenly pierced the barrier and descended upon him, forcefully driving him into the ground. In that instant, Lu Zhan felt as though he were being crushed beneath an insurmountable weight, the immense pressure threatening to flatten him into a mere pancake. Fortunately, his second-tier physique was sufficiently robust. He merely sank into the concrete. Grievously wounded but alive, he then witnessed the blue hand rise into the air, heading toward the battlefield and the construction site. Lu Zhan felt tears welling in his eyes, that he realized that his identity as the true Lu Zhan had been confirmed by the enemy. Yet this acknowledgement brought him no joy. Was it due to his own weakness? Ants, die! The blue hand hovered above the construction site, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the false Lu Zhan. However, when two figures burst forth from the dust below, the blue hand froze in astonishment. Both figures were, astonishingly, night owls. The false Lu Zhan had vanished, replaced by a blue-blooded entity that was a perfect doppelganger of Night Owl. Not only did the blue hand appear stunned, but the true Night Owl was equally taken aback. Why you? The true Night Owl stammered, gazing in shock at the eerily familiar visage before him, his heart pounding with disbelief. The counterpart Night Owl also displayed a look of astonishment, pointing in fury. "You despicable human! How dare you impersonate me? I shall end your existence." With that, he erupted in purple flames, wielding a purple fire blade as he charged toward the other Night Owl. "Damn it! You are the impostor!" The opposing Night Owl seethed, addressing the blue hand above. "My lord, act swiftly. He is the false one. I am the genuine article." The charging Night Owl roared in fury. "My lord, do not concern yourself with me. Strike together against him. Even if I perish, I shall drag him to hell with me." The blue hand was on the verge of madness. "Ah, Volhuman, will you never cease?" Chapter 57. Xiao Zhan. "I curse you to an untimely demise," the true Night Owl, seething with rage, declared. "My lord, I possess a method to discern the truth." He pointed to the giant screen formed by the purple night cloak above, sneering. "No matter how closely he mimics me, he lacks the purple night cloak. Without it, he is nothing." "Humph! In the next moment, the immense screen began to shrink rapidly as he invoked his magic, transforming back into a purple-black cloak that enveloped him. Meanwhile, the night owl across from him could only watch helplessly, his expression one of resignation. The difference between truth and deception was now painfully clear. Ants, perish! The blue hand suddenly swung violently toward the false night owl. Swish! Yet, just before the blue hand could strike, the false night owl let out a hearty laugh and lunged toward the true night owl, deliberately stirring the dust on the ground to envelop the battlefield in a shroud of smoke. Boom! Xiao Zhan and night owl clashed once more in close quarters. Within the haze, the two figures draped in cloaks engaged in fierce combat, quickly losing any semblance of individuality. The blue hand hovered in confusion above, unable to differentiate between the two night owls even with the purple night cloak in play. What of your cloak? Now I possess one as well. Who can discern us apart? Xiao Zhan's triumphant laughter echoed amidst the smoke. Damn you, Kai Dali, I will not rest until one of us is dead. The true night owl trembled with fury, the purple flames on his cloak blazing with intensity. It seemed he had activated some hidden power within the purple night cloak, causing his strength to surge dramatically, effectively overpowering Xiao Zhan. Ugh! Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that the night owl cloaked in the purple night cloak was an entirely different entity from the one without it. Night owl had seemingly relied on the cloak to shield himself from environmental hazards on Earth. Once stripped of it, he would be scorched and considerably weakened. The cloak provided the necessary protection, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Thus, Xiao Zhan's earlier parody was not a testament to his own strength, but rather a result of the night owl's diminished state. Ding! Proclaim Lu Zhen's renown. Task accomplished. Stamina 1 to that moment. The system finally notified him of the task's completion, but a surge of warmth flowed into Xiao Zhan's body, granting him newfound strength, and he sensed he was nearing the second tier. Ding! Task. Move 10,000 meters away from the enemy nest within 60 seconds. Reward. Stamina 2. Countdown. 59. 58. The system issued another task, but this one left Xiao Zhan bewildered, as he could hardly comprehend its implications. Is it asking me to leave this place? He mused, frowning. Yet he was thoroughly enjoying himself and had little desire to depart. In truth, the brief skirmish had greatly enhanced his combat experience, imparting invaluable lessons on extraordinary combat techniques from the night owl. Such opportunities were rare. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan felt an icy chill creeping up his spine, a sixth sense warning him of impending catastrophe. He instinctively looked up at the sky, catching sight of a streak of light hurtling toward them at tremendous speed. The light emitted a long plume of vapor from its rear, resembling some form of aerial craft. Its velocity was astonishing. As the streak of light approached, Xiao Zhan's heart raced with trepidation, sensing imminent disaster. Flee! Flee quickly! Every cell in his body screamed in alarm. What is that? The other extraordinary beings also sensed something amiss, lifting their gazes skyward. As the light drew closer, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them all. They collectively sensed the looming threat of calamity, a premonition that clawed at their very souls. Night Owl, what is that? The blue hand demanded, for he was the strongest among them and felt the greatest danger. Upon the appearance of that streak of light, he perceived the very fabric of reality pressing down upon him. The night owl below glanced upward, his expression shifting to one of horror. No, my lord. That is a human taboo weapon. We must not allow it to destroy the Stargate formation, or our forces will be utterly stranded. The night owl shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his conflict with Xiao Zhan. Racing furiously toward the Global Plaza's stronghold, the blue hand, upon hearing this, also grasped the gravity of the situation. With a final glare at Xiao Zhan, it sped toward the stronghold as well. Xiao Zhan had naturally heard the night owl's warning. His heart thundered. No wonder the system urged me to flee. That taboo weapon spells death for anyone who approaches it. Extraordinary beings may not fear conventional firearms, but this was a weapon of an entirely different caliber. In the face of such a taboo weapon, all other arms became mere toys. 49, 48, 47. The system's countdown resonated like a death knell. Whoosh! Without a second thought, Xiao Zhan turned and sprinted northward, striving to distance himself from the explosion's epicenter as much as possible within the remaining half-minute. Otherwise, the heat generated by the taboo weapon's detonation would surely incinerate him. Whoosh! With the combined power of wind spirit force, blade domain, invisibility cloak, and universal mask, Xiao Zhan unleashed his utmost speed. He surged forward like a high-speed train, obliterating every zombie in his path. Trees, fences, and other obstructions were no obstacle. He pierced through them with his blade array. A taboo weapon, the injured Xiao Zhan, having just clawed his way out of the pit, was taken aback. He gazed in astonishment at the radiant light, his years of military experience instantly confirming that it was indeed an intercontinental missile, likely carrying some dreadful and taboo weapon that would instill fear in anyone who beheld it. This revelation left Xiao Zhan utterly astonished. How could this be? Was it not stated that after the disaster, satellite guidance would be rendered ineffective? Why was such a weapon being launched towards them? Yet this was not the time for contemplation. Survival took precedence. He cast a quick glance in the direction of escape and followed Xiao Zhan northward. However, despair washed over him as he realized his injuries had severely hampered his speed. At his current pace, he would be unable to escape the blast radius of the missile. The mere thought of being directly struck by that weapon filled him with a profound sense of hopelessness. Xiao Zhan, help me! In that moment, he cast aside any semblance of dignity and shouted for Xiao Zhan's assistance. To his surprise, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Zhan was elated as Xiao Zhan halted merely 10 meters away. Instead of offering aid, he clenched his right fist and, with genuine sincerity, exclaimed, "Go for it! Lieutenant Liu, you must survive. I have faith in you." Fighting with that, he activated his blade domain once more and thundered northward. Xiao Zhan was left in a state of shock. Are you even human? His overwhelming anger and despair culminated in a frenzied scream. Xiao Zhan, I curse you to an untimely demise. Boom! At that moment, the missile finally struck the ground, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Chapter 58. That person has returned. Amidst the deafening roar, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the vicinity of Global Plaza, two vast rings of white clouds radiating outward. Even the purple storm clouds above were displaced, creating a void through which a beam of sunlight cascaded down. This marked the first time humanity had witnessed the sun's rays since the disaster began. To the north of Global Plaza, at a bank building, a special forces team was engaged in combat with a horde of zombies. At the forefront, Zheng Chao wrestled with an evolved zombie. The monumental explosion left everyone in shock. As they beheld the mushroom cloud rising, their mouths gaped in disbelief. Zheng Chao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What the? He gasped, and upon realizing the nature of the explosion, his expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Everyone, retreat. Move northward, forget the supplies, get in the vehicles, and flee. Grabbing a soldier who was firing his weapon, he sprinted northward in a frenzy. That soldier was none other than Wei Yang, Xiao Zhan's close comrade. Zheng Chao had promised Xiao Zhan that he would ensure Wei Yang's escape once he himself was safe. Let me go, Wei Yang shouted. Zheng Chao paid him no heed, focused solely on fleeing with reckless abandon. With his extraordinary speed, he surged forward faster than a vehicle. Boom! But even his speed could not outpace the shockwave generated by the explosion. Within mere seconds, a massive translucent wave swept toward them, consuming all buildings in its path with flames, shattering countless windows, and enveloping a significant portion of the city in swirling dust as the shockwave passed. Zheng Chao felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. His body lifted off the ground and tossed through the air. The intense heat seared him, debris flew about, oxygen vanished, and radiation contaminated his surroundings. Countless injuries assailed him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Protect Wei Yang. He expended most of his extraordinary strength, putting his own life at risk. But where was Wei Yang? When he finally halted, he was horrified to discover that Wei Yang had vanished from his grasp. The violent turmoil had separated them. In a panic, he searched until he spotted Wei Yang buried beneath a heap of shattered billboards. Wei Yang, are you all right? Zheng Chao rushed to dig him out. Fortunately, Wei Yang was merely unconscious from the earlier shockwave, still breathing, but time was of the essence. They were perilously close to the explosion's epicenter, and the radiation levels were alarmingly high. Lingering any longer could cost them their lives. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Xing Chao hoisted Wei Yang onto his back and began to run. However, after only a few steps, he heard a menacing growl behind him. An evolved zombie was charging towards him. This particular zombie was the first tier evolved creature he had previously battled. Although it appeared battered and injured, its combat prowess remained intact. Upon seeing Xing Chao attempt to flee, it let out a furious roar and lunged forward. Xing Chao was in a state of desperation. In his current condition, he was incapable of defeating the creature, and every moment spent here drew him closer to death. Even if he could hold out, Wei Yang would not survive. Roar! The towering 3-meter-tall evolved zombie sprang from the ground, launching itself toward them. Just as Xing Chao found himself cornered, a thunderous sound erupted from the south, resembling the sonic boom of an object traveling at high speed. Suddenly, a streak of black light zipped across over 100 meters of street, and just as the evolved zombie leaped into the air, it was obliterated by the black light. Boom! The creature didn't even have time to scream before being torn into countless pieces of flesh. With a crackling noise, the remains of the evolved zombie rained down like confetti. Xing Chao, caught in the proximity, was showered with debris. Whoosh! The black light came to a halt before him, revealing a towering figure over 3 meters tall. Xing Chao was taken aback, retreating in alarm. "It's you!" The figure standing before him was none other than the cloaked leader he had encountered in the enemy stronghold at It is I. However, the figure seemed to realize something. With a swift motion, he brushed his hand across his face, as if shedding a veil, revealing a human standing beneath who was less than 2 meters tall. It was none other than Xiao Zhan. "Xiao Zhan, how? How did you do that?" Xing Chao was utterly astonished by Xiao Zhan's transformation. Xiao Zhan, however, glanced at the towering mushroom cloud in the sky and quickly replied, "This is not the time for questions. We must leave immediately." With that, he seized Wei Yang from Xing Chao's back and sped northward. Xing Chao hurriedly followed. "Xiao Zhan, what happened after I left? Why was there suddenly a missile launched here? Could it be from another military base?" Xiao Zhan shook his head. "It's hard to say, but the missile's trajectory seemed to originate from Donyang Base that I suspect it may be related to General Li." Xing Chao's fury ignited. Why? Why would he do such a thing? Does he not realize we are on mission here? Is he trying to have us killed? The two raced down the main road, soon reaching the southern edge of Wetland Park. "Help! Someone save my daughter! Mommy!" The anguished cries of terrified survivors pierced the air as a group of hundreds was besieged by a horde of zombies. The convoy consisted mostly of ordinary people. Despite a few possessing firearms, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies, and the situation grew dire as the assault escalated. Several women and children were dragged from the ranks by the zombies, their cries echoing in despair. The scene was heartbreaking. Among the convoy, Xiao Zhan recognized several familiar faces. The bearded Wang Wu, the bespectacled Su Chunjing, a wheat-skinned girl named Ying, and a long-legged girl from the troop he had entrusted to Wang Wu and the others. "I must save them." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhan thrust Wei Yang into Xing Chao's arms. Xing Chao fumbled to catch him, exclaiming, "Hey, hurry up! This area is still highly radioactive." Whoosh! Xiao Zhan darted forward like a gust of wind, slicing through the zombies in his path. Those dragging women and children were mercilessly reduced to pulp. "Get back!" he shouted, charging into the heart of the zombie horde, where the numbers were most concentrated, unleashing a deadly storm with his blade. Slicing through the air, not a single zombie could withstand his onslaught. Within moments, half of the undead blocking the convoy lay dead. Wang Wu and Su Chunjing, seeing Xiao Zhan, erupted in joy. "Mr. Xiao," Wang Wu shouted, "you've come to save us. How wonderful! We're saved." The previously despondent group erupted in cheers at the sight of Xiao Zhan, who appeared like a deity descending from the heavens to annihilate the surrounding zombies. Yet Xiao Zhan did not pause. He continued his relentless assault, efficiently dispatching the remaining zombies. In a matter of moments, the last half met the same fate. Amidst the sea of blood and corpses, Xiao Zhan stood tall, a veritable savior. "It's him." Eyeing alongside the long-legged girl, gazed at Xiao Zhan with wide eyes, her heart racing. Chapter 59. An alternative expression of devotion. Quick, everyone, get in the vehicles. We need to leave this place. After eliminating the surrounding zombies, Xiao Zhan immediately shouted. They were still too close to the explosion's epicenter, and the contamination was severe. Lingering even a moment longer was a step toward death. Wang Wu quickly came to his senses. Urging, yes, hurry, everyone, get in the vehicles. We must leave at once. The radiation is too intense here. The group sprang into action. Mr. Xiao, please take the lead vehicle. Our convoy needs your guidance. Wang Wu earnestly addressed Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan glanced at his injured arm and inquired, Are you hurt? Wang Wu managed a bitter smile, responding, Yes, I was bitten by a zombie. Xiao Zhan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate prior to his arrival. At least a dozen individuals in their group had already sustained bites from zombies. For ordinary people, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Yet for him, it was of no consequence. Please, don't abandon me. I am fine, I assure you. Take me with you to... I one T turned into a zombie, came a desperate plea from the rear of the vehicle. There, a middle-aged woman was weeping, attempting to board the vehicle, but was thwarted by two men wielding iron rods who refused to let her pass. The woman bore a conspicuous gaping wound on her chest, unmistakably inflicted by a zombie bite. Get lost. One man barked, blocking the entrance with a stern expression that you've already been bitten. Soon, you will transform into a monster. You wish to endanger us all. The woman cried, Please, don't give up on me. I am truly fine. I was merely injured in the chaos. The man retorted, Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll take action. Another man standing guard at the door sighed, Sister Chunhua, you should just go. You know our group has made it clear. Anyone bitten by a zombie must leave to avoid endangering others. Besides you, old Lu and Gongzi were also bitten, but do you see them boarding? He gestured to a group of men standing nearby, all of whom had been bitten while fighting zombies. They had not boarded, but were instead saying their final farewells to their families beneath the vehicle. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. The man continued, Sister Chunhua, they haven't boarded because they understand that being bitten means becoming a monster. At that point, your family and children could fall victim to your own hands. Is that the outcome you desire? Overwhelmed, Sister Chunhua collapsed to the ground, wailing, But my child is only 2 years old. He hasn't even been weaned. He cannot be without his mother. Please, just let me nurse him one last time. I promise I'll leave before I turn into a zombie. The onlookers could hardly bear to witness the scene, and the relatives of the bitten men also succumbed to tears. The entire group was engulfed in grief. Enough! A booming voice interrupted the collective weeping. Stop crying! Everyone listen to my orders. Regardless of whether you've been bitten or not, get on the vehicle now. You have 30 seconds. Wang Wu gasped in astonishment. But those who are bitten will turn into zombies. Xiao Zhan reassured him, Don't worry, I have a way to counteract the zombie virus. Trust me, we cannot afford to delay. Observing Xiao Zhan's unwavering confidence, Wang Wu's expression shifted several times before he finally declared, All right, we believe you. Everyone, follow Mr. Xiao's lead and board the vehicle quickly. In that moment, Xiao Zhan's reputation as a savior took effect. Although many remained skeptical, they ultimately allowed those who had been bitten to board. Sister Chunhua, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly bowed to Xiao Zhan, exclaiming, Thank you, thank you. Yet he deftly evaded her profound show of respect. System, exchanged for 15 doses of the T-virus antidote. In the next instant, 15 vials appeared in his hands, but his luck value plummeted by 150, causing him considerable distress. He handed 14 doses to Xing Chao, instructing, Distribute these. He refrained from giving any to Wang Wu. As the convoy had already begun to move, an ordinary person like Wang Wu could not navigate between the vehicles at high speed. Xing Chao, astonished, exclaimed, Do you really possess an antidote for zombie infection? Xiao Zhan urged him, No time for chatter, hurry. Xing Chao grimaced, Fine, I suppose I'm now your errand boy. Xiao Zhan then took the unconscious Wei Yang and returned to the first elongated off-road vehicle, providing the last vial of antidote to Wang Wu. Drink this, you'll be fine. Wang Wu eyed the vial curiously. Is this really effective? Before Xiao Zhan could affirm, he tilted his head back and gulped it down. After swallowing, he smacked his lips and remarked, It's rather sweet. That moment, a melodious voice rang from the back seat. Annyeonghaseyo, Mr. Xiao Zhan, it's nice to see you again. It was none other than the girl group member Nai, whom he had entrusted to Wang Wu. Oh, it's you. He inadvertently glanced at her figure, not out of intent, but due to her prominent femininity. The instincts of a man were hard to resist. Nai's large eyes sparkled as she gazed at Xiao Zhan, speaking in an unusual tone. Hello, my name is Jean Xiao Yan. I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have perished in that hotel. Xiao Zhan casually replied. Oh, how do you intend to thank me? With your body? Nai's eyes flickered with confusion as she turned to her companion Aang. Asking, Uni, what does with your body mean? Aang rolled her eyes and retorted, it means you'd have to sleep with him. Puffed. Wang Wu, who was drinking water in the passenger seat, immediately sputtered, spraying it all over the driver. Su Chun Jing. Coughing, he glared at Aang. What nonsense are you spouting? A young lady should have some modesty. Xiao Zhan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had merely made a passing remark, not anticipating that Aang would be so bold as to utter such words. Nai's face flushed with embarrassment, being an exceptionally beautiful woman who had triumphed among hundreds of contestants. She was top-notch in looks, figure, dance, and talent. Her bashful demeanor, with her head bowed, only enhanced her allure. Even Xiao Zhan found his heart racing slightly, not due to a lack of self-control, but rather an instinctive reaction. Wang Wu hastily urged, Aang, apologize to Mr. Xiao. Aang, noticing Xiao Zhan's lingering gaze on Nai, huffed, am I wrong? With your body is exactly what it means, humph, with no means to counter Aang. Wang Wu turned to Xiao Zhan. I apologize, Mr. Xiao, my niece has always been headstrong. Please forgive her. Xiao Zhan waved it off. It's nothing, really, just a trivial matter. Ding, task. Tell Jean Xiao, in a risku joke. Reward, one spirit. Xiao Zhan's expression froze. That you gotta be kidding me. System that don't cause trouble. Chapter 60. Robbing a vehicle midway. Xiao Zhan. This is bad. Just then, the vehicle door flung open as Zheng Chao leaped inside. His face etched with urgency. You need to look behind. A horde of zombies is surging northward, and they're right on our tail. What? Xiao Zhan was taken aback, swiftly flipping onto the roof of the vehicle. He peered back, only to see the road behind them blanketed in white, an immense swarm of zombies racing toward them like a tide of ants from the city center, densely packed and overwhelming. For a moment, Xiao Zhan couldn't even count how many there were. These zombies were emerging from buildings, beneath bridges, and from shops, surging forth from every conceivable location, frantically pursuing them. It was as if some unseen force was driving them onward. Had the zombies gone berserk? Xiao Zhan found it strange. Zombies typically did not mobilize en masse unless provoked, much like those that had previously besieged the convoy, acting primarily on instinct. Yet now, this legion of zombies was relentlessly pursuing them, as if someone were deliberately orchestrating their chase. No. Wait. After observing for a moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly realized that these zombies were not pursuing them at all. Instead, they were merely fleeing the city. The horde was not racing solely northward, but had divided into several large clusters, dispersing in various directions away from the urban area. They were escaping from Linen City, Xiao Zhan muttered to himself. But another question arose. Why had they suddenly chosen to abandon the city? Could it be that they were aware of the dangers of radiation and were fleeing the area? Yet, were they truly that intelligent? Xiao Zhan sensed that something he was unaware of had transpired. Xiao Zhan, what should we do? Those monsters are closing in. Zheng Chao had also climbed atop the vehicle. Xiao Zhan glanced back, noticing that the zombie horde was already closing in on the last vehicle, where survivors were screaming in terror. I'll go to the rear to hold them off. You lead the way, he declared, leaping off and swiftly bounding along the tops of the moving convoy. Racing toward the back, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the gunmen inside the vehicle had engaged the zombies in combat. A dozen agile zombies, drawn by the presence of prey, eagerly charged forward. Although they were fleeing the city, they relished the opportunity to hunt a little snack along the way. This is bad. Those monsters are about to catch up. Accelerate, hit the gas, open fire, take them down. Panic erupted among the occupants of the vehicle. Especially the sheer number of zombies at the rear was overwhelming. A glance revealed an endless sea of them, as if the entirety of the city's undead had converged. It was a sight that sent chills down one's spine. The driver, drenched in perspiration, pressed the accelerator with all his might. exclaiming, "This is the fastest I can go." Suddenly, someone glanced to the left, their face draining of color. "Oh no, there's zombies emerging from the building on the left." Another voice cried from the right. "There are some here too." Bang! A zombie, resembling a cheetah in its speed, sprinted towards the back of the bus and leaped onto its roof. With a ferocious roar, it raked its claws across the metal, leaving 3 deep gashes. The cheetah zombie peered down at the humans below, exultantly screeching, "Damn it, there's a monster above us! Quick, kill it!" a woman screamed. Bang! Bang! A man fired 2 shots at the gaping hole. One bullet struck the shoulder of the cheetah zombie, while the other missed entirely. Enraged by the pain, the cheetah zombie let out a furious roar, viciously tearing at the bus's roof, creating a large breach. Whoosh! The zombie's tail snaked downwards, ensnaring the man who had fired, pulling him onto the roof. "Help!" The man panicked, frantically pulling the trigger, but the cheetah zombie shook him violently, causing all his bullets to whiz harmlessly through the air. Grr! The zombie lunged for the man's neck. Just as it did, a flash of steel sliced through the air, severing the cheetah zombie's head cleanly from its body. The severed head soared into the throng of zombies behind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Blood gushed from the zombie's neck, splattering the man, who screamed in terror and stumbled backward. "Get down!" A voice suddenly boomed behind him. He realized it was Xiao Zhan who had saved him, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you." Thud! But Xiao Zhan had no time for pleasantries. He kicked the man down through the gap. Then he moved to the rear of the bus, gazing at the vast horde of zombies behind. Raising his Zhanxia knife, buzz! The Zhanxia knife seemed to sense the thick aura of malevolence outside, emitting a joyful hum. Were it not for Xiao Zhan's control, it would have flown out on its own to slay the zombies. After liberating its second form, the Zhanxia knife had become increasingly sentient. Hush! Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhan summoned the wind spiritual power within him, fully activating the knife formation strength, channeling all energy into the Zhanxia knife. And then, he unleashed a powerful slash towards the approaching tide of zombies. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped, massive blade of light shot forth from the Zhanxia knife, covering the entire roadway as it sliced horizontally southward. Whoosh! In an instant, an uncountable number of zombies were cleaved in two by the radiant blade. Their upper halves and lower halves separated as they continued to run, many collapsing after stumbling several meters before hitting the ground. Their demise caused a chain reaction, with other zombies behind them tumbling like a row of dominoes, collapsing in disarray. In the blink of an eye, the 100 meters of road behind the bus came to a halt. With a single slash, Xiao Zhan had dispelled the pursuit of the zombies behind. A roar of excitement erupted from everyone on the bus as they witnessed Xiao Zhan's remarkable prowess. Yet, Xiao Zhan felt no joy. For aside from the zombies behind, a multitude was also emerging from the buildings lining both sides of the road, drawn by the scent of the living within the convoy, eagerly launching their assault. The entire convoy, comprising dozens of vehicles, suddenly found itself in peril. Kill! Seeing this, Xiao Zhan no longer held back, darting across the roofs of the vehicles, slaying the zombies that attempted to ambush the convoy. A flurry of swift blade lights flashed as zombies fell, decapitated. The convoy pushed northward, nearly carving a bloody path through the chaos, just as Xiao Zhan continued his relentless assault on the zombies. A sudden screech of friction pierced the air. Out of a narrow alleyway, a green Jeep careened unexpectedly, crashing directly into the first vehicle occupied by Wang Wu and his companions. Bang! Wang Wu's elongated off-road vehicle was violently overturned, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. This unexpected turn of events caught the speeding vehicles behind off guard, resulting in a series of collisions. The convoy was forced to a halt. At that moment, a group of individuals burst forth from the alley where the Jeep had emerged, brandishing firearms as they charged towards the convoy. The leader, a burly man with a dark complexion, bellowed, "Get out of the vehicles, all of you! I am commandeering your cars." Chapter 61. The Extraordinarily Dongza. The sudden appearance of this group, numbering around 30, all clad in matching police uniforms and wielding various firearms, seemed far from that of law enforcement. Rather, they appeared to have scavenged police gear from who knows where. Upon their arrival, they aggressively intercepted the convoy, their expressions frantic, demanding everyone exit the vehicles. "Hurry up, get out, or I'll start shooting." The dark-faced man shouted, his expression menacing as he anxiously scanned the horde of zombies to the south. Bang! The right door of the overturned off-road vehicle was kicked open. And Zheng Qiao, bloodied and dazed, crawled out. Who the hell did this? Who did this? He fumed, enraged after having finally taken a moment's respite while Xiao Zhan was demonstrating his prowess, only to be knocked over by the jeep. The dark-faced man swiftly aimed his weapon at Zheng Qiao. Shut up! Bang! He fired a shot into the air, asserting, listen closely. You have 30 seconds to exit the vehicles, or I will kill. His comrades dispersed. Guns trained on the bus behind. Zheng Qiao, furious, retorted, Did you not hear me speaking? As he spoke, arcs of lightning flickered around him, unleashing his extraordinary powers as he lunged at the dark-faced man. An extraordinary one? The dark-faced man was taken aback, but did not falter. He shouted, Open fire! The 30 or so individuals behind him simultaneously began firing at Zheng Qiao, enveloped in his extraordinary force, charged through the hail of bullets toward the dark-faced man. The dark-faced man tossed aside his weapon and shouted, You all take the vehicles. I'll hold them off. Then, a golden spiritual power surged around him, propelling him toward Zheng Qiao. In midair, the golden energy coalesced into a spiked suit of armor. Delivering a punch toward Zheng Qiao. Oh, you are also extraordinary. Zheng Qiao was startled, but there was no time for dialogue as the two collided. Bang! The dark-faced man pursued relentlessly, delivering another powerful blow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Get out! Did you not hear me? Get out! A carjacker shouted menacingly at the bus's driver. However, the bus also had armed survivors aboard. Several individuals raised their weapons in response, creating a standoff. What do you intend to do? As humans, don't you feel any shame? There are hordes of zombies behind us, and you still wish to rob us. Are you even human? Bang! If you refuse to exit, then die. The robber snarled, firing his gun. The bus driver was immediately shot in the chest, collapsing in disbelief. The passengers screamed in terror. Old Wu, one of the armed survivors, shouted in rage, aiming at the robber and firing die. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a fierce gunfight erupted between the survivors and the robbers. 5 or 6 armed survivors fell, while 3 or 4 robbers were also hit, collapsing into pools of blood. You lunatics! Zheng Qiao yelled in fury upon witnessing the chaos. Do you even realize what you're doing? Can't you see the zombies closing in behind us? And now you want to rob us? Have you all lost your minds? The dark-faced man, equally deranged, retorted, It's precisely because of the sudden zombie outbreak that we had no time to secure vehicles. If you give us 3 buses, we will cease our actions. Zheng Qiao shot back, Not a chance. If we hand over the vehicles, our people will be left to die. The dark-faced man declared, Then let us all perish together. The two clashed once more. Yet, this skirmish had barely lasted a minute when a significant number of zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, began to approach, were it not for Xiao Zhan continually obstructing the relentless tide of zombies from behind. The convoy would have been overwhelmed long ago. Zheng Qiao, what on earth are you doing? Why haven't you dealt with those robbers yet? A shout from 100 meters away came from Xiao Zhan. As more and more zombies surged forth, he too began to feel the strain. He was well aware that the convoy had been intercepted, but he had assumed that Zheng Qiao, being an extraordinary individual, would be capable of resolving the matter alone. To his surprise, the delay was becoming increasingly problematic. Zheng Qiao shouted back, Brother Xiao, it's not my fault. There's an extraordinary among those robbers. Xiao Zhan, who had been preoccupied with slaying zombies, had not witnessed the confrontation between Zheng Qiao and the dark-faced man. Upon hearing this, he paused momentarily. An extraordinary. It was the first time he had encountered a wild extraordinary outside the base. Looking at the vast horde of zombies behind, Xiao Zhan cursed under his breath. Taking a deep breath, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, dread. The unique ability associated with the title of hero surged forth once more. Centered around Xiao Zhan, within a radius of 100 meters, thousands of zombies seemed to sense the arrival of their natural enemy. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure, they all fell prostrate to the ground. Too fearful to pursue further, in that moment, Xiao Zhan seized the opportunity to shoot backward. Racing toward the front of the convoy, in the distance, he spotted a golden figure engaged in combat with Zheng Qiao. The glinting golden armor particularly striking, Get out of my way. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Zhan propelled himself forward, crashing into the golden figure at high speed. With a resounding impact, the dark-faced man was sent flying a considerable distance, landing against a newsstand by the roadside. And you lot, perish! He turned and delivered a lethal slash toward the bandits. With a swift arc of his crescent-shaped blade, dozens of bandits were instantly bisected at the waist, their anguished cries echoing as they fell to the ground. The members of the convoy were left in shock at the gruesome spectacle. "What are you waiting for? Drive! Get us out of here!" Xiao Zhan bellowed. In the next instant, he did not linger at the front, but hastened toward the rear of the convoy, though intimidation skill would not hold off the zombies for long. They soon began to encroach upon the convoy once more. He had to delay their pursuit at the back. If the zombies numbered in the hundreds or thousands, he would not need to flee. But now, they were being pursued by tens of thousands. Even exhausting himself would not suffice to eliminate them all. Up front, Zheng Chao, witnessing Xiao Zhan dispatching the bandits with ease, shook his head in admiration. Brother Xiao is still as fierce as ever. He righted the overturned SUV, only to find that Wang Wu and Jin Shuyan had succumbed to unconsciousness from the earlier collision, leaving him no choice but to drive himself. The convoy set off anew. Xiao Zhan stood atop the last vehicle, continuously slaying zombies attempting to attack the convoy. As the convoy passed through the alley where the bandits had emerged, he suddenly noticed a group of survivors deeper within, besieged by hundreds of zombies. Yet upon seeing Xiao Zhan and his companions pass, none amongst them uttered a plea for help. They merely glared at them with seething anger. In their eyes, Xiao Zhan perceived nothing but hatred. It dawned on him that these survivors were likely connected to the very bandits he had just vanquished. Perhaps the bandits had raided the convoy to secure their survival. Staring into the eyes of those filled with animosity, Xiao Zhan fell into a contemplative silence. As the convoy moved further away, the extraordinary individual who had been knocked unconscious by Xiao Zhan at the newsstand finally regained consciousness, gazing upon the lifeless bodies of his fallen comrades. He let out a heart-wrenching wail. "No!" He knelt upon the ground, roaring at the receding convoy. "I, Li Dongza, swear to the heavens that I will avenge my brothers." With that, he dashed deeper into the alley, where the families of his fallen comrades awaited rescue. Chapter 62. The fall of the base. At this moment, Xiao Zhan remained unaware that he had already earned the enmity of an extraordinary individual named Li Dongza, who vowed to seek vengeance. With no impediments, the convoy surged forward at breakneck speed, racing northward. After Xiao Zhan utilized his intimidation skill 3 more times, slaughtering thousands of zombies, the convoy finally escaped the relentless pursuit of the horde. Entering the wilderness, with a sigh of relief, Xiao Zhan leaned back on the roof of the vehicle, utterly exhausted, having gone a full day and night without rest, from slaying the tree granny to pursuing Huang Dongyue, then assaulting the enemy's nest and engaging with Yi Xiao and others, culminating in a grand explosion that facilitated their escape from the city. He had maintained an intense state of combat, his nerves taut. Now, finally, as the dust settled, he found a fleeting moment to breathe. All the fatigue washed over him, leaving him yearning for sleep. "Brother Xiao, are you all right?" Zheng Chao leaped onto the roof, concern etching his features as he observed Xiao Zhan's pallid complexion. "I'm fine." Xiao Zhan glanced at Zheng Chao's mangled left arm, inquiring, "What about your arm?" With a bitter smile, Zheng Chao replied, "What else can be done? Having one less arm is better than being dead." He settled down beside Xiao Zhan, gazing at the retreating snowy landscape, and mused, "It's terrifying to think, when we first came, there were over 100 of us, and now only the 3 of us remain. It truly has been a life-and-death mission. If you hadn't helped me, perhaps I would have met the same fate as Chen Shui and Wang Shun." Xiao Zhan remained silent, merely staring at the darkening sky. Noticing his friend's somber mood, Zheng Chao asked, "What are you thinking about?" After a long pause, Xiao Zhan replied, "When the convoy departed, I saw many elderly and children in the alley where the bandits had emerged." Zheng Chao paused, realization dawning upon him. He murmured, "So they robbed the convoy to ensure their family survival." Waving his remaining arm in frustration, Zheng Chao cursed this damned world. He lay sprawled across the roof, attempting to comfort Xiao Zhan. "Brother Xiao, you needn't feel guilty. In that situation, we couldn't have let the vehicle go. It was a matter of survival. Those who stayed would perish, so it was unavoidable. Xiao Zhan calmly observed the swirling snow. "I understand," he said. "I just do not wish to encounter such situations again." Reflecting on the dozens of bandits he had slain and the silent, hate-filled gazes of the survivors in the alley, he felt a weight in his heart. He countered with a question, "What about you?" With a sigh, Zheng Chao replied, "I plan to take Leah and my sister away from Danyang." Xiao Zhan was taken aback. "Why? Did you not wish for them to avoid life in the wilderness?" Zheng Chao shook his head. "That was my thought before. But having experienced this mission, I see things clearly now. General Li and the others do not regard us as human, that I have only undertaken 2 missions. And both times I faced life-threatening peril. I fear that another attempt could spell my doom." He looked at Xiao Zhan. "Rather than that, I would prefer to take them to a secluded forest to live. I believe that as long as we avoid large swarms of zombies, I can protect them." Xiao Zhan contemplated this, and had to admit that Zheng Chao's reasoning held merit. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from the distant northern skies. The once dim sky was illuminated as brightly as day. Startled, Xiao Zhan and Zheng Chao turned their gazes northward, only to witness a devastatingly brilliant white light erupting in the night sky, illuminating half the heavens. "What is that?" Both were taken aback. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted suddenly. "This is bad. It's in the direction of the Danyang base. The base is in trouble." His heart sank as he thought of the campus Belle within. "Quick, to the lead vehicle." With that, he leaped from the roof of the bus and sprang onto the lead SUV, opening the door and climbing inside. "Wang Wu, drive at full speed toward the Danyang base." He commanded the now-awakened Wang Wu, who was behind the wheel. The occupants of the SUV had also noticed the light emanating from the north. Wang Wu pressed the accelerator. "What happened, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Zhan's demeanor was grave. "We don't know yet. But something has definitely gone awry." As the door swung open, Zheng Chao joined them, urging, "Let's move ahead. We can't wait for the bus behind." Wang Wu hesitated, "But what if they encounter zombies after we leave?" Zheng Chao maintained a stoic expression. "We have done our utmost to protect them from escaping the city. Do you mean to suggest we become their lifelong caretakers?" Wang Wu felt the pressure emanating from the extraordinary individuals. "All right, I will heed your advice." Under his command, the SUV surged forward at over 100 miles per hour, swiftly distancing itself from the bus, with Wang Wu pushing the vehicle to its limits. They covered over 100 kilometers in just 4 hours, arriving at Danyang's territory. Yet the closer they drew to the Danyang base, the more dread filled their hearts, for even from 10 miles away, they could see flames roaring in the northern sky, as if the entire base were ablaze. Xiao Zhan's heart raced, sensing impending calamity. "Look, there are people over there!" Zheng Chao suddenly exclaimed, without needing to be told. Xiao Zhan noticed ahead on the road. Thousands of refugees were pouring in from the north. Many appeared utterly disheveled, some even missing limbs, gravely injured. It seemed a fierce battle had erupted in the north. "Stop!" Xiao Zhan shouted, flinging open the door and rushing out. The soldier was taken aback, shouting, "Let go of me!" Xiao Zhan grasped him firmly and shouted, "Tell me, quickly!" The soldier, frightened by Xiao Zhan's fierce demeanor, stammered, "The base. The base has been overrun by monsters. Countless creatures came from the north. We couldn't hold them off. The base has fallen." Xiao Zhan's body trembled. The base has fallen. He could hardly believe it, that a military stronghold, equipped with advanced technology and powerful weaponry, had been breached. "Yes, those monsters are terrifying. You should escape while you can. Don't go any further," the soldier pleaded, his face a mask of despair. "Where is General Li?" Xiao Zhan demanded. The soldier's face crumpled in grief. "I don't know. He may have been killed in the explosion. Please, let me go. It's not too late to escape." Xiao Zhan released the soldier. As he gazed at the blazing inferno to the north, a sudden shout erupted from his lips, and he charged madly towards the Eastern Yang base. "School beauty, wait for me. I shall come to rescue you." Chapter 63. A reunion with compulsory missions with a whoosh. Xiao Zhan activated the blade domain, swiftly approaching the base. The closer he drew to the Eastern Yang base, the more routed soldiers and survivors he encountered. When he arrived several kilometers away, he finally beheld the base besieged by hundreds of thousands of ravenous zombies. The newly constructed high walls had already been breached, Aside from the center where some still resisted, the rest had succumbed entirely. This did not astonish Xiao Zhan. What startled him was the sight of 3 figures draped in purple cloaks hovering above the zombies. Looking down on the battlefield with an air of dominance, they wore cloaks similar to those of the night owls, their features obscured by shadows, exuding an aura of gloom and mystery. Yet, Xiao Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from these 3. It was an instinct belonging to the strong that, as Xiao Zhan fixed his gaze upon them, the 3 suddenly turned their attention towards his direction. Xiao Zhan felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately activated the cloaking ability, vanishing from sight. The trio scanned their surroundings, bewildered by the absence of the human they had sensed observing them. I felt it too. It seems a rat is lurking. Who will go deal with it? The middle figure stated calmly. The figure on the left replied, I'll go. As he spoke, his cloak transformed into a pair of wings, soaring towards the place where Xiao Zhan had vanished. The central figure paid no heed to his departing companion, instead focusing on the Eastern Yang base below, remarking nonchalantly, how goes the situation in Linen City? Has there been any news from the Night Owls? The figure on the right responded, reporting to the commander, the Night Owls say the Stargate formation is being repaired. We need not concern ourselves with it. Humph, the central figure scoffed, with enemies at our doorstep. He still speaks defiantly that if we had not taken this base, he would likely have been extinguished by human extraordinary beings by now. The right figure commented, why would the Lord choose such a fool to oversee Linen City? The commander sneered, is it not because of the blue blood flowing through his veins? Without that identity, he would never have been entrusted with establishing the Stargate formation in Linen City. He continued, however, he has made a grave mistake this time. Even the Lord cannot indulge him any longer. The upcoming Southwestern campaign will be under my command. I express joy. Then I shall congratulate the commander in advance. The commander nodded. Commander, your subordinate has failed to locate the human rat. The commander furrowed his brow. A mere human. Even if awakened to extraordinary power, how could he evade our senses? This human poses a problem. The subordinate suggested, Commander, why not activate the purple fire gray formation and incinerate the base? I refuse to believe he can escape the flames of the formation. The commander shook his head. It is not yet time for the formation. He waved his hand. Enough. Let us descend and swiftly eradicate the remaining humans in the base. Tomorrow, I must attend to the Lord and I wish to see what face the Night Owls have left to contest the position of commander. Yes, my lord. The 3 swiftly flew towards the remnants of the human resistance in the base's center. However, unbeknownst to them, a transparent figure was stealthily maneuvering towards the eastern villa district below. That was close. Hidden beneath the cloak, Xiao Zhan watched the 3 figures depart, his heart finally easing. These 3 could very well be at the 3rd tier of strength, and the one issuing commands emitted an ominous aura suggesting a potential 4th tier threat. Given Xiao Zhan's current capabilities, facing even one 3rd tier opponent would be a formidable challenge. 3 were simply beyond his means. He had to hurry. He observed that the trio was heading directly towards the base's center. Understanding that the scant remaining soldiers could not hold out much longer, he needed to evacuate the school beauty before the 3 noticed her absence. Swish. Xiao Zhan navigated swiftly through the base and soon arrived at the villa district. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by the sight of hundreds of zombies feasting on a multitude of corpses. Xiao Zhan's eyelids twitched violently. He darted past them with haste. Quickly, he reached his small building adorned with blooming flowers. Leaping through the 2nd-floor window, Fan Qingqing, Xie Yuan, he shouted. Xiao Zhan dashed through the upper and lower floors but found no trace of the school beauty or her companions. The interior was in disarray. Food and packages strewn about. It was evident they had left in a great hurry. Where could they have gone? Approaching the door, he suddenly spotted a hastily scrawled note hanging from a hook behind it. Xiao Zhan, the base is about to fall. Xie Yuan, and I must leave immediately. That if you find this message, head east to find us. We will be waiting on the road to Mountain City. The handwriting was unmistakably Fan Qingqing's, and it appeared she had written it in a rush. Xiao Zhan stood momentarily stunned. Mountain City? He furrowed his brow. Why would Qingqing go to Mountain City? Linen City is several hundred kilometers away. With numerous cities in between, it's not an easy journey. Nevertheless, Knowing that the school beauty was not in the base allowed him to exhale in relief. Swish. He flipped out of the second-floor window and sprinted southward. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions suddenly erupted in the center of the base, followed by a massive fireball ascending into the sky, illuminating the entire area. The shockwave from the blast swept through, shattering the glass and windows of all the villas. Xiao Zhan was taken aback, but did not pause his flight, continuing his dash southward. However, just a few steps later, he caught sight of a charred figure racing towards him, also fleeing southward, seemingly pursued by something terrifying. Human, you cannot escape. A warrior from the other race suddenly descended from the sky, sneering as a chilling energy enveloped him, striking down at the fleeing figure. The charred figure rolled away, narrowly evading the blow. Yet the impact against the ground unleashed a powerful gust, sending the figure soaring. Bang! The alien warrior flickered into motion, delivering a punch to the charred figure's back. Ah! The figure cried out in agony, blood spraying forth. The alien warrior landed slowly, gazing down at the severely injured figure with indifference. Human, you possess great audacity to attempt mutual destruction with our arsenal. Unfortunately, you have underestimated our strength. Those ordinary weapons cannot kill us. The charred figure managed a bitter smile. What of it? Even if I die, I will not leave those weapons for you. Kill me, and you shall gain no information from me. The alien warrior chuckled coldly. That is not for you to decide. Not far away, Xiao Zhan recognized the charred figure as Lu Fan. He observed calmly as Lu Fan fled, sustaining injuries and collapsing, with no intention of intervening. Witnessing Lu Fan being captured, he turned and attempted to leave. Ding! Compulsory mission. Rescue Lu Fan from the base. Reward: 1 spirit point. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Chapter 64. Shocked. Parents were actually killed by him. System: I warn you not to stir trouble. There are at least 3 third-tier beings, one of whom might even be a 4th-tier powerhouse. What do you expect me to use to rescue him? My words: System, I advise you to be kind. What infuriated Xiao Zhan the most was that this task was mandatory, and if he did not comply, the consequences would be dire. Why do other systems bestow rewards and enhancements, while yours is solely designed to work against me? I suspect you are not my golden finger. You are my father. Ding, system. I am not your father. I am your uncle. Xiao Zhan exclaimed. What the hell? Why are you cursing at me? He was utterly astonished. What kind of system is this, opposing me while eavesdropping on my thoughts? Not only that, but you also mock me. Is this some form of divine punishment? Ding, please complete the task promptly. 59, 58, 57. Xiao Zhan's expression changed. Hey, can we not start a countdown, just because we disagree? Seeing the system's resolute determination to have him rescue Lu Fan, he stamped his foot in frustration. Lu Fan, consider yourself fortunate. On the other side, the alien warrior had seized the gravely wounded Lu Fan, dragging him by the hair like a dog towards the center of the base. Lu Fan struggled desperately, attempting to bite the alien warrior. However, with his strength, he could not break free from the alien's grip, let alone inflict any harm. As they walked, the alien warrior reassured him. Do not worry. Your suffering will not last long. Soon, the commander will personally extract your soul, and at that moment, all your secrets will be laid bare. Fear flickered in Lu Fan's eyes. No. In a desperate bid, he attempted to bite his own tongue to end his life. But the alien warrior's wrist flicked, rendering Lu Fan's body limp and powerless. As if his bones had melted away, he could no longer muster the strength to take his own life. Tears of rage and despair streamed from Lu Fan's eyes. Boom! At that moment, a blinding flash of white light abruptly appeared behind the alien warrior, crashing violently against his back. The purple cloak draped over the warrior ignited with violet flames upon the blade's approach, momentarily halting its advance. Who dares? Slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Yet the blade's ferocity was overwhelming. Within a mere third of a second, it shattered the cloak's defenses, creating a breach. Subsequently, the raging energy from the blade surged through that gap, striking the alien warrior's back. With a sickening thud, the warrior felt a piercing pain radiate from his spine. As if it were on the verge of being severed, he let out a desperate scream, forcing his inner energy into action to desperately activate the cloak's defenses while simultaneously swinging his sword backward. Clash! The crisp sound of clashing weapons echoed. Indeed, the assailant followed up with a second strike, which was fortuitously intercepted by his sword. However, the sheer force that followed caught the alien warrior off guard, sending him hurtling backward, unable to withstand the blow, and he crashed against a wall with a resounding impact. Boom! The entire wall crumbled upon his collision. Amidst the swirling dust, he finally discerned the identity of his assailant. It was a human man wielding an ancient long knife, garbed in a shimmering, translucent garment that concealed all traces of his aura, rendering him nearly undetectable to the naked eye. Had it not been for the extraordinary energy he had just released, the warrior would have been oblivious to his presence. Realizing the nature of the invisibility cloak, the alien warrior gasped in horror. "So it is you." Yet the man showed no inclination to engage in dialogue. After delivering 2 strikes that sent the warrior reeling, he swiftly grasped Lu Fan and fled southward. "Halt!" The alien warrior emitted a long howl, and his cloak transformed into a pair of wings, propelling him into a furious pursuit. The blade of his weapon hummed to life as he combined it with the wind energy coursing through him. Unleashing another strike, a crescent-shaped blade whooshed forth, slicing through the air toward the alien warrior. In the face of this crescent blade, the alien warrior roared and swung his massive purple sword forward with a thunderous blow. With a resounding crash, brilliant light erupted in the air as the energies of the blade and sword intertwined, sending fierce shock waves radiating outward. The alien warrior's flight was momentarily hindered, and it was during this fleeting moment that Xiao Zhan seized the opportunity to escape rapidly. Covering 10 meters in a single stride, swiftly exiting the base's gates. "ITSU. You are Xiao Zhan. You are still alive." This moment, Lu Fan recognized Xiao Zhan and exclaimed with joy, "Thank you for saving me. Xiao Zhan, you have saved my life." However, Xiao Zhan remained silent, his expression grave. He sensed that after the alien warrior emitted that long howl, 2 formidable auras swiftly ascended from the center of the base, also moving southward in pursuit. Without a doubt, they were the alien warrior's 2 companions. Ding! The task of escorting Lu Fan out of the base was marked complete, yielding a reward of 1 spirit. Just as Xiao Zhan stepped through the base's gates with Lu Fan, the system promptly issued a notification. Instantly, a refreshing sensation flooded his mind, and Xiao Zhan felt an unprecedented clarity in his thoughts. His spirit amplified. That it was as if he could vaguely sense the movements of the wind and grass within a 10-meter radius, a perception distinct from sight or sound, akin to a form of psychic awareness. Most importantly, he encountered a mental barrier, as if he were on the threshold of a breakthrough. Glancing at his status, Host, Xiao Zhan, Master of the Heavenly Path. Level 1 Extraordinary Wind. Physical Power, 19. Spirit, 19. Fortune, 1088. Title, Hero, Superpowers. What are you looking at? Look. A shooting star, intimidation, equipment, radiant shield, blade of evil slaying, invisibility cloak, universal mask, task, tell Jin Xiuyan a risku joke. Reward, 1 spirit. Indeed, my body has reached the pinnacle of level 1, merely a step away from breaking through to level 2. At that juncture, with the innate strength of level 2 combined with the blade domain and the cloak, even against a level 3 powerhouse, I would stand my ground unyieldingly. Moreover, he believed that upon ascending to level 2, his combat prowess would position him among the elite of level 3. Hey, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Zhan. At that moment, Lu Fan's voice pierced through his thoughts. Unbothered, Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes and unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. Since the task was accomplished, this fellow was of no further use to him, and he had no desire to drag the boy along, enduring his incessant inquiries about Lu Zhan. Lu Fan fell to the ground. Incredulous. Xiao Zhan, what are you doing? Hurry, take me with you. He felt utterly drained. If Xiao Zhan abandoned him, even a common zombie could claim his life. Xiao Zhan, however, replied coolly, you should wait here for your brother. With that, he turned to leave. No, Xiao Zhan, you cannot treat me this way. Lu Fan's furious voice echoed behind him. Yet, Xiao Zhan paid no heed, swiftly distancing himself by several meters, just as his figure was about to vanish into the night. Lu Fan suddenly shouted, Xiao Zhan, don't you want to know who killed your parents? Chapter 65 Task. Investigate the death of parents. Xiao Zhan's retreating silhouette froze abruptly. What did you just say? Repeat that. Xiao Zhan's voice turned icy as he fixed a shocked and disbelieving gaze on Lu Fan. His astonishment. At the moment Lu Fan uttered those words, the system suddenly chimed. Main quest. Investigate the death of parents. Task progress. 010 to Xiao Zhan was struck with horror, realizing that Lu Fan's words might indeed hold truth. His parents did not perish in a car accident. Gasping for breath, Lu Fan said, "First, let's get out of here." But Xiao Zhan could not contain his impatience. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan's bones cracked audibly, not knowing how many had been broken. Furious, he demanded, "Speak." Lu Fan's face contorted in pain as he wailed, "I'll tell you. I stumbled upon this information by chance. After you went to Linen City on your mission, General Li ordered me to investigate your background. I discovered you were an orphan, your parents having died in a car accident long ago. However, I happened to know a director from the Linen City Traffic Management Bureau who had surveillance footage of the accident involving your parents. Out of curiosity, I watched it and found that your parents did not die from an accident. They were murdered." Xiao Zhan frowned. "How could that be? My parents clearly died in a car accident. I even visited the scene. How could it be murder?" He was incredulous. Moreover, my parents were merely ordinary archaeologists and linguists, always kind to others. How could they have made enemies? Lu Fan insisted. "It's true. I'm not lying that I saw in the footage that someone deliberately staged the accident. Your parents did not die immediately from the impact, but were brutally beaten to death." Xiao Zhan's heart was shaken profoundly. "Impossible. How could my parents have been killed?" He suddenly tightened his grip on Lu Fan's neck. "Where's that surveillance footage?" Lu Fan replied, "It's in my office." Without waiting for further inquiry, he added, "On the third floor, room 302 of the equipment department." Xiao Zhan's expression shifted multiple times, his face filled with fury as he unleashed a wide-range attack on the ground, trying to force Xiao Zhan out. Damn it! Suddenly, he halted, dragging Lu Fan back toward the base. "Shut up!" Xiao Zhan's expression darkened as he admonished. Cloaked in the invisibility garment to mask his presence, he swiftly dashed toward the equipment department building. Along the way, he witnessed numerous remnants of human warriors being slaughtered by the horde of zombies, the scene utterly gruesome. Yet, Xiao Zhan passed through indifferently. Finally, he and Lu Fan arrived at the equipment department building, only to find it completely overrun by zombies. The hallways were filled with zombies feasting on their victims. "Which room is yours?" Xiao Zhan inquired from the building's entrance. "The second one on the left." Lu Fan responded. Whoosh! Xiao Zhan lifted Lu Fan and leaped up the outer wall to the third floor, tumbling through the second window. "Where is it?" Lu Fan indicated. "In the drawer under my desk. The hard drive with the chrysanthemum pattern on it." Xiao Zhan opened the drawer and indeed found the hard drive. As soon as he grasped it, he felt an overwhelming urge to leave. Realizing the moment was not right for further investigation, yet a manic impulse surged within him, a voice urging him. Look quickly." He forcefully suppressed the urge to flee, booting up the computer and inserting the hard drive into the main unit. Crackle! The surveillance footage initiated, revealing the image of a suburban intersection, with sparse traffic traversing the junction that he yanked Lu Fan closer. "Where did my parents' accident occur?" Lu Fan pointed to the progress bar. "At hour 56. Minute 33 simultaneously," he pleaded. "Xiao Zhan, let us leave. We can watch it anytime once we have it, but we must escape first." However, Xiao Zhan paid him no mind, quickly dragging the progress bar to 56 hours and 33 minutes. A premonition stirred within him. His parents' demise might unveil a monumental secret, for the heavenly path system he possessed was the only relic left by his parents. Since the death of his parents was a homicide, it is highly likely that it is linked to this mysterious orb. With a click, the progress bar reached 33 minutes, and soon a white sedan appeared from the distance on the screen. Xiao Zhan's heart raced with each beat that he immediately recognized it as the car his father had purchased. Through the windshield, he could see his young father and mother chatting and laughing in the front seat. Whatever his father had said had brought such joy to his mother. Seeing the familiar faces of his parents again brought tears to Xiao Zhan's eyes. "Dad, Mom." Just as the little white car reached the intersection, a heavy truck suddenly surged from the side, colliding directly into the sedan. The car was instantly sent tumbling, rolling for over 20 meters before erupting into flames with a loud explosion. Xiao Zhan stared intently at the screen, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. As soon as the sedan came to a halt, the car door was kicked open and flew several meters away. His father, bloodied and battered, crawled out of the vehicle and swiftly pulled his mother out as well. The agility with which his father moved did not resemble that of a man who had just been in a collision. Xiao Zhan sensed something was amiss with his father. Having been struck by the heavy truck and sent flying over 20 meters, he was still able to rise and kick the door open. Such strength was far from that of an ordinary person that moment. The truck suddenly sped past, obstructing the view of his parents. Two mysterious figures clad in purple coats and hoods leaped down from the truck and dashed toward the sedan. If one were not paying close attention, it would seem they were the ones who had caused the accident, rushing to assist the injured. However, it now appeared they were likely there to finish the job. Soon, there was a commotion behind the truck, and flashes of white and purple light erupted, indicating a fierce confrontation was taking place. After a series of strange lights flickered, calm returned behind the truck. The two mysterious figures emerged, and Xiao Zhan keenly observed that one of them was holding a black briefcase. This briefcase was evidently snatched from his parents. They exchanged a few words before abandoning the truck and fleeing in another direction. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Zhan was left with no doubt. His parents were indeed murdered, and it was clear that the attackers had come specifically for that black briefcase. Rage coursed through Xiao Zhan's veins, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He could hardly fathom that the truth behind his parents' death was so grim. In his heart, he roared with fury. Who exactly killed my parents? I've caught you. Little mouse. Just as Xiao Zhan's emotions surged, a cold laughter resonated from outside the window. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon room 302, chapter 66. Confronting the fourth stage boss, hearing the laughter from outside, Xiao Zhan, immersed in the truth of his parents' murder, was taken aback. Oh no, I've been discovered. As he realized his exposure, a terrifying weight bore down upon him, akin to a mountain crashing down, imposing immense pressure on both his body and soul. This was the first time Xiao Zhan had ever experienced such formidable force. Even the gigantic hand that had emerged from the Stargate had not bestowed upon him such a sense of oppression. It felt as if he was facing a life form from a higher realm, a stark reminder of the vast chasm separating them. Boom! Without granting Xiao Zhan any time to react, a horrifying white wind blade sliced through the wall, hurtling toward him. Under such pressure, he could hardly even attempt to evade. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Zhan bellowed. Deterrence, a surge of mental pressure erupted from him, swiftly breaking through the oppressive force bearing down on him. He then swiftly turned, narrowly avoiding the wind blade. Whoosh! The white wind blade, sharp as a true blade, effortlessly cleaved through everything in its path, emerging from the opposite side of the building and crashing down to the distant ground. Xiao Zhan glanced back at the enormous gash left in the wall, gasping in astonishment. This single wind blade was exponentially more powerful than his own wind spirit energy. A voice of surprise came from outside the building, seemingly taken aback that Xiao Zhan had managed to escape his pressure. Interesting, a mere quasi-second stage human can resist my deterrence. How did you manage that? Beyond the gash, a purple figure descended slowly. It was none other than the leader among the three alien warriors. Trailing behind him were the other two alien warriors, one named I and the other, the one who had just pursued Lu Fan. Xiao Zhan's expression turned grave. He hadn't anticipated that even with the invisibility cloak, he would still be detected by these beings. The most daunting aspect was the alien leader. He had struggled to gauge the leader's strength, but from the previous strike he now confirmed the leader's caliber. Fourth stage. Far surpassing the levels of Yi Xiao and the others. The sheer terror, the mental pressure he exerted could crush any extraordinary being below the third stage. It seemed that the fourth stage was a realm entirely distinct from the lower three stages. A different kind of life form residing far above, separated by a vast divide. Who are you? Xiao Zhan rasped, his mind racing through countless escape strategies, all of which had less than a 1% chance of success. He sensed that he had been mentally locked onto by this alien leader. This direct assault on his very soul could not be evaded by even the invisibility cloak. Even attempting to flee with the cloak was futile. The warrior named I shouted. Another alien warrior added, Leader, this individual must possess a treasure that grants invisibility. He was the one who abducted the human that destroyed the weapon depot. The leader's mouth, concealed beneath the cloak, curled into a smirk. Interesting, I hadn't anticipated that a human would harbor so many secrets. It seems I must investigate you thoroughly. He waved his hand. Go capture him. Yes, leader. I's hand glimmered, and a lightning whip over 10 meters long materialized, swiftly lashing toward Xiao Zhan within the building. However, Xiao Zhan activated his knife domain, enveloping himself in a dark aura, evading the whip effortlessly and without hesitation. He dashed toward the massive gash created by the wind blade. The speed he unleashed caught even the leader's attention. You can't escape. I's body crackled with electricity, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the entire building, pursuing Xiao Zhan with lethal intent. The speed he unleashed surpassed even that of Xiao Zhan. Boom! This strike contained the convergence of his internal wind spirit energy, knife domain, and the concealed aura of the invisibility cloak. Aimed directly at I's forehead, as he swung the blade. Faint whispers of slay evil echoed in the air. Crackle! Thunder and the clash of blades erupted in the air. Leave him be, human, I laughed heartily. The lightning whip seeming to come alive, morphing into two lightning serpents that pierced through the residual energy of the blade, coiling toward Xiao Zhan from both sides. Yet Xiao Zhan merely sidestepped, plummeting toward the ground to evade the two serpents. Continuing his escape toward the base, I, having been evaded multiple times, felt his composure slipping. Suddenly, he tugged at his cloak, exposing his upper body to in that instant. His aura surged wildly, doubling from a quasi-third stage to the mid-third stage level. Coiling serpent, he swiftly formed hand seals, tracing arcane symbols across his chest, as if inscribing a formation upon his heart. Roar! A fierce roar emanated from his chest, as though a powerful life form was sealed within him. Bolts of lightning erupted from his chest, transforming I into a giant of electricity. Go! I pointed at the fleeing Xiao Zhan. In the next moment, a true lightning giant serpent erupted from his chest. This serpent, complete with head and tail, was vivid and lifelike, exuding immense pressure, almost surpassing I's own aura. The threat posed by the lightning giant serpent was palpable. In the sky, the observing alien leader chuckled. Forcing I to lift the seal and summon the lightning serpent is quite impressive for this human. An adjacent alien warrior remarked, Leader, why is this individual so peculiar? His aura appears to be less than second stage, yet his combat power rivals that of the third stage. How is he achieving this? The leader replied, I sense a hint of malevolence emanating from him, something even I find unsettling. The alien warrior gasped. What? Such a thing exists. He then looked at the human being pursued by the lightning serpent and asked, Leader, could it be that he possesses a holy grade treasure? The leader narrowed his eyes. We shall see. Moo! Below, the lightning serpent unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal being of lightning over 10 meters long, striking toward the fleeing Xiao Zhan with blinding speed. The speed of the lightning entity surpassed even that of Xiao Zhan. Before the serpent could reach him, bolts of lightning cascaded down, creating a net of thunder and lightning that sealed off all of Xiao Zhan's escape routes. Slice, sizzle! This strike against the lightning giant serpent merely sparked a shower of electric sparks, leaving only a shallow wound before being consumed by the serpent's violent energy. In the next moment, the colossal tail of the thunder python swept across Xiao Zhan's body with a resounding crash. He was sent hurtling backwards, his form colliding violently against a steel wall, blood spewing forth as he fell. Ding! Main quest. Investigate the death of parents. Quest progress. 110. Reward. Physical strength 1. Mental fortitude 1. Unlocking the path to advancement. Chapter 67. Second tier. Cataclysmic counterattack. As Xiao Zhan tumbled from the steel wall, he finally heard the system's prompt that a surge of ecstasy filled his heart. At last. I am on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. With the system's voice resonating, a wave of warmth surged within him, invigorating his spirit anew. It felt as if his body had reached a new pinnacle. This time, he was not merely brushing against the threshold of the second tier. He had decisively stepped across it. System. How do I advance? he inquired eagerly. Across from him, the alien warrior had fully unsealed his power, now wielding the complete might of the third tier. With his current strength, he was insufficient to contend with him, that he needed to ascend to the second tier. Only then, with the aid of the evil slashing blade, the invisibility cloak, and the universal mask, would he stand a chance in battle. System. Break the limits of flesh and blood, merging with qi. Xiao Zhan's countenance darkened. Speak plainly. System. Fuse your corporeal essence and extraordinary power to stimulate your cells beyond the limits of the human body. Before Xiao Zhan could fully comprehend, the thunder python charged at him once more. Roar! The thunder python bellowed like a living being, its deafening roars summoning fierce winds and rampant lightning, causing a significant portion of the base to tremble in fear. The zombies, which had been hunting down the remaining soldiers, were startled into retreat by the python's roar. Crackle! A vast net of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping a radius of 100 meters in its deadly grasp. There was no escape for Xiao Zhan. The crisis loomed. His mind sharpened with focus, and the wind spirit power within him surged recklessly into his evil, slashing blade, invisibility cloak, and universal mask. Breakthrough! He gripped the evil, slashing blade tightly, channeling the immense energy gathered from the blood-sucking vine seeds within the blade, and swung upward with tremendous force, unleashing a strike that transcended his limits. Boom! In an instant, the lightning net was cleaved open, a gaping hole forming as the blade's radiance shot into the night sky. Swiftly, Xiao Zhan seized the opportunity to dart through the breach. Yet, as he emerged, he caught sight of a blazing white afterimage zipping past him, moving so swiftly that his eyes could scarcely perceive it, followed by an overwhelming force that detonated against his waist. Once again, he was struck by the tail of the thunder python. Sizzle! The immense power carved a long trench into the ground as Xiao Zhan was propelled until he finally crashed against the enormous alloy gate of the base. Spitting blood onto his invisibility cloak, his expression turned grave. What a formidable foe! This being possessed of battle instinct surpassing even that of a night owl, he could hardly fathom how such a warrior could merely be a subordinate of that commander. How strong must that commander be? In that moment, Xiao Zhan realized that if he did not advance today, he would perish here. However, he failed to notice that the invisibility cloak, having absorbed a copious amount of blood, shimmered with starlight from within, as if some runes had been activated. Humph, little mouse, you cannot escape. Above the thunder python, I cast a cold, mocking gaze upon Xiao Zhan, unfazed by the corrosive effects of Earth's environment ravaging his body. His formidable willpower was evident. Stop toying with him. Finish him off quickly. Your body cannot withstand much longer, came the voice of the commander from behind. Ice expression sharpened. Yes, my lord, he turned to Xiao Zhan. Then, I can only send you to meet the abyssal evil god, human. Thunderstorm, I stomped fiercely on the thunder python, and in the next instant, the entire creature let out a pained roar, erupting with brilliant lightning that spread in a tree-like formation throughout the sky. The entire sky above the base was illuminated, nearly blinding all who beheld. Countless individuals hastily shut their eyes. A thunderous explosion resounded at the base's gates. Boom! The sudden thunderclap reverberated for several kilometers, causing even survivors far away to experience a ringing in their ears, their visions swimming with stars. Under ice guidance, the sound, accompanied by countless tree-like electric snakes, coalesced into a violent thunderstrike aimed directly at Xiao Zhan at the gates. With his mind locked in, there was no escape for Xiao Zhan. In an instant, he was engulfed by the tempestuous sea of lightning. The lightning raged, obliterating everything in its path. The ground was scorched, and the steel gates melted under the extreme heat, under such a terrifying assault akin to a cloudburst bomb. Not even metal could hope to survive, let alone a human being. Humph! In the air, Ice's gaze was frigid, the corners of his mouth twisted in mockery. Let us see how you evade, little mouse. Yet his derisive smile faltered within mere seconds, freezing upon his face. What? He gazed in disbelief at the center of the tempestuous sea of lightning, where it appeared something was undergoing a transformation, an eruption that a peculiar force surged forth like bamboo shoots after rain, pushing through the storm and flames. upwards, ever upwards. Thump, thump. A powerful heartbeat resonated from the center of the lightning storm, echoing in Ice's chest. He was astonished to find his own heartbeat synchronizing with it. A wave of inexplicable dread blossomed within, as if a formidable foe was being birthed from that very spot. Impossible! Even if he ascended to the second tier, he could not possibly pose a threat to me. At the third tier, Ice's heart quaked. Then, his expression twisted into a snarl as he spat. No matter your breakthrough, you shall still die. Limit breaking technique. 9 thunder gods. He struck his chest fiercely 9 times, illuminating his shoulders, arms, legs, chest, forehead, and navel with azure-white runes. As the 9 runes manifested, Ice's aura surged dramatically. Behind him, a colossal figure of a lightning giant began to take shape. A 10-meter-tall giant with 4 arms and 3 eyes, radiating boundless electric energy, resembling a deity from myth. Give me, I roared, raising his right hand, and the lightning giant mirrored his motion, elevating its own hand. Its cold, merciless eyes opened wide. Die! The palm of the lightning giant coalesced a dazzling, blinding lightning sphere, which had hurled downward toward the center of the storm. This strike had reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Boom! As the lightning giant unleashed its attack, the center of the storm suddenly erupted with a fierce white spiritual energy, forming a razor-sharp vortex that obliterated the surrounding lightning. In the next moment, a blazing white figure soared skyward, transforming into a long blade measuring several meters in length. Swish! The blade, akin to a flash of lightning, sliced through the lightning giant's palm as if it were merely tofu. Cleaving the palm in two at the same time, as the lightning sphere at the center of the giant's palm detonated, the blade seized the opportunity to pierce through the lightning net and lunge toward I, the alien warriors standing before the giant. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. From the moment the blade shot skyward to the cleaving of the lightning hand, barely a breath had passed, when I finally perceived the towering blade hurtling toward him. It was already too late to evade. The rushing blade's aura was fierce and sharp. Even from a distance of several meters, he could feel his skin as though it were being sliced apart. An unbearable pain coursing through him. No, I cried out in terror, and in that critical moment of life and death, he commanded the lightning giant behind him to shield him, attempting to block the horrifying blade. However, swish, the blade severed the lightning giant's form in an instant, creating a great gash through its body, and then it struck I directly. He was cleaved in two. Chapter 68. Flying Cloak. Overwhelming the third tier head-on. The alien commander behind him gasped in shock, unleashing a furious roar of disbelief. They had never anticipated that what had been a one-sided domination would take such a swift turn. Not only had I failed to annihilate his opponent, but he had been counter-killed instead. Blood rained down as Ice upper and lower halves plummeted from the sky, even the lightning giant crumbling to pieces. "Commander, save me!" I shrieked in agony. The recent strike had not only pierced through his lightning giant, but it also backfired against the extraordinary power within him. If not for the protection of the purple flame cloak over his heart, he would have been utterly obliterated by the blade's energy. Swish! The long blade, relentless in its pursuit, surged forward after shattering the lightning giant, now aimed directly at the bisected eye, seeking to finish him off completely. "Human, you seek death!" The commander finally reacted, roaring in anger, his form darting like lightning as he crossed dozens of meters in an instant. Arriving beneath, he grasped I with one hand and raised the other to strike. Boom! It was as if the heavens themselves were pressing down upon the long blade, a tremendous pressure surging forth to form a peculiar domain that converged from all directions toward the blade. Creak! The air crackled under the immense strain, and the long blade began to splinter under the terrifying force, revealing a figure of blinding brilliance. None other than Xiao Zhan. Yet at this moment, he was entirely transformed, surrounded by a torrent of wind spirit power. His aura had swelled significantly, unmistakably reaching the second tier. Moreover, the invisibility cloak he wore, having absorbed a vast amount of his blood, had activated its runes, unlocking its second form. Flight? Yes, he could now soar through the skies like the alien warriors. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, in the air, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of excitement as he clenched his fist. At last, I have reached the second tier. under the recent onslaught of thunderous storms. He had awakened his latent potential at the brink of life and death, merging extraordinary powers with his corporeal cells, breaking through the limits of the human body and successfully advancing. With this advancement came an astonishing revelation. The invisibility cloak had unlocked its second form, granting him the ability to fly. This significantly enhanced his mobility, providing him with strategic options whether to engage in battle or retreat. "Commander, save me. Please save me." On the other side, I let out a pained wail. Suffering from the agony of being bisected, the torment he endured was far beyond mere environmental corrosion. The commander's expression shifted dramatically, just as he was about to annihilate Xiao Zhan. His actions halted. He realized that if he did not promptly attend to I, the latter would perish within moments. "Damn it," he bellowed furiously, commanding, "Kelly, hold him off. Do not let him escape. I will tend to I first." "Yes, Commander." Another warrior of the alien race immediately charged toward the airborne Xiao Zhan. "This is perfect." Xiao Zhan's gaze flickered, his fighting spirit surging within him. Having just advanced, he was eager for a grand battle to test his newfound strength. With the ability to fly, even if he found himself outmatched, he could still flee as a first-tier warrior. Bolstered by the blade domain, the invisibility cloak, and the universal mask, he could already achieve the combat prowess of a quasi-third tier. Now that he had ascended to the second tier, could he defeat a third-tier powerhouse without resorting to ambush? Thus, he thought, "Let us fight. Invader! Kelly!" The alien warrior roared, transforming mid-charge as golden light erupted from within him, forming a complete set of golden armor around his body. Simultaneously, he grasped a long weapon resembling a spiked mace. Swinging it toward Xiao Zhan, he exclaimed, "A gold element extraordinary being." Xiao Zhan was slightly taken aback. Eager to test the might of a third-tier gold element extraordinary, he did not evade. He activated the blade domain and met the attack head-on. Sizzle! The clash of the fierce blade, aura, and the sturdy golden armor produced an ear-piercing sound of friction. The evil-slaying blade and the warrior's mace intertwined, unleashing a surge of extraordinary power. With a thunderous boom, both combatants were sent flying backward several meters. Xiao Zhan glanced at the mace, noting that the evil-slaying blade had only severed the outer barbs. The shaft remained nearly unscathed. "Excellent," he cried, unleashing the full force of his second-tier wind spirit power into the invisibility cloak. Whoosh! His flight speed increased significantly. Bolstered by the blade domain, he darted toward Kelly. The golden-armored warrior, with ghostly swiftness. "Kill!" Kelly swung his mace, releasing a beam of golden light aimed at Xiao Zhan. However, Xiao Zhan nimbly evaded it as he approached within 5 meters of the golden warrior. He suddenly flashed, twisting mid-air to descend right beneath Kelly. Half-moon slash. He swung the evil-slaying blade, unleashing a crescent-shaped arc of blade light. After his advancement, the blade light had matured, transforming from a crescent to a half-moon shape, its aura becoming denser and sharper. Just moments ago, he had severed I with a single blow of immense power. Indeed, Xiao Zhan's sudden maneuver caught Kelly off guard as the terrifying blade light approached. Kelly shouted, "Break the limit barrier!" Suddenly, a dense mass of golden extraordinary power surged from him, coalescing into a 3-meter-wide square shield wall beneath his feet. Boom! Xiao Zhan's half-moon slash struck the shield wall, producing a deafening roar. The shield cracked, creating a hole, yet the blade aura dissipated, unable to penetrate further. Humph! At that moment, however, Xiao Zhan's figure darted through the gap, executing a fierce upward strike aimed at Kelly's groin. This strike was deviously cunning. If it connected, it would be catastrophic, worse than ice bisecting. Despicable! Kelly roared, thrusting his long mace downward while rolling back to evade. Utilizing minimal force to counter, Xiao Zhan's blade met Kelly's mace, nullifying the attack. Then, with a cold smile, he slashed toward Kelly's wrist. Kelly, alarmed, quickly released his grip and retreated. Yet Xiao Zhan, relentless, capitalized on his wind spirit agility, launching a furious barrage of assaults from Kelly's side. His elusive figure, enhanced by the invisibility cloak, appeared as a specter, flickering in and out of sight like a phantom. Slash, slash, slash. Soon, the golden armor adorning Kelly was riddled with gaping wounds, blood gushing from the breaches. Ah, Kelly howled in agony. conjuring a knight's great sword to strike back at Xiao Zhan. Yet his movements were too sluggish. Under the combined onslaught of Xiao Zhan's wind spirit power, invisibility cloak, and blade domain, he could not touch Xiao Zhan. Only sustaining countless cuts in the blink of an eye. Kelly's armor lay in tatters, stained crimson with blood. "You detestable rat. Face me in a fair duel." Kelly was on the verge of madness. Yet Xiao Zhan merely sneered, continuing to carve wounds into him, akin to a slow torture point 100 meters away. In a villa district, a diminutive figure crouched behind a wall, wide-eyed in astonishment as he beheld the two combatants clashing in the sky. Holy crap! When did Xiao become this formidable? Even a third-tier powerhouse is being overwhelmed. This person was Zheng Chao. He had followed Xiao Zhan to the base, not only seeking someone, but also in search of Leah and his sister. However, he had not expected to miss his targets, and instead witness a dramatic spectacle. From the moment Xiao Zhan was crushed by ice giant thunder being to his miraculous counterattack, bisecting eye, the entire sequence resembled a cinematic performance, saturated with exaggerated drama. And it did not end there. Xiao Zhan's subsequent taunting and torment of Kelly shattered Zheng Chao's worldview. Just yesterday, Xiao Zhan had been pursued by a third-tier night owl. This was absurd. "Xiao, from now on, you are not just my brother. You are my father." At that moment, Zheng Chao suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure materialize, causing his heart to nearly cease beating. "Kelly, retreat," a voice suppressing its fury, resonated. There appeared the commander, who had been healing Ice's severed body, now standing ominously beneath the clash of Xiao Zhan and Kelly, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Zhan with a darkened expression. With his arrival, the entire battlefield seemed shrouded in an aura of dread. Everyone felt as if a mountain had descended upon their hearts. This was a power entirely distinct from that of a third-tier extraordinary. It belonged to a being of the fourth tier or above. The fourth-tier commander had made his move. Chapter 69. Toying with a fourth-tier domain powerhouse. In the midst of his relentless assault on Kelly, Xiao Zhan suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, as if he were being compressed and bound from all sides that, in an instant, he sensed the entire world had turned against him. Break! He immediately unified his body and blade, transforming into a sharp streak of blade light that darted sideways. Whoosh! 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 Though he faced nothing but air ahead, it felt as if he pierced through layers of barriers, shattering an invisible web that had ensnared him. What in the world? Emerging from the confinement, Xiao Zhan was profoundly astonished. It was his first encounter with such an attack. Even when facing the terrifying Blue Hand in Linen City, he had not experienced such an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Human, you have successfully provoked my ire." The alien commander swiftly appeared above Xiao Zhan, his right hand splayed open as if grasping an entire world, heavily descending upon him. Boom! The terrifying pressure surged once more, even more intense than before. The air surrounding Xiao Zhan suddenly solidified, transforming into a tangible substance akin to steel, violently compressing his flesh and bones, causing his entire body to tremble under the immense weight. Creak! Creak! Xiao Zhan's bones emitted agonizing sounds of strain, as if they would shatter into a pulp at any moment. Every cell within him screamed defiantly against the impending death. Break free! Xiao Zhan summoned all his spirit power, merging it with the might of the blade domain, and unleashed a peak-level half-moon slash. This strike approached the pinnacle of third-tier strength, amidst a series of piercing cracks. Xiao Zhan once again broke free from the commander's domain confinement. This time, he dared not linger at the base, activating the flying ability of the invisibility cloak and hurtling southward at full speed. "Ant, you think you can escape after injuring someone?" The alien commander cackled, swiftly darting before Xiao Zhan, delivering a palm strike. With a thunderous boom, the strike seemed to conjure the illusion of a mountain. A massive hand, spanning several meters, descended upon him. Boom! Xiao Zhan barely had time to activate the blade domain and cloak for protection before he felt as if struck by a speeding train, sent hurtling through the air like a meteor. The simplicity of the attack belied its ferocity. Each strike was shrouded in a powerful domain that locked down every possible escape route, subjecting him to dual pressure, both mental and physical, rendering even evasion impossible. With a resounding crash, Xiao Zhan slammed into a building, crashing through several load-bearing columns before coming to a halt. Cough. He coughed out blood amid the dust, quickly rising, feeling a sharp pain in his internal organs. That last blow had inflicted significant internal injuries. So strong. Is this the power of a fourth-tier warrior? In stark contrast to the lower tiers, before the true prowess of a fourth-tier powerhouse, those of the third tier appear as mere children. It is only when one confronts the overwhelming might of fourth tier's domain that the chasm between their strengths becomes painfully evident. Alas, with my current combat capability, while I might dominate among the third tier, I stand no chance against a fourth-tier domain master. It is wise to retreat. Upon uttering this, I activated the cloaking ability of my invisibility cape and took to the skies, vanishing silently amidst the swirling dust. Even while cloaked, I took care to don my universal mask, which possesses the ability to conceal my presence and disguise my identity. This allows me to blend seamlessly with the surrounding zombies, making it nearly impossible for anyone lacking a revealing treasure like the purple fire pearl to detect me. However, the moment I stepped outside the building, I felt an influx of peculiar, dense particles in the air, akin to solidified droplets, saturating the entire space. As I emerged, these particles clung to the surface of my invisibility cloak, forcing me to reveal my form. Humans, you think you can escape my domain with such trivial tricks? You are woefully naive. A chilling laugh echoed from above, belonging to the alien leader. Panic surged within me. I looked up and exclaimed, "Look, a shooting star!" The alien leader, poised to attack, paused in surprise at my seemingly nonsensical exclamation, pondering its meaning. Is he trying to struggle before his demise? Yet he had no intention of looking up. Such childish antics were beneath his notice. Prepare to die. Insect. He raised his hand, ready to crush this human rodent with decisive force. But just as he moved, a fierce gust swept in from behind, swift and unexpected, toppling him before he could react, sending him crashing toward the ground. The alien leader was stunned, believing he had been ambushed. He immediately summoned the power of his domain to stabilize himself and scanned the surroundings warily. Yet there was no enemy in sight. Confusion and shock gripped him as his domain expanded 100 meters. His mental energy sweeping repeatedly, but still no foes were found. Could it truly have been merely a gust of wind? Yet, how could a dignified fourth-tier domain master be toppled by mere breeze? Are you jesting with me? At that moment, he noticed that the human rodent had taken advantage of his bewilderment to flee over 100 meters, on the verge of escaping the base's confines. Insect, you will not escape. He immediately activated his domain, his form flickering like a phantom within, akin to teleportation, as he pursued me relentlessly. However, just as he was about to strike, he sneered, "Insect, cease your struggles and accept your fate." Strangely, instead of fear, I wore an odd smile, which unnerved him, as an unusual sensation rose within him. Suddenly, his internal energy inexplicably faltered, the once fluid motion of his domain stalling abruptly. With a thud, the alien leader fell flat on his face. Ironically, he landed just a short distance from me, as if he had suddenly offered me a profound bow. The alien leader was bewildered. The creature, who had been sliced 100 times by me, was equally baffled. They stared in disbelief at this bizarre scene, their minds momentarily paralyzed. What was the leader doing? Why was he bowing to that human rodent? Are our eyes deceiving us? Or are we dreaming? The once chaotic battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only I remained, grinning at the alien leader who had just bowed before me, my heart swelling with joy. I truly had not anticipated that my superpower could even influence a fourth-tier domain master. This was beyond extraordinary, simply a glitch within a glitch. Haha, no need for such formality. Dear brother, please rise. It is not yet the new year. No need for such grand gestures. I chuckled, my expression particularly irksome. The alien leader's face flushed crimson in an instant. Anger visibly surged from his jaw to his forehead, smoke practically rising from his temples. Enduring such a humiliating disgrace, the alien leader charged at me like a madman, unleashing the full might of his domain, solidifying a significant portion of the base. I was taken aback and turned to flee. Chapter 70. Have you ever seen a shooting star that can change direction? Yet within the domain, The alien leader's speed was far too swift that I was flying, but he was blinking forward, and within his domain, I could not outrun him. "Hey, I warn you not to come any closer," I shouted as I ran. "If you do, I won't hold back." "Insect, be silent." The alien leader glared fiercely at me. Drawing a slender sword from his waist, in an instant, he unleashed a torrent of sword light. Encircling me with hundreds of strikes, he intended to carve me into pieces to vent his humiliation. The sound of cutting echoed as the dual onslaught of the domain and sword energy struck me. Despite my utmost resistance, I sustained numerous cuts, blood seeping from my wounds. "Damn it! You forced my hand!" the alien leader roared. I had no idea. Without even glancing up, he controlled more sword energy to rain down upon me. He demanded 1,000 cuts. Anything less would not suffice. Yet, just after his furious declaration, he suddenly felt a cramp in his ankle. His soaring body lost balance and tumbled down. "The domain," the leader screamed. The power of his domain surged forth, supporting him beneath, to the sides, and behind, instantly righting his fall. What should have been a tumble was effortlessly resolved in the blink of an eye nearby. I stared, wide-eyed. Can it truly be done this way? Having utilized my superpower numerous times, this was the first instance I had witnessed such a resolution. The domain master was indeed extraordinary. The leader glared at me, sneering, "Insect, is this your superpower? How laughable! Do you believe that merely stumbling can contend with me? You are utterly deluded. Surrender to your demise. I shall ensure you experience the utmost despair before you perish." In the distance, the bloodied Cleese shouted, "Kill him, leader! Dismember him! Leader, extract his soul. I want him to suffer a slow death." The alien leader cast a venomous glare at me. "Fear not. Once I capture him, I will relish torturing him." Suddenly, I looked up. "What are you staring at?" The alien leader was momentarily taken aback, confused by my words. But in the next instant, his tear ducts erupted, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The leader stood in shock, his cold smile frozen, now obscured by the torrent of tears, appearing utterly ridiculous. Yi and Klee were equally dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief as tears cascaded from the leader's eyes, their thoughts grinding to a halt. They had no idea what was happening, nor could they comprehend why the leader suddenly wept. "You!" The alien leader snapped out of his stupor after 2 seconds, frantically wiping his tears. Yet, the more he wiped, the more the tears flowed, refusing to cease. That moment, he felt utterly shattered, unable to fathom how he appeared before his subordinates, feeling more humiliated than death itself. The alien leader wailed, "Human, what have you done to me?" "I did nothing at all," I replied cheerfully. "Don't cry, little one. Uncle has candy for you." "Ah!" The alien leader was driven to the brink of madness. "You despicable, vile, wretched insect! I, Blackwing, swear to grind you to dust." With that, he unleashed a storm of sword energy, magnitudes more furious than before, summoning thousands of gleaming swords within his domain, all directed at me. "What the hell? You dare come again?" I quickly set up multiple layers of defense, even pulling out the long-unused radiant shield. Clang! Countless sword lights rained upon me, and to my astonishment, the frontal sword rain was entirely blocked by the radiant shield. Produced by the system, it was indeed a premium product. Swish! From behind, the Blackwing leader charged at me with a shimmering purple sword, his eyes filled with frenzied rage. "What are you looking at? Stop staring." As I glanced at him, tears streamed from the Blackwing leader's eyes uncontrollably, blurring his vision. Yet, as a 4th-tier powerhouse, his mental strength was formidable. Even with his sight impaired, he could still lock onto me. Besides, he had the domain's guidance. Boom! Under the immense pressure of the domain, I barely evaded the Blackwing sword strike, yet was still struck by his furious blow, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star and creating a deep crater. Thankfully, the radiant shield absorbed some impact. Otherwise, that single strike would have severely injured me. "Insect die!" Blackwing shouted, eyes shut tight, tears streaming down his face as he raised his purple sword and swung downwards. Instantly, countless sword lights rained down into the crater where I lay, with the overwhelming pressure of the domain. I was unable to escape, cornered. "You have forced my hand." In this moment of desperation, I too became enraged, raising my head to unleash my second superpower. Shooting stars, come down and obliterate this bastard. In an instant, I activated the shooting star ability over 100 times, my mental energy cascading forth like a flood, draining rapidly. Swish! The deluge of sword rain finally descended, sealing off all avenues of escape. Radiant shield. He unleashed the extraordinary power within him, pouring it frantically into the shield held above his head. Thud! 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 Countless impacts reverberated against the radiant shield, a cacophony of clangs and clatters. That moment. An uncountable number of sword lights descended upon Xiao Zhan's head. He felt as though an immense weight, akin to 10,000 tons, pressed down upon him, mercilessly crushing his body. His form began to hunch further, bones creaking with a brittle sound, struggling to withstand the ferocity of the sword rain. Swoosh! Suddenly, several beams of sword light pierced through the earth surrounding the deep pit, darting towards him with a swiftness that was almost deafening. In an instant, Xiao Zhan was transformed into a figure drenched in blood. Ack! He let out a pained roar, his body seemingly riddled with countless wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Buzz! At that very moment. The mask on his face flared with a crimson glow. Within the mask, it seemed as if a mouth was greedily sucking up the blood flowing from him, draining him dry in an instant. Meanwhile, high in the night sky, several fiery red lights suddenly plummeted from the purplish-black clouds, carving a vast void in their wake, and hurtling towards the base with reckless abandon. The black-winged figure, who was orchestrating the sword rain against Xiao Zhan, looked up in astonishment, incredulous. Are there really meteors? In the blink of an eye, as he raised his gaze to behold the meteors, they had already reached directly above the base. His horror. They were plummeting straight towards him. That moment. He was compelled to abandon his intent to eliminate Xiao Zhan, retreating rapidly while simultaneously employing his domain's power to slow the descent of the meteors above him. Yet a shocking revelation unfolded before him. The moment he moved, the meteors altered their course, still hurtling toward him as if guided by laser precision. What the hell? The black-winged leader was left dumbfounded. It was his first encounter with meteors that could change direction. Chapter 71. The whispers of the evil god Amon. As the meteors descended, the black-winged leader let out a long howl, channeling all his spiritual energy to conjure a majestic 10-meter-wide wall with his domain, erecting it above himself. Simultaneously, he shouted down to his two subordinates below, "Aren't you two leaving yet? Run!" In the sky, the meteors, I and Kelly also caught sight of them, exclaiming in alarm as they hastily fled outside the base. Alongside them, many evolved zombies who had begun to exhibit rudimentary intelligence also scrambled to escape, as did Xing Chao, who was hiding amidst the zombie horde. However, the three meteors were descending too rapidly. They had barely reached the base's entrance when the meteors crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering explosions reverberated above the Dongyang base. Instead of striking the ground directly, they seemed to have a target, crashing mercilessly against the black-winged leader's head and his conjured domain wall. Whoosh! A violent spread of crimson-black clouds erupted, with countless debris and searing shockwaves ravaging the entire base. All the zombies caught unawares by the high-temperature shockwave were instantly charred beyond recognition, not even able to emit a single cry before perishing. Swish! At the center of the explosion, a figure enveloped in smoke plummeted from the air, crashing onto an armored vehicle and creating a gaping hole in its structure. Cough! After a considerable pause, a charred figure struggled to rise from the wreckage. The black-winged leader was left in a horrific state. He gazed at the sea of corpses around him, tears of frustration welling up in his eyes. In the recent explosion, he had endured the full brunt of 3 meteors' impact. The terrifying blast had unleashed at least half of their fury upon him. Were it not for the domain wall shielding him from much of the damage, he too would have become one of the charred corpses littering the ground. Why? Why could he summon meteors? What sort of supernatural ability was this? Was there no justice? The black-winged leader felt a profound sense of grievance. In his several hundred years of existence, he had never encountered an extraordinary being capable of summoning meteors. It was nothing short of bullying. Others wielded powers of fireballs, wind blades, and sword rains, while he, This mere second-tier extraordinary being was unleashing meteor showers to cleanse the battlefield that it was utterly absurd. Yet the more outlandish it seemed, the more resolute his desire to eliminate Xiao Zhan became. He could not allow such a human to thrive, for he might very well jeopardize the grand designs of his holy kin. He must be killed. Buzz. He swiftly expanded his domain, spreading it like a carpet in search of Xiao Zhan's whereabouts. He believed the opponent could not possibly have perished beneath the meteors he summoned. However, it was highly likely that Xiao Zhan had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the explosion to escape. Possessing stealth capabilities, he did not hold out much hope. Found him? He was astonished to discover that the human remained unmoved, even still nestled within the pit. The black-winged leader was perplexed, unsure why the opponent had not fled. Whoosh! He darted like lightning, swiftly arriving above the deep pit, peering down. There, he beheld the human still half-kneeling within the pit, propped up by a long blade, beside which lay a shield emanating a white glow. That moment, the figure had lowered his head, appearing either unconscious or deceased. Humph! Perfect! Whether Xiao Zhan was genuinely unconscious or merely feigning it. His failure to escape was fortuitous. Just as he was about to make his move with a cold smile, a faint whisper emerged from the depths of the pit. First, it sounded like someone was softly murmuring in his ear, but soon the sound intensified, becoming increasingly dense. It seemed as though countless voices had joined in, extolling praises in his ear. Amon, Amon, Supreme Amon, please purify my soul and grant me the glory of your heavenly kingdom. As this voice resonated, an overwhelming aura of malevolence descended, infiltrating the black-winged leader's ears, nostrils, and mouth. The voice seemed alive, intent on assimilating him into its ranks. What the hell is this? The black-winged leader retreated in astonishment. Amon, great Amon, please consume my soul and allow me to rest in peace. The surrounding malevolent thoughts intensified, and amidst the myriad of praises, greedy gazes appeared, fixating upon the black-winged leader as if he were the most delectable morsel. He felt a chilling, slick sensation crawling across his skin, goosebumps erupting all over him, his hair standing on end. Who dares to show themselves? He thundered in fury. The domain transformed into the finest particles, sweeping frantically within 100 meters, even scraping a layer off the base's surface. Yet, nothing. There was nothing. The malevolent thoughts seemed to be ethereal, directly affecting his consciousness without any physical form. He could find no trace of the entity's existence, as if it existed solely within the realm of spiritual consciousness, a phantom, cackling. In an instant, the whispers surrounding the black-winged leader intensified tenfold. Those sinister gazes seemed eager to burrow into him through every pore, to gnaw and devour his very soul. The black-winged leader felt his consciousness dull under the assault of this evil intent. Suddenly, he lowered his head sharply. Is it you behind this? He beheld the figure of Xiao Zhan, who had been motionless at the bottom of the pit, now raising his head to reveal a sinister, eerie smile. The ancient bronze mask had transformed entirely into a blood-red hue, with a viscous, eerie blood flowing over it, as if alive, continuously undulating and exuding a terrifying and sinister aura. Xiao Zhan let out a long, sigh-like breath, savoring the air around him with an expression of bliss. What a delectable scent! How long had it been since he had encountered such vibrant souls? Truly nostalgic. High above, the black-winged leader acutely sensed something amiss about Xiao Zhan. He could not detect the essence of a living being emanating from him. Instead, waves of chilling, malevolent, and bizarre thoughts continuously emanated from Xiao Zhan, battering against his consciousness. The black-winged leader trembled in fear. Who are you? Xiao Zhan seemed to have just noticed the black-winged leader, glancing up at him. Here lies a little mouse, splendid, just awakened and already a delightful morsel. Excellent. In the next moment, the black-winged leader was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. His sixth sense screamed at him, "Flee! Flee!" But before he could even make a move, a chilling aura suddenly surged forth, penetrating through his numerous pores and assaulting his consciousness. Amon, Amon, surrender your soul and return to the embrace of the divine. You shall attain eternal slumber. Countless malevolent thoughts surged into the black-winged leader's consciousness, tearing at his soul, intent on devouring his spirit and annihilating his very awareness. The black-winged leader screamed in agony, unleashing a hysterical wail. The soul-crushing pain threatened to send him into unconsciousness that he yearned to struggle. Yet this direct assault on his soul left him defenseless. He could only watch helplessly as those malevolent thoughts clawed at his very essence, relentlessly consuming him. Just as the black-winged leader was on the brink of being torn asunder, devoured by the malevolent consciousness, a furious roar erupted from within. "No, you cannot do this to me. The heavenly Tao Pearl, have you not sealed me for 500 years already?" Evil intentions appear to be tugged and confined by some unseen force, emitting anguished howls of struggle. "Damn it, for the sake of this child, you seek to deprive me of my right to be reborn. You are utterly ruthless. Heavenly Tao Pearl, I curse you. I condemn you to never regain control of the heavenly Tao. I cast a curse upon this child. He will ultimately be betrayed by his kin, doomed to a life of perpetual obscurity." Chapter 72. The terrified fourth-order boss at the base entrance, as 3 miniature meteors exploded in the sky above the base. Kree and I narrowly escaped outside the gates. The shockwave from the explosion inflicted further harm, leaving both on the verge of spitting blood. They gazed in shock at the ravaged Dongyang base, their faces still pale with lingering fear. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have become mere charred corpses within the base. What was that just now? Were those truly meteors? Kree asked, his voice trembling. He could hardly believe that a human had summoned 3 meteors. This was absurd. Who possesses the superpower to call forth meteors? Is this a film? I weakly urged, "Hurry, put me down," that he had just been lifted by the commander. Still fragile, and Kree's frantic pace nearly tore him in two. "How are you holding up? Can you endure?" Kree assisted him in lying down. I gritted his teeth. "I won't die." Kree glanced toward the explosion's epicenter, his concern evident. "I wonder how the commander is faring. In such an explosion, surely he wouldn't be harmed." I reassured, "Fear not, the commander is a domain-level powerhouse. He cannot be killed by mere meteors. Why concern lies with that human." Kree was taken aback. "You worry for him?" I responded with venom. "I fear he has not perished." "Look!" Kree suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the base. "The commander has emerged." Through the thick smoke and flames, they beheld a shadowy figure, charred all over, emerging from the ruins. Though his appearance was obscured, his towering height of over 3 meters allowed them to recognize the commander instantly. "Wonderful. I told you he would be fine." I trembled as he stood, casting a glance. It seems the commander is searching for that human. Their eyes met, both astonished. Could it be that the human had indeed survived? In their shock, they failed to notice a nearby tree where another human stood, wide-eyed, observing the base. It was Zheng Chao, who had just escaped. Perched atop the treetop, he was horrified by the inferno below, his shock overwhelming. If the earlier encounter with Xiao Zhan, where he had been brutally beaten despite being a third order, had already left him stunned, then the sight of Xiao Zhan summoning meteors was utterly incomprehensible. He could not fathom why. Despite both being extraordinary, the gap between humans could be so vast he had barely escaped the beast tide to awaken as a first order, while Xiao Zhan, who had awakened later, was now battling a fourth-order domain powerhouse. This was unfathomable, especially the ability to summon meteors. Was that something a human could command? Was this even within the realm of extraordinary powers? He severely doubted whether Xiao Zhan was still human. Oh no. When the Blackwing commander reappeared, Zheng Chao's heart sank. This fellow was remarkably resilient. Surely, was he looking for Xiao Dad? "Xiao Dad, please be safe. I still rely on you for protection." Suddenly, a sharp golden light streaked from a distance, aiming for his back. Zheng Chao gasped. Realizing it was too late to evade entirely, he could only twist his body, raising his left arm to meet the golden light, his form crackling with lightning as he retreated rapidly. A sickening thud echoed as the remaining half of his arm was severed, blood gushing from the severed artery. Yet, Zheng Chao uttered not a sound, gritting his teeth against the pain as he fled southward, but he had barely made a few strides when a radiant figure intercepted him mid-air. Kree hovered above, looking down at him with a cold smirk. "Humph, who would have thought there was still a human rat lurking here?" Such audacity to hide behind us. I must commend your talent for courting death. Xiao was struck with terror, sweat pouring from him, but he knew this alien warrior was a third order. Even 10 of him would be no match. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Kree laughed maliciously. Little mouse, don't run. Come play with your captain. He sought to vent the frustrations he had endured at Xiao Zhan's hands upon Xiao, teaching him the reason why the flowers bloom so vividly. However, just as he chased a few meters, he heard an eerie whisper emanating from the direction of the base. Amon! Amon! Like a siren's call, thousands of voices whispered in his ears, drowning his consciousness in a tide of madness. In that instant, all life within a 1,000-meter radius of the base fell victim to the sinister whispers of the evil god. The weaker zombies were rendered completely mindless. Xiao was no exception. The onslaught of countless malevolent thoughts left him dizzy, his mind swirling into chaos, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, the sinister murmurs came swiftly and retreated just as quickly as they felt themselves on the brink of being consumed. The whispers suddenly ebbed, vanishing completely. Phew! All who regained their senses exhaled in relief, their eyes filled with horror. In that fleeting moment, they had nearly been devoured of their consciousness, reduced to vegetative states. Once Kree regained clarity, he immediately looked towards the base, sensing that the terrifying whispers originated from there. However, he did not see the source but spotted the commander approaching in evident panic. With astonishing speed, the Blackwing commander traversed over 100 meters. Appearing above Kree's head. "Commander!" Kree gasped, about to speak, when the Blackwing commander, his face a mask of fear, shouted, "Run! Get away from here!" Grabbing Kree, he activated his domain power, enveloping Eye on the ground and speeding southward. Kree had never seen such terror etched upon the commander's face. It was the expression one might wear upon encountering a ghost in broad daylight. He could hardly imagine what had transpired to evoke such fear in the commander. As they passed Xiao, Kree called out, "Commander, there's another human extraordinary here. We should take him with us. Perhaps he can provide some intelligence." The Blackwing hesitated for a moment. Just then, a powerful aura erupted from the base. Accompanied by a chilling maniacal laughter that a figure masked in red emerged from the flames, speeding southward. "Ah!" The Blackwing emitted a terrified shriek. "He is here! Run!" With that, he dared not linger, fleeing southward with his 2 subordinates in a frantic escape. Resembling a dog utterly terrified. Chapter 73. You fear me, and I fear you. Let us see who crumbles first. The blood-red figure cackled ominously, tracing a fiery, crimson arc as it pursued them southward. The Blackwing commander's face was pale with fear, igniting an unprecedented will to survive. Each leap covered nearly 100 meters as he unleashed his domain, fleeing at breakneck speed. As the blood-red figure soared over Xiao's head, he exclaimed in joy, "It's Xiao Dad." He waved his arms, shouting, "Xiao Dad, take me with you. It's me, Xiao." The figure above glanced down briefly, then reached out a massive hand, enveloping Xiao and continuing the swift pursuit southward. "Xiao Dad, you're incredible!" Xiao shouted excitedly. "I saw the entire battle. Not only did you defeat those 2 third-order cloak monsters, but you also scared off that even stronger foe. How did you manage that? You're so powerful." Yet the blood-red figure remained silent, relentlessly pursuing the Blackwing commander, laughter echoing with sinister delight, emanating an eerie aura. As Xiao continued to speak, he suddenly fell silent, a chill creeping over him. He realized something that sent shivers down his spine. He detected the same sinister aura that had nearly consumed his very soul emanating from Xiao Dad. Gulp, he swallowed hard, glancing at the figure beside him, who was enveloped in a wicked grin, feeling as though he had made a grave mistake. In a flash, 2 streaks of light traversed over 10 miles. Xiao suddenly spotted a familiar off-road vehicle by the roadside. Noticing Wang Wu, Jin Shuyin, and Ying standing beside it, their faces etched with worry as they gazed towards the base, he yearned to shout, but the words caught in his throat. He feared that one cry would drag Wang Wu and the others into the abyss. "Xiao Dad, could you possibly let me down?" he tentatively inquired. Xiao Zhan remained silent. Xiao forced a smile, his face pained. "My arm is injured and needs treatment that I wouldn't want to burden you." Xiao Dad, you can go on alone and chase after them. Just leave me here. Yet, Xiao Zhan continued to remain silent. Zheng Chao felt tears welling up. He's becoming increasingly convinced that Xiao Zhan has been possessed by some dreadful, evil spirit. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such malevolent and bizarre behavior. Whoosh! Ahead, the Blackwing commander is exerting all his strength to flee, gradually distancing himself from the blood-red figure pursuing him. At this moment, his two subordinates finally find the opportunity to inquire. "Commander, what exactly just transpired?" Kelly asked nervously. "We sensed an exceedingly wicked aura outside the base, one that nearly devoured our very souls. Fortunately, it vanished at the last moment." He glanced back in alarm. "Could it be that fellow behind us?" The Blackwing's face turned pale. "That it is indeed him." That ice expression changed drastically. "What exactly is that thing? Why is it so terrifying?" The Blackwing squeezed out two words through clenched teeth, striking terror into I and Kelly. "Evil God!" I exclaimed in fear. "How is that possible? Can such a being truly exist? Wasn't it said that the Supreme Council eradicated them long ago?" The Blackwing's expression darkened. "Clearly, that is not the case." Kelly panicked. "What do we do now? He is still pursuing us. Will he consume us?" "Calm down," the Blackwing commanded sternly. "This evil god is likely just a remnant spirit. It probably requires the human to awaken." His sudden pause earlier leads me to suspect that he experienced a backlash from the human soul, allowing me to escape. Therefore, as long as we can distance ourselves before the evil god devours the human soul, we shall survive. Cackling at that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from behind as the blood-red figure licked its lips and taunted. "My dear little mice, you cannot escape." The Blackwing's expression darkened, cursing inwardly. Damn it. They had previously referred to Xiao Zhan as a mouse, and now the roles had reversed. Truly a case of instant karma. "Commander, hurry, he's about to catch up," Kelly shouted, having sensed the malevolent aura approaching from behind. "Silence," the Blackwing barked, his face shifting through various expressions as he seemed to grapple with a difficult decision. Cackling, "My little snacks, do not run away. Come, let me consume you, and we shall become one, sharing the glory of eternal life." The sinister voice echoed once more from behind. The Blackwing took a deep breath, seemingly having made his decision. He then reached behind his back with his right hand and forcefully tore away the purple cloak that had shrouded him. Boom! In an instant, the aura surrounding the Blackwing surged, doubling in strength. It seemed that this was his true power. I gasped in shock. "Commander, you must not unseal yourself. You will be burned to death by the will of this realm." Even a third-tier unsealing would leave him severely burned. The commander was at least 10 times stronger, possessing a domain that defied the will of the heavens. Unsealing himself would be akin to dropping cold water into a pot of boiling oil. He would be instantly obliterated. Indeed, as soon as the Blackwing tore away the cloak that sealed his aura, he immediately felt the entire realm turning against him, corroding him. His skin and flesh visibly burned and decayed from the invisible force, revealing the sinews and organs beneath. Break the law technique, flowing light escape. Nevertheless, the Blackwing endured the excruciating pain of being scorched, manipulating his domain to condense several times over, forming circular halos around him. The halos were inscribed with intricate runes, rapidly rotating around the three of them, releasing a unique, ethereal energy. The pursuing Xiao Zhan was taken aback by the Blackwing's sudden surge of power, slowing his escape and regarding the Blackwing with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. The evil aura surrounding him paused for a moment. "Wow, that alien leader seems to be on the verge of being burned to death," Zheng Chao exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the Blackwing, who was being corroded by the will of the heavens. "Xiao Dad, hurry up, take advantage of his weakness, and kill him to avenge the thousands of compatriots in the base," he urged provocatively. "Silence," Xiao Zhan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Zheng Chao was startled at first. Then overjoyed, "Xiao Dad, it's you? You weren't possessed by the evil spirit. I thought you had been consumed by it." "Thank goodness, you're all right," Xiao Zhan replied anxiously. "You fool, I told you to be quiet." He immediately unleashed a wave of sword energy, sealing Zheng Chao's mouth that he was certainly not possessed by the evil god. Previously, he had been severely injured by the Blackwing, but unbeknownst to him, The blood he spat out had awakened the evil god Amon within the universal mask. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded, nearly resulting in the Blackwing's demise at the hands of Amon, with I and Zheng Qiao suffering collateral damage and nearly perishing. That was why Xiao Zhan had chased them all the way from the base to this point. Don't push yourself. I was merely following casually. Observing the Blackwing's surging power ahead, Xiao Zhan felt a pang of anxiety. He certainly did not possess Amon's strength. His ability to pursue the Blackwing was entirely due to bluffing. If he truly forced the Blackwing into a corner, it would spell disaster for him. Though his heart raced with trepidation, he maintained an air of mockery. Quite impressive. Little mouse turned big mouse. My snack has become even more delectable. What is the matter? Have you come to your senses and decided not to flee? The Blackwing, however, roared in fury. You are pushing me too far. I shall fight you. As he spoke, several luminous halos began to whirl around him, stirring up immense waves of spiritual power, as if he were brewing some devastating ultimate move. Oh no! Xiao Zhan's heart sank. Could it be that this fellow is truly going to fight me? Hey, calm down. Let's talk this over this point. He was genuinely frightened. The Blackwing was now at full combat strength, several times more formidable than he had been at the base. If it came to blows, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Just as Xiao Zhan contemplated whether to flee, the Blackwing suddenly pounded his chest, causing the runic halos surrounding him to explode in a dazzling display of fireworks, obscuring Xiao Zhan's line of sight. Following that, countless streams of light enveloped him and his two subordinates, hurtling southward at breakneck speed. Whoosh! The velocity of the flowing light was astonishing, and the runes, their purpose unknown, streaked across the night sky like phantoms, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Zhan stood dazed for a long while before grasping what had transpired. He smirked and muttered, "So this guy is even more terrified than I am." Chapter 74. Do not call me Dad Wu. Beside him, Zheng Qiao noticed the enemy's retreat and quickly raised his voice, reminding Xiao Zhan that there was still someone else present. Xiao Zhan irritably removed the seal from his mouth. "All right, you can speak now." Zheng Qiao, puzzled, asked, "Xiao Dad, why did you let those guys escape?" Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes. "Do you really think I can take on that alien leader? I was merely intimidating him. If he had turned back to fight, it would have been our demise." Zheng Qiao wore a puzzled expression, asking, "How could that be? I saw you chasing him. He looked terrified. Surely he couldn't match you." Xiao Zhan waved his hand dismissively. "I can't be bothered to explain it to you." As Zheng Qiao felt the cold night wind striking his face, he excitedly inquired, "Where are we going?" Xiao Zhan replied, "First, we need to find Wang Wu and Jin Xiaoyan, then head east of the mountain city." He seemed to recall something and asked, "Did you find Leah and your sister?" Given Zheng Qiao's appearance at the base, it was obvious why he had come. Zheng Qiao sighed. "No, they aren't at the base." Xiao Zhan pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps they have also headed east to the mountain city." Zheng Qiao was curious. "Why do you say that?" Xiao Zhan explained, "My girlfriend left me a message saying she would go to the mountain city. That I believe that when the base was breached, someone must have organized the evacuation. Since she said she would go to the mountain city, Leah and the others should also be heading east." Zheng Qiao's face lit up. "That's wonderful. Let's hurry east. It hasn't been long since the base was destroyed. Perhaps we can catch up?" Xiao Zhan asked, "Can your arm hold up?" It was only then that Zheng Qiao remembered his left arm was still bleeding. Previously, Kelly had severed the remaining portion of his arm, leaving a massive wound at his shoulder. Even with his extraordinary healing abilities, he could only slow the bleeding. "Ouch! My head feels so dizzy." Zheng Qiao suddenly groaned, nearly collapsing into Xiao Zhan's arms. Xiao Zhan pushed him away in disdain and tossed him a bottle of healing ointment. "Apply this, and you won't bleed anymore." Yes, the two conversed. They had already flown back to the spot above Wang Wu, Jin Xiaoyan, and the others. Whoosh! The two descended from the sky, startling Wang Wu. While Zheng Qiao looked relatively okay despite having lost his arm again, Xiao Zhan was a different story. His entire body was soaked in blood, with countless wounds visible. Moreover, his face bore a bronze mask, exuding an ominous aura that looked extremely unsettling. "Are you all right?" Wang Wu asked with concern. Xiao Zhan retracted the mask, gritting his teeth. "I'm fine." He glanced at the already awakened Jin Xiaoyan and called out, Come here and apply some ointment to my back. During his previous confrontation with the Blackwing, he had been pierced by several sword energies, leaving numerous bloody wounds that were quite severe. All right, okay. Xiao Zhan Appa. Xiao Yin hurriedly approached. Xiao Zhan shed his outer garment, revealing a gruesome array of injuries. Particularly along his sides, there were several gashes that seemed to pierce through his entire body. Were it not for his formidable, extraordinary physique and the life force granted by the blood-sucking vine, an ordinary person would have long succumbed to death. Xiao Yin looked upon these wounds, her face paling in horror. She could scarcely fathom what kind of battle could inflict such injuries upon this man. Hurry and apply it. Xiao Zhan exchanged several vials of healing elixir from the system and thrust them into Xiao Yin's hands. In a flurry of panic, Xiao Yin stammered, Xiao Zhan Appa, shouldn't we clean the wounds with alcohol? Wouldn't that prevent infection? Xiao Zhan reassured her, do not worry, just apply it directly to it will be fine. With that, Xiao Yin cautiously poured out the medicinal liquid and began to dab it onto the wounds on Xiao Zhan's lower back. Hiss! The moment the elixir made contact with the wounds, it felt as though a blazing iron was pressed against raw flesh, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, accompanied by an unbearable stench. Xiao Zhan's face turned ashen from the agony. Startled, Xiao Yin immediately exclaimed, I am so sorry. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Zhan urged, continue applying. Reluctantly, Xiao Yin resumed her gentle ministrations on his back. And under her tender touch, Xiao Zhan soon began to feel the elixir taking effect, bringing forth waves of soothing coolness. Xiao Zhan emitted a contented groan, causing Xiao Yin's cheeks to flush crimson. Meanwhile, Zheng Chao cast envious glances at the foreign beauty tending to Xiao Zhan, then at the burly man applying ointment to his own wounds, muttering, I wish I had a girl to tend to me. Wang Wu interjected, shall I wake Ying to treat your wounds? Zheng Chao shrugged, forget it, just idle talk, he then inquired. So, Ying hasn't woken yet. During their time in the city, they had been ambushed by bandits led by Li Dongza, causing Ying and Xiao Yin to lose consciousness. To their surprise, Xiao Yin had awakened, while Ying remained in a state of slumber. Wang Wu shook his head. No, her injuries are more severe. She's still unconscious. Soon, both of their wounds began to heal rapidly. Wang Wu asked, what just happened? I could see the flames from the base even from here. Xiao Zhan replied, the base exploded. Wang Wu was taken aback. What do we do now? Should we still head to Danyang base? As he donned his clothing, he inquired, how far is the convoy from us? Can you contact them? Wang Wu explained, each vehicle was equipped with a walkie-talkie, but the distance cannot be too great. Let me give it a try. With that, he turned to search for the radio in the vehicle. Zheng Chao approached Xiao Zhan, asking, what do you think, Xiao Dad? Should we just leave, or wait for them here? Xiao Zhan glanced towards the night sky in the south. He crouched down to sketch a rough map of the Danyang base's surroundings, pointing to the mountains in the east. He stated, the reason I took the risk to scare off that alien leader was to ensure we wouldn't be pursued by the zombie horde as we left. While we may manage, ordinary people have no chance against a swarm of zombies. Now, we must head east, and the first obstacle is to traverse these mountains. If these alien invaders haven't destroyed the highways, we could cross these mountains by dawn and reach the mountain city. Unfortunately, our passage is unlikely to be smooth. Zheng Chao studied the rudimentary map on the ground for a moment, suddenly pointing to a city at the mountain's edge. Xiao Dad, are you suspecting that there are zombies there as well? Xiao Zhan replied, it's not a suspicion, it's a certainty that I'm not afraid of regular zombies. What terrifies me is the possibility of alien invaders like the one we just encountered leading them. If hundreds of thousands of zombies were to besiege us, even I would have a headache. Therefore, we must find the safest route. He then glanced at Zheng Chao, adding, and please, do not call me Dad. I am not your father. Chapter 75. Let me tell you a joke. How can that be? Zheng Chao replied playfully, Xiao Dad has saved me twice. What's wrong with calling you Dad? You're even closer than my real father. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes. Suit yourself. Xiao Zhan, Xiao Zhan. At that moment, Wang Wu rushed out of the vehicle, his face alight with joy that I've contacted them. They're just over 20 miles away, having just exited the mountains and heading this way. Xiao Zhan discarded the twig in his hand, instructing, Tell them not to come here. We'll meet on National Route 303 and head to the mountain city together. National Route 303. Wang Wu paused for a moment before quickly realizing. Got it. Xiao Zhan clapped Zheng Chao on the shoulder. Get in the car. We're setting off too. The group swiftly boarded the off-road vehicle, with Wang Wu leading the way as they drove south along the highway. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhan finally had time to check his status. Host, Xiao Zhan, Master of the Heavenly Path. Level, Second Order Extraordinary, Wind. Physical Strength, 25. Mental Strength, 25. Fortune, 1500. Title, Hero Superpowers. What are you looking at? Look, a shooting star. Intimidation. Equipment, Bright Light Shield. Ivor es la blade invisible cloak universal mask. Main Quest. Investigate the death of parents. Quest progress, 110. Side Quest. Tell Jean Xiuyan a risky joke. Reward, 1 mental point. Xiao Zhan was astonished to see the sudden surge in his physical and mental stats. How could they have increased so dramatically? From a baseline of 20 to a staggering 25, his physical and mental attributes had nearly reached the mid-level of the Second Order. Reflecting on his initial awakening, he remembered how his physical strength had skyrocketed. He had thought all extraordinary individuals experienced the same, but it now seemed he was rather unique. That he inquired, System, why has there been such a drastic enhancement? You underwent a refinement process after being possessed by the evil god, naturally resulting in a significant increase, the system explained. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brows. Will there be any hidden dangers? Rest assured, with System Daddy here, you will be just fine. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched. Come on, can we not have serious conversation? You, this system, are taking advantage of me now. Remember, I am your master. There should be a distinction between master and servant. Hee. Xiao Zhan retorted. What do you mean? Clarify. Hee. Xiao Zhan warned. Hey, I'm warning you, if you keep mocking me, I won't hold back. Ding. Please recognize reality, host. Xiao Zhan scoffed. What reality? Is it not true that I am your master? Xiao Zhan fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he stated solemnly, All right, no more jesting. With a grave expression, he continued, System, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with my parents, and why did they leave you to me? Also, are those two black-clad figures who killed my parents searching for you? After the events of the night, even he could discern the peculiarities. His parents, who had originally died in a car accident, were suddenly revealed to have been murdered, and both they and the black-clad figures were clearly extraordinary beings. This alone indicated that his lineage was far from ordinary. The system, as the sole heirloom left by his parents, was likely the treasure those black-clad figures sought, yet he could not fathom why they had not sought him out. The system remained silent for a long time. Xiao Zhan pressed, So, I have another question. What exactly are you? This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Ever since activating the system, he had wondered what this heavenly path system truly was, why it had appeared in his life, and why it constantly compelled him to undertake such embarrassing tasks that it seemed more intent on embarrassing him than assisting him. The system chuckled lightly. Want to know? Xiao Zhan's face darkened, sensing an unfavorable outcome. Sure enough, the system followed up with, I won't tell you, you little rascal. Xiao Zhan's face twitched. He had truly had enough of this system. Did it think he was unaware? Before the evil god Amon was sealed. It had called out your name, Heavenly Path Pearl. You're most likely the spirit of this so-called Heavenly Path Pearl, aren't you? The system teased, Guess? I'll guess your sister. Suddenly, the vehicle's intercom crackled to life, interrupting Xiao Zhan and the system's conversation. It was the voice of Su Chunjing, another leader of the convoy. Wang Wu picked up the radio. What is going on, old Su? Su Chunjing spoke urgently. It's bad. Xiaoling is on the verge of death. Wang Wu's expression changed dramatically. How could this happen? We found antibiotics on the way. How could she still be in danger? Su Chunjing explained, It's radiation. Wang Wu's face paled as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, while they had evacuated from Linen City as quickly as possible, they had still endured several hours of radiation exposure. At this moment, the weaker individuals were beginning to show signs of illness. Particularly Xiaoling, who was still young and had sustained an injury to her thigh. She could no longer endure it. Su Chunjing suddenly shouted, Oh no! Xiaoling has fainted. Her body is convulsing. Quickly, hold her down. The radio erupted into chaos, clearly indicating that the girl named Xiaoling was in a life-threatening situation. Wang Wu's eyes brimmed with tears. Xiaoling. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan in the back seat furrowed his brow. System. Are there any medications to treat radiation? System. Yes, Xiao Zhan said. Then quickly give me the exchange. He truly did not wish to witness a little girl, not yet 10 years old, perish before his eyes, especially since he had encountered that adorable and sensible child before. System, please complete the side quest to unlock exchange eligibility. Xiao Zhan anxiously replied. At this moment, you still oppose me? He glanced at the side quest details. Tell Jin Xiuyan a risky joke. His face darkened. To be honest, he genuinely did not want to undertake this task. However, in order to save an innocent and kind-hearted child, he felt he could not afford to care about his own dignity. In the back row, Jin Xiuyan was also worried about Xiao Ling. Her beautiful, oval face radiated the unique gentleness of femininity. Even in the midst of fleeing, she could not conceal the charm of a girl group dancer. Ahem, Nayan. Xiao Zhan coughed and began to speak, but immediately realized he had mistakenly used a nickname given to her by those LSPs. He quickly corrected himself. Oh no, I meant Xiuyan. Jin Xiuyan, clearly aware of her nickname, blushed and shyly glanced at him with her big eyes. Xiao Zhan Appa. What is it? Xiao Zhan said. Let me tell you a joke. Chapter 76. Fan Qingqing's superpower. Jin Xiuyan was left utterly bewildered. A joke. At this moment, even the dimmest of mind would understand that this was not the time for humor. Yet, Xiao Zhan could not afford to wait. With each passing minute, Xiao Ling's chances of survival diminished. Clearing his throat, he began. Once, there was a medical institution that specialized in acquiring men's progeny. Typically, men would come here to provide materials, but one day, a woman unexpectedly arrived. The men could not help but be curious. What are you doing here? The woman did not speak, but merely stammered. As if something were lodged in her mouth, Jin Xiuyan listened, her expression blank, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. How vulgar! At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the back row. Aing had finally awakened from her stupor. Sitting up in the back seat, glaring at Xiao Zhan with indignation, her gaze filled with silent reproach towards the LSPs. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched. Ha! Oh, Aing, you're awake. That's wonderful. Yet inwardly he thought, System, is it done yet? Ding! Task. Tell Jin Xiuyan a risky joke completed. Spirit 1. Unlock exchange for radiation treatment medication. 100 luck points to exchange for 1 dose. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. What? It requires 100 luck points for a single dose. Are you kidding me? Even the T-virus antidote and healing elixir only cost 10 luck points. This radiation treatment medication demand 100? No landlord would be this unreasonable. System. Exchange it if you wish. Xiao Zhan. I can't believe this. He was infuriated, but when he thought of Xiao Ling's pitiful visage, he could not bring himself to relent. Fine, you win. I'll exchange. In the next moment, his luck points vanished. Leaving him with a jelly-like medication in hand, he hurriedly opened the car door. You all continue ahead. I will wait for you at the convoy. With that, he leaped out of the vehicle, soaring towards the southern sky. Wang Wu and the others were taken aback. Mr. Xiao. Only Xing Chao seemed to have guessed something and comforted. Wang Laoj, don't worry. Xiao Dad is likely going to save Xiao Ling. Your niece will be all right. Wang Wu's eyes widened. Could it be that Mr. Xiao has a way to treat radiation? He instinctively found it hard to believe. Radiation was a carcinogenic mutation, and there was no effective remedy in the world. Let alone, Xiao Ling had sustained double injuries. Yet Xing Chao was confident. Others may not be able to, but Xiao Dad is a miracle worker. To the east of Donyang Base, a vast mountain range isolated Donyang City from the mountain town, with numerous cities scattered in between. That day, a group of survivors fled in panic from the mountains. The group numbered over 1,000, some in armored vehicles, while others could only walk. The line of survivors stretched for miles, resembling a long snake from above. All of them ran forward in a state of alarm, as if something were pursuing them from behind, to the rear of the convoy, inside a military truck. The school Belle fan, Qingqing, sped forward with her best friend Xie Yuan by her side. Qingqing, hurry, faster. Those monsters are catching up, Xie Yuan shouted in panic, glancing anxiously behind. Fan Qingqing stole a glance in the rearview mirror, discovering a pack of zombies trailing behind, drawn by the scent of survivors, numbering at least in the hundreds. These damn monsters, when will they stop pursuing us? Since escaping the base, they had fled eastward. Having already been attacked twice by zombie animals and evolved creatures along the way, scattering their original formation, the officers and soldiers who had organized their escape had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a handful of new recruits. Barely trained, unable to mount a counterattack against the gruesome zombies, causing them to scatter in fear. Without the soldiers' protection, the unarmed women and children could not escape far before being caught up. Originally, the group had thousands. But now, after the dead and the scattered, there were fewer than 1,000 remaining to... Suddenly, a scream echoed from the back. "What happened? What happened?" Xiao Zhan shouted. A woman's voice rang out from the truck. "It's a fox. Quickly, get out! Get out!" Inside the military truck, besides Xiao Zhan and Fan Qingqing, there were also Zheng Chao's sister and Leah. When they were evacuating the base, the two happened to be close to Fan Qingqing and Xiao Zhan. So they escaped together. Xiao Zhan turned and aimed her gun at the interior of the truck. "Then shoot it." She turned around and indeed saw a red fox-like creature darting around inside the truck. Although it was only a meter long, it moved swiftly, and the 10 or so people inside the truck were unable to catch it. Leah, holding a pistol, aimed in panic, but the chaos inside the truck made her hesitate to pull the trigger. Ah! A woman screamed as the fox zombie bit in her neck, blood spraying forth. The chaos escalated. The fox had bitten through the woman's throat, its bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Leah. Roar! With a ferocious growl. The fox zombie leaped behind an elderly man and lunged toward Leah. Bang! Finally, Leah fired. However, the fox zombie seemed to have anticipated her shot, dodging by tilting its head and then leaping onto the old man, propelling itself in front of Leah. Roar! The fox zombie opened its jaws wide, aiming for Leah's neck. Terror filled Leah's eyes as she sensed death approaching. She screamed in fright. No! Just then, a blue light suddenly illuminated the truck, intercepting the fox zombie. Bang! Quickly kill it! Fan Qingqing's voice rang out from the front. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Zhan fired 3 shots at the fox zombie, hitting vital points as it staggered and could not move. The fox zombie finally let out a mournful cry and collapsed in a pool of blood. Thank you. Thank you. Only then did Leah emerge from the shadow of death, trembling with fear. Just moments ago, she truly believed she was about to die. Aunt Huang, Zheng Chao's sister Zheng, she cried out. Everyone in the truck looked towards the middle-aged woman who had been bitten in the neck by the fox zombie. However, her neck was completely mangled, with her windpipe and carotid artery exposed. Even Xiao Zhan could not save her now. Ha! Aunt Huang gasped, gripping Zheng Xi's hand, her gaze shifting to a 10-year-old boy beside her. Zheng Xi, with tears in her eyes, said, I understand. Aunt Huang, don't worry, I will take care of him. The woman named Aunt Huang reluctantly cast one last glance at the boy before closing her eyes. Mother! The boy lunged onto the woman, wailing uncontrollably. Driving, Fan Qingqing glanced over inside. I hope there won't be any more deaths. Chapter 77. Zombie mouse tied. Qingqing, hurry. The zombies are catching up. Xiao Zhan shouted nervously. Fan Qingqing glanced back and saw that due to the recent delay, the zombies had indeed closed in again. With her evolved vision, she could even see the bloodthirsty gaze of the closest zombie. Hold on tight. She pressed the accelerator, driving the truck forward at breakneck speed. Bang! Suddenly, a black shadow darted past, colliding with the truck. The shadow was sent flying for over 10 meters, crashing onto the road. But 2 seconds later, it sprang back up, roaring at the truck. It was a massive black wolf. How this black wolf appeared was unclear, but had survived being hit by the truck. Roar! The black wolf glared at the 2 women in the truck, launching an attack with a powerful leap. Shoot! Fan Qingqing shouted. Xiao Zhan screamed and raised her gun to fire, the air filled with the crisp sound of gunfire. However, the black wolf was exceedingly agile. Seemingly aware of the peril the bullets posed to it swiftly veered in midair, effortlessly evading the gunfire, and in an instant leapt to the side of the truck. Bang! It crashed against the windshield, shattering the glass into 1,000 fragments. Xiao Zhan was showered with shards, screaming as she sought refuge inside. The black wolf, bearing its bloody maw, lunged at Xiao Zhan. Get away from me! Fan Qingqing exclaimed sharply, as a verdant shield materialized before Xiao Zhan, colliding forcefully with the black wolf. With a resounding boom, The wolf emitted a howl of pain, being hurled back once more to Akati tumbled across the road several times before dizzily regaining its footing, shaking its head in an attempt to regain composure. Spotting the retreating truck, it let out a piercing howl to the heavens. A woo. The howl drowned out all other sounds, echoing for miles. A woo, 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 inside the truck. Fan Xingqing's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, a pack of wolves were being targeted. It truly felt like misfortune had compounded upon misfortune. The already beleaguered survivors, pursued relentlessly by the zombies, now faced the added threat of wolves, an utter calamity. Qingqing, what should we do? Xie Yuan shouted. Fan Qingqing gritted her teeth. Yuan, you drive. Saying this, she vacated the driver's seat. Xie Yuan was taken aback. But I can't drive. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the back seat. I can drive. You? Xie Yuan hesitated, uncertain about entrusting the vehicle to someone she and Qingqing did not know. However, the surrounding wolves were incredibly swift, bounding through the forest as if it were flat ground. Swiftly closing in on the truck, Don't worry, my mother is an excellent driver. The little girl chirped. If Xiao Zhan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this mother-daughter pair was Li Xiuqin and Xiao Hua. Don't waste time. Get in. Fan Qingqing urged decisively, leaping from the driver's seat and heading toward the truck bed. Leah, hand me the gun. Upon reaching the back, she seized Leah's firearm and fired several rounds at the zombies trailing behind. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the foremost zombies collapsed, each struck in the chest. That moment. Fan Qingqing's enhanced physique proved invaluable. Her vision and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing her to handle the recoil with greater finesse. She became accustomed to the weapon's kick. Her accuracy improved significantly. Qingqing, the wolves are closing in, Xie Yuan called out. Fan Qingqing scanned her surroundings and spotted several robust black wolves leaping onto the road, roaring towards the truck. She discarded her handgun and retrieved a submachine gun from beneath her seat, unleashing a torrent of bullets at a black wolf that she resembled a valiant goddess of war. Picking off the audacious zombies that dared to approach point, one black wolf howled in agony, blood spraying as it was struck in the head. However, the death of one of their own only incited the pack's fury further. Under the command of their alpha, a dozen black wolves howled in unison and leapt onto the truck's roof. With a swift motion, the wolves tore through the metal roof. In no time, the roof was shredded to ribbons, revealing the dim morning light outside. Fan Qingqing's exquisite visage was etched with determination as she unleashed a barrage upon the wolves above. Qingqing, I'll help you. Zheng Shi also brandished a submachine gun, shooting upwards. However, her untrained physique meant that a significant portion of her bullets went astray. The alpha wolf roared, and 4 black wolves leapt through the gaping hole in the roof, lunging at the occupants inside the truck. The dozen women inside screamed in terror, frantically dodging to the sides, and in the chaos, even Zheng Shi and Fan Qingqing were knocked over, just as the 4 black wolves breached the cabin. Fan Qingqing shouted, "Mind shield, buzz!" A resonant chime echoed as a green halo radiated from Fan Qingqing, instantly enveloping the entire truck. Wherever the halo passed, the black wolves were sent flying by an invisible force. Not only did the 4 wolves that had leapt into the cabin yelp in pain as they were flung back, but the 9 wolves on the roof met the same fate. In an instant, a dozen black figures soared off the truck's top, tumbling onto the road behind. The assault of the wolves was thwarted in one fell swoop. The women and children inside the truck gazed in stunned silence at the formidable display of power from Fan Qingqing, all feeling a profound sense of shock. Zheng Shi cheered with envy. "Qingqing, you're amazing." Yet, Fan Qingqing suddenly collapsed onto the truck bed. "Quick, let us go," she managed to say, her voice strained, having just utilized her supernatural abilities. She felt a deep, soul-crushing fatigue. She understood that her frail body could not bear the burden of such powers. Leah quickly supported her. "Are you all right?" Fan Qingqing replied. "I'm fine." "Hurry, let that lady drive us forward. We must locate those retreating soldiers. Only their heavy firepower can contend with the wolves." They soon discovered that the wolves had indeed regained their footing, with 3 or 4 still dazed from the earlier impact. Yet the remainder remained a lethal threat. Fortunately, Li Xiuqin's driving skills were no exaggeration. Under her reckless speed, the truck quickly caught up with the armored convoy ahead. However, despair washed over them as they observed the armored vehicles engaged in battle with an enemy far more terrifying than the wolves. Ahead, the vast expanse of the plains was densely packed with countless gray figures, surging toward the survivors like a tide. It was the rat tide. The zombie rat tide. Chapter 78. The Man Who Fell from the Sky. How could this be? As they beheld the vast ocean of rats numbering in the tens of thousands surging toward the convoy, everyone was left speechless. Xiao Zhan's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented. Why does fate treat us so cruelly? What have we done wrong? The heavens truly seemed unjust. After barely escaping the devastation in Linen City to reach Dongyang Base, they had scarcely enjoyed a few days of peace before being besieged by an army of zombies led by subterranean beings. Following their escape from the base, they were relentlessly pursued by both zombies and wolves, an already desperate situation. But now, witnessing the overwhelming tide of rats that threatened to engulf the entire Earth, they felt a profound sense of hopelessness. Encountering zombies might offer a glimmer of survival, but against the rat tide, haha, we're all doomed. We will perish here. Inside the truck, a woman seemed to have lost her sanity from the shock. Erupting into frenzied laughter, tears and saliva streaming down her face, her expression twisted in madness. She has gone mad. Leah pulled Zhengxi away, her expression grim as she regarded the deranged woman. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted ahead. The group looked up to see several armored vehicles firing at the rat tide. Rocket launchers, howitzers, incendiary bombs, and vehicle-mounted cannons unleashed a torrent of fire upon the rat tide, creating a multitude of craters amidst the throng. In an instant, thousands of mutated rats were obliterated. Yet the sheer number of mutated rats was overwhelming. The freshly created gaps were quickly filled by countless more, the tide relentlessly advancing toward the convoy. Quick, retreat! Retreat! Someone shouted from the front. The armored convoy swiftly turned to flee. In truth, the survivors had already begun their retreat the moment they sensed the rat tide approaching. Some even abandoned their vehicles, leaping off the highway and sprinting into the forest. However, they had clearly chosen the wrong path. The hills on either side were not only home to wolves and zombies, but also to numerous mutated creatures native to the area. As soon as they plunged into the woods, they were pursued and killed by the lurking beasts that a cacophony of wails erupted all around. Ching-ching, what should we do? We have no way out, Xiao Zhan cried. Her voice choked with tears. With the rat tide before them and the wolf pack behind, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Fan Xingxing took a deep breath, her chest rising dramatically, having arrived late. They were positioned at the rear of the convoy, farthest from the rat tide, yet also closest to the wolves. The truck skidded around and turned back toward their original path. Oh, the wolves at the back, their eyes gleaming with greed, lined up along the road, fixating on the approaching truck. The alpha wolf glanced at the distant rat tide, a glimmer of cunning flashing in its eyes. In the next moment, it let out a thunderous roar. 10 massive wolves, each over 2 meters in length, sprinted forward, not charging head-on at the truck, but rather leaping onto the roof from the side. As they launched their assault. 2 bursts of gunfire erupted from within the truck. It was Fan Xingxing and Zhengxi firing simultaneously. A rain of bullets ensued, and 3 or 4 black wolves were struck, yelping as they fell from the truck. In the next heartbeat, a green halo expanded once more from the cabin, sending the remaining wolves flying off the roof. Just as Fan Xingxing exerted herself to unleash her second supernatural ability. A piercing scream came from the driver's seat. It was Li Xiaoqin's voice. Fan Xingxing's heart sank. Oh no, it's the alpha wolf. She dashed toward the front of the truck, amidst the throng of onlookers. He witnessed Xiao Zhan being swept away by the Wolf King's paw, only to lunge towards the driver, Li Xiaoqin. Li Xiaoqin barely had time to react. As she turned slightly, the Wolf King sank its teeth in her shoulder. Snap! In an instant, half of her shoulder was gone, her arm torn asunder. Mama! Xiaohua emitted a terrified wail and rushed forward. Don't go. Fan Xingxing seized Xiaohua, her extraordinary powers surging within her, morphing into a verdant barrier aimed at the Wolf King. Yet, the Wolf King merely cast a cold glance her way. and as the green barrier approached, it suddenly slammed its paw down on the steering wheel. Bang! As it was hurled from the car by the psychic shield. The steering wheel and dashboard were reduced to mere fragments. Squeal! The truck screeched along the highway, crashing into the mountainside. The vehicle was incapacitated. Fan Qingqing hurried to the front, glancing at the Wolf King outside. She noticed that it had ceased its assault, instead casting her a frigid look before letting out a howl and swiftly retreating into the forest from whence it came. The other black wolves, summoned by their leader, likewise seized their injured comrades and departed in unison. Were they truly leaving just like that? Fan Qingqing stared at the wrecked steering wheel and dashboard, perplexed. What was the creature up to? "Mama! Mama!" Xiao Hua cried, rushing towards her mother, whose shoulder bled profusely. Xiao Zhan screamed in agony from the driver's seat, her missing shoulder causing her immense pain, her face contorted in anguish. "Help me! Save me!" She gasped, reaching out to the school beauty for assistance. Boom! At that moment, an armored convoy finally retreated here, blasting away the encroaching rat tide with artillery and heavy firepower while forging a path westward. Compared to the vast horde of rats behind them, the zombies and wolves blocking their way were merely robust beasts, unable to withstand the onslaught of firepower. Upon seeing the massive rat tide behind them, Fan Qingqing suddenly understood the Wolf King's intent in sabotaging the truck. It sought to destroy their means of escape, leaving them to perish amidst the rat tide. This Wolf King possessed a heart as cruel as it was cunning. Fan Qingqing felt a chill seep in her heart. In such a dire predicament, lacking a vehicle felt akin to a death sentence. "Get out! Everyone out!" Fan Qingqing shouted immediately, grasping Li Xiaoqin and being the first to leap from the vehicle. Rushing towards an armored car, the others quickly followed suit. "Wait for us! Take us with you!" Fan Qingqing cried out to those aboard the armored vehicle. However, the occupants were engrossed in unleashing their firepower, completely disregarding their pleas. Even if they had heard the cries for help, they would likely not stop. A dozen women called out for assistance amidst the cannon fire, yet not a single hand was extended in aid. All vehicles passed by them indifferently, leaving behind an atmosphere of chilling despair. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The colossal rat tide had finally arrived. The group of women and children on the highway gazed upon the flood of mutated rats pouring down from the hills, their faces etched with despair. Wail! Almost all the women began to weep. "Oh heavens! Why must you treat us so? Who will come to our rescue? Avalokiteshvara, Jade Emperor, Lord Jesus, please manifest your divine presence." Wail! I do not wish to die. Fan Qingqing stood on the highway, cradling the unconscious Li Xiaoqin, facing the oncoming tide of rats, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Tears welled silently at the corners of her eyes. Were we truly destined to perish here? In that moment, a figure flashed in her mind. If only you were here. The rat tide finally engulfed them. Countless mutated rats, the size of piglets, emitted frenzied squeals as they surged forth from the woods. The grass and the road poised to swallow the group of women and children whole. Boom! Just at this life-and-death juncture, a streak of light suddenly soared from the distant horizon, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous roar as it crashed heavily into the rat tide. Chapter 79. A Godly Might, Unstoppable, Boom! Amidst the thunderous rumble, a deafening explosion erupted within the rat tide, sending forth shockwaves akin to an earthquake, instantly propelling countless mutated rats into the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Thousands of rats shrieked as they were launched into the air, their tiny legs flailing in panic. Centered around that figure, all the rats were sent flying. Commanding, the figure faced the swarm of rats, issuing a resonant and authoritative growl. Whoosh! A chilling gust swept past, a terrifying aura suddenly pressing down upon all life within a 100-meter radius. Akin to a mountain collapsing. In an instant, the rat tide, charging forward in a fan-shaped formation, was crushed by an invisible force, collapsing to the ground and bowing their bloodthirsty heads before the man. At a single command, the rat tide submitted. The spectacle was extraordinarily grand, reminiscent of a scene from a myth. The women behind were left dumbfounded from the moment that majestic figure descended from the heavens, shattering their life-and-death crisis with a single strike. To the present moment where mere utterance brought the rat swarm to its knees, they felt as though they were dreaming. their mouths agape. It seemed they could fit 2 eggs within. Whoosh! The fierce cold wind rustled the man's cloak, presenting an image of unparalleled grace and stature. Even the dawn light, rising in the east, seemed to envelop him in a sacred aura. In this moment, all the women were mesmerized. "Big brother!" Suddenly, Xiao Hua exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards a man. She turned back to Fan Qingqing. "I'm coming." Tears streamed down Fan Qingqing's face. Biting her red lips, she gazed at the man she had longed for. A mix of infatuation and joy swirling within her, her emotions coalescing into a single thought. Why did you take so long to arrive? The man was, of course, Xiao Zhan. After locating the small team, the rear convoy with the radiation purification agent, he did not linger there, instead utilizing his cloaking ability to fly eastward. After searching through the mountains for half the night, he finally found the school beauties encircled by the rat tide. Thankfully, he arrived just in time. "Xiao Zhan, it's truly you. How wonderful!" Xie Yuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, her words stumbling in excitement. "With you here, we fear nothing." Leah and Zheng Shi also gazed at Xiao Zhan with gratitude. Particularly Zheng Shi, whose admiration for him was almost palpable. At that moment, Xiao Hua cried, "Big brother, please save my mama. She's going to die." Xiao Zhan stepped forward, glancing at the unconscious Li Xiuqin. He immediately exchanged for a bottle of healing elixir and handed it to the school beauty. Qingqing quickly applied it to stop the bleeding. Several women rushed to bandage and treat Li Xiuqin. Xiao Hua grasped Xiao Zhan's hand, tears brimming in her eyes. "Big brother, my mama won't die, will she?" Xiao Zhan patted her head reassuringly. "Don't worry, she's merely in a deep slumber." Though he spoke comforting words, he could not be certain whether Li Xiuqin would survive. Her injuries were far too severe. Squeak! Just then, a piercing shriek erupted from behind the rat tide. The sound was so shrill it felt as though a blade was scraping against glass, threatening to burst their eardrums. Squeak! 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 At the sound of the keen wail, the rat tide, previously intimidated by Xiao Zhan, suddenly became agitated, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust once more. No. Xiao Zhan sensed a peculiar mental wave shattering his intimidation ability, and it seemed that the source was intrinsically linked to the rat tide, commanding them with greater ease. Squeak! Under the command of the shrill wail, the rat tide surged towards them again, more frenzied than before. Xiao Zhan spoke gravely. "You all go first." He faced the rat tide alone, his cloak billowing with supernatural energy. Creating a resonant sound that a formidable aura surged into the sky. Intimidation. Xiao Zhan unleashed his group intimidation ability once more, and in an instant, all the mutated rats ahead were swept up by a wave of mental pressure, once again forced to bow to the ground. However, this time, Xiao Zhan felt the rats resisting, the collective mental force of thousands pushing back against him like an overwhelming tide, under the onslaught of that piercing wail. His intimidation power was significantly diminished. The rat horde charged once more. A murderous intent enveloped Xiao Zhan. You think that without my intimidation, you can overcome me? Whoosh! Supernatural energy surged, the blade domain enveloping him. In an instant, the energy emanating from Xiao Zhan soared like smoke, distorting the surrounding air. The half-moon slash. With a resounding shout, Xiao Zhan raised the Zhanxia blade, positioning it across the highway, then swung it forward with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Crescent-shaped blades of light shot forth from the Zhanxia blade, sealing all gaps on the highway as they hurtled toward the rat tide. Thud, 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 thud. The sounds of flesh being severed echoed as all the incoming mutated rats were instantly sliced in half, staining the entire highway red with blood. Thousands of mutated rats didn't even have time to let out a cry before becoming lifeless corpses. Squeak! Hidden in the shadows, the Rat King witnessed the mass slaughter of its minions and let out a furious howl. Under its urging, the tide of rats surged forth from the road's flanks and the shadowy valleys, attempting to circumvent Xiao Zhan and launch an assault on the campus Belle and her companions. This strategy was undoubtedly a decision that could only be conceived by a being of profound intellect. Xiao Zhan soared into the air. Empowered by his cloak, he began to cleave through the air with a series of sharp, luminous blades directed at the countless mutated rats swarming the mountainside and on the rocky slopes. In the ravines and across the meadows, countless aberrant rodents were sliced apart, annihilated before they could approach within 30 meters of Fan, Qingqing, and the others. Suspended in the air, Xiao Zhan resembled a formidable artillery platform, relentlessly unleashing devastating waves of blade energy, with not a single rat able to cross that threshold. As daylight broke fully, the land lay strewn with corpses. Resembling a scene from the depths of hell, the campus Belle and her companions, who had retreated earlier, remained keenly observant of Xiao Zhan's movements, witnessing his awe-inspiring display of power as he decimated the rodent horde left them utterly astonished. It was their first encounter with a human exhibiting such unearthly strength, more ferocious than any artillery or missile that he even human, Xie Yuan murmured, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to fathom that this awe-inspiring figure was her fellow student. He is so handsome. Zhang Chao's sister, Zheng Shi, felt her heart race, covering her face, utterly captivated by the imposing man. She thought that if she could share a night with such a man, it would be worth any sacrifice. Even her sister-in-law, Leah, looked on with sparkling eyes, her chest rising and falling, lost in her own thoughts. Stop daydreaming. The campus Belle chided the entranced women. We need to move. The women snapped out of their reverie and hurried westward, almost wishing to devour the powerful man soaring above. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed from the tunnel ahead. Moments later, a pack of large black wolves burst forth from the tunnel, racing towards the campus Belle and her companions at alarming speed. This is bad. It's the wolf pack. The campus Belle's face paled. Chapter 80. That godlike man is my man. She recognized them instantly. These were the very wolves that had attacked them before, with the alpha wolf leaving a particularly deep impression. Stop! Everyone stop! She cried out anxiously. The women halted, panic-stricken as they gazed ahead, their composure shattered upon seeing the approaching wolves. Qingqing, what do we do? Xie Yuan exclaimed in distress. Previously, they had barely escaped the wolves in their vehicle, and now they had no means of escape at all. With a dozen vulnerable women and children, how could they possibly contend with these mutated wolves? In that moment, all eyes turned toward Xiao Zhan, hoping that the powerful man would come to their rescue. Don't panic. The campus Belle forced herself to remain calm, unwilling to add to Xiao Zhan's burdens as he dealt with the rat tide. She was determined not to be a useless burden, merely complicating matters for him. Quick, let us find an abandoned bus to take cover in. She directed the group to retreat, searching for discarded vehicles left by other survivors. At that moment, Fan Qingqing unexpectedly noticed that the black wolves, upon emerging from the tunnel, were not charging towards them along the road, but were instead fleeing in panic into the deep ditch beside the road. Their terrified expressions suggested something horrifying was pursuing them. Fan Qingqing was puzzled, wondering what could frighten the wolves so. Soon, she heard a rustling sound, as if many small, gregarious creatures were scrambling across the ground. Then, with a sudden rush, a multitude of black specks surged forth from the tunnel, resembling a floodgate releasing a torrent. Countless cockroaches spilled out, crawling over one another, hissing as they swarmed towards the tunnel's exit. In an instant, an uncountable number of cockroaches poured out, rushing towards the mountainside in every direction, devouring everything in their path. Zombies, black wolves, and other mutated beings alike. The women screamed in a frenzy upon witnessing this grotesque spectacle. The sight of cockroaches alone was revolting, but now they were congregating in swarms, numbering in the tens of thousands. Just seeing them was enough to terrify anyone. Cockroaches! Cockroaches! Xie Yuan shrieked, her face drained of color. She had always harbored a deep fear of such repugnant creatures. She would rather be bitten by the black wolves than be consumed by these insects. The campus Belle was equally horrified. Every girl was repulsed by these loathsome creatures. As the swarm of cockroaches emerged from the tunnel, a portion of them took to the air, pursuing the fleeing wolf pack into the deep ditch. With a distinct advantage in the skies, they quickly caught up to the wolves, and thousands of cockroaches descended upon them. The black wolves were engulfed in a dark mass of insects, their bodies overwhelmed. The wolf pack howled in agony, their cries resonating throughout the valley. In mere moments, apart from the alpha wolf, all the black wolves had been reduced to mere skeletons by the relentless onslaught of cockroaches. The girls were left dumbfounded at the horrifying scene before them, as the tide of cockroaches surged along the road. No, I don't want to be eaten by cockroaches. Zhang, she screamed, then frantically sprinted toward Xiao Zhan. Run! The other women echoed her cry, fleeing toward Xiao Zhan to end this life-and-death moment. Their instinct for survival and admiration for strength compelled them to seek the most powerful man nearby. Alas, you all, the campus Belle felt helpless. But seeing her companions so terrified, she could do nothing to stop them. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, still airborne and engaged in annihilating the rat tide, observed the unfolding scene. Cockroaches? He frowned, puzzled. How could there be so many mutated creatures in this place? What sustains them? And why aren't these two groups fighting each other? He sensed that something was amiss. Xiao Zhan, help! Zhang, she was the first to reach him, calling out desperately from the ground. Following her were Lia, Xie Yuan, Xiao Hua, and Fan Qingqing, who clutched Li Xiuqin. Xiao Zhan scanned the surroundings and suddenly thrust his blade into the mountainside. With a thunderous crash, he cleaved a large hole in the rock. You all hide inside. If I tell you to stay put, you must not come out. He then handed the campus Belle his radiant shield along with a vial of green life essence. Qingqing, take this. It's the life essence I procured for you. It will heal your organ failure. This shield can be activated with extraordinary power, forming a protective barrier. It will suffice to safeguard you all. The campus Belle gazed at him with wide, beautiful eyes. And you? Xiao Zhan smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, I will remain here. They will not pass me. Though he lacked the ability to carry the women to safety, he could certainly protect their lives. With a clear, ringing sound, the blade seemed to resonate with Xiao Zhan's determination, vibrating with excitement. The blood-sucking vine seeds affixed to the blade glowed, fully activating its power. The ensuing battle would be crucial in determining whether Xiao Zhan could emerge victorious. With a rustling sound, the rat tide from the east and the swarm of cockroaches from the west converged at the cave's entrance. Come forth, Zhan Xie Dao. Lend me your strength. The blade of Zhan Xie shimmered, unleashing waves of dazzling blade energy. The blood-sucking vine seeds in the hilt also radiated light, and in an instant, countless crescent-shaped blade energies erupted from the blade, cascading eastward, westward, and southward like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the area before the mountainside was awash with brilliant blade light. Countless rats, cockroaches, trees, barriers, and stones were all cleaved into fragments beneath this rain of blade energy. Blood mixed with shattered rocks, splintered wood, and leaves was sent flying, as if a rain of blood had fallen, but a surge of robust life force flowed from the blood-sucking vine into Xiao Zhan's body, rejuvenating the extraordinary power he had just expended. Leaving him feeling invigorated, he sensed that his vitality was brimming. The women behind him stood transfixed, witnessing the sheer might of this formidable attack. The hundreds of blade lights formed a barrier that obliterated everything in its path, regardless of what obstructed it, turning all monsters into mere remnants. The power was astonishing, surpassing even that of certain missiles. The women's worldviews were irrevocably transformed. They no longer perceived Xiao Zhan as merely a man, but as a deity, a legend. Zhang, she gazed at his back, wishing she could dedicate herself to this powerful man right then and there. The mixed-race model Lia also flashed her eyes, contemplating whether to leave Zheng Chao, that bald, short man, for someone more dependable. Even Xie Yuan felt a pang of regret for not competing for the campus Belle's affections. Humph. Fan Qingqing appeared to sense the covetous gazes of the women around her and declared defiantly, Stop staring. This man is mine. If you want to share his bed, you'll have to wait until I'm no longer here. Chapter 81. A Day as Boyfriend. With a shrill sound, as Xiao Zhan unleashed his formidable blade to decimate over 1,000 mutated rats and cockroaches. He inadvertently provoked the wrath of the kings behind the rodent and cockroach swarms. Two piercing roars echoed simultaneously. Countless half-meter-long giant rats and fist-sized cockroaches, their eyes glowing red, charged once more toward Xiao Zhan and his companions. Xiao Zhan scoffed coldly, allowing the mutated insects and rodents to converge once again before unleashing a series of moonlight-colored blade energies, efficiently and relentlessly slaughtering these abominations. In an instant, the ground before him was carpeted with a gruesome tapestry of flesh and blood. The remains of giant rats and cockroaches mingled together, inundating the surface with a nauseating stench that hung heavily in the air, enough to induce a wave of nausea. Mere minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, Xiao Zhan had single-handedly slain 5,000 to 6,000 mutated vermin with nothing but a knife. Initially, the women in the cave were filled with trepidation, but as they witnessed the rodents and cockroaches hesitant to cross an invisible line, they gradually began to relax. "Hey, Qingqing," Zhengxi whispered as she leaned in behind Fan Qingqing, her eyes glinting with a peculiar light. "I see your boyfriend." Fan Qingqing was entirely focused on Xiao Zhan's silhouette, prepared to step in should he falter. Deep down, she understood that Xiao Zhan likely did not require her assistance. Yet as his girlfriend, she felt an obligation to support her man. Upon hearing Zhengxi's inquiry, she cast a sidelong glance at the girl, responding with a nonchalant, Zhengxi's intentions were transparent to Fan Qingqing, yet she did not consider her a threat, for Zhengxi's looks were decidedly beneath her own. However, it was her sister-in-law, Leah, a mixed-race model, who instilled a profound sense of dread within her. Aya stood at an impressive height of over 170, with long legs, a slender waist, and a curvaceous figure that embodied the essence of beauty from both east and west, complemented by her sharply defined cheekbones and creamy skin. Unbeknownst to Zhengxi, Fan Qingqing was preoccupied with her own thoughts. "Qingqing, shall we discuss something?" Zhengxi proposed eagerly. "Go ahead," Fan Qingqing replied. "Could you lend me your boyfriend for a day?" Zhengqing's complexion paled in disbelief. "What?" She turned to Zhengxi, incredulous. "What did you just say?" Zhengxi's cheeks flushed as she confessed. "I realize this request is rather excessive, but your boyfriend is simply too alluring. I can't resist, just for one day, and I promise to return him to you unscathed." Fan Qingqing's expression soured, casting a disdainful glance her way, while firmly indicating that such an arrangement was out of the question. "Oh, come on, Qingqing," Zhengxi whined, shaking her hand in a playful manner. "Just agree to it, will you? Just for one day. I promise I won't do anything inappropriate, that you'll have a completely intact Xiao Zhan back." Fan Qingqing furrowed her brows in annoyance. "Have you lost your mind? In times like these, you're still thinking about such trivialities?" Leo approached, grasping Zhengxi's hand as she stopped messing around. Yet, Zhengxi abruptly shook off Lia's grip, exclaiming, "I'm not messing around." Suddenly, she covered her eyes and crouched down, weeping. "You don't understand. You know nothing, that I'm so frightened. I fear that soon we will be devoured by those monsters. Even if we escape today, what about tomorrow? The day after? Must we live in constant flight? I've had enough of this life. Rather than being consumed by those creatures, I would prefer to end it myself." Silence enveloped the women, each resonating with Zhengxi's anguish. The delicate woman, striving to survive in this merciless apocalypse, faced insurmountable challenges. The uncertainty of each day kept them all on edge, teetering on the brink of despair. At that moment, Zhengxi sobbed, "I sense that my brother is still alive, but he is injured and suffering, perhaps on the verge of death. Xiao Ge is so powerful. I only wish to plead with him to save him." The others exchanged glances, realizing the misunderstanding regarding the girl. Fan Qingqing sighed, helping her to her feet, and offered reassurance. "Do not worry too much. Mr. Zheng is extraordinary. Perhaps he is unharmed," with tears still in her eyes. Zhengxi shook her head. "No, I can feel it. My brother is gravely injured, and I know the kind of pain all too well." Fan Qingqing and the others exchanged curious glances. "Is this your supernatural ability?" Fan Qingqing inquired. Wiping her tears, Zhengxi replied, I don't know, Dad, I just suddenly developed this ability when we left the base, but right now, I can only sense my brother." "Very well. I will bring this matter to Xiao Zhan's attention for you," Fan Qingqing assured. Zhengxi's eyes lit up with hope. "Really? So, are you willing to lend me Xiao Ge for a day?" Fan Qingqing's expression stiffened. Looking at Zhengxi's jubilant face, she was unsure whether she genuinely wanted to rescue her brother or was merely seeking an opportunity for something more illicit. She glanced at Xiao Zhan, who was fiercely battling the monsters at the cave entrance. Suddenly she snapped, "Xiao Zhan, stop pretending you can't hear me. I know you heard everything." Xiao Zhan chuckled. "What? I was just busy fighting monsters and didn't catch that." Fan Qingqing shot him an annoyed glare, her voice tinged with frustration. "Didn't hear me? Let me repeat. Zhengxi said she wants you to be her boyfriend for a day. I've already agreed." It's up to you now, Xiao Zhan exclaimed. How can that be? The school Belle's face darkened. It's unnecessary. With a grin, Xiao Zhan replied, Zheng Chao is my comrade. It's only right to rescue him. His eager demeanor made one question whether he truly intended to save Zheng Chao, or if he had other motives in mind. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily. Rest assured, your brother is fine that I actually met up with Zheng Chao before coming here. He has sustained some injuries, but they are not life-threatening. You needn't worry. He is doing quite well. Zheng Shi's mouth fell open in surprise. Oh, really? My brother is truly alive? As Xiao Zhan continued to eliminate the creatures. He confirmed. Indeed, he is just on the other side of the mountain, that if all goes well, you should see him by this afternoon. He playfully added, of course, if you insist on repaying me, you needn't offer yourself. Just be my maid for a day, haha. Zheng Shi's cheeks flushed crimson. As an unmarried girl, lacking any excuse, she felt too embarrassed to mention her request for a day-long boyfriend again. The women in the cave erupted into laughter. And Zheng Shi, unable to maintain her composure, buried her face in Li Yu's embrace. Sister-in-law, look at them. Yet, none noticed the faint glimmer of disappointment that flickered in Li Yu's eyes upon learning that Zheng Chao was still alive. Hey, the tide of rats and cockroaches is retreating. At that moment, Xie Yuan suddenly pointed outside and shouted. Xiao Zhan, of course, was the first to notice. The reason he had been able to joke with the women in the cave was that he had observed the gradual decline in the vermin's assault, prompting a moment of levity, watching the departing tide of monsters leave behind a trail of carcasses. Xiao Zhan stated, You all stay here. I'll go take a look. He then swiftly vanished from the cave entrance. Chapter 82. Mission. Subdue the Rat King. Win them over with virtue. With a rush of wind. As Xiao Zhan soared into the sky, he was astonished to see the rat and cockroach hordes retreating southward in a clear division, as if following two distinct lines across the mountains. Their tranquil demeanor was hard to reconcile with their earlier frenzied attacks. His suspicion grew that a royal presence existed among these two factions. System. Locate their leaders. Ding. 100 fortune points consumed. The positions of the Rat King and Cockroach King have been locked. In the next moment, an ethereal map materialized before his eyes, revealing two red dots moving steadily southward. Indeed, there was. Xiao Zhan smirked. The moment the rat and cockroach swarms had launched their offensive against him, he had suspected that a royal command lay behind their actions, and now his hypothesis was confirmed. Gazing at the two red dots, a sudden thought struck him that if realized, it could potentially elevate his combat prowess. With a rush, Xiao Zhan summoned his invisible cloak and hastened southward, to the south. A pure white rat concealed within the throngs emitted a sound wave imperceptible to human ears, communicating with the cockroach swarm to its left. Zhi, little white, that human is extraordinarily formidable. In just a short time, half of my offspring have perished. I fear that if we continue this way, all my children will be lost. Little Huang, I was already engaged in combat with him before you arrived. His strength rivals that of the king. How can that be? Is there truly a life form stronger than the king? Little White, you venture out too seldom. Recently, I observed a being in the human stronghold to the east that was even more powerful than the king. Its ferocity was such that I dared not approach. Will he discover us? The golden cockroach inquired. Oh, not worry. As long as we remain hidden within the swarm, no one will notice us. The White Rat King reassured. Little White, what if we fail to meet the king's expectations? Will he punish us? The king only seeks vitality. Any form will suffice. Thus, a cockroach and a rat engaged in a rather peculiar conversation, which greatly amused Xiao Zhan, who was invisibly soaring overhead, eavesdropping on their exchange. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world, aside from the mutated blood-sucking vines. This was indeed the first time he had heard of mutated monsters capable of speech. Even though they communicated through psychic waves, it was a testament to their evolution into beings of intelligence. As he gazed down at the countless swarms of insects and rodents below, that thought became increasingly pronounced. Ding! Mission. Subdue the Rat King. Win hearts with virtue. Reward. 1 psychic point. Xiao Zhan. His intention to act came to a sudden halt as he rolled his eyes. System, are you stirring up trouble again? Yes, he did indeed wish to capture that Rat King. However, he had not anticipated that the system would preemptively issue a mission, and moreover, demand that he win hearts with virtue. Are you out of your mind? How am I supposed to win hearts with virtue? By using my words to subdue it. He felt a strong urge to drag the system out for a beating, letting it handle the mission while he sat back and enjoyed the spectacle. At that moment, the swarms of rodents and cockroaches suddenly changed direction, moving southeast from the southwest. Based on their recent conversation, Xiao Zhan understood they were headed toward a small town to hunt down both the living and the undead. Squeak. Ah Huang, do you have any strange feelings? I can't shake the sensation that we are being followed, the Rat King suddenly remarked. The golden cockroach hesitated. Really? It waved its two golden antennae, seemingly trying to sense something. But after a moment, it said, I haven't detected anything. Rat King. Odd. Why do I always feel something is amiss? Where is it amiss? A psychic wave intruded. The Rat King casually replied, I feel as if someone is touching my back. Yet it soon realized with horror that it was not the golden cockroach speaking at all. Squeak. The Rat King let out a startled cry, its fur bristling in alarm. Xiao Bai, someone is on your back. The golden cockroach loudly warned that it was unnecessary for the warning, as the Rat King had already sensed the presence of someone touching its fur. A momentary fright caused the Rat King's white fur to stand on end, its extraordinary power surging wildly, expanding outward along its fur in a violent response towards the unseen assailant. Boom! Just as the Rat King was about to unleash its fury, it felt a sharp pain at the back of its head. It was unclear what had struck it, but a tremendous force impacted its skull, nearly rendering it unconscious. It sensed a grave threat to its life. Squeak! With a piercing shriek, it burrowed into the ground. However, just as it had scraped away a layer of dirt, it was seized by the neck and pulled out. Bang! 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 After 3 heavy blows, the Rat King's head spun as if thousands of stars were swirling in its mind, its eyes spinning in circles. Damn human. Let Xiao Bai go. The golden cockroach shouted from a distance, directing the swarm of cockroaches to charge forward. Yet as soon as it moved, a deep voice boomed from across. Deter. In an instant, all the cockroaches and rodents in the vicinity knelt in fear, as if confronted by a natural enemy, their very cells trembling in terror. The golden cockroach attempted to rally its subordinates for an attack, but suddenly saw the man charging towards it with Xiao Bai in tow, swinging down with a gleaming blade. Hiss! The golden cockroach cried out in terror, summoning a dense surge of golden extraordinary power, transforming it into a solid shield before itself. Crash! The blade struck the golden shield, slicing through it effortlessly. The man, carrying the Rat King, surged through the shield and delivered a powerful kick to the golden cockroach's head, sending it reeling. Clang! Another series of strikes followed as Xiao Zhan mercilessly hammered the handle of his weapon against the golden cockroach's skull, delivering 7 or 8 solid blows before finally knocking it unconscious. The surrounding rodent and cockroach swarms were left dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, their leader had been toppled, plunging them into confusion. Squeak! The Rat King regained consciousness and unleashed a psychic wave toward Xiao Zhan, hoping to seize the opportunity to escape. However, it was as if its psychic wave had plunged into an ocean, stirring not even the slightest ripple. Still not behaving, Xiao Zhan shifted the handle of his weapon and struck the Rat King's head once more, continuing until the Rat King's vision swam and it was left dazed. Hey, System, has my mission been completed? System, please note the method. Subduing a pet should be done through virtue. Xiao Zhan scoffed. Virtue, is it? He picked up a stone from the ground and, with a swift motion against the blade's handle, inscribed 4 large characters. Win hearts with virtue. He then raised the handle and continued to rain down blows on the struggling Rat King. Are you convinced? Are you convinced? I, for one, take great pleasure in winning hearts with virtue. Chapter 83. I am indeed not human, but you're truly a dog. Squeak! Stop hitting, please! The Rat King pleaded with a psychic wave, burying its head in the ground, too afraid to lift it. It felt as if it were about to be beaten to death. Satisfied, Xiao Zhan raised the win hearts with virtue blade and asked, Are you convinced? The Rat King, feeling utterly wronged, replied, I'm convinced. I am convinced that no, you are not. Xiao Zhan sneered and began to beat it again. The Rat King was bewildered. What the hell? I'm already convinced. Why are you still hitting me? Is there no reasoning left? Stop hitting. I truly am convinced. Feeling the severity of its injuries increasing, the Rat King cried out. Fearing that this madman might actually kill it, I won't listen, I won't listen. Xiao Zhan shouted. Rat King, I swear, I am indeed not human, but you're truly a dog, as it felt its head nearing the brink of being smashed. The Rat King lamented, Great King, Grandfather, Master, I beg you, please stop hitting me, I am really about to die. Xiao Zhan asked. What did you call me? The Rat King paused. Great King. Xiao Zhan. No. The last one. The Rat King replied. Master, ding. Mission. Win hearts with virtue completed, 1 psychic point. Xiao Zhan's face lit up with delight as he released the Rat King. Now that's more like it. One is that I shall set you free now. The other is that you shall submit to me. You choose. The White Rat King, feeling the sharp edge of the blade against its neck, was on the brink of tears. I submit. Great King, please don't toy with me any longer. Xiao Zhan's expression turned cold. Call me Master. Very well, Master. The Rat King obediently replied. Xiao Zhan glanced at his status panel. Host. Xiao Zhan, Master of the Heavenly Path. Level. Second stage, Extraordinary Wind. Physical Strength, 26. Psychic Power, 26. Fortune, 1600. Title. Hero, Super Abilities. What are you looking at? Look, a shooting star, deter. Equipment, Radiant Shield, Slaying Evil Blade, Invisibility Cloak, Universal Mask. Main Quest, Investigate the Death of Parents. Quest Progress, 110. Pet, White Rat King, near 3rd stage. Loyalty, 30. Note, 60 is the passing line. Xiao Zhan grunted. Not even at the 3rd stage yet. No wonder it's so weak. He had assumed that the kings of the rodent and cockroach swarms would be at least 3rd stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand his deter. Now, it seemed he had overestimated them. It likely relied on the psychic resonance of the rodent swarm to reach 3rd stage. The Cataclysm had scarcely lasted a week. Aside from those from other realms, the locals had yet to develop the conditions to produce 3rd stage powerhouses, except for the mutated blood-sucking vines. Noticing the loyalty level, he inquired, System, what happens if it falls below the passing line? System, if loyalty is below 60, pets may have a chance to rebel, and the lower the loyalty, the higher the chance of rebellion. Xiao Zhan's mood soured instantly. He certainly did not wish to carry a pet that could potentially turn against him at any moment. Xiao Bai. He cast a knowing glance at the snowy-furred Rat King, gripping the flesh at its neck with his right hand, bringing it up to his eye level. Shall we play a game? The Rat King sensed something ominous, its eyes darting. Master, what game do you wish to play? Xiao Zhan revealed a meaningful smile. Let us play truth or dare. The Rat King's small eyes glimmered with a hint of confusion as it cautiously replied, I don't quite understand. No worries, you'll grasp it soon enough. Xiao Zhan produced a piece of life essence from his pocket, waving it enticingly before Xiao Bai. Instantly, the Rat King was captivated by the gem brimming with life essence. Feeling an overwhelming allure of vitality emanating from IT sensed that if it could consume this life essence, it would immediately ascend. Master, is this for me? Its small eyes lit up with excitement. No, Xiao Zhan quickly retorted. Xiao Bai. The Rat King gritted its teeth in frustration. Loyalty -1. Xiao Zhan remained unfazed. Who was the Great King you were discussing with that cockroach earlier? The Rat King's eyes flickered. Great King. Of course, the Great King. Xiao Zhan delivered a sharp slap to its face. The resounding crack echoed as it left the Rat King's face swollen. The Rat King was momentarily dazed, its vision filled with stars. Both human and rat alike left stunned. Loyalty -2. Xiao Zhan stated. I will ask you once more, who is the Great King? The Rat King shivered. No, please don't cut off my tail. He spoke in a rapid-fire manner. The king is the master of the laboratory. He is a gorilla. IT was he who killed all the humans in the lab and set us free. He is immensely powerful, and we all must obey him, or we risk being devoured. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. Gorilla. Laboratory. He pressed on. What laboratory? Please elaborate. Xiao Bai, with a pitiful demeanor, replied, I don't know what kind of laboratory it is. Huang and I are merely experimental subjects. I awakened suddenly during that fateful dark rain. By the time I regained consciousness, the humans inside had long been exterminated by the king. Xiao Zhan pondered for a moment before asking, Then why does this gorilla send you to hunt down humans? Xiao Bai explained. The king requires vitality. He told us that he is on the verge of a breakthrough, so he needs an abundance of life force. We are merely dispatched to seek out living beings. Xiao Zhan fell silent for a moment before suddenly declaring, "You are lying." With a swift motion, he severed a portion of Xiao Bai's tail. Ah! Xiao Bai let out a piercing wail, his short legs flailing in a desperate attempt to break free from Xiao Zhan's grip. However, the severity of his injuries, coupled with Xiao Zhan's intimidation and the oppressive aura of the blade, rendered him unable to escape. Loyalty-1-1-1. A series of data flashed before Xiao Zhan, but he paid no heed. "I did not lie," Xiao Bai retorted angrily, glaring fiercely at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan calmly replied, My apologies. My hand slipped." Xiao Bai squeaked in frustration. Loyalty-1-1-1. Infuriating. Xiao Bai felt he was on the brink of madness. He believed this human was intentionally tormenting him, and one would stoop to such a wicked act. Xiao Zhan, observing the steadily declining loyalty, remained unfazed, lost in contemplation of the laboratory. The existence of beings like Xiao Bai and the golden cockroach hinted at profound secrets hidden within the lab. Yet, the gorilla's presence gave Xiao Zhan pause. That it was evident that this gorilla was at least a Tier 3 creature, with a possibility of being Tier 4. Tier 3 would be manageable, but if it were Tier 4, Xiao Zhan would have to reactivate the malevolent Godamon to stand a chance. Moreover, there was the pressing issue of ensuring the safety of the campus beauties before embarking on any exploration of the laboratory. Suddenly, ding, mandatory task. Explore the Qingshan laboratory. Reward, permission to use the power of the malevolent god. Chapter 84. Gene Extraordinary Task, Force Hush. Everyone halt. Silence. In a desolate mountainous region in the south, a fully armed squad of Special Forces soldiers advanced slowly along a stream. Suddenly, the bald-headed leader raised his right hand, signaling the team behind him. Whoosh! A dozen soldiers promptly came to a halt, warily surveying their surroundings, their gun muzzles crossing in an intricate pattern, showcasing their formidable professionalism. 3 seconds, 0.5 seconds. Abruptly, a gray shadow darted past the stream ahead, vanishing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. The bald captain exhaled in relief. Just a squirrel. It was only when the squirrel's silhouette disappeared into the depths of the thicket that he waved his hand, signaling the team to proceed. The 15-member Special Operations Squad continued their advance, exchanging almost no words throughout the process. As twilight descended, the bald captain glanced towards the western treetops and suddenly commanded, "Ahua, deploy the drone for reconnaissance." "Yes, Captain," replied a soldier carrying a large green box. He opened the box and swiftly assembled a camouflage drone on the ground. After pressing a few buttons, the drone emitted a faint hum and flew westward. Ahua focused on the screen, maneuvering the drone forward. The bald captain waited, while the other soldiers remained largely silent, resting and tending to their needs as necessary. Suddenly, Ahua exclaimed, "Captain, we found it!" The captain's expression turned serious. "Don't rush in. First, observe the situation around the laboratory." Ahua piloted the drone to hover over a cluster of green buildings nestled in the deep mountains. The camera revealed a scene of eerie tranquility. Aside from some shattered facilities and tattered fencing, it was nearly impossible to discern that this laboratory had fallen no activity, Ahua reported. The captain fixed his gaze on the screen, instructing, "Enter through the third building's window." Ahua promptly directed the drone to the third gray structure, where he discovered a shattered skylight at the top and flew the drone inside. Hiss! Upon entry, the camera revealed blood splattered across the floor and walls, indicating a fierce battle had taken place here. Oddly, however, apart from the bloodstains, there were no corpses to be found. The bald captain frowned. "Continue downward. We will enter the restricted area through entrance C and head to the basement." "Understood," Ahua replied, maneuvering the drone along a narrow passageway, descending the fire escape until it arrived before a massive alloy door. However, the alloy door appeared to be utterly destroyed, covered in countless sharp claw marks, as if a terrifying beast had ravaged it. The sight of the claw marks left both Ahua and the bald captain in silence. "Proceed," the captain ordered in a low voice. The drone continued downward, spiraling along a dimly lit staircase. In the darkness, only trails of blood guided them. The deeper they descended, the more tense they became, for they knew they were nearing the laboratory's most critical location. The target of their mission, Captain, we have arrived, Ahua suddenly announced. The drone hovered over a corridor bridge, revealing a vast underground cavity ahead. The camera angle allowed them to glimpse the front half of the chasm. To their astonishment, the underground void was illuminated. The bald captain's expression shifted. How is this possible? Could there be survivors? He commanded, quick, send the drone inside. Buzz, the drone darted into the corridor, but as soon as it entered, a deep, resonant roar echoed from below, followed by a dark shadow swiftly approaching the drone. All they could see was a colossal creature leaping into view, and then the screen flickered, obscuring their vision entirely. Although they only caught a fleeting glimpse, both men displayed expressions of shock. Moments earlier, from the camera's angle, they had seen the ground littered with countless corpses and blood, forming a gruesome pool beneath. The remains of humans, zombies, animals, and mutated monsters lay heaped together, creating an overwhelmingly sinister spectacle. It was highly likely that the laboratory personnel they sought were all among the dead. Yet, the most shocking revelation was the immense shadow that had just flashed across the screen. The mere glimpse of that claw suggested a size ranging from 5 to 10 meters, truly a behemoth. What was that just now? Ahua asked, his voice trembling. The bald captain maintained a composed demeanor. I don't know, but that claw bore black fur, indicating it belongs to a mammal that could be a bear, wolf, lion, or gorilla. Ahua stammered. A creature of that size must be at least tier 3. Right? He then turned to the others behind them. All right, the break is over. Everyone move out. The 15 men resumed their journey, this time without concealing their presence, heading straight for the laboratory, with the perimeter cleared of monsters. There was no need for further caution. The group moved through the forest with the ease of seasoned professionals, each exhibiting physical capabilities and speed far beyond that of ordinary humans. Soon, they encountered a barbed wire fence. Jump over. The bald captain did not order a hole to be cut, but instead took a running leap, soaring more than 4 meters to clear the fence. The soldiers behind him followed suit, effortlessly vaulting over the wire barrier. This unit was comprised entirely of extraordinary individuals. Clap, clap, clap. All landed gracefully, and under the bald captain's leadership, they made for the sea entrance of the 3 buildings. Ahua. Activate the life detector. As they entered the 3rd building, he issued commands while running. Yes, Ahua responded, opening a red box and following closely behind the captain to scan the entire structure. 1st and 2nd teams. Lay explosives along the way. The captain continued, issuing orders. 10 soldiers promptly began placing remote-controlled explosives in various locations throughout the building as they descended to the 10th underground level. Just as they were nearing their target location, the bald captain paused, took a deep breath, and retrieved a bomb the size of a watermelon from his backpack, placing it silently beneath a supporting steel column. Captain, are we really using this bomb now? Ahua asked with concern. The captain nodded. Yes, we cannot allow that monster to emerge from below. If we cannot kill it, we must bury it here, Ahua protested. But what if there are survivors in this building? The captain shook his head. Impossible. It has been 3 days since this place fell. There is no way any humans could have evaded the monster's detection. Just as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh echoed from the underground void behind the door. Xiao Bai. What a good boy. You even know to take a shortcut to come this the great king you spoke of. Tsk. So it turns out to be just a large gorilla. And truly, quite hideous. The bald captain's face froze in astonishment as he opened his mouth, rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Is there really someone down here? Chapter 85. The merciless mockery of the Tier 3 Beast King. Hush! At this moment, the bald captain disregarded any notions of shame. He promptly raised his hand to signal his team to be on high alert. All remained silent. Ahua used the mechanical spider to ascertain the situation. He commanded decisively. Yes, Captain, replied Soldier Ahua, who promptly retrieved a mechanical box from his backpack. After a brief tinkering, the box extended 6 mechanical legs and began scuttling across the ground, resembling a spider at first glance. Rustle, under Ahua's control, the spider stealthily crept into the alloy door. The bald captain and several team members gathered around the screen, observing the real-time footage transmitted by the mechanical spider's camera upon entry. The spider revealed a vast underground space. Brilliant lights illuminated the ceiling. While the ground was strewn with bones, in the center of a pool of blood stood a colossal gorilla, its body covered in crimson runes. This gorilla stood 10 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Just by its size, it was clear it was at least a Tier 3 beast. However, at that moment, the gorilla wore a grave expression, facing off against a human who was less than 1/5 its height. This human, barely 2 meters tall, held a massive white-furred rat in hand. Yet it was this human who caused the gorilla to retreat in fear. As if confronted by something deeply terrifying, there truly someone here. The bald captain stared in shock at the human opposing the gorilla, unable to believe there was a surviving human in this underground laboratory. Not just him. The other team members also displayed expressions of astonishment upon seeing the cloaked figure. I could see this moment. The screen captured the gorilla's voice. "Who are you?" The gorilla's voice was deep and resonant. Even in ordinary speech, it sounded like a roar filled with immense pressure. However, even the bald captain and his companions keenly detected a hint of trepidation in the gorilla's tone. The bald captain exchanged glances with Ahua, who nodded in understanding. He directed the camera of the mechanical spider towards the cloaked human. The human effortlessly swung the massive rat in his hand, scrutinizing the gorilla. "Are you the specimen that escaped from the laboratory?" The gorilla remained silent, its blood-red eyes flickering as it observed the human. The human, unfazed, remarked, "It seems you've encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to ascend to Tier 3 in such a short span. Come, reveal your secret to me, and perhaps I might show you mercy." The glimmer of brutality flashed in the gorilla's eyes as it suddenly chuckled coldly. "Humph, so you're not one of those light-fearing creatures. You are human." The human opposite paused. "Have you encountered those subterranean dwellers?" The gorilla replied. Of course, T clenched its hand, over a meter wide, and sneered. "I thought you were one of them," and nearly startled this great king. "Turns out you are merely pretending. How dare you threaten me? Human, speak. How do you wish to die?" The human chuckled. "Roar." The gorilla let out a roar. "All humans must die." As it spoke, its massive form lunged towards the human, its towering stature moving with astonishing speed, leaping dozens of meters and arriving above the human in the blink of an eye, with a thunderous clap. It brought its palm down. It opened its hand. A manifestation of yellow extraordinary power emerged from its palm, solid and heavy, clearly indicating that this strike was not solely reliant on physical strength. If it landed, even a tank would be reduced to scrap. Whoosh! At this critical moment, the human effortlessly dodged, cloaked in a shroud of shimmering blade light, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared above the gorilla. Slash! A gust of wind carrying brilliant blade energy erupted above the gorilla's head, aiming directly for the back of its skull. Yet, as the blade energy grazed the gorilla's scalp, it was unexpectedly obstructed by a layer of yellow spiritual light nearly half a meter thick. The blade energy sinking into it like entering a mire, finally exhausting its power after penetrating 30 centimeters. "Such thick skin!" the human exclaimed in surprise. Then, with a swift succession of 3 more slashes, each aimed at the gorilla's vital points. Roar! The gorilla roared in fury, unleashing a violent surge of yellow spiritual power that swept across the area. In an instant, the human was hurled away, nearly crashing into the ceiling before coming to a halt. Yet, to the astonishment of the bald captain and the others, the human swayed in mid-air, but did not fall. Wow! All 15 extraordinary soldiers were astonished. This person can actually fly. The gorilla was equally taken aback, turning its gaze upward at the hovering figure, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes that belied its reckoning. There seemed to be no human capable of flight. The cloak and flight, these 2 traits were evidently characteristics of the subterranean dwellers. Why then did they now manifest in a human? This was truly bizarre. "Squeak! Great king, save me!" The massive rat in the human's grasp pleaded telepathically. "Silence!" The human swatted the rat on its head, causing it to tilt and squint. He then turned to face the gorilla, saying, "It seems I will need to exert a bit of effort today." As his words fell, a layer of silver force field enveloped the human. And outside the force field, a delicate power swirled and danced, ethereal and agile. Whoosh! In the next moment, the human vanished from the air. Thump! Just as the gorilla turned its head, a blade of unparalleled speed struck its neck. The extraordinary power surrounding the gorilla activated automatically, forming a protective aura. Yet the blade energy was rapid and sharp, cutting through half a meter of the energy shield, leaving a ghastly wound on the gorilla's neck. As the gorilla howled in pain, the human had already disappeared into the in the next second. He reappeared on the gorilla's back. Another slash. A bloody wound appeared on the gorilla's back, blood gushing forth. Howl! The gorilla, caught off guard by the sudden attack, roared as it unleashed its entire spiritual power, its arms swathed in yellow earth energy, frantically sweeping in all directions. However, it was too slowed, and no matter how it attacked, it could not catch the elusive human. The human seemed to possess the ability to vanish, appearing and disappearing in mid-air, darting left and right, evading capture with extraordinary grace. Not only was there no trace of his presence, but even the fluctuations of extraordinary power were concealed. The gorilla found itself like a clumsy stone, unable to retaliate, as it was rapidly slashed, blood gushing forth like a fountain from numerous wounds. Howl! The gorilla was driven to madness. Since awakening, it had never faced such a dismal fate, even against the subterranean dwellers in the West, that a dignified Tier 3 Beast King was mercilessly crushed. It was truly a tragic sight. Outside the door, the extraordinary team watched in stunned silence. They could hardly believe that all of this was being accomplished by a human. When did humans possess such powerful beings? So formidable. Ahua swallowed hard. At that moment, the bald captain suddenly whispered, "Quickly, while they are engaged, let us search for the black box." The team members' eyes brightened. Indeed, with that individual entangled with the gorilla, this was the perfect opportunity to seek out the mission item. Soon, the 15 of them stealthily advanced into the underground space. Chapter 86. Hey, that beast, taste my blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Zhan wildly wielded the slaying evil blade, torturing the gorilla below with relentless slashes. It is worth noting that relying solely on his own Tier 2 extraordinary power and blade domain, he was already a match for a Tier 3 beast. Coupled with the invisibility provided by the cloaking cape and flight, along with the mimicry ability of the universal mask, he could practically toy with the gorilla. Squeak, the small white rat he held, let out a feeble whimper. Watching the once mighty king being mercilessly tormented by Xiao Zhan, its heart sank. It had once hoped that by bringing this detestable human to the laboratory, the king would rescue it from this devil-esque clutches. Little did it know, it was not saved but instead dragged the king down as well. Great king, I am so sorry. Tears of regret streamed down its face. Throughout this ordeal, it had been subjected to Xiao Zhan's torment, nearing the brink of collapse. Its loyalty had plummeted to a mere 1 point. Truly, it had nothing left to lose. Roar. The gorilla let out a pained roar. Its body now riddled with 30 to 40 gaping wounds, each half a meter long, continuously bleeding, its aura visibly weakened. Yet the more it was injured, the more it failed to land a hit on Xiao Zhan. Just as its momentum dipped to a critical point, the gorilla's face twisted in rage as it roared. "Human, you are forcing my hand." Upon saying this, the blood-red runes covering its body suddenly illuminated one by one, causing its aura to surge rather than diminish, rapidly climbing beyond its original strength. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. He had long noticed the blood-red runes on the gorilla. Initially, he thought they were the results of laboratory research. But now it appeared that this rune technology bore some resemblance to the Stargate he had encountered in the enemy lair in Linen City. System. What is this? System. Tier 2 life transmutation runes. Capable of extracting vitality from flesh and blood for self-purification and transformation. Can be used for breakthroughs. Xiao Zhan cast a fleeting glance at the depths of the underground chamber. There lay a mountain of corpses, numbering in the millions, a gruesome testament to the blood-soaked sea created by the black gorilla, clearly the material used for purifying life force. Observing the mingling human remains within the blood pool, he maintained a stoic expression and muttered, "This wretched creature deserves death." In a split second, as the black gorilla's aura surged, it refrained from attacking Xiao Zhan. Instead, it leaped into the blood pool below. With a splash upon entering the pool, the runes on its body erupted in blinding crimson light, causing the entire blood pool to churn violently. Bubbles rose as countless bones began to dissolve and separate under the influence of the runes. Pure life force being voraciously absorbed. The visible wounds on its body began to visibly heal that mustn't allow this to continue. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted, and he summoned his blade domain, transforming into a radiant streak of destructive light. Aimed directly at the black gorilla. "Get away!" The black gorilla roared skyward, its blood-red runes converging with the yellow earth spirit energy within, forming a protective dome above its head. With a resounding crash, it surprisingly deflected Xiao Zhan's strike. Xiao Zhan was propelled backward several meters by the force, his vitality surging, his complexion paling at a peak of the third tier, and he sensed that, bolstered by the blood pool. The black gorilla had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, and the combined bloodlight and earth spirit barrier could withstand even his blade's energy. Drawing a deep breath, all of Xiao Zhan's extraordinary power surged within him. Like a torrent, it flowed into the Zhanxia blade, which, under his command, began to brew its mightiest attack. He solemnly donned the universal mask and declared, "Mask, grant me your augmentation." At that moment, a sinister, eerie laughter echoed in Xiao Zhan's ears. As if countless voices whispered and enticed him, in the next instant, a strange power surged forth from the universal mask. The Zhanxia blade sensed this malevolent force and instinctively sought to purge it. However, under Xiao Zhan's restraint, it calmed and began to absorb this energy. Xiao Zhan could feel his momentum escalating, a sense of invincibility swelling within him, as if every cell in his body was invigorated. In that instant, he vaguely perceived the gaze of the hidden evil god within the depths of the universal mask. He understood that if given the chance, it would not hesitate to seize control of his body. Meanwhile, the black gorilla, unable to locate the concealed Xiao Zhan, began to vent its frustrations and desperately absorb the power from the blood pool. It aimed to break through to the third tier and become a domain. For only then could it unearth that detestable human that, as both Xiao Zhan and the black gorilla amassed their strength, preparing their ultimate assaults. A human extraordinary team stealthily approached the doorway of a chamber beside the blood pool. Following the spiral staircase, cloaked in optical camouflage suits, they could not entirely vanish like Xiao Zhan, but at a glance, they were easily overlooked. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, they located their mission objective. "Captain, we're here." Ahua pointed to a room that lay in utter disarray. The bald captain surveyed the black gorilla in the blood pool and the airborne Xiao Zhan, signaling urgently, "Quickly, secure the items and leave." A group of anxious individuals scoured the corner, moving with utmost caution, fearful of provoking the two terrifying entities at the center. "Captain, I've found it." Moments later, Ahua unearthed a black box from the debris. Exclaiming in delight, the bald captain glanced at the markings on the box and rejoiced. "Yes, that's it. The data inside is crucial." Ahua, "Is it undamaged?" "No, Captain," Ahua affirmed. "Then let us go. We must leave this place quickly." The team, draped in their optical camouflage suits, hastened towards the spiral staircase. However, just as they exited the door, they were met with the enormous head of the black gorilla looming towards them, its massive crimson eyes ablaze with fury and madness. "How dare you, you accursed human vermin? What do you take my home for? Come and go as you please." With a thunderous roar, the 10-meter-tall black gorilla swung its blood-red paw violently towards the 15-member team. "Duck!" the bald captain shouted in alarm, swiftly retreating to the side. Yet the gorilla's attack was too swift. The team barely had time to react before the massive paw swept through. 3 team members were caught off guard. Their arms and legs struck. With a sickening crunch, they had no means of resistance as their limbs were instantly reduced to mere pulp. The black gorilla howled in rage, bellowing, "Humans, you shall all perish." Its crimson power mingled with the yellow extraordinary energy, surging upwards, coalescing into a violent shockwave that surged towards the extraordinary soldiers. In an instant, the vast underground space was suffused with its blood-yellow energy. "This is bad." The bald captain's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Quick, take cover in the room." Yet the shockwave was too rapid. although the extraordinary soldiers had all injected evolution fluid to reach the first tier. They were still far too slow compared to the peak third-tier Beast King. They had barely taken 2 steps before the shockwave overtook them. In an instant, all 15 extraordinary soldiers were hurled into the air. Just as the black gorilla prepared to obliterate the humans, a commanding voice resonated from above. "Halt! That beast, taste my blade!" In a flash of brilliance, a blade of light, akin to a cascading galaxy, descended from above, aimed directly at the black gorilla's head. The Beast King sensed the imminent threat of death, its fur bristling as it roared in defiance, the blood-red runes on its body shining brightly that a colossal blood-red figure materialized behind it. Fists like mountains crashing towards the descending blade of light. With a thunderous impact, the extraordinary team members were all sent sprawling, blood spewing forth as they crashed against the walls, collapsing to the ground. The residual force leaving them gravely injured. A pained howl suddenly pierced through the chaos. The bald captain looked up in astonishment to find a gaping wound extending from the black gorilla's shoulder to its waist. A gash measuring 3 to 4 meters. He could even glimpse the beast's internal organs and bones through the wound. By heavens! The bald captain gasped. As he looked up again, he beheld a cloaked figure suspended in the air, gazing down upon the black gorilla with an air of authority and coldness, akin to that of a deity. Yes, there truly is such a powerful human in this world. The bald captain trembled, feeling his worldview shatter. Suddenly, the black gorilla slammed its fists into the blood pool, sending a torrent of blood into the air, while its yellow spirit energy surged forth, summoning several earthen dragons from the ground. The entire space was engulfed in a deluge of blood and soil, momentarily submerging the black gorilla's form. Before the bald captain could comprehend the unfolding events, a chilling laugh emanated from above. "Now you wish to flee. Do you not think it is too late?" In the next moment, a dazzling blade of light pierced through the earthen dragons. With a series of grinding sounds, the blade followed a blood-red silhouette, striking the black gorilla's back, carving out another gruesome wound over 3 meters long, nearly severing its spine. "Human, I shall drag you down with me." The black gorilla bellowed in fury, channeling all its earth spirit energy to manipulate the soil beneath, desperately attempting to entomb everyone within this underground chamber. In the blink of an eye, the entire laboratory was filled with earth. However, this posed no challenge for Xiao Zhan. Blade domain, with all his might, he summoned a vortex of swirling blade light around him, shredding any object that dared to approach within 10 meters. In an instant, he pursued the black gorilla's rear. Swish, swish, swish. Once more, 3 strikes landed on the Beast King's right shoulder, left leg, and lower back, inflicting 3 more gruesome wounds. After countless injuries, the black gorilla finally found itself on the brink of death. "Human, I will fight you to the bitter end." Sensing its impending doom, the black gorilla howled in desperation, its blood shadow reappearing as it lunged toward Xiao Zhan. Half-moon slash. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhan harnessed the powers of the blade domain and the universal mask, unleashing a strike that transcended the third tier. Once more, not kill him yet. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Xiao Zhan's mind. Startled, he deftly redirected the blade, aimed at the black gorilla's neck, allowing it to graze past its shoulder. Swish! The blade sliced cleanly through the black gorilla's left shoulder and arm, severing a portion of its body. The Beast King let out a mournful cry, crashing to the ground in agony. Casting a glance at the now defenseless black gorilla, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow and questioned, "System, what is happening?" Mission: explore the Qingshan laboratory completed. Reward: permission to utilize the power of the evil god. A surge of information flooded into his mind, and Xiao Zhan quickly grasped the magnitude of the power he had just acquired. The power of the abyssal deity refers to the divine power of Amon, which has tainted the omnipotent mask. The system has surprisingly extracted Amon's divine essence, banishing the malign influence of the dark god, leaving only the most unadulterated form of divine power. By harnessing this divine might, Xiao Zhan is capable of temporarily breaching a 4th-tier barrier, unleashing the formidable might of a domain master. Moreover, the power of the abyssal deity possesses numerous extraordinary applications, exhibiting remarkable anomalies. Task: utilized the power of the abyssal deity to probe the memories of the mutated chimpanzee. Uncovering the truth behind the demise of its parents at this moment, the system issued another notification. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. He never anticipated that the system's intent in compelling him to investigate this laboratory would lead to such a revelation. Perhaps from the very beginning, the enforcement of his investigation here was predestined for this moment. After a brief silence, he resolved internally, activate the power of the abyssal deity. In the next instant, an overwhelming, majestic, and sinister force surged through his body, causing Xiao Zhan's aura to spike exponentially, truly embodying the power of a fourth-tier domain master. A stream of information cascaded through his mind, and he instantly grasped the application of the abyssal deity's power. Mental exploration. He pressed his palm against the forehead of the chimpanzee king. Instantly, a terrifying and extraordinary force invaded the body of the mutated beast king through his hand. "Oh!" The chimpanzee king emitted a mournful cry, its eyes rapidly glazing over. A shroud of mist and darkness enveloped it. The memories of the chimpanzee king were chaotic and disoriented. Until a certain moment, it awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, its first instinct was to enact bloody vengeance upon the staff. It slaughtered every standing human it encountered, including the mutated zombies. However, after eliminating everyone, it suddenly beheld two mysterious figures entering the laboratory. It was them. As Xiao Zhan beheld the two enigmatic individuals through the memories of the chimpanzee king, his heart was struck by thunder. Those two were undeniably the murderers of his parents. Their silhouettes, their demeanor. He would recognize them, even if they turned to ashes. He had initially thought it would be exceedingly difficult to track down these two. Yet unexpectedly, within a single day, he had discovered their whereabouts. How intriguing! In the memory, the figure on the left expressed astonishment. "Silver Moon, look at this mutated gorilla that seems a bit different." The figure on the right glanced over and remarked, "Indeed. It is different. It appears to have been injected with a virus antibody developed by humans, yet was stimulated by the virus in the Black Rain, resulting in its evolution." After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at the figure on the left. "What? Do you wish to keep it?" The figure on the left replied. It's too soon. Let it reach the third tier before we discuss that. However, I shall inscribe the runes of life transformation upon it. Perhaps it will yield surprises for me." The figure on the right, named Silver Moon, carried a black box as he ventured deeper into the laboratory. As you wish. I shall first proceed to destroy the experimental data here. Do not delay too long. Silver Moon entered the inner sanctum of the laboratory. The left figure chuckled, approaching the chimpanzee king. Instinctively, the chimpanzee king recoiled, but under the pressure of that mysterious figure's approach, it felt an immense force constraining its entire being. It could not move, only watch helplessly as the individual inscribed a complex and bizarre array of runes upon its body. Once the runes were inscribed, the one named Silver Moon emerged. "Shattered star, let us depart. This place has lost its value. Next, we shall head to Mountain City, the central hub in the southwest of this continent, where humanity has established a formidable resistance. We must infiltrate it as soon as possible to muster our strength before the initial assault of the Legion begins." The figure known as Shattered Star patted the head of the chimpanzee king, boasting, "Behold my creation that I hope that when I return, this little darling will have ascended to near the fourth tier. It would not be in vain for the 30 grams of bloodstone I expended." Silver Moon shook his head. "You truly are generous. All right, let us go." Shattered Star gently stroked the face of the chimpanzee king. "Little darling, strive to evolve, or else when I return, it may be your demise." The two mysterious figures departed, yet the terror they instilled in the chimpanzee king lingered. Xiao Zhan emerged from the memory exploration, contemplative. "No wonder it was so fearful upon our first meeting. It mistook me for them. Shattered Star, Silver Moon?" He pondered these names, finally discerning the identities of his parents' murderers. Most crucially, he learned from the memories of the chimpanzee king their destination. Mountain City. Chapter 88. No need for formalities. These come at a price. In the third building of the Qingshan laboratory, a structure that had once stood intact suddenly collapsed, leaving behind a vast pit. After approximately 10 minutes, a group of dirt-covered individuals crawled out from underground. each severely injured, some even missing limbs, appearing utterly wretched. The bald captain, leading the group, gazed at his battered team with tears of frustration. What in the world is this? Thankfully, the mission objective was achieved. Ahua, is everything all right? A frail voice came from behind. It's fine, Captain. Suddenly, rustling sounds erupted from all directions. The bald captain was startled. Leaping onto a tree to survey the area, to his horror, he beheld the entire vicinity of a laboratory swarming with countless mutated cockroaches and giant rats. Rapidly closing in from all sides, at a glance, there are no fewer than 100,000. This is bad. A chill ran down his spine as he swiftly jumped down from the tree. Everyone, get up. Many cockroaches and rats are approaching. We need to head to the office building to the west. Move it now. Ahua questioned, Captain, why fear cockroaches and rats? With so many extraordinary beings, can't we handle a few insects? The bald captain cursed. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? That is not just a few. That is tens of thousands. Gasp. The group was horrified. Under the captain's urging, they quickly fled toward the office building to the west. However, they underestimated the speed of the swarm of cockroaches and giant rats. Particularly, among the cockroaches, there were those capable of flight. Just as they had run a mere 10 meters, thousands of flying cockroaches buzzed overhead, blotting out the sky. This is bad. They're coming. The captain's face paled. The other team members, witnessing the dark mass of flying cockroaches overhead resembling an ominous cloud, turned pale, finally understanding the captain's urgency. Swish, the swarm of flying cockroaches, having detected their scent, swooped down upon them with a deafening hum. Damn it! Open fire! The bald captain bellowed, shouldering a rocket launcher and firing into the sky. The other team members also raised their weapons to shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat! Boom! In an instant, the research facility echoed with a cacophony of explosions. Countless cockroach carcasses plummeted from the sky, and upon contact, hundreds perished. Yet the sheer number of cockroaches was overwhelming. Despite hundreds falling, more were drawn to the commotion, flocking toward them. Meanwhile, the rat swarm was closing in rapidly. In their wounded state, they would be surrounded by the tide of cockroaches and rats before they even reached the office building. The bald captain lamented. Is this the end for me? Despair painted the faces of the injured team members. Captain, let us fight them. Yes, even if we die, we'll take one down with us. Indeed, let us fight to the bitter end, faced with imminent doom. All the team members united in resolve, prepared for sacrifice. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just as the flying cockroaches from above and the rat swarm from below closed in for the kill, a feeble shriek suddenly pierced the air above. All the encroaching giant rats retreated in unison upon hearing that cry, as if obeying a command, like a well-drilled army. The flying cockroaches, poised to attack, were suddenly crushed by a formidable pressure descending from the sky, causing them to plummet. Crackle! Countless cockroaches fell from the air, as if a rain of cockroaches had begun. Lacking lethality, it was merely repulsive. The bald captain and his 10 or so comrades abruptly looked up, only to see a towering silhouette suspended in the night sky, emanating an aura of majesty, grandeur, and terror. Under this aura, even breathing became a struggle for them. It felt as though a mountain pressed upon their chests, evoking the sensation of facing an invincible foe. It is him. Everyone recognized that this individual was the terrifying human who had just battled the chimpanzee king underground. In midair, Xiao Zhan surveyed the group of extraordinary soldiers below, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. This was his first encounter with so many human extraordinary beings. In his perception, all 15 were first-tier extraordinary, yet he found it peculiar that these extraordinary beings had only surpassed the human physical limits without manifesting any supernatural abilities. This was indeed strange. Where do you hail from? Xiao Zhan inquired suddenly. The bald captain, witnessing the retreat of the rat and cockroach hordes, breathed a sigh of relief and promptly replied, Thank you, brother, for saving our lives. I am Bao Hui, a member of the Mountain City Special Forces. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Xiao Zhan responded calmly. Xiao Zhan. Yet within he felt a stir. Mountain City. Once again, Mountain City. The two mysterious individuals who murdered his parents were heading there, and this peculiar team of extraordinary beings also hailed from Mountain City. That it seemed that this location held significant importance. At present, Mountain City served as the main stronghold in the southwest, boasting the highest concentration of military and extraordinary forces. That we have successfully eradicated the entire horde of zombies in the mountainous city and welcomed a multitude of survivors. With the addition of Brother Xiao, our strength would undoubtedly increase manifold. He spoke eagerly, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Zhan. After witnessing Xiao Zhan's overwhelming defeat of a Tier 3 Beast King, even the simplest mind could discern that he was a formidable powerhouse. Should they manage to recruit Xiao Zhan into the mountainous city, they would be akin to a tiger gaining wings. Becoming significantly more powerful, the mountainous city was in dire need of such a stabilizing force. Xiao Zhan smiled slightly and replied, "There is no rush. I see that you are quite severely injured. Fortunately, I possess some miraculous healing potions. Tend to your wounds first before we discuss further." With that, he retrieved several vials of healing elixir from his robe and tossed them to Bao Hui. Bao Hui fumbled to catch them, but refrained from using them immediately. Xiao Zhan instructed, "Apply it externally. It can heal all external injuries." After contemplating for a moment, Bao Hui realized that with Xiao Zhan's prowess, there was no need for deceit. Thus, he distributed the vials among his comrades, urging them to attend to their wounds. Soon, the camp was filled with cries of pain. The healing elixir was indeed effective, yet its application was excruciating. Bao Hui looked on, a mix of anxiety and fear washing over him, frequently glancing at Xiao Zhan, uncertain if he had made the right decision. At that moment, a wounded soldier suddenly leaped up in joy. "Aha! I'm healed! I'm healed!" Like a signal, other injured soldiers began to rise in astonishment. "It's miraculous! My wounds have vanished! Incredible! My arm has returned to normal. Ha, Captain, I can't die now." Even those soldiers whose arms and thighs had been shattered by the Black Gorilla King found their bleeding ceased after using the miraculous healing potions, averting death. Bao Hui was left utterly astounded. This healing elixir was indeed divine. With tears of gratitude, he said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Xiao. If it weren't for your miraculous potion, we shudder to think of how many brothers we might have lost. Your immense kindness will not be forgotten." Xiao Zhan smiled brightly. "No need for thanks. These potions come at a price." He then landed gracefully, producing a stack of notes. Come, each of you gets one. A promissory note for 1 ton of rice. Don't forget to sign and seal it." Bao Hui stood there, dumbfounded. The dozen or so extraordinary soldiers were left equally astonished. "What the hell? You're not following the script." Chapter 89, The Other Side of the School Bell in the Deep of Night. Within the mountainside of the winding road, the school bell, Xie Yuan, Leah, Zheng Shi, Xiao Hua, and other women and children were huddled together in a cave that Xiao Zhan had carved out. They spoke softly among themselves. A bus was parked at the cave's entrance, completely blocking the exit. This was a precaution Xiao Zhan had arranged for them before venturing into the Qingshan laboratory. "Qing, aren't you tired? Why don't you rest? I'll keep watch for you," Xie Yuan said softly as she approached the cave's mouth. After escaping the base, it had been nearly a day and night, and Fan Qingqing had not rested at all. As her close friend, Xie Yuan was deeply concerned. Fan Qingqing shook her head. "I'm fine. You should sleep. That I can manage." In her palm, she clutched the essence of life that Xiao Zhan had given her. A steady stream of pure life energy flowing into her, replenishing her vitality. She felt only a slight mental fatigue, while her body felt more invigorated than ever, as if all the aftereffects of the evolutionary liquid had been cured. Xie Yuan sat beside her, resting her head on Fan Qingqing's shoulder, and whispered, "Qingqing, do you think we will make it safely to the mountainous city?" Fan Qingqing replied with unwavering determination, "We will definitely make it." Her breathtaking beauty was underscored by her steadfastness and seriousness. Xie Yuan frowned delicately, her voice soft and frail, "But too many have already perished. Today, I witnessed numerous classmates and teachers from our school fall victim to monsters. I don't want to end up like them if that day truly comes. Qingqing, promise me you will end my life before the monsters devour me." Fan Qingqing shot her a disapproving look. "Don't say such things." Xie Yuan forced a smile. "Qingqing, you've awakened So naturally, you don't worry about these things, but we are different. We fragile, ordinary people are far too easy to perish. I fear I won't last until then. Rest assured, Fan Qingqing took a deep breath, grasping Xie Yuan's shoulders and looking intently into her friend's eyes. With me around, you'll be just fine. Xie Yuan, held firmly by Fan Qingqing, felt a spark of hope and suddenly burst into laughter. Qingqing, did you know? You're exuding a remarkable boyfriend energy right now. Fan Qingqing playfully swatted her thigh. You and your words. At that moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside, accompanied by the roars of zombies. The women inside the cave stood up in alarm. Qingqing, Xie Yuan anxiously turned to her friend. Let us go check it out. Fan Qingqing gripped her Mingguang shield and climbed onto the bus, peering westward through the window. Dawn was approaching. As the faint morning light broke, Fan Qingqing caught sight of a large, chaotic group emerging from the tunnel. A tumultuous scene. Buses, trucks, and armored vehicles were all jumbled together, racing eastward in a frenzied dash. Behind them, the sounds of fierce gunfire and desperate screams echoed. Its them. Fan Qingqing recognized at once that the group charging ahead was the same lot that had abandoned them to flee. Xie Yuan's voice, filled with confusion, came from nearby. What is going on? Fan Qingqing shook her head. I don't know. Let us just observe for now. The other women climbed aboard the bus, peering out the window towards the west. Soon, as the gunfire grew louder, the entirety of the fleeing group came into view. Aside from the cold-hearted individuals sprinting ahead, there were numerous survivors at the back engaging in a fierce firefight with a horde of zombies, with 3 armored vehicles lagging behind to cover their retreat. Yet the zombies were overwhelming in number, occasionally capturing straggling survivors who emitted horrifying death cries. When the women saw the throng of at least several thousand zombies, they all turned pale. Qingqing. Xie Yuan grasped Fan Qingqing's hand tightly, her heart racing. Upon witnessing the horrific demise of the father and son at the hands of the zombies, the sheer impact left Xie Yuan trembling with fear. Those damned monsters. Fan Qingqing gritted her teeth. Also trembling, but her shaking stemmed from anger. In that fleeting moment, she had genuinely contemplated rushing out to save the unfortunate little boy. Yet, it was that damned rationality that held her back. At this moment, a familiar scream caught Fan Qingqing's attention. She turned her head and gasped, Teacher Qin. Xie Yuan followed her gaze and saw, at the tail of the survivor group, a man and a woman being pursued by several crawlers. The man was Teacher Han Dao, and the woman was none other than their most beloved teacher Qin Yimo. It was indeed Teacher Qin. She recognized her at once. Immediately, she looked back at Fan Qingqing. And sure enough, a fierce struggle flashed across Fan Qingqing's face. Qin Yimo was a teacher they greatly admired and respected, always treating them kindly and having helped them numerous times when they fled the school. If it hadn't been for Teacher Qin among those school leaders, Xiao Zhan would not have stopped. She might have chosen not to save the little boy and his father, but not Teacher Qin. In an instant, Fan Qingqing made up her mind. Yuan, keep the door open for me. I'm going to save Teacher Qin. Chapter 90. Once again, persuasion through virtue. Whoosh, without waiting for Xie Yuan to respond. Fan Qingqing threw open the bus door and leaped out. As soon as she exited the bus, she activated her superpower, a faint green aura enveloping her body, and charged towards Qin Yimo with her radiant shield. Thump, thump, thump. As she sprinted, her heart raced, and her spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Everything around her reflected in her heart. The frantically fleeing survivors, the rapidly approaching zombies, the bullets flying everywhere, and the powerful artillery shells. The threats on the battlefield were overwhelming. Puff, puff. She felt 2 stray bullets hit her vest, causing her back to ache painfully if it weren't for the protective light formed by her mental energy. She would have been dead by now. Roar. At that moment, a crawling zombie fixed its gaze on her and lunged forward with a terrifying roar. This type of zombie, after mutating, had arms like claws and crawled with incredible speed. Its long, barbed tongue and sharp tail were lethal weapons. Most survivors fell prey to them. Get away from me. Fan Qingqing, however, remained undaunted, raising her radiant shield and charging forward. With a resounding boom, the shield erupted in blinding golden light, and a phantom of the shield collided directly with the zombie's face, sending that crawling zombie flying. Teacher Chin, I'm here to save you, she yelled as she broke free from the encirclement of zombies and rushed towards Chin Yimo. Dozens of meters away, Chin Yimo was dodging the zombies behind her in a panic. To protect her. Teacher Han Dao had even been scratched by a crawling zombie. Hearing the voice, Chin Yimo exclaimed in surprise. Fan Qingqing. A look of joy immediately spread across her face as she shouted, Qingqing, where is Xiao Zhan? Is he here? Seeing Fan Qingqing, she assumed Xiao Zhan was also present. Just thinking of Xiao Zhan's strength filled her with hope. Chin Yimo could not hide her disappointment and then called out, Qingqing, don't worry about me. Just escape and save yourself. Yet Fan Qingqing continued to push past several zombies until she reached Chin Yimo and grabbed her, urging, Teacher, don't worry. I can save you. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out from behind. It was Han Dao firing his submachine gun to fend off a crawling zombie as he rushed over. His left arm bore a bloody scratch from the zombie. Fan Qingqing, where is Xiao Zhan? He asked urgently. He had been scratched by the zombie and desperately needed the virus antibody. He knew that Xiao Zhan had such medicine that if he couldn't find Xiao Zhan, it would be a dead end for him. Stop asking. Let's get to a safe place first. Fan Qingqing urged. Boom! However, just as they approached, a gigantic zombie over 5 meters tall suddenly descended onto the roof of the bus, creating a large dent in it. This was an evolved zombie. Judging by its size, it was at least peak first rank, possibly even second rank. Fan Qingqing's delicate features changed. Not good. She cast a grim glance at Xie Yuan, who was covering his mouth in the bus, and gritted her teeth, unable to make a decision. She could certainly confront this evolved entity to allow the teachers to escape into the cave. Yet doing so would expose their hiding place, endangering not only them, but also the women and children inside the cave. No, I cannot lead them in. She quickly made a decision. Teacher Chin, Teacher Han, I am sorry, but we must lure this behemoth away. Fan Qingqing said to the 2 of them. Chin Yimo and Han Dao also noticed Xie Yuan in the bus and the women and children in the cave behind them. With a sigh, they conceded, You are right. We cannot involve them. The group swiftly ran eastward. Roar! The evolved zombie bellowed, leaping several meters to block their path. Its palm, as large as a fan, swung down towards Fan Qingqing. Radiant shield. She summoned her shield before her, and simultaneously, her extraordinary power surged forth, forming a golden circular shield over 2 meters high. Smack! In a swift and decisive manner, Fan Qingqing, along with the radiant shield, was sent flying by a single slap. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, her heart filled with shock. It's a second-rank zombie. It was impossible for a second-rank creature to injure her with just 1 attack. Fan Qingqing, are you all right? Chin Yimo exclaimed in shock, rushing over to support her. But Fan Qingqing immediately pushed her away, saying, Teacher Chin, hurry and escape with Teacher Han. I will hold it off. Chin Yimo wanted to say more, but was pulled away by Han Dao. We must go. Your presence here will only hinder us. Humph. Humans, none of you will escape. The zombie suddenly sneered, speaking for the first time. The group was stunned. This was the first time they had encountered a talking zombie, clearly indicating that this creature had developed intelligence. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that moment, a cacophony of machine gun fire erupted, and hundreds of bullets rained down on the second-rank zombie. Instantly, the evolved entity was splattered with dozens of sprays of blood, staggering backward. However, having reached second rank, its flesh was too tough. The bullets barely broke its skin, getting lodged in its muscles without penetrating further. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and run, roared an officer from the armored vehicle behind them. Only then did they awaken from their stupor, skirting around the evolved zombie and desperately fleeing eastward. Ack! The evolved zombie let out a painful roar, bellowing, You will all die. It then howled to the sky, emitting a call. Ack! Roar! Ugh! Instantly, 3 loud screeches echoed from the surrounding zombies. Following that, 3 figures, either hulking or swift, emerged from the horde, pursuing the armored vehicle and the fleeing Fan Qingqing. Upon seeing this, the officer in the armored vehicle turned pale. Second-rank zombies. The 3 zombies that emerged were all second-rank. Whoosh! 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 The 3 second-rank zombies raced along the highway at extraordinary speed, even surpassing the frontmost group, intercepting the fastest runners. Die. All humans must die. So much blood food. I can evolve again. The 3 second-rank zombies roared in excitement, completely surrounding the entire group of 1,000 survivors. Fan Qingqing's face turned pale as if she could barely handle 1 second-rank zombie. How could she contend with 3? Han Dao's expression was grim. It's over. We are completely finished. Tears welled in Qin Yimo's eyes as she said, Qingqing, I have implicated you. No. Teacher Qin, Fan Qingqing replied, this is my own choice. She tightened her grip on the radiant shield, attempting to draw courage from this weapon given to her by Xiao Zhan. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as the 4 second-rank zombies surrounded the survivor group, a sudden chorus of animal shrieks echoed from the mountains and fields on either side, as if countless small creatures were crawling toward them. Hey, look, what is that? Han Dao suddenly pointed at the dense forest and ravine on the mountainside. Qin Yimo glanced over and screamed, Ah, it's rats. So many rats, indeed, in the mountains and fields and the dense woods. Grasslands and ravines, tens of thousands of rats swarmed forth, covering the original colors of the land like a gray tide. As far as the eye could see, it resembled an ocean. This, Han Dao retreated in shock. How can there be so many rats? His expression turned grim. It's over. We truly have no way out. With zombies, as if that wasn't enough. Now we have so many mutated rats. It's as if the heavens want to destroy us. Qin Yimo trembled, her face displaying despair. Whether consumed by zombies or rats, neither fate was favorable. Only Fan Qingqing appeared strangely contemplative, as if she had thought of something. Her beautiful eyes scanned the rat swarm repeatedly. The arrival of the rodents caused all 4 second-rank zombies to halt their attacks, their expressions serious as they looked towards the mutated giant rats, even showing signs of fear. The soldiers and survivors were bewildered, unsure why the zombies had suddenly ceased their assault. In this eerie atmosphere, suddenly, both zombies and humans beheld a throne, supported by hundreds of giant rats, swiftly floating through the overwhelming tide of rodents. The throne, forged of pure steel, was adorned with numerous swords, exuding an air of lethal majesty. Yet upon it sat not the Rat King, but a human. The illustrious Rat King was, at that moment, being manhandled by this human, twisted and contorted at will, a truly pitiful sight. This bizarre and grotesque scene left everyone present in a state of shock. It seemed that he sensed their gaze, and with a sinister smile, he raised his head. Tsk, what a stroke of luck today. Once again, I can win people over with virtue. Chapter 91. I will not return to the clutches of that great demon king. Xiao Zhan. Upon seeing the figure on the throne, Fan Qingqing immediately exclaimed in delight. Whether it was the imposing iron throne or the white Rat King ruthlessly tormented in Xiao Zhan's grip, everything exuded a sense of irreverence. Han Dao and Qin Yimo also rejoiced at the sight of Xiao Zhan. They were both individuals whom Xiao Zhan had rescued, harboring blind trust in his formidable strength. In their hearts, there was nothing that Xiao Zhan could not achieve. The moment they laid eyes on him, they truly felt a wave of relief wash over them. The 4 second-tier zombies also changed countenance, instinctively gathering together, faced with the countless tide of mutated rats. Even they felt a twinge of fear, let alone that incomprehensible human. The current situation was such that the survivors were at the innermost circle, surrounded by a horde of zombies led by the 4 second-tier ones. With the endless tide of rats beyond, it was a trap within a trap. No one could escape. Xiao Bai, how do you propose we deal with these fellows? Xiao Zhan sat upon the throne, stroking Xiao Bai's soft white fur as though he were petting a cat. Xiao Bai let out a feeble squeak. Gigi, master can do as he pleases. After all, these people are no match for him. Xiao Zhan replied earnestly, that won't do. You're my foremost general now, and I must fully respect your opinion. Xiao Bai was taken aback, after assessing the 4 second-tier zombies once more. It sensed a rich vitality emanating from them, that if it could consume their extraordinary cores, perhaps it could elevate to the 3rd tier in one fell swoop. Licking its lips, it tentatively suggested, then, shall we kill them? Xiao Zhan smiled slightly. You are quite right. We cannot simply kill them. We should capture them and make them our slaves. Xiao Bai was perplexed. I didn't say that. Xiao Zhan continued to stroke its head. Xiao Bai, you truly are the worm in my belly. You know my thoughts so well. Your suggestion is excellent. We must thoroughly torment these wicked beings and cannot afford to kill them outright. Xiao Bai was bewildered. Hey, Were you even listening to me? I distinctly said to kill them. Are you deaf? Smack. It immediately received a slap on the head. Xiao Zhan chuckled. Since this is your proposal, I will leave this matter to you. Go capture them. Not a single hair can be harmed. Xiao Bai was exasperated, feeling that this person was simply insane, finding ways to torment it. Yet, faced with the great demon king's coercion, it could only lower its proud head and obediently carry out the task. Gigi, it began directing the tide of rats to attack the horde of zombies. Just as the rat swarm commenced its assault, the leading second-tier zombie suddenly shouted, "Capture the hostages!" along with the other 3 second-tier zombies. They lunged toward Fan Qingqing and her companions on the road. Possessing intelligence, they recognized that Fan Qingqing and Xiao Zhan were acquaintances. This moment, capturing Fan Qingqing to coerce Xiao Zhan was the best course of action. Fan Qingqing was startled and hurriedly pulled Qin Yimo and Han Dao back to hide. However, the speed of the second-tier zombies was too swift. Within moments of retreating several meters, they were upon her. As the 3 were about to fall into enemy hands, a voice resonating with authority echoed from not far away. A formidable presence enveloped the area, weighing down on the 4 second-tier zombies as if a mountain had descended, causing their speed to plummet as they struggled to breathe under the immense pressure. From the throne, Xiao Zhan slowly rose, a cold smile gracing his lips. To think you would attempt to capture someone right under my nose. What a foolish dream. Xiao Bai, go. Yes, master, Xiao Bai exclaimed excitedly. Whoosh, it darted forward, seizing the opportunity to devour the 4 second-tier zombies, thereby attaining true elevation to the 3rd tier. I could see this moment. The rat tide was already engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. Though the zombies were larger and stronger, their numbers were far too few. Before the overwhelming horde of giant rats, they were quickly slaughtered and consumed, their numbers visibly dwindling. Run. The 4 second-tier zombies, witnessing this, lost their will to fight. They simultaneously surged with extraordinary power, combining their strength to barely withstand Xiao Zhan's oppressive aura. Gigi, don't run, Xiao Bai cried out in desperation. It could not let this succulent prey escape. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, preparing to take matters into his own hands. Ding! The system suddenly chimed. Task. Truly win over with virtue. Such trivial matters should not require your personal intervention. Do not tarnish your identity. Dispatch your foremost general, Xiao Bai, to engage. Reward. You still have the audacity to ask for a reward. Xiao Zhan. What the hell? Enough already, dog system. You're becoming increasingly irreverent. Give me back my normal system. The system taunted. You must win over with virtue. Xiao Zhan's expression soured. Xiao Bai seized the Zhanxia blade, instantly feeling a surge of vitality emanating from the blade. The IT paused for a moment. Its eyes darting. Yes, master. Whoosh! It lunged forward, pursuing the 4 second-tier zombies. The 4 second-tier zombies fled at incredible speed, traversing the rugged terrain as if it were flat ground, each leap covering 20 to 30 meters, quickly disappearing from sight. Although Xiao Bai was on the cusp of the 3rd tier, its short legs could not keep up, causing it great distress. Don't run, it shouted. Suddenly, the Zhanxia blade emitted a resonant hum, activating the blade domain, enveloping Xiao Bai as it surged forward like a supersonic fighter jet. Wherever it passed, it seemed to carve a path through the heavens. Da-da! Xiao Bai cried out in exhilaration as it was propelled forward by the blade domain. Its eyes fixed on the distant 5-meter zombie. The speed was too fast for any evasive action. Boom! The 5-meter zombie had no time to react before the blade domain collided with it, leaving a gaping, luminous wound in its chest as Xiao Bai pierced through it. Xiao Bai was both startled and thrilled, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. Furthermore, to its delight, after severely injuring the 5-meter zombie, a wave of vibrant life energy flowed from the Zhanxia blade into its body, instantly enhancing its physical prowess and realm. It felt itself growing ever closer to elevation. What a treasure! What a treasure! Xiao Bai was overjoyed at this moment. The blade domain enveloped it as it charged toward the remaining 3 second-tier zombies. Scatter! The 3 second-tier zombies, witnessing the fate of their 5-meter companion, allowed a cry and fled in 3 separate directions. However, they had underestimated the speed of the blade domain. Soon, they were caught one by Xiao by puff, bang, boom. Accompanied by the sounds of anguished cries, the 3 second-tier zombies were all severely injured by Xiao Bai. Missing limbs and left to lie moaning on the ground, in an instant, pure life energy flowed from the Zhanxia blade into Xiao B. T felt a wave of comfort, wanting nothing more than a howl at the heavens. It sensed that it was merely one step away from elevation, that if it could slay these 4 second-tier zombies, it would undoubtedly ascend to the 3rd tier, with greed swelling in its heart. It shouted, "Quickly, treasure, kill these 4 fellows!" It urged the Zhanxia blade, eager to finish off the 4 zombies and elevate itself to the 3rd tier in one go. Buzz, the Zhanxia blade rang out melodiously, unleashing a torrent of blade energy that swept up the 4 defenseless 2nd-tier zombies. Then, under Xiao Bai's hopeful gaze, it turned and charged toward the survivor group. That IT struggled desperately, employing all its extraordinary power to try to control the Zhanxia blade. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it could not alter the blade's trajectory. What panicked it even more was that even if it wished to escape the Zhanxia blade, it was impossible. The blade domain tightly enveloped it, leaving no room for escape. No. The valley echoed with Xiao Bai's unwilling howls. Chapter 92. Now, tell me, who is that pervert? As Xiao Bai pursued the 4 second-tier zombies, the great demon king, Xiao Zhan, landed on the road. "Ching-Ching, are you feeling better?" he asked with concern after touching down. Fan Ching-Ching smiled sweetly. "I'm fine. With the life essence you gave me, I'm feeling much improved, and I don't know if it's just my imagination. But I feel like my strength and speed have increased." Xiao Zhan was somewhat surprised. "Is that so?" He checked the information on the campus bell. Fan Ching-Ching. 1st tier extraordinary mental. Physical, 12. Mental, 20. Ability, light of the mind. Note, absorbed life essence. Deficiencies compensated. Life not in danger. Xiao Zhan immediately laughed. The campus bell's physical and mental attributes had both increased by 2 points. It seemed that this piece of life essence had not disappointed him. He had provided Fan Ching-Ching with a 3rd-tier tree granny wood type extraordinary core, more than sufficient to replenish her 1st-tier state. Fan Ching-Ching continued, "By the way, I used that core you gave me to treat Xiaohua's mother, and now she has escaped danger. This core is truly effective." She sighed. "However, without her arm, Li Xiuqin is likely to become disabled." Xiao Zhan sighed as he thought of that selfish woman who had rolled on the ground for her daughter. This could be considered her retribution for her actions. Xiao Zhan. The women from the cave emerged one after another. Lia, Zhengxi, Xiaohua, and so forth. Xiaohua, in tears, clutched Xiao Zhan's leg, pleading, "Brother Xiao Zhan, is my mother going to die? She hasn't woken up and I'm so scared." This little girl was also greatly frightened. Xiao Zhan tenderly stroked her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Your mother will not perish." Fan Ching-Ching glanced at the surrounding tide of rats, still pursuing the zombies, her brow furrowed with concern. "Xiao Zhan, those rats won't attack us. Will they?" "Not at all. Even if they do attack, I am not afraid. I now possess the ability to temporarily wield the power of the evil God." As he opened his domain, he thought, not even a mere tide of rats could intimidate him. Not even 1,000,000 zombies would pose a threat. Noticing the weariness etched on everyone's faces, he clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone should take a moment to rest. I will stand guard here." The group had not slept for an entire day and night, suffering injuries and losses. They desperately needed to recuperate. As the giant rats drove off and killed the zombies, the surrounding 1,000 or so survivors stood still, hearts racing. Initially, they feared the giant rats would slaughter them as well. However, strangely, these massive creatures seemed to have received some form of command, leaving the nearby humans unharmed, even if one were to walk right up to them. This bewildered the survivors greatly. While Xiao Zhan was organizing the group to rest, the leading officer approached him, introducing himself. "Mr. Xiao, greetings. That I am He Sun, the captain of this unit." He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation. You are a hero to us all. Please allow me to bow to you." He then deeply bowed to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan nodded, accepting the gesture without evasion. He scrutinized the officer in his 30s and discerned that he too was an extraordinary being, albeit at the first tiered IT was likely he had evolved using a defective version of base evolution fluid. Individuals like him would never ascend further, he replied. It is nothing, merely a small favor. Seeing He-sun linger, Xiao Zhan inquired, Is there anything else? He-sun hesitated. Well, Mr. Xiao, everyone is very frightened. Could you possibly lead us to the mountain city? Absolutely not, Xie Yuan interjected angrily. She placed her hands on her hips, declaring, Previously, our vehicle was destroyed, and we desperately pleaded with your subordinates. Yet not a single one stopped, abandoning us, women and children, to the tide of rats. Such cold-blooded selfishness, and now you dare to ask for our help? Not a chance. He-sun was taken aback. Is that so? He was unaware of this incident. He glanced at some soldiers nearby, noticing a few bowed their heads in shame. Realizing it was likely true, he felt a surge of indignation, wishing to slap those soldiers. How could they, as soldiers of the people, abandon women and children in their time of peril? It was utterly disgraceful. Yet he also understood that some of the soldiers had only trained for a few days and were ordinary individuals before this. It was unreasonable to blame them harshly, he sighed, lowering his voice. Mr. Xiao, while their actions were wrong, the majority of the survivors in our group are innocent that I ask that you consider our shared humanity and lend a helping hand. Beep. Task. Protect 1,000 survivors to reach the mountain city. Reward. Third extraordinary ability. Xiao Zhan's eyes brightened. A third extraordinary ability. Currently, besides his inherent wind-based extraordinary power, he had been granted 2 abilities by the system. What are you looking at? And look. A meteor. Both were abilities that disregarded tier boundaries, infuriating countless powerful beings. They were essentially a bug in the system that he wondered what this third ability would be. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the school beauty. Ching-Ching, can you identify those who turned a blind eye to your plight? Fan Ching-Ching replied, I can. She was also quite furious. Had it not been for Xiao Zhan's timely arrival, they would have perished in the tide of rats. Thus, she felt a deep disdain for those selfish individuals. However, being a person of understanding, she knew not to trouble Xiao Zhan further, which was why she had remained silent earlier. Xiao Zhan nodded and addressed He-sun. If you want me to protect everyone, it is acceptable, but those who ignored Ching-Ching and her friends must be expelled from the group, that I do not wish to protect those among us. He-sun's brow furrowed, his expression conflicted that a stir arose from the crowd behind him. Those who had previously abandoned Fan Ching-Ching turned pale, panic spreading across their faces that no, you can't do this, a new recruit shouted in anger. What could we do? There were so many mutated rats. We weren't even sure we could save ourselves, let alone help others. Exactly. At that moment, saving ourselves was a challenge enough. How could we think of others? You can't just cast us aside, a middle-aged man shouted, standing with his family behind him, but we demand fairness. If we leave, we all leave together. Many in the crowd clamored in agreement. Xie Yuan scoffed. Now you want fairness? When we pleaded for your help, not one of you even bothered to stop. You have no face to demand fairness now. Bah! Xiao Zhan, do not concern yourself with them. These selfish souls are not worth protecting. Suddenly, an aunt holding a child stepped forward from the crowd, crying as she knelt down, Little girl, I beg you, do not expel you as it was I who was wrong. I should not have turned a blind eye. But my child is innocent. I plead for mercy. Let us go. Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. The little boy, only 2 or 3 years old, wiped his mother's tears with his tiny hands, echoing her sorrow. Xie Yuan was momentarily speechless. Watching the pleading aunt on the ground, she opened her mouth, yet no words came forth. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a heart-wrenching mental disturbance resonated from the horizon. Oh no. Let me go. Grandpa Knife. I beg you, I don't want those 4 second-tier zombies or my subordinates anymore. Just let me go, and everything is yours that I truly do not want to be tormented by that pervert any longer. Huh. Where is this place? In an instant, a flash of silver blade light descended from the sky, bringing with it 4 zombies, and as the blade light dissipated, Xiao Bai found himself surrounded by people. His wails abruptly silenced. Xiao Zhan approached with a cold smirk. Chapter 93. Xiao Bai's Harrowing Ascension. Bang! Ah! Master, please stop! I was wrong. Bang! Woo, Master, I truly was wrong. I should not have called you a pervert. What? You dare call me a pervert? I'll hit you. Ah, master, please spare me. I want to do it again. I'll hit again. Bang, bang, bang beside the mountain wall, an eerie scene unfolded. Over 1,000 survivors huddled together, packed tightly, all with dazed expressions as they watched Xiao Zhan mercilessly beat a white-haired rat king that was clearly no ordinary creature. They had just witnessed how this rat king commanded tens of thousands of giant rats to eradicate the zombies, saving them. Yet, to their astonishment, this formidable rat king was now being ruthlessly pummeled by Xiao Zhan. What about the rat king's dignity? Its authority? Each of Xiao Zhan's strikes landed heavily, echoing like a thunderous hammer, causing the ground to tremble with each impact. The hearts of the 1,000 survivors quaked in response. Those who had previously clamored about fairness now turned pale, terror-stricken. Though Xiao Zhan did not turn his wrath upon them, this bloody spectacle served as a sobering lesson. The middle-aged man's wife cautiously tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Dear, I think we should let this go. Let us leave the group." The man's face twitched as he glanced at the frenzied expression on Xiao Zhan's face. He nodded silently, quietly leading his family away from the crowd. At that moment, Xiao Bai let out a furious roar. "You devil! I will fight you!" With bloodshot eyes, it merged its spirit and energy, unleashing a powerful aura that seemed to shatter some limit. Unprecedented strength erupted from its body. Xiao Bai rejoiced. "Ha! I have broken through! I have broken through!" It glared at Xiao Zhan. "Now I am at tier 3 as well, devil. You will not torment me any longer. I am as strong as you now." Boom! Die! With that, Xiao Bai slammed into Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan staggered slightly. It was merely a slight sway. Behind him, a blood-red phantom of the evil god emerged, radiating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire area, as if the very heavens and earth were under his control. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily. "Ha! Splendid!" He then unleashed both hands like whirling fire wheels, relentlessly striking Xiao Bai's face. Crack! 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 Xiao Zhan attacked with abandon. Alternating strikes, creating a symphony of blows, all while laughing boisterously. "My dear little one, your master's efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. You have finally broken through. Do you still not comprehend? I instructed you to pursue them with the intention of subduing them, precisely to provide you with an opportunity for advancement. Only by absorbing a substantial amount of life force can you achieve a breakthrough. Why do you fail to understand? My previous actions were aimed at unblocking your meridians, allowing your essence, energy, and spirit to coalesce for your advancement." His increasingly frenzied strikes penetrated the subtle power of the malevolent deity into Xiao Bai's being, silently hypnotizing and affecting its psyche. Although Xiao Bai had ascended to the 3rd tier, it was still utterly overpowered, incapable of resistance. The dual application of the 4th tier domain and the power of the malevolent deity rendered Xiao Bai's thoughts sluggish. The relentless slaps bombarded it, leaving no room for contemplation, compelling it to ponder. Is this true? Was everything orchestrated by the Dark Lord? Did the Dark Lord intend for me to break through by treating me this way? Have I wronged the Dark Lord? Alas, but it still hurts so much. Meanwhile, on Xiao Zhan's side, the system notifications chimed incessantly. Xiao Bai's loyalty level is at 1111. The value surged to 50 points. Xiao Zhan chuckled. Indeed, this was his devised method to enhance Xiao Bai's loyalty. By reducing Xiao Bai's loyalty to the bare minimum, and then, upon rebounding, employing the malevolent deity's alluring and corrupting abilities to inscribe a heart demon within Xiao Bai's heart, he could swiftly elevate its loyalty to 60 points. As anticipated, his gamble paid off. Under the onslaught imbued with the malevolent deity's power, Xiao Bai's resistance rapidly diminished, nearing the threshold. "Ha! Xiao Bai, do you now recognize your master's benevolence? Everything your master does is for your benefit. This is the love from your master." Xiao Zhan's strikes grew increasingly frenzied, his demeanor resembling that of a demon, ferocious and sinister. The onlookers recoiled in shock, taking a step back, trembling with astonishment. "He's gone mad." The soldier who instigated the chaos turned tail and fled, abandoning his gun. "Mom, what's wrong with that big brother?" A young boy, his finger in his mouth, curiously observed the crazed figure at the center. A madman, truly a madman. The aunt, terrified, gazed at Xiao Zhan's increasingly twisted expression, scooping up the boy. Come on, son, let's go. We must steer clear of this lunatic. In the blink of an eye. All those who had turned a blind eye to Fan Qingqing and the others fled. They could easily impose moral pressure on normal people, but facing a formidable lunatic, they were genuinely frightened. Ding! Xiao Bai's loyalty level reached 60. A crisp notification finally arrived. Xiao Zhan burst into laughter, kicking Xiao Bai into the throng of rats outside. Go on and keep watch. I am exhausted from all this beating. Yet Xiao Bai, now with a loyalty level of 60, bore no resentment. Instead, it wagged its tail joyfully. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. You have worked hard that I will ensure the safety outside. Rest assured, I will carry it out splendidly. Then it obediently patrolled the perimeter. Xiao Zhan scanned the surroundings, noting that all the troublemakers had departed, and smiled with satisfaction. All right, everyone disperse. Rest here for a few hours. We shall set off again this afternoon. The crowd, awakening from their stupor, dispersed in a flurry, their own fear evident. Humph! At that moment, Fan Qingqing approached, whispering, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Xiao Zhan smiled slyly. "Without such measures, how can we prompt them to leave voluntarily? We are not heartless." Fan Qingqing glanced at the departing Xiao Bai, curiously asking, "Is that the Rat King?" "Indeed," Xiao Zhan replied. "Its name is Xiao Bai. Oh, you truly consider a pet?" Fan Qingqing expressed concern. "Is it really all right for you to treat it that way? What if it goes berserk? We could all perish." "Fear not," Xiao Zhan reassured her. "It is quite docile now. We will rely on it for our upcoming journey to the mountain city." Beep beep. Suddenly, a cacophony of horns echoed from the mountain road behind that a convoy was approaching, led by a battered off-road vehicle. As Xiao Zhan turned to look, a figure suddenly emerged from the window, excitedly waving and shouting. "Xiao! Xiao!" It was none other than Zheng Qiao. Xiao Zhan laughed. Zheng Qiao and the others have arrived. Inside the bus, Leah and Zheng, she quickly emerged upon hearing the commotion. Zheng, she saw her brother and rushed over. Elated, "Brother, you're alive. I thought you were dead." Zheng Qiao jumped down from the vehicle, ruffling his sister's hair, and grinned. "I have 9 lives. How could I die so easily? But enough about that. I have urgent matters to discuss with Xiao." He glanced at Leah behind his sister, nodded, and approached Xiao Zhan. Leah watched Zheng Qiao's retreating figure, her light purple eyes flashing with complexity. "Xiao." Zheng Qiao approached, his expression serious. "We must hasten eastward. We cannot linger here." Xiao Zhan queried, perplexed. "What is the matter?" Zheng Qiao explained. "When we came from the west, we discovered countless zombies swarming towards the east, their numbers incalculable that I suspect there are at least 1 million. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. "1 million? Are you certain?" Zheng Qiao affirmed. "Absolutely. When we regrouped with Su Chunjing and the others, we observed vast hordes of zombies approaching from both the north and south. Not far behind us, that I suspect they may have been controlled by invaders, intent on conquering a certain location." Xiao Zhan pondered for a moment, then suddenly gazed towards the east. "They are heading for the mountain city." Chapter 94. The Mountain City, the last bastion of humanity in the southwest. The mountain city, due to its unique geographical environment and location, became the stronghold for human resistance in the southwest just 3 days after the Cataclysm. A multitude of military forces, scientists, and over 1 million survivors congregated here, forming a vast refuge at this moment, within the highest command center of the Mountain City Resistance Forces on the summit of Huangya Mountain. A secret high-level meeting was underway. To the left, a stern-faced man with a square jaw studied an electronic map, his expression grave. "Elder Tang, based on my assessment, the invaders from the west are likely assembling and encircling us from the northwest and southwest. Our time is running short." Seated in the center was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s, yet possessing a youthful visage, his complexion rosy, exuding a powerful aura akin to a vast ocean of vitality. Merely sitting there, he imparted a sense of unwavering stability to At the mention, the elderly man opened his eyes and looked toward the long-haired, handsome man on the right. "Sikong, what do you think?" The handsome man. Sikong Zhan smiled slightly. "Elder Tang, isn't it obvious? Those subterranean beings have attacked all provincial capitals and military bases across our southwestern territory as soon as possible, if not for the mountain city's unique terrain, which hinders their underground ambushes. It would have already fallen." He chuckled. "However," Since they failed to capture the mountain city promptly, they will undoubtedly gather their forces to eliminate us at the first opportunity. Otherwise, the southwestern lands will never unite, remaining incapable of becoming their sacrificial ground. Elder Tang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, these alien beings are constructing blood and flesh furnaces everywhere, treating us humans as offerings to build stargates. Attempting to summon powerful entities from beyond, yet they have failed every time. The closest to success, the Stargate in Linen City, was destroyed by Li Chun. Xiao Zhan nodded. We owe a debt of gratitude to General Li's sacrifice. Without him, we might have faced a sixth-tier Lord-level powerhouse. Elder Tang shook his head. Li Chun is not so easily vanquished. I believe he is still alive. Xiao Zhan expressed astonishment. Elder Tang. The one who destroyed Dongyang was the fourth-tier Blackwing commander. Li Chun was at most a third tier. How could he escape the Blackwing's pursuit? Elder Tang replied. Have you forgotten about Li Chen's aunt? She is the foremost contributor in the field of evolution liquid research. Perhaps she possesses something that can break through limits. Thus, it is possible that Li Chun has indeed survived at the left. Du Qingtian lamented. I say, Elder Tang Xikong, at this critical juncture, why are you two so unperturbed? If we are truly encircled by the zombie horde from the west and 2 legions from the east, we will not withstand it, Xiao Zhan countered. General do not panic. Those subterranean beings rely solely on individual strength. As long as we can entangle their domain-level powerhouses, the ordinary zombies alone cannot breach the mountain city's defenses. Du Qingtian remarked, but they already have 4 commanding-level powerhouses, while we possess only 2. Even the top-tier powerhouses are not evenly matched. Just then, before he could finish, the phone rang. Hello. Du Qingtian answered the call. Listening intently before his expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. What did you say? Such a thing exists. All right, have Bao Hui come to see me immediately. Elder Tang urged. Do not keep us in suspense. Speak plainly. Du Qingtian Dao. Bao Hui mentioned that they encountered a Tier 3 Beast King in the Qingshan laboratory. However, this formidable Beast King was vanquished by a human. Tang Lao and Si Kong exchanged glances. Remaining silent, their eyes subtly filled with anticipation as they turned towards Du Qingtian. Du Qingtian continued. Bao Hui stated that the individual who defeated the Beast King could traverse the skies effortlessly, utterly overpowering the creature, and is likely a being of domain-level strength. Both Tang Lao and Si Kong rejoiced simultaneously. Is that truly the case? If he is indeed a being of domain-level strength, it would bestow a strategic weapon upon Shancheng, serving as an unshakable anchor. Domain-level beings are capable of withstanding even forbidden weapons and have transcended the bounds of Earth technology. The city's ability to withstand the 2 monstrous armies from the east is reliant on the presence of 2 domain-level experts. Should another join their ranks, Shancheng would be as steadfast as a mountain. Du Qingtian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. We cannot be entirely certain yet. Once Bao Hui arrives, we shall inquire further. Tang Lao and Si Kong contained their restless emotions and awaited patiently. Knock, knock. The door swung open. General, Second Lieutenant Bao has arrived. Du Qingtian directed his gaze towards the bald, burly man standing behind the secretary. You must be Bao Hui. Please recount in detail what you witnessed at the Qingshan laboratory. Tang Lao and Si Kong leaned forward slightly, their focus intent upon him. The scrutiny of a domain-level expert, even without the release of their domain, exuded an undeniable pressure. Bao Hui swallowed nervously and began, Yes, we arrived at the Qingshan laboratory the evening before last. When we entered, we discovered that everyone inside had perished. As Bao Hui recounted his tale, Tang Lao and the others listened with growing intensity upon hearing of the mysterious figure who had subdued the Tier 3 Black Gorilla Beast King. Their faces lit with joy. Later, when Bao Hui spoke of the individual commanding the tide of mutated rats and driving away thousands of flying cockroaches with a single command, their joy became impossible to conceal. It was settled. He must be a being of domain-level strength. Du Qingtian laughed heartily. At last, our human race has gained another top-tier powerhouse. Truly, a blessing from the heavens. This time, we shall surely overcome this crisis. Bao Hui, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, I too wish for that. But the hero mentioned that he has many friends waiting for him in the northern mountain paths and will bring them to Shansheng in a few days. As a mere Jin warrior without any superpowers, how could I dare to compel him? The northern mountain paths? Du Qing Tian suddenly spread out a map, tracing the location of the Qingshan laboratory upward until it landed on a winding mountain road to the north. He realized with clarity, I understand now. They must have fled from Danyang. This road is one of the vital routes connecting Danyang to Shansheng. Kongzhen was momentarily taken aback. But if he is so powerful, why did Danyang fall? The group exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. Tang Lao stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps he has only recently ascended. Si Kongzhen and Du Qingtan nodded in agreement. It was the only plausible explanation. Tang Lao then inquired of Bao Hui, You mentioned he could control those mutated rats. Do you know how he accomplished that? Bao Hui responded, I saw him holding a white rat, which might be the king of the rats. He probably uses the Rat King to command the swarm. Tang Lao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. He had inadvertently plucked a hair from his beard. How intriguing. This swarm of 100,000 rats is no small force. This individual's ingenuity is indeed that of a youthful hero. Such a talent must be recruited to our Shansheng. Du Qing Tian's expression turned serious. Indeed, Shansheng requires his combat prowess. If he arrives, I propose we extend an invitation for him to join the highest decision-making body. Agreed, Si Kongzhen responded succinctly. Tang Lao nodded with a smile and asked, By the way, we haven't yet inquired about this young man's name. Bao Hui replied, He said his name is Xiao Zhan. Chapter 95. The debut of the Demon King and the goddess couple Xiao Zhan. In a winding survivor convoy heading east, the distinctive, melodious voice of the campus bell rang through the ranks. Xiao Zhan, seated upon the Iron Throne, opened his eyes and smiled as he saw Fan Qingqing approaching from behind. Have you finished your tasks? He inquired. Initially, he intended for Fan Qingqing to take a moment to rest. Yet she could not remain idle. Upon noticing a commotion in the back, where a wounded individual bitten by a zombie was clamoring to take their own life, she requested several vials of the virus antidote from Xiao Zhan and went to assist. This act earned her immense respect within the survivor convoy, and she even acquired a nickname. Goddess, how does it feel to be admired by others? He teased, a warm smile gracing his face. Fan Qingqing, glistening with perspiration from her efforts, had her hair clinging to her cheeks, and beads of sweat trickled down her fair neck and her bosom, presenting an exquisite sight. She leapt onto the Iron Throne, playfully chastising. These should have been tasks for you, the great hero, yet you passed them on to me. How can you even say that? Xiao Zhan reached out to support her. However, just as Fan Qingqing was about to steady herself, he suddenly pulled her closer. Ah, she exclaimed, caught in his embrace, enveloped in warmth and softness. I understand your tenderness. You know my depths. What are you doing? The campus belle glared at him, trying to extricate herself. Let go of me. Everyone is watching. Oh, Xiao Zhan smiled. I'm holding my girlfriend. Who dares to speak ill? Who is your girlfriend? I certainly haven't agreed to that, Fan Qingqing retorted. Then who was it that said in the cave, this man is mine? He mimicked her tone from that moment, his voice teasingly high-pitched. Humph. Anyone who wishes to share his bed must wait until I am dead. You dare to mention that? Fan Qingqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Embarrassed, she pinched Xiao Zhan's side playfully. Ouch. You're attempting to murder your husband. Xiao Zhan chuckled heartily, pulling the campus belle into his embrace once more, and then he kissed her deeply, amidst the swirling snow. The tide of rats surged. Upon the throne, the hero and his beauty appeared as a breathtaking tableau within the snowfall. Mr. Xiao truly is a person of sentiment, remarked Officer He Sun with a smile. Behind him, Wang Wu, Su Chunjing, Ali, and many young men gazed enviously at this couple amidst the wintry scene, many of them unwittingly fed a mouthful of dog food. Alas, Brother Xiao, it seems I have no chance. On a nearby bus, Zheng, she sighed dejectedly at the sight. Zheng Chao, seated beside her, was being bandaged by the mixed-race model, Leah. Hearing her, he said, Ashi, don't be disheartened. Brother believes in you. It's quite normal for a hero like Xiao to have several close female companions. If you can't be the primary, being a concubine is still acceptable. Brother, Zhang, she retorted angrily. Are you even my real brother? How could you suggest that I become a concubine? Zhang Chao chuckled. I'm merely being practical. You don't understand the strength of Xiao. Let me tell you, as long as we cling tightly to this powerful ally, our family can navigate this apocalypse with ease. Zhang, she skeptically asked, is he truly that strong? Zhang Chao assured her, he is even stronger than you can imagine. Listen to me. He then recounted his experiences in Linan City, where he had destroyed the Stargate. The more Zhang she listened, the brighter her eyes became, particularly when he described how Xiao Zhan displayed incredible prowess, facing two enemy strongholds simultaneously, which left her utterly captivated. Zhang Chao was engrossed in his storytelling, oblivious to the fact that Leah had ceased her bandaging and was now gazing dreamily out at the Iron Throne within the snowy landscape. Her expression filled with more longing than Zhang, she herself, ate that moment. Atop the throne, Fan Xingqing gasped for breath. Overwhelmed by Xiao Zhan's passionate kiss, It felt as though all her strength had been sapped by that fervent embrace. Leaving her languid and unable to muster any energy, the campus Belle's eyes glimmered, her heart racing, her cheeks aflame. She yearned to remain in Xiao Zhan's embrace indefinitely. I can't breathe. Only when she was breathless did Xiao Zhan finally relent. Don't look. Noticing the affectionate glimmer in his eyes, Fan Xingqing shyly buried her face in his chest. Although she had already accepted their relationship in her heart, their time together had been brief, and they were still on the cusp of defining their bond. The most enchanting moments of romance often occur in such transitional phases. Thus, despite knowing they were on display for all to see upon the throne, she was reluctant to part from Xiao Zhan's embrace. This feeling was simply too delightful. Nestled in Xiao Zhan's arms, she felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The fatigue from 2 days and nights of exertion washed over her, and the young woman, revered among survivors as the goddess, succumbed to slumber within Xiao Zhan's embrace. Qingqing. Xiao Zhan softly called her name, sensing the gradual calming of her breath that a smile crept across his face. It seems you are truly exhausted. He cast a glance at his personal panel, observing a shift in his data. Host, Xiao Zhan, Master of the Tao. Level, Tier 2 Extraordinary, Wind. Physical ability, 26. Mental strength, 26. Fortune, 3,333. Title, Hero, Superpowers. What are you looking at? Look. A shooting star, intimidation, power of the evil god. Equipment, bright light shield, evil slaying blade, invisibility cloak, universal mask. Main quest, investigate the death of parents. Task progress, 210. Quest, safeguard 1,000 survivors to reach the mountain city. Reward, third super ability, pet, King White Mouse, Tier 3, loyalty, 60. He murmured to himself. While other aspects remain unchanged, my fortune has surged tremendously, more than doubling from over 1,000. It appears that my decision to save lives was indeed the right one. Yet, why does the system consistently guide me towards rescuing others? What is its true intention? As the system grew increasingly irreverent, he sensed a subtle yet undeniable connection between the Heavenly Pearl and his parents, as if the former possessed a self-awareness and a mysterious link to them. And no longer did he perceive his parents as ordinary beings, to possess such an extraordinary artifact as the Heavenly Pearl. They must surely harbor a significant secret. In pursuit of uncovering the truth behind their demise and tracing the origins of the Heavenly Pearl, he resolved to hasten his efforts, complete his tasks, and enhance his strength. Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly perceived a faint call emanating from within his embrace. The sound was so delicate that had he not been in deep thought, he might have overlooked it entirely. Realizing the source of the sound was at his chest, he reached in, squeezing past the soft contours of the school beauty's bosom, and retrieved an ancient mask. Universal mask? Are you the one speaking? He inquired. From within the mask came a soft yet formidable whisper. Xiao Zhan. This divine being wishes to make a transaction with you. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted. Evil got him on? Instantly, he contemplated summoning the system. His heart brimmed with caution towards this entity that transcended his understanding. During his fierce battle with the Black Wing, he had narrowly escaped being usurped by this being, a memory that still filled him with trepidation. The madness, the vastness, the malevolent will of this entity was beyond his capacity to withstand. Any interaction with this evil god bore immense peril. No, do not awaken it. Evil Godamon, sensing his intent, hastily exclaimed, Xiao Zhan, you need not be so wary. Under the control of the heavenly pearl, I can no longer usurp you. In fact, I am merely its prisoner, without its consent. I am powerless. This venture is solely to establish a simple exchange with you. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes. What sort of exchange do you propose? Quite simple, Amon replied. The next time you wield the power of the evil god, I shall assist you in vanquishing your enemies. In return, you must offer 10 drops of your essence from the domain realm into the mask. This is my proposition.